You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. The merry-go-round went round and round in the air with the music, and the laughter of the two little guys lingered in the ears of Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Papa, it's fun, it's fun. Tuanchuan said excitedly. Tuanchuan stretched out one hand into the air, shouting heartily and laughing at the same time. Tuanchuan, you have to hold on to this handrail, or you will fall. Yan Bingxue reminded with a smile. Tuanchuan is not afraid. Tuanchuan has parents, and giggled beside him, said Tuanchuan happily. Ha 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 ha, then you have to be careful, safety first. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, touching Tuanchuan's little head. I know. Tuanchuan is holding the wooden pole tightly with his hand, and his grip is steady. Tuanchuan said with a smile. The carousel stopped amidst laughter. Su Chen said with a smile, let's go, let's play the next project. What will we play next? Su Chen doted on the two little guys, Tuanchuan and Lei. Tuanchuan thought for a while, then said with a smile, what do you want to play? Lei pointed to the pirate ship and said, I want to play with that pirate ship. Sister, shall we go and play together? Pirate ship, giggle, how about we change it? Tuanchuan said timidly. Sister, don't you like pirate ships? Lei looked at Tuanchuan sincerely and said, hee, I heard Lily say that pirate ships are scary. Tuanchuan whispered to Lei. It's not scary, really, and Baba Mama can play with us. Let's try it. Lei said with a smile. After Lei's persuasion, Tuanchuan was finally moved. Tuanchuan took a deep breath, looked at Lei and said, okay then, let's play. Once. Just play once. Lei nodded happily, looked at Tuanchuan and said, trust me, this is very fun. Tuanchuan nodded. Papa Mama, let's go play that. Lei said with a smile. Okay. Su Chen nodded with a smile. Yan Bingxue shook her head and said, go and play, Mom will wait for you below. Mama, let's go play together. Lei said while hugging Yan Bingxue with her mouth pouted. Lei's small eyes blinked and blinked, looking at Yan Bingxue all the time. Yan Bingxue turned to Su Chen for help. Su Chen smiled and said to Lei, why don't Dad take you to play? But, I want my mother to play too. Lei said with a smile. Mom, I'm not feeling well today, I can't play this. Su Chen smiled and gave Yan Bingxue a wink. Yan Bingxue received Su Chen's wink and said with a smile, yes, Mother is not feeling well today, so I can't play such an exciting game. Lei smiled and said, I know, Mama has a little sister in her belly, so she can't do strenuous exercise. Yan Bingxue looked at Lei with a helpless smile and said, Lei, who did you hear that from? Lei said proudly, I heard what our class Tian said. Tian's mama also has a little brother, so she won't go to the playground with Tian to ride the roller coaster. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen and smiled. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, okay, little guy, let's go play. Lei nodded, and went to play the pirate ship with Su Chen. Lei and Tuanchuan sat on either side of Su Chen. Su Chen patted the backs of the two little guys with a smile and said, don't be nervous, if you're scared, just call out, Papa will hold your little hands all the time. Lei nodded excitedly. Tuanchuan blinked seriously at Su Chen and said, Papa, don't let go otherwise Tuanchuan will be scared. Suchin smiled and said, "Okay, Dad won't let go." A sound. The pirate ship starts. Suchin smiled and said, "The pirate ship is starting." Tuanchuan took a deep breath, ready to meet the swing of the pirate ship. Left and right, the pirate ship shook very little at first, and Tuanchuan laughed happily. Tuanchuan laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, Baba, I'm not afraid at all." "Really?" Suchin asked with a smile. At this time, the swing of the pirate ship became bigger and bigger, and the speed also increased a little. Tuanchuan was a little nervous, but felt very exciting. Tuanchuan subconsciously held Suchen's hand tightly. Lele said excitedly, "Wow, it's sailing, we're going." The speed of the pirate ship was getting faster and faster, and finally approached the right angle, and Tuanchuan began to be a little scared. "Tuan Tuan, call out loudly, don't be afraid." Suchin said loudly to Tuan. "Tuan." Tuan Tuan yelled loudly with his eyes closed. "Ah! Don't be afraid of Tuanchuan, Baba is by my side to protect Tuanchuan." Suchin said loudly. "Lele, are you afraid?" Suchin asked with a smile. "Lele is not afraid." Lele replied firmly. Lele really enjoyed the process, even in the weightless situation, she didn't show any fear. "Papa, is it over?" Tuanchuan said nervously. Tuanchuan seemed to be coming to an end, and hurried back to the ground, but now it was hard to get off. Suchin comforted loudly, "Tuanchuan and Papa count down dozens of times, this one can stop slowly." Tuanchuan stopped Suchen's words, and counted down loudly seriously. The pirate ship gradually regained its calm. "Tuanchuan, you can open your eyes now, don't be afraid," Suchen encouraged. Tuanchuan believed in Suchen, so he slowly opened his eyes, and the pirate ship was slowly coming to a stop. Finally the pirate ship stopped, Tuanchuan's mood returned to calm, Yan Bingxue came down after the two little ones. "Mama, I'll come down by myself," Lele said excitedly. The two little guys staggered down from the boat. Lele looked at Yan Bingxue excitedly, and said with a smile, "Mama, I'm so happy, this pirate ship is so exciting." Yan Bingxue nodded and looked at Lele with a smile. "Tuanchuan, are you okay?" Yan Bingxue said softly. "Mama, this pirate ship is so scary, I don't want to play it again," Tuanchuan said firmly. "Sister, don't you find it very exciting?" Lele said with a smile and looked at Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan shook his head strongly and said, "Hee hee, this is too exciting and not suitable for me." "Then Giggle will take you to play other things," Lele said with a smile. Looking at Tuanchuan. "Hey, don't play such an exciting game, okay?" Tuanchuan looked at Lele seriously with big eyes and said, "Well, then let's go play with that little train, it's very fun, it's not exciting at all." Lele pointed at the little train and looked at Tuanchuan and said. Tuanchuan first observed it, seeing that the speed of the train was not very fast, and the track of the train was relatively flat. Tuanchuan smiled and said, "Then let's play with this." Lele took Tuanchuan's hand and came to the ticket office to line up, waiting for the end of this round of trains. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this time. Chapter 8:30 Giggle, I don't want to play this again. Reading record, you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Page Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. After anxiously waiting, the train finally stopped. Baba Mama, the train has stopped, let's go quickly. Tuanchuan said excitedly. Okay. Suchen agreed with a smile. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue took the two little guys on the train. The train is composed of many sections. It happened that Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, Tuanchuan, and Lele formed a section. Tuanchuan and Lele have a cute picture of Mickey Mouse drawn on the front of the train. Papa, is the train about to start? Tuanchuan asked excitedly. Well, when the train whistles, the train will start. Suchen said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele smiled and nodded. Suddenly a whistle sounded from the front of the train, and the train seemed to be about to start. Suchen smiled and said, the train is about to start, are you ready? Tuanchuan and Lele nodded excitedly. The train officially started. The two little guys leaned back a bit due to inertia, but the two little guys sat down quickly again. The two little guys said excitedly, let's go. There is a very familiar song playing in the train. I love you as much as a mouse loves rice. The two little guys beat to the music. Be careful, we're going uphill now, Suchen said with a smile. Yeah, I'm not afraid, Chongya, Tuanchuan said happily. The speed of the train was relatively gentle, and the two little guys enjoyed the process very much. The train stopped after a few laps. Tuanchuan and Lele reluctantly got off the train. Suchen asked with a smile, what's the matter, Tuanchuan, Lele, do you still want to play? Tuanchuan and Lele smiled and nodded. Suchen looked at Yan Bingxue and then at the two little guys and asked, then what should we do? Yan Bingxue smiled and said, why don't we play again? The two little guys clapped their hands excitedly. Baba Mama, long live. Baba Mama, long live. The two little guys said excitedly. The two little guys played another round, and now the two little guys had a great time. The two little guys smiled with satisfaction, and Lele said happily, it's fun, it's fun. Suchen patted the shoulders of the two little guys and said, if you think it's fun, then we will play this again next time we come to the playground. Yeah, play this anyway, don't play with that scary pirate ship again. Tuanchuan said excitedly. Suchen and Yan Bingxue laughed. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, then next time, let's watch Dad and Brother play from below, okay? Well, let's sit here and eat snacks, and watch while we eat. Tuanchuan smiled happily and nodded, okay, okay. Lele smiled and said, ha ha ha, Papa and I are the bravest people. We will go to play the pirate ship next time. Ha 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 ha, Suchen laughed. The four continued to walk forward, walking, and came to a shooting range. Lele and Tuanchuan saw that the people shooting the targets were so cool, they shot one by one, and the balloons would explode when they were shot, very exciting Yazzie. Lele looked at the place where the target was shot expectantly, pestered Yan Bingxue and Suchen and said, Baba Mama, let's go play with that. Suchen looked at it and said, that is a test of target shooting skills. It's okay, Baba can teach us, right? Lei looked at Suchen sincerely. Tuanchuan also looked at Suchen expectantly. Teach you? Suchen asked with a smile. Yeah. The two little guys nodded in sync. At this time, a system voice sounded in Suchen's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the parent-child experience. Therefore, the system rewards the host for primary target shooting, and the activation process takes 5 seconds. Does the host need to activate it? Suchen thought, this target shooting technique came at the right time. The name of the system should be GU. Now is the time to prove my strength as a father. Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade now. The moment Suchen raised his head, there was an ability to see everything in his eyes. Suchen stretched out both hands and said, all right then. Suchen and Yan Bingxue led Tuanchuan and Lei to the shooting range. Then let's buy tickets now. Suchen said with a smile. Papa, Mama, I'll go, I'll go. The two little guys said, vying to be the first. Suchen took out a 10 yuan note and said with a smile, okay, let's go. Together. The two little guys said to the boss cutely, boss, we want to buy 10 yuan bullets. Okay. The boss smiled and gave the two little guys a pack of bullets. The two little guys trotted over excitedly, holding bright yellow bullets. Papa, Mama, look. Tuanchuan excitedly held up the bullet for Suchen and Yan Bingxue to see. Yan Bingxue and Suchen nodded with a smile. Suchen took the bullets handed over by the two little guys and said, okay. Now let's load the bullets and start playing. Pop it up quickly, pack it up, Papa. Lei said excitedly. Suchen quickly loaded the bullet. Suchen smiled and asked, Lei, Tuanchuan, do you want to try it first? Lei and Tuanchuan couldn't wait to walk over. The two little guys held the handles, imitating the person next to them too. Shoot. Shot out. Tuanchuan excitedly let go, and asked, did you hit it? Did you hit it? The boss shook his head and said, it's still a little bit. Tuanchuan pouted a little disappointed. Sister, let me try, let me try. Lei said excitedly. Tuanchuan gave up the main position to Lei. Lei started his first attempt. Lei held the gun very seriously, aimed at the front, and was ready to shoot. Finally, Lei felt that the time had come for the right time, place and people, and shot out with a snap. Lei didn't hear the sound of the balloon bursting, and Lei knew that she must have missed this time. The two little guys looked at Suchen and Yan Bingxue pitifully. Yan Bingxue smiled and said to Suchen, husband, do you want to make up for the loss of the two little guys? Suchen nodded with a smile. Dad, will you try it once? Suchen asked. The two little guys nodded excitedly, making way for Suchen. Suchen held the gun in one hand, and the handle in the other hand, 3 points and one line, and the gun was fast and ruthless. One shot at a time, no pressure at all. Suchen secretly laughed and said, sure enough, the skills given by the system are easy to use, and you can shoot balloons without any effort. The two little guys applauded Suchen. Papa is awesome, Papa is awesome. Tuanchuan and Lei praised with a smile. You can do it, Dad will teach you. Suchen said with a smile. The two little guys nodded with a smile. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this reading record. Chapter 831 is still suitable for friends, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Page Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Suchin asked with a smile, which one of you will learn first? Tuanchuan and Lei glanced at each other. Lei smiled and said, Papa, I have to learn first. Suchin nodded and looked at Lei and said, okay, then our Lei will learn first. Lei walked to the position of the gun, and Suchin taught Lei first of all, you must hold the gun well, and your posture must be in place. Lei nodded and said, oh. Suchin adjusted Lei's position slightly, and then Suchin said with a smile, Lei, now you can aim at the balloon at 3 o'clock and 1 line, ready to shoot. Don't worry, aim first. Lei looked at Suchin puzzled and said, Papa, what is 3 points and 1 line? I don't know it. Lei looked at Suchin with big eyes blinking. Suchin explained carefully, 3 points and 1 line refer to the goal. Eyes and ruler. Papa asked you what your goal is? Lei pointed at the balloon and said with certainty, balloon. Lei, you have to specify which balloon you want to shoot. Suchin reminded. Lei thought for a while and said, well, then shoot the red balloon in the middle. Yeah, well, the goal is determined, and then our eyes should look at the goal. We have determined this ruler refers to this. Suchin pointed to the ruler above the gun and said. Lei suddenly realized and said, oh, I see. Suchin patted Lei's shoulder to encourage him. Lei, come and try. Lei nodded, her clothes looked ready to go. Lei's eyes were fixed on the ruler and the balloon. The little Lei was not very skilled in operating it, but Lei had an innate sense of direction and distance. Lei also successfully aimed at the balloon. Suchin slightly adjusted the tip of the Lei gun, and Suchin said with a smile, okay, Lei, try it. Lei plucked up her courage, pressed down with her little hand, and Lei shot out with a bang. Just hit the balloon. The balloon deflated all of a sudden. Lei said excitedly, wow, Papa, I hit it. Suchin said with a smile, it's awesome, so it's great that we have mastered the method. Lei nodded happily. Lei took Tuanchuan's hand and said excitedly, Tuanchuan, you should try it. 2. Tuanchuan nodded eagerly. Suchin taught the secret to Tuanchuan, and Suchin checked the sights for Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan pressed the button and shot. The balloon burst with a pop. Tuanchuan shouted excitedly, Baba Mama, I got shot too. Yan Bingxue smiled and looked at the two little guys, Tuanchuan and Lei. Papa, I still want to play. Me too. Lei and Tuanchuan said excitedly. Father will buy you another pack of bullets, and then each of you will have a gun. Suchin said with a smile. Papa, you and Mama have to shoot too, let's compete. Lei said with a smile. Suchin nodded with a smile and said, okay. So Suchin bought 3 more packs of bullets. 1 person, 1 gun, and started shooting. Needless to say, Suchin made a hit. The bosses all exclaimed, it seems that the masters are among the people. That's right. This movement is quick, accurate, and it's well trained. Young man, are you a retired soldier? Suchin shook his head and said, ha ha ha, I'm not the boss, I just practice when I have free time. The boss smiled and said, young man, sharpshooter. Suchen shook his head and smiled modestly. Suchen saw that Yan Bingxue was still firing, so Suchen assisted Yan Bingxue to shoot all the bullets. Suchen held Yan Bingshue's hand from behind, and said softly, honey, I'll help you. The moment Yan Bingxue held her in Suchen's hand, she suddenly became fascinated. Yan Bingxue smiled and looked at Suchen, standing behind her. With Suchen's help, Yan Bingshue's sight was also much more accurate. Yan Bingxue smiled and said in a low voice, honey, I always feel at ease with you here. Suchen looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile and said, I'm glad you think so. Suchen and Yan Bingxue observed the two little guys carefully. Although the two little guys had slightly different heads compared to Suchen. However, he is also considered a leader among his peers. With the joint efforts of the family, a big bear was finally won. The two little guys who won the big bear were very happy, and Tuanchuan jumped up happily and said, the big bear is ours, it's great. Tuanchuan and Lele hugged the big bear, contentedly, and said, Baba Mama, we are hungry, we want to eat. Eat, okay. Let's go. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Papa Mama said that you can eat bishing today, right? Lele asked with a smile. Yan Bingxue and Suchen looked at each other and nodded. Suchen smiled and said, Tuanchuan and Lele take their parents to eat, okay? Lele smiled and said, I know where bishing is. I'll take Papa Mama over there. Today Lele wants to order a lot of delicious food, and I want to order a lot of delicious food for my sister. Tuanchuan looked at Suchen happily. The two little guys walked in front with the big bear in their arms, Yan Bingxue and Suchen walked behind, and the family came to Bishink. The two little guys came to Bishink, the waitress saw the two little guys holding the bear monster tired, walked up to the two little guys with a smile and said, hello, kids, do you want my sister to hold it for you? Lele gave the big bear to the waitress and said, thank you, Auntie. Auntie? The smile of the waitress froze for a moment, and she thought to herself, so I have become an auntie in the eyes of the children. Tuanchuan looked at the little sister and said with a smile, sister is not an aunt, I want to call you sister, she is very young. Lele patted her little head belatedly and said, yeah, sister. The waitress smiled and said, the kid's mouth is so sweet. The waitress saw Suchen and Yan Bingxue standing behind the two little guys. The waiter looked at Yan Bingxue, she was so beautiful and had no friends, and thought, so the little guy's mother is so young, no wonder they call me Auntie, she looks like they are about the same age as their mother. The waitress chose a good VIP position for Suchen, Yan Bingxue, Tuanchuan, and Lele. The two little guys sat down quickly, and the waiter put the little bear beside the two little guys. The waiter said with a smile, hello, you can order food by scanning the code on the table, which can reduce your waiting time in line. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, thank you. You're welcome, I'm in charge of this area, call me if you need anything. The waiter said politely. Yan Bingxue and Suchen nodded. The two little guys looked at the waiter and said sweetly, thank you, miss. The waiter smiled happily. Yan Bingxue scanned the ordering QR code on the table, and now the family has entered the ordering process. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, chapter 832 work together to win prizes. And you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. The two little gluttons ordered a lot of delicious food. Looking at a table of delicious food, the two little guys smiled from the bottom of their hearts and said, "It's great, I'm so happy to see so many delicious dumplings, so happy." Yan Bingxue looked at Tuanchuan and Lei tenderly and asked, "Tuanchuan and Lei just saw delicious food, are they happy?" Still immersed in her world of foodies, she didn't hear Yan Bingxue's implication, but the clever Lei heard Yan Bingxue's implication. Lei smiled happily and said, "Of course not." Of course, Tuanchuan and Lei like Baba Mama more than food. Tuanchuan and Lei are the happiest in the world. With Baba Mama accompanying Tuanchuan and Lei, my little friend Su Chen and Yan Bingxue smiled happily. Lei, your EQ is very high, you will be great when you grow up. Su Chen teased. Lei smiled and held up a fork and asked, "Papa, is this a compliment to me?" Su Chen smiled and said, "Ha ha ha ha, of course, of course. Baba Mama, hurry up and try this pineapple burger, it's delicious, it's sweet and sour, Tuanchuan likes it the most," Tuanchuan said excitedly. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue nodded and looked at the two little guys. The two little guys ate well and looked very happy. They dipped the chips in one hand, put them in their mouths skillfully, and began to chew with enjoyment. "Well, the French fries are delicious too," Tuanchuan said with satisfaction. After the family happily ate dinner, they were ready to leave for home. Tuanchuan and Lei looked at the playground reluctantly. Happy time is always short, and it's time to go home so soon. Tuanchuan exclaimed. Su Chen said with a smile, "Guy, you've been hurting the spring and the autumn. Since you were so young, it seems that you have a disfigured physique." Tuanchuan grinned at Su Chen and smiled. One of the most eye-catching playground facilities in the eyes of the group. And Lei is the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel slowly turns around in the air. "Goodbye playground," Lei and Tuanchuan said in unison. "Yeah, let's come to the amusement park next weekend when we are free, okay?" Yan Bingxue said with a smile. "Really?" By the next weekend, Tuanchuan and Lei can still come to the playground to play? Tuanchuan asked Su Chen and Yan Bingxue excitedly. "Yeah, as long as Tuanchuan and Lei perform well next week, Mom and Dad will reward Tuanchuan and Lei to play in the playground on weekends," Yan Bingxue said with a smile. "Yeah, Tuanchuan and Lei must be doing well," Lei said excitedly. The two little guys were reluctant to part with this trip and looked forward to the next trip, so they returned home by car. On Saturday, the two little guys could finally have a long-lost sleep, and the two little guys woke up naturally after sleeping. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were busy making breakfast in the kitchen. Yan Bingxue asked with a smile, "Husband, how long do you think the two little guys can sleep before waking up?" Su Chen smiled and said, "Ha ha ha. I guess the two little guys won't wake up until 8 o'clock. It's rare to be able to sleep until you wake up naturally, so the two little guys can sleep on it for as long as they want. Ha ha ha, sometimes I think, husband, you are the roundworm in Tuanchuan and Lei's stomach," Yan Bingxue said while fiddling with breakfast. So, knowing a son is better than a father. Su Chen laughed. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue prepared breakfast at 8:30. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue gently pushed open the door of the two little guys' rooms. The two little guys just woke up in a daze. Baba Mama, are you going to get up for school? Tuanchuan asked weakly. Tuanchuan, today is Saturday, a holiday, no school. Yan Bingxue said gently, stroking Tuanchuan's messy hair. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded lazily. Then he reacted and said, today is Saturday. No school. Oh yeah, that's great. So, get up and brush your teeth now, and get ready to eat. Mom and Dad have already made breakfast. Grandpa, 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 and Grandma are all waiting for Tuanchuan and Lei below. Su Chen said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded, walked into the bathroom to wash up, changed their clothes after washing, and then got out of bed. Grandpa, 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 Grandma, good morning. Tuanchuan and Lei greeted everyone with a smile. Grandpa Su looked at the two little guys with a smile and said, it's still early, the sun is going to bask in the ass now. Tuanchuan and Lei smiled embarrassedly. The family sat together and had a warm breakfast. After breakfast, Tuanchuan, Lei, and Qiuqiu played in the back garden. The flowers in the back garden are all blooming. Pink, white, piece by piece, it is really beautiful. Tuanchuan and Lei called everyone to come out to see the flowers together. Papa Mama, Grandpa, 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 and Grandma, hurry up and see. Tuanchuan and Lei said excitedly. Everyone walked into the yard together. Papa Mama, Grandpa, and Grandma, look at all the flowers. They are so beautiful, Tuanchuan and Lei said with a smile. Ha ha ha, yes, spring is here, so all the flowers are blooming. Mrs. Su sighed. Let Grandma test you. What is this pink flower? Lin Xiu asked with a smile. I know. I know too. The two little guys said to each other. Finally, Tuanchuan and Lei said in unison, it's peach blossom. Lin Xiu nodded and said, yes, the pink one is peach blossom, what about the white one? Well, it's pear blossom. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Tuanchuan said proudly, I also know that a poem is about pear blossoms. Oh, recite it to grandparents. Lin Xiu said in surprise. The two little guys shook their heads and started to recite, suddenly, like a spring breeze overnight, thousands of trees and pear trees bloom. The two little guys are so cute shaking their heads. Lin Xiu looked at the two little guys with a smile and corrected them. Carefully, Tuanchuan, Lei, this is not about pear blossoms. Lei asked with some doubts, isn't it about pear blossoms? Su Chen smiled and said, this is not about pear blossoms. Although pear blossoms are mentioned in the middle of the poem, this pear blossom does not refer to the pear blossoms we see. Lei blinked a pair of big puzzled eyes and asked, it's not a pear flower. What kind of flower is that? Su Chen patiently explained, well, Dad asked you if you still remember the time described in this poem? Tuanchuan and Lei recalled, there's snow, it's winter. Yes, it's winter. Pear blossoms don't bloom in winter, but pear blossoms bloom in spring. In fact, you have already answered what pear blossoms refer to. Su Chen reminded with a smile. The two little guys suddenly realized, it's snowflakes. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember, Shukja mobile version. Reading URL. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile. Su Chen said with a smile, it's Shui Hua, Xiao Tuanchuan and Xiao Lei are so Smart. Don't make a mistake next time. Xiao Tuanchuan smiled and said, yeah, I see, I will remember it, and I will definitely not use it wrong next time. This is Snowflake, not Pear Blossom. Xiao Lei smiled happily and said, that's right, this is a pear blossom, this pear blossom is not that pear blossom. Yan Bingxue touched Lei's small head and said, our family, Lei, is still playing tricks. Lei smiled mischievously. Baba, Mama, the weather was so nice that day, why don't we go outside and play? Tuanchuan looked at the white clouds in the sky and said, go outside and play, where should we go? Suchen thought for a while and said, well, by the way, Chinchin, I know that there is a very interesting place. That is, Binhe Park, where the peach blossoms are in full bloom, and the scenery is also very good, and you can have a picnic there. Lin Xiu smiled. Said, Mom, how do you know so much? Suchen asked in surprise. I found it online. Lin Xiu replied with a smile. Su Haoqian added, yes, your mother, when I have free time, I like to watch short videos, and the euphemistic name is to keep pace with the times. Ha ha ha, I see. Suchen replied with a smile. Chinchin, your mother, I know astronomy at the top and geography at the bottom. There are news pushes every day. I know all about world events. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Yes, mother, this is what you call making full use of the resources of the information age. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Bingxue still understands me. Lin Xiu patted Bingxue's hand and said. Lin Xiu then asked, Mom and Dad, you should go together too. It's rare that the weather is fine today, and it's very warm in spring. Let's go out for a picnic as a family. Mrs. Su and Mr. Su smiled and said, okay, listen to you. Then it's settled, I will prepare the picnic lunch with Chinchin and Bingxue first, and we can set off later. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Honey, what do you want to prepare? Yan Bingxue asked softly. Honey, haven't you ever gone out for a picnic? Suchen said softly. Yan Bingxue shook her head. Suchen said suspiciously, when I was in the company before, I heard that the group organizes team building activities every year. Is there a picnic? Yan Bingxue said with a smile, I didn't participate in their activities before. With the boss around, they will definitely not let go. Besides, let me go out with them. I don't know what else to talk about except work. Su Qingyong suddenly realized, oh, I see, my wife, let's go together for the next team building. In fact, when we are together with the employees, we can talk about many things besides work. This is also conducive to the unity of a group. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, then next time, you go, and I will go together. Suchen nodded and said, okay, I must not let my wife down. Lin Xiuqing ordered the food in the refrigerator. Lin Xiu said with a smile, I'll deal with these foods briefly. Make some fruit platters, make some sandwiches, cut up some corned beef, too. Bring. Suchen looked at the food in the refrigerator, smiled, and said to Lin Xiu. Mom, I don't think it's enough, so you can make sandwiches at home, and Bingxue and I will go out to buy some snacks for a picnic. You can see what else you can buy and call I. When Tuanchuan and Lei heard that they could go out to buy snacks, they hurriedly followed. Is Baba Mama going out to do some shopping? I'll go too. The two little guys looked at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue expectantly and said, You two little guys, you have very good ears, you can hear them from so far away. Su Chen said dotingly, patting the two little guys' chubby faces. Tuanchuan and Lei smiled at each other and nodded. Let's go to the nearby supermarket to buy some, and then go for a picnic. Su Chen stretched out his big arms. Okay. Tuanchuan and Lei jumped and were embraced by Su Chen. The two little guys looked at Su Chen cutely. When they came to the supermarket, Tuanchuan and Lei ran like a tiger again. And soon the four of them finished shopping for food. Su Chen drove his family to Binhu Park. Come on, get out of the car, Su Chen said with a smile. The two little guys nodded, and Yan Bingxue carefully put on the hats of the two little guys. Mr. Su and Mrs. Su, Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu walked forward holding an umbrella. Today is sunny, with a few white clouds floating in the sky. The park is full of green trees at a glance, and the birds on the branches are chirping non-stop, as if they are singing a song about spring. The peach trees at the railings of the park also scrambled over the railings, and their branches protruded from the gaps in the railings. The pink is rosy, like naughty little dolls. The petals flew from the branches. One by one with the breeze, twirled, and fell to the ground. The two little guys laughed excitedly. Unconsciously, a song was sung. Where is spring, where is spring? The two little guys walked forward while singing. The little ones panting. Sounds are so cute. Soon the family found an excellent treasure land. Su Chen said with a smile, Parents, grandparents, let's have a picnic here. It's cool with the big trees behind, and the scenery is also very good. Mr. Su smiled and said, Okay, it's here, it's very good here. So Su Chen quickly laid out the mat, and Su Chen and Yan Bingxue placed the prepared snacks and food on the mat. Yan Bingxue took out a bouquet of prepared flowers and placed them in the middle of the cushion. There was a touch of finishing touch, which instantly made people feel the romantic atmosphere of spring. Baba Mama, my bubble machine, where is the bubble machine? Tuanchuan asked eagerly. Here. Yan Bingxue smiled and gave the bubble machine to the two little guys. The two little guys went to the grass and played happily. Circles of bubbles are flying in the air, facing the sun, reflecting colorful colors. The two little guys are chasing each other. Su Chen also prepared chess for the two old people. Dad, Grandpa, do you want to play chess? I have prepared a go for you, Su Chen said with a smile. Okay, that's what I mean, Su Haoqian replied with a smile. Well, Dad, let's go over there to play. There is a box of pavilions over there, which can be used to play chess, Su Haoqian said with a smile. Okay, go there. Old Master Su nodded with a smile. Su Chen and Mr. Su walked over with a smile, and they set up a chess game. It's been a long time since I played, and I'm a little rusty, Mr. Su said, as he touched the chess. Dad, don't be modest, I still learned how to play chess from you, you are the master, Su Haoqian said with a smile. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember, Shukja mobile version. Reading URL. Grandpa Su touched the chess and smiled, as if he remembered the high-spirited young man many years ago, and now he is the grandfather of two little children. Lin Xiu brought a pot of tea for the two of them. Lin Xiu smiled and said, Dad, I just made it this morning. Mr. Su smiled and nodded, as if to praise again, my daughter-in-law is still caring. The two started a game between father and son. Yan Bingxue looked at such a beautiful sky, and the scenery was beautiful. Smiling, he suggested, Mom, Grandma, let's take pictures. It's better for you young people to go, we won't go, let's play with Tuanchuan and Lei for a while. Mrs. Su shook her hand and refused. Yan Bingxue put his arm around old lady Su's shoulder and said, "Grandma, it's been said that time is never a beauty. You and Mom look good no matter what age you are. Let's take a photo together as a souvenir. If you miss the flowering period, you will lose your beauty. Wait another year." Suchin agreed, yes, I'll be your photographer, okay? Let's bring Tuan and Lele to take pictures together. Mrs. Su and Lin Xiu smiled and agreed, okay. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen with a happy smile. Su Chen called Tuanchuan and Lele to come over. Tuanchuan and Lele ran over laughing. "Papa, what's the matter?" Lele asked with a smile. "Tuanchuan, let's take pictures with Mom and Grandma, okay?" Su Chen asked with a smile. The two little guys readily agreed, okay, let's take pictures together. The two little guys walked in front holding Lin Xiu, Mrs. Su, and Lin Xiu's hands, and Suchin walked behind with a camera. The peach trees on both sides are competing to open up. Suchin took a snapshot of the 5 people walking side by side. Suchin looked at the photos in the camera and smiled happily. "Papa, hurry up." Tuanchuan turned around and shouted. Come on. Suchin waved. Suchin trotted to catch up. Yan Bingxue wore a very literary and fresh skirt today, paired with a knitted cardigan, with light makeup on, and a head of refreshing hair falling on her right-angled shoulders. When she turned around and looked back, she smiled lightly, showing a gentle and beautiful temperament. Unlike the domineering president of the company in the past, she is more friendly and elegant today. Suchin took a group photo of Yan Bingxue and Peach Blossom. Suchin praised with a smile, "My wife really looks good in anything she wears. Every frown and smile are so original, she is a proper beauty, and her temperament is properly handled." Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen with a gentle smile. Lin Xiu wore an improved cheongsam, emerald green on the outside, with a very elegant flower on the waist and a white lining on the inside. The chiffon material, coupled with the mature temperament of Lin Xiu's oriental beauty and her tall figure, have a special flavor. "Mom, it's very beautiful. Let's change the pose again, and I'll take a profile picture for you," Suchin said with a smile. "Yes, that's it, Mom, keep it up, 3, 2, 1. "Very good," Suchin said in the tone of a professional photographer. "How is it? Dust? Is it okay?" Lin Xiu asked with a smile. "It's all right, Mom, you look beautiful today," Suchin praised. "Yes, Mom, you are beautiful. This group of photos captures your temperament of an oriental beauty. It looks good," Yan Bingxue echoed with a smile. Lin Xiu smiled happily. Then, Suchin took a group of photos for Mrs. Su. Mrs. Su wore a lake blue cheongsam today, and she behaved very calmly. This is the beauty of years of precipitation. When Mrs. Su looked at the camera and smiled, there was a kind of kindness in her eyes, a kind of great love. Nothing flashy, all indifferent. Suchin said with a smile, "Grandma, you can just show your true self, and you are fine like this." Old Lady Su looked at Suchin with a smile. The photo shoot of the 3 of them is finally over. Tuanchuan and Lele also took a few cute photos along the way. The eyes of the 2 little guys were pure and without any impurities. Especially the moment when Tuanchuan and Lele held up the bubble machine and smiled at Yan Bingxue, it almost melted people's hearts. After taking the photo, Tuanchuan and Lele lay on the blanket beside them, looked at the empty sky, and said with a smile, "Baba Mama, it's so Comfortable to lie down like this. Papa, Mama, can you also come and lie down with Tuanchuan? Tuanchuan invited. Ha ha ha, good. Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, Tuanchuan and Lei lay on the lawn facing each other. All four heads are in one place. Tuanchuan looked at Yan Bingxue next to him, touched Yan Bingxue's high nose, bridge and cheeks, and said, Ma, you are so beautiful today. Yan Bingxue was very happy to be praised by Tuanchuan cutie all of a sudden. Yan Bingxue turned her head with a smile and said, Tuanchuan, you look good. Today too. Tuanchuan smiled and said, because I want to be Mama, so I look good. Su Chen asked with a smile, isn't it good looking like Dad? Tuanchuan thought for a while and said, Wouldn't it be strange for a girl to look like Papa, but Giggle looks like Papa, and he's so handsome, all the ants call Giggle a handsome guy. Su Chen smiled and said, ha 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 ha, it seems to be the same. Lei smiled happily and said, hee, that's why we have beautiful Mom and Dad, so we have beautiful sister and me, right? Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile. The clouds in the blue sky slowly moved in one direction. Lying on the lawn and looking at the white clouds in the sky, I suddenly felt so small, but enjoyed it. Yan Bingxue said softly, looking at the clouds in the sky, it's so good. Su Chen held Yan Bingxue's hand and said with a smile, walk to the poor place, sit and watch the clouds rise. That's probably how it is. Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile, then turned to look at Su Chen. The breeze blew over and brushed the faces of the four people. Then the family sits together and happily eats lunch. Baba Mama, today's lunch is so special, Lei said with a smile. Yes, don't Tuanchuan and Lexi like it? Su Chen asked with a smile. The two little guys nodded and said, I like it, Tuanchuan likes it very much. Lin Xiu poured a glass of apple juice for everyone, looked at everyone with a smile and said, come, have a glass of juice. Everyone happily drank the juice. Su Chen praised, Mom, today's juice is delicious. It's just right. Lin Xiu nodded with a smile and said, how about trying my sauced beef? Again? Su Chen and Yan Bingxue tasted it and said, it's delicious, it's very strong and tasty. Lin Xiu smiled happily. I want to try it too, said the two cuties, Tuanchuan and Lei, blinking their big eyes. All, don't worry. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember, Shukja mobile version. Reading URL. The family is so comfortable, eating lunch leisurely. Everyone laughed happily. The two little ones were kneeling on one side of the mat, laughing and eating happily. A gust of breeze blows, which is very comfortable. Everyone had almost eaten. At this time, a group of children ran over holding the kite string. Higher, higher. The children shouted excitedly. Let's make it a little bit higher. Everyone's eyes were attracted by these little guys. Tuanchuan and Lei clamored to buy a kite to play. Baba Mama, I want to play with this big kite too, it looks so fun. Yes, Dad, I want to buy it too. The two little guys sang and talked in unison. Su Chen looked at the two little guys seriously and said, well, but where should we buy them? I'll just ask those big giggles. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Su Chen thought to himself, this group is really a clever little ghost, as long as it is what he wants to do, he will definitely find a way to do it. Hee, let's ask together. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Yeah. Lei nodded and looked at Tuanchuan. The two little guys ran to the middle of the children holding hands, and Tuanchuan blinked a pair of cute big eyes and asked, "Hey, your kite is so beautiful, where did you buy this kite?" The little boy replied with a smile, "Well, I just bought it in the park." Tuanchuan and Lele looked around, looking for a shop selling kites. Lele and Tuanchuan said nothing. "Hey, why didn't I see it?" The little boy replied with a smile, "The kite seller is an old lady. Over there, it is blocked by a tree, so I can't see it." The little boy pointed to the northwest corner of the park and said. The two little guys nodded happily, and thanked them. "Thank you, big luck." The little boy replied with a smile, "You're." Tuanchuan froze for a moment. Lele reacted and waved goodbye to the little boy. Tuanchuan and Lele trotted all the way back. Tuanchuan asked suspiciously, "Hey, what did that big giggle say just now? I didn't even understand it." Lele smiled and said, "He said no thanks." Tuanchuan shook his head, blinked his big confused eyes, and said with a smile, "You're welcome, is that what you said?" Lele explained carefully, "This is the language of another country, and that's how it is spoken in that country. We will learn it later." Tuanchuan nodded half understanding. "Hey, what about Papa Mama?" Lele smiled and said, "Papa is Daddy, and Mother is Mom." Tuanchuan now has knowledge, nodded with a smile, and kept repeating the two words Lele taught him, Daddy, Daddy, Mom, Mom. The first thing Tuanchuan did when he ran in front of Yan Bingxue and Su Chen was to shout, "Daddy! Mom!" Lele looked at Tuanchuan with a smile on her face. Lele is very happy. It turns out that my sister has such a strong learning ability. What I have just taught can be applied. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen were very pleasantly surprised when they heard Tuanchuan calling them that. Yan Bingxue replied with a smile, "Hey our Tuanchuan is so good today." Tuanchuan replied with a smile, "Hee, giggle taught me." Mrs. Su and Mr. Su looked at these two cute and funny little people and smiled happily. Lele looked at Yan Bingxue and Su Chen with a smile. Thinking of her business, Lele said with a smile, "Baba Mama, we have already asked where the kites are sold." Su Chen smiled and said, "Where is it?" "Here, it's over there." Lele and Tuanchuan Chichi pointed to the northwest corner of the park. "Okay, then let's go shopping together," Su Chen said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele were very happy. "Oh yeah, it's great, it's great." Tuanchuan and Lele took Su Chen and Yan Bingxue to buy a kite. Soon the two little guys bought two kites from an old grandma. Buying a kite is a struggle. It was originally agreed to only buy one kite. But when buying kites, Tuanchuan took a fancy to a butterfly kite and Lele took a fancy to a Superman kite. Neither was willing to back down from this novelty toy. Yan Bingxue couldn't laugh or cry looking at the two little guys. In the end, Su Chen decided to buy one for each of them. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue said softly, "Let them buy one for each of them. When the time comes to fly the kite, they will know whether it is better to fly the kite alone, or to work together. Flying a kite is fun. It's not forgiving now, but it won't be so when the time comes. Honey, trust me, I'm sure." Su Chen continued. Yan Bingxue chose to trust Su Chen unconditionally. So Su Chen and Yan Bingxue bought two kites from the kite-selling grandmother. Tuanchuan and Lele went back holding their favorite kite. On the way back, after the game of buying kites, the two of them were obviously not as close as they were when they went to buy kites together. The two deliberately separated a path. People can walk in the middle of the trail. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue walked behind and looked at the two little guys. Yan Bingxue showed a worried expression. Su Chen patted Yan Bingxue's arm and said, "Honey, It's okay, the little guy. We'll make up later. Yan Bingshua's heart became a little more stable. Wife, let them play by themselves, we will sit over there and no one will help. Su Chen said with a smile. Yan Bingshua nodded with a smile and agreed. Papa Mama, hurry up and play with me. Tuanchuan said excitedly. Mom is tired, Dad will take a rest with Mom, you play with brother first. Su Chen said with a smile. Oh, Tuanchuan looked a little disappointed. But looking at my mother as if she was really tired, she didn't continue to ask. At this time, Tuanchuan turned to look at Lele, and the two looked at each other, but neither of them was willing to take that step towards each other. First, the two of them played in their own way, but it was still very difficult for the two little guys to play the kite alone. The two kept trying. Once, twice, 3 times. Seeing that the kite was about to fly, but the kite fell again. Butterfly, butterfly, fly up quickly. Tuanchuan psychologically prayed. Silently. But the butterfly kite just can't fly. Lele also tried many times, but all ended in failure. Finally, with a gust of wind blowing from the east, the kite was successfully released, and the kite rose into the sky with the force of the wind. After Lele lifted the kite into the air, she was so happy that she held the string of the kite tightly, for fear that the kite would fly away. While Lele was happy, she turned her head to look at Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan was flying the kite angrily, and his helpless little eyes made people feel distressed. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember, Shukja mobile version. Reading URL. At this time, Lele, the elder brother, certainly couldn't bear it. And it is always not fun to play a kite alone, and kite flying seems to become boring. Looking at a kite flying into the air is like seeing a shackled bird, not a kite soaring into the clouds. Lele shouted loudly, Sister, let's fly this kite together. Looking at the big kite flying in the air, Tuanchuan compared the kite that has not been raised in his hands, and finally decided to fly the kite with Lele. Tuanchuan put down the kite in his hand and walked over hesitantly. Here. Lele gave the kite's shuttle to Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan hesitated. Lele said with a smile, Here, don't you want to fly a kite? Let's fly a kite. Together, you take this head, and I'll pull the strings. Lele looked at Tuan Tuan with sincere eyes, and Tuanchuan finally accepted with a smile. Tuanchuan looked at Lele with a smile and said, Thank you, Giggles. When Tuanchuan held the kite string in his hand, he felt the strength of the confrontation between the kite and the kite string. Looking at the kite flying high in the air, Tuanchuan smiled happily. Lele also smiled, Sister, shall we fly the kite a little higher? Tuanchuan smiled and nodded, a little higher, a little higher. The two of them worked together to fly the kite higher. The kite is high into the clouds. The kite string was pulled too high. Both of them were immersed in the joy of flying kites, and the previous unhappiness had long been forgotten. But the good times didn't last long, because the line of the kite was too high, and the two little guys didn't hold the line, and the kite flew into the distance, looking at the kite that was drifting away. The eyes of the two little guys were lost and sad. Lele and Tuanchuan looked at the kite that had turned into a small dot, and said disappointedly, What should I do? The kite flew away. Tuanchuan looked at Gaigao with a very sad expression, and was also very sad. When Tuanchuan suddenly turned around, he saw that his butterfly kite had landed on the lawn. Tuanchuan ran to the other end of the lawn, held a kite in his hand, and said, Out of breath, Giggle, fly my kite. Lele looked at Tuanchuan hugging the kite and nodded with a smile. At this time, it was time for Su Chen and Yan Bingxue to appear, and Su Chen and Yan Bingxue walked over slowly. Yan Bingxue put it on Tuanchuan and Lei Lei's shoulders gently and asked, "What's the matter, baby?" Tuanchuan pointed at the kite that had long disappeared from the sky and said, "The kite has flown away." Su Chen smiled and said, "But it doesn't matter, didn't we buy 2 kites? Let's fly this kite together, okay?" Mom and Dad helped Tuanchuan and Lei Lei fly together. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei nodded with a smile. Okay. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei smiled again. Su Chen looked at Tuanchuan and Lei Lei and said seriously, "Mom and Dad are holding the kite, you guys are holding the kite string and run forward. Quickly, let's raise the kite." Tuanchuan and Lei Lei said with a smile, well, I must run quickly. Then Dad counts 1, 2, 3, and you run forward, okay? Su Chen said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei nodded. 1, 2, 3, run. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei ran forward. When the kite had a certain speed, Su Chen let go. The kite flew high into the air. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei felt as if something was pulling the kite string, and when they turned around, they saw the kite rising high into the air. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei smiled happily. Lei Lei said with a smile, "It turns out that the butterfly kite is also very beautiful." Tuanchuan smiled and nodded and said, "Giggle's Superman kite looks good too." But Lei Lei looked at Tuanchuan with a smile and said, "It doesn't matter, we still have a kite, let's fly this kite together." "Well, let's fly this kite together," Tuanchuan replied happily. The laughter of the two was very hearty, and Yan Bingxue and Su Chen felt warm in their hearts. The 2 little guys seemed to be reconciled. Yan Bingxue discovered in surprise. Yes, after all, the 2 little guys usually play well. Su Chen said with a smile. Tuanchuan, Lei Lei's kite can be raised a little higher. Su Chen exclaimed happily. Got it, Baba, Tuanchuan and Lei Lei replied. Lei Lei and Tuanchuan tentatively raised the kite. Giggle, that's all right, otherwise the kite will fly away again, Tuanchuan said while holding the kite string. Well, this time we must hold the kite string firmly, Lei Lei said with a smile. Lei Lei and Tuanchuan reached an agreement and nodded to each other. The family laughed happily. After a long time, it was getting late, and the family went back. The 2 little guys seemed to be tired. They just got into the car and fell asleep. After a while, Su Chen smiled and looked at the side faces of the 2 little guys and said jokingly, "Look, these 2 little guys, they are full to play, tired to sleep. How satisfied they are." Lin Xiao said with a smile, "That's what children are like, you weren't the same when you were young." Su Chen smiled and said, "Is it like this when I was a kid? It seems that they all forgot, but neither did my parents." Lin Xiao said with an excited smile. "Ha ha ha, it seems that you all remember the embarrassing things you did when you were a child. Then I don't talk about it casually." Su Chen turned to drive with peace of mind. Su Chen smiled and asked Yan Bingxue if she wanted to listen to the song. Yan Bingxue shook her head with a smile and said, "Forget it, I wake up these 2 little beasts later, there will be trouble." Su Chen smiled and said, yes. Back home, Su Chen carried the 2 little guys into the room to sleep. When the 2 little guys woke up, it was already dark. The 2 little guys got up from the bed in a daze. Tuanchuan wiped his eyes and walked to the living room. Lin Xiao watched the 2 little guys come out, and asked gently, "Tuanchuan?" Lei Lei woke up. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei nodded. The 2 little guys stuck beside Lin Xiao and Yan Bing Shue. Tuanchuan asked in a daze, Mama, what time is it? Yan Bingxue replied with a smile, it's almost 7 o'clock, and I have to prepare for dinner. Dad has already prepared the meal. Is it time for dinner? Tuanchuan said in surprise. Yan Bingxue nodded and looked at Tuanchuan and Lei. Looking outside, the sky has been covered with a layer of gray. Lei sighed. Cough, time flies so fast. You two little guys have slept, of course time flies quickly. Lin Xiu said. With a smile and patted the heads of the two little guys. Eat, Su Chen called. Let's go to dinner. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei replied. Tuanchuan patted his empty stomach and said, I can finally eat, Baba must have made a lot of delicious food. Well, I'm looking forward to it too. Lei said with a smile. The family happily ate dinner, and the whole room was filled with a warm atmosphere. First set a small goal, such as 1 second to remember, Shukja mobile version. Reading website. On Sunday, Su Chen looked at the spring light in his eyes, and suddenly came up with a plan. Bing Shue, let's draw with two little guys today, put up a drawing board in the yard, and then draw with Tuanchuan and Lei, Su Chen said with a smile, pointing to the vibrant yard. Yan Bingxue nodded in agreement. Let's go, let's call the two little guys. Su Chen smiled and stretched out a hand to Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen held hands to find two little guys, Tuanchuan and Lei, who were playing with building blocks. Seeing Yan Bingxue and Su Chen coming, Tuanchuan exclaimed happily, Baba, you're here, come and see, is this bridge we built today any good? Yan Bingxue gently touched Tuanchuan's little head and said, it looks good. Su Chen echoed, it's really pretty. It seems to be very similar to the bridge in my father's hometown. Lei smiled and looked at Su Chen in surprise and said, it's the bridge at Baba's hometown, he. Su Chen smiled and nodded, oh. Su Chen continued with a smile and said, well, Baba now has something more fun than building blocks, do you want to participate? What's more fun than building blocks? Tuanchuan and Lei instantly fretted when they heard the word fun. What is it? Baba, tell us quickly. Tuanchuan and Lei looked at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue excitedly. Su Chen smiled and said, that's sketching. Sketching? Tuanchuan asked, blinking a pair of suspicious eyes. Yeah, sketching means we go outside to collect the wind together. Yan Bingxue explained with a smile. Oh, so that's the case, that group is going. Lei is going too. The two little guys signed up excitedly. Su Chen continued to explain, for the sketching this time, we will go to the small courtyard behind our house. The flowers in the back courtyard are all blooming, but we can't miss it. We will put an easel in the courtyard today. And then, how about we paint together? Tuanchuan asked with a smile, are you painting with Baba Mama? Su Chen nodded and said, Baba Mama and Tuanchuan, Lei draw together. Tuanchuan and Lei smiled happily. Su Chen supported the drawing board in the middle of the yard and prepared the paint. Tuanchuan looked at Su Chen suspiciously and said, hey, why does Baba only have 3 colors of paint? Su Chen smiled and said, 3 colors are enough. Is 3 colors enough? Tuanchuan asked with wide eyes. These 3 colors, red, yellow, and blue, are the 3 primary colors. Any combination of these 3 colors can create a variety of colors. Su Chen said with a smile. Wow, is it so magical? Tuanchuan asked with a smile. Su Chen nodded. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, you can try to combine them yourself, maybe. There will be new discoveries. Yes. What color combination do you want? You can try it now, Su Chen said with a smile. Lei thought for a while, looking at the emerald green in the garden, and said, Baba, I want a green one. Green, let's try a combination of yellow and blue. Su Chen said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded and happily tried. Lei took a small paintbrush, carefully took some yellow and blue, and mixed them thoroughly. A miracle happened, and the yellow and blue really merged into green. Tuanchuan exclaimed excitedly, it's really green, giggle. You are amazing. Lei was also surprised to see the green he tuned out. Su Chen smiled and looked at the two little guys. Baba, I still want purple. Tuanchuan said happily. Purple, that Tuan, try mixing red and blue together. Su Chen said with a smile as he looked at Tuan. Tuanchuan recited in his heart red, blue. Here. Lei gave the small paintbrush to Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan very cautiously dipped a bit of red and blue with a paintbrush and fused them together. Slowly, the two colors are mixed together, and the purple is really combined. Wow, it's really purple, it's amazing. Tuanchuan said happily. Yes, it's amazing. Lei said with a smile. Under the guidance of Su Chen, the two little guys adjusted the 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, ha ha ha, all 7 colors are available. Lei said happily. Giggle, this is the color of the rainbow. It's so pretty, Lei said with a smile. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue looked at the two little guys with a smile. Yan Bingxue looked at the two little guys with a smile and said, now that the colors are all set, let's start painting. The two little guys nodded in anticipation. Well, what is good to draw? The two little guys thought for a while. Su Chen smiled and said, well, let's paint this tree, lawn, and sky, okay? The two little guys smiled and nodded, okay, just draw this. Well, Baba, teach us to draw together. Lei smiled and looked at Su Chen. And Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen smiled and looked at the two little guys. Su Chen said with a smile, okay, Baba will help you. Well, let's draw the grass first. Su Chen said with a smile. The two little guys smiled and nodded. Yan Bingxue asked with a smile, what color should the grass be painted? Tuanchuan and Lei said with a smile, green. Yan Bingxue smiled and nodded. Two little guys have drawn the grass. Under the guidance of Su Chen, the two little guys divided the drawing board into 2 parts, one for 3/10 and one for 7/10. The two little guys filled all 3/10 of the drawing board with green. Yan Bingxue smiled and praised, the color of the two little guys as well. Filled. Then what are we going to paint next? The two little guys looked at Su Chen, who looked up at the sky. The two little guys looked at Yan Bingxue and said, sky. Yan Bingxue smiled and nodded. The two little guys painted the sky again. Lei looked at the drawing board with satisfaction and said with a smile. Ha ha ha, blue sky, green grass. Ha ha ha, Yan Bingxue and Su Chen also smiled happily. Baba, can I draw trees next? Lei said with a smile, looking at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and nodded. Well, we can draw the tree now. Let's draw from the bottom to the top, and first outline the outline of the tree. Su Chen said with a smile. With the help of Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, the two little guys also drew the tree. Su Chen took a slender paintbrush and said with a smile, Baba, it's perfect. To add branches to the tree. The two little guys nodded and watched Suchin draw seriously. After Suchin filled the trunk, it was like a stroke of magic, and instantly felt like the tree was printed. First set a small goal, such as 1 second to remember, Shukja mobile version. Reading website. Tuanchuan and Lele said in surprise, "Wow, Baba, this tree trunk is so beautiful." "Well, my husband, how about we add some flowers to the tree?" Yan Bingxue pointed at the tree on the drawing board. "Yeah, add some flowers, it's suitable for the occasion, spring should belong to the season of flowers, how about green leaves with red flowers?" Su Chen said with a smile. The two little guys heard the conversation between Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Tuanchuan said excitedly, "Well, then let's each spend a little red flower. Shall we?" Tuanchuan said with a smile. "Okay, each draws 1 flower." Yan Bingxue looked at Tuanchuan and Lele with a gentle smile. "Ha ha ha, then I'll draw first," Tuanchuan said proactively. "Yeah." Yan Bingxue and Suchin nodded. Tuanchuan picked up the brush and was about to draw a little red flower. Tuanchuan looked up at a peach blossom not far away, imitating the shape of a peach blossom, and drew a little red flower. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue praised each other. "It looks good, it looks good. Papa Mama, I want to draw too, I want to draw too." Lele said excitedly. "Here," Hek Tuanchuan happily gave the paintbrush to Lele. Lele dipped a little paint on the brush and started to draw. Tuanchuan is more talented in painting. Compared with Tuanchuan's, the little flowers drawn by Lele are slightly inferior. Lele's paintings are also beautiful. Suchin praised with a smile. But my sister's drawing is better." "Papa, you can draw one too." Lele gave Suchin the brush. Suchin said with a smile, "I want my mother to draw first, women first." Yan Bingxue took the brush with a smile, and Yan Bingxue began to draw. Seriously. Yan Bingxue's side profile is really charming. Against the backdrop of the sun, she looks like an angel, descending on the mortal world. She has a light blue dress, fluffy and smooth long hair, a tall nose bridge, and bright eyes. Suchin looked at the corners of Yan Bingxue's mouth, raised unconsciously. Drawn. Yan Bingxue turned her head, looked at Suchin and smiled. Suchin looked at Yan Bingxue's beautiful eyes, and was extremely happy. Suchin praised involuntarily, "If you look at the city of people, then you will look at the country." Yan Bingxue looked at Suchin with a smile and said, "It's up to you to draw." Suchin picked up the paintbrush and began to paint. When drawing the flower, Suchin finished the flower as if he was outlining a beautiful woman. "Suchin's flowers are beautifully drawn," Yan Bingxue said with a smile. "My husband, you still draw so well. You also draw very well." Suchin said with a smile. The family happily admired the painting. Tuanchuan and Lele jumped up happily and said, "Ha ha ha, now you're done." Just when everyone was looking at the painting seriously, Chocho rushed over. Suddenly, Chocho threw the drawing board to the ground with lightning speed. The paint was spilled on the ground, and Chocho ran from left to right. In a few seconds, Chocho spread the footprints all over the drawing board. On the drawing board, on the ground. It's a bit unbearable to look directly at. Chocho, how could you destroy this painting? Chocho, you are a bad ball." Tuanchuan complained with a small mouth. Lele looked at the scene in front of her sadly and said, "What should I do? Baba Mama." Suchin tried his best to comfort the two little guys, and Yan Bingxue also tried his best to calm the mood of the two little guys. "Chocho, Come here, Qiu Qiu. You have caused trouble. Tuanchuan shouted loudly. Qiu Qiu felt the anger in Tuanchuan's eyes, and hurried away. Suchen quickly dealt with everything in front of him. Suchen lifted the drawing board up, and was surprised to find that Qiu Qiu's footprints actually gave the painting an unexpected surprise. Suchen said with a smile, Tuanchuan, Lei, take a look. Tuanchuan, Lei, and Yan Bingxue looked over. Yan Bingxue was pleasantly surprised and said, Wow, husband, in fact. Qiu Qiu's footprints seem to be flower petals falling on the grass, and they are actually very beautiful. Tuanchuan and Lei also looked at the painting in front of them in surprise. Really, Qiu Qiu's footprints are not really ruining the painting, but adding a different artistic conception to the painting. I thought of it. Suchen said and picked up the brush and began to draw. Suchen painted the back of a girl and a pair of swallows for this painting. Suchen looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile and said, Honey, what do you think? It looks like? Yan Bingxue said suddenly, Luo Hua is independent, and Wei Swifts fly together. Suchen smiled and looked at Yan Bingxue while holding a paintbrush. Yan Bingxue praised, I didn't expect Qiu Qiu to be self-defeating, but it added a little poetry to this painting. Yan Bingxue knelt down and patted the heads of the two little guys and asked, How are you doing? Do the two little guys think this painting looks good? Tuanchuan and Lei looked at the painting in front of them again. Tuanchuan smiled happily and said, It looks good, it looks good. Yeah, it looks good, it looks even better than before. Lei said in surprise. Papa is amazing. Tuanchuan and Lei said with a smile. Ha ha ha, our Qiu Qiu is also very good. Suchen happily pointed to Qiu Qiu in the distance. The two little guys giggled. Qiu Qiu is chasing dancing butterflies in the flowers, and Qiu Qiu is trying to jump up to catch the butterflies. Tuanchuan smiled and said, Okay, then I forgive Qiu Qiu. The family laughed happily. Tuanchuan and Lei held up the painting for Su Haoqian, Lin Xiu, Mr. Su, and Mrs. Su to see. The four of them sat on the sofa and carefully watched the painting in front of them. Tuanchuan proudly said, Grandpa, 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 and Grandma, I still have. Giggle, and Baba Mama drew this together. Mrs. Su adjusted her glasses and said, Yeah, it looks good, it looks good. Hee hee, Tuanchuan also thinks it looks good. Tuanchuan said happily. Tuanchuan, you forgot a participant. Yan Bingxue reminded with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei smiled and said, There's Qiu Qiu. Qiu Qiu can also paint? Lin Xiu asked in surprise. Yeah. Lei and Tuanchuan nodded. Lei smiled and explained, Grandma, look, these flowers are printed by Qiu Qiu's paws. Lin Xiu suddenly realized and nodded, Oh, I see it, it looks quite unique. Not bad. Yeah, it looks good. Su Haoqian said with a smile. Mr. Su smiled and said, Ha ha ha, it seems that Qiu Qiu is also a little painter. Ha 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 ha, everyone laughed together. At this time, Qiu Qiu took a small ball and ran in. Qiu Qiu's hair has been dyed in various colors by pigments, and now Mr. Su and Mrs. Su almost didn't recognize Qiu Qiu. Tuanchuan and Lei chuckled. Papa Mama, you look so funny watching the ball. Ha 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 ha, it seems that Qiu Qiu should be given a good bath. Suchen shook his head helplessly. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version. Reading URL. The birthdays of the two little ones are approaching, and the Su family is making careful preparations. Honey, it's almost the birthday of the two little guys, how should we prepare? Yan Bingxue thought. Suchen said with a smile, this is my first birthday with the two little guys. I want to give the two little guys a very unique birthday party. By the way, wife, how did you celebrate the birthdays of the two little guys? A few years ago? Su Chen continued to ask. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, a few years ago, the two little guys were still young. At home, the family gathered together to hold a family banquet for the two little guys, and then celebrate. Then buy the two little guys some birthday presents. Oh, then this year, let's invite all the children's kindergarten friends over, and then we will take the two little dolls to play in the botanical garden for a day. How about it? Su Chen said with a smile. I think it's pretty good. It seems that the two little guys haven't been to the botanical garden yet. The two little guys must be looking forward to it. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Yes, the cherry blossoms are in full bloom in early spring, and the garden is full of colorful flowers. The two little guys should like it very much. Su Chen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue smiled and nodded. As for the birthday party, I want to make it special. I want to add some special elements. Su Chen said with a smile. Special elements, how about we decorate the house like Disneyland? Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Well, but it's not special enough. To be unique, we need to add. Yan Bingxue continued. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen said suddenly, mecha. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile. We prepare some mechas, and then put the little animals from Disneyland on the mechas. Then assemble it into a train so that children can sit on it and play. Yeah, husband, I think this idea is very good. The two little guys like mechas the most. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Then Su Chen and Yan Bingxue continued to discuss. After discussing the layout of the scene, the family began to prepare gifts for the two little ones. Everyone prepares gifts from different aspects of eating, drinking and having fun. Everything is going on in an orderly manner, and the whole family hopes to let the two little guys have a special birthday. Grandpa Su's family also flew over from the imperial capital to celebrate the two little guys' birthdays. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue sent the invitation letter to the parents of the kindergarten children, hoping that everyone can participate as scheduled. The parents were delighted when they received the invitation letter. Xiaohu's mother exclaimed, "Look at how unique this invitation letter is, and the words are beautiful." Little Tiger's father said with a smile, "Okay, how about we make it together next time?" Xiaohu's mother shook her head and said, "I see, you're just talking nicely. Did you put so much thought into preparing your son's birthday? Isn't it just a gift?" Little Tiger's father smiled and assured, "This will not believe me." Xiaohu's mother said, "Hey, I'd better get ready to attend to Anchuan and Leilei's birthday party. I have to dress more formally tonight." Xiaohu's father was full of desire to survive and said, "My wife looks good in anything." Mother Xiaohu patted Father Xiaohu on the back and said, "You only have this mouth." Soon the birthday came. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue prepared a beautiful dress for each of the two little guys and put them in the room of the two little guys. When the two little guys, Tuanchuan and Leilei, opened their eyes, they saw a very delicate gift box on the table. Tuan Tuan and Lai Lai came from the bed to the table in surprise. This time, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue just walked in. "Papa Mama, here is a gift box," Tuanchuan said in surprise. "Baba Mama, is this prepared for Tuanchuan?" Tuanchuan said happily. "Yeah." Su Chen and Yan Bingxue nodded. Tuanchuan and Leilei happily opened the gift box. There is a very beautiful princess dress in Tuanchuan's gift box, the fluffy skirt is very dreamy. Then there was a pair of white leather shoes and a princess hair crown. Tuan Tuan was very excited. Tuanchuan exclaimed, "Wow, so beautiful." Yan Bingxue smiled and said, "Today is Tuan Tuan's birthday, how about wearing this new dress?" Tuan Tuan nodded cheerfully, "Okay, okay. Ma, we'll change it for you." Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Tuanchuan nodded happily. As for Lei, she also got a very handsome outfit, very playful and handsome. Tuanchuan and Lei put on new clothes and went downstairs. Su Haoqian, Lin Xiu, Mrs. Su, and Mr. Su looked at the two little guys with joy when they saw Tuanchuan and Lei put on new clothes. Lin Xiu happily praised, "Wow, today's Tuanchuan and Lei are very beautiful." Lei pouted and said, "Grandma, you don't want to be pretty." Lin Xiu smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, it's not that she's pretty, Lei is a handsome guy." Only then did Lei laugh, and Lei sat next to Lin Xiu with a smile. "Tuanchuan, happy birthday Lei, this is a gift prepared by Grandma and Grandpa. For you." Mrs. Su said as she took out two exquisite gift boxes. "Tuanchuan, happy birthday to Lei. And this is a gift from Grandpa. And that one is a gift prepared by Grandma." Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu hurriedly took out the presents. "Tuanchuan, happy birthday Lei. And this is a gift prepared by Papa Mama for you," Yan Bingxue said with a smile. "And Grandpa and Grandma have prepared gifts for you." Tang Shiyun walked over happily as she walked from the door. Tang Shiyun said happily, "Happy birthday, this is a gift prepared by Grandpa and Grandma for you." Tuanchuan and Lei felt flattered to receive so many birthday presents at once. Tuanchuan said in surprise, "I'm so touched, thank you, Mommy, Grandpa, Grandma, Grandpa, Grandma, and Grandpa and Grandma. I received so many birthday presents on my first birthday." Tuanchuan is so happy. Lei is so happy, it's the first time for Lei to receive such a birthday present. So happy. In the past, only Mama and Grandpa and Grandma accompanied Lei to celebrate her birthday. Today there are so many people accompanying us. So happy. Kaisanai, Lei said happily. "I'm so happy. Let's see if the gifts prepared by my mother, my grandparents, and my grandparents look good?" Suchin said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei smiled and nodded. Tuanchuan and Lei opened the presents excitedly. Tuanchuan and Lei were overjoyed to see so many different gifts. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version. Reading URL. Tuanchuan and Lei like every gift. Lei said happily. "I like them all, so if you like them, you have to keep them well." Lin Xiu said with a smile. "Yeah, yes, Tuanchuan will take good care of it. Lei will do it too." Tuanchuan and Lei said with a smile. "Yeah." Lin Xiu smiled and nodded. "Well, tell Tuanchuan and Lei another piece of good news. Do you want to hear it?" Suchin said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei said excitedly, I want to hear, what good news?" Suchin said with a smile, "The good news is that today we can go to a special place to play." What's the special place?" Tuanchuan asked with her big round eyes blinking. "Let's go to the botanical garden today, shall we?" Suchin said with a smile. "Botanical garden?" Tuanchuan and Lei stared at Suchen and Yan Bingxue with big eyes. Suchen and Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei jumped up happily, and Tuanchuan asked with a smile, "Baba, Mama, are there many plants in the botanical garden?" Yan Bingxue replied with a smile, of course, there are many different plants in the botanical garden. Now that spring is here, the flowers in the botanical garden are all blooming. They are so beautiful. There are red, purple, white, pink, and so on. Pretty. Tuanchuan said happily, then I'm going to see Hua Hua, and I'm going to see Hua Hua with Baba Mama. Grandpa and Grandma, Grandpa and Grandma, Grandpa and Grandma, are you going? Tuanchuan asked everyone sticking to each other. Go with your parents, Grandpa and Grandma are preparing a big surprise for you at home. Mr. Su said with a smile. Surprise, did Grandpa and Grandma prepare a surprise for Tuanchuan? Tuanchuan asked excitedly. Of course, when you come back from the botanical garden, you can see the surprise everyone prepared for you. Mr. Su said with a smile. Yeah, that Lele is looking forward to it, Lele said with a smile. Then Su Chen and Yan Bingxue drove Tuanchuan and Lele to the botanical garden. And Tuanchuan and Lele also found out the camera that Su Chen and Yan Bingxue had prepared for Tuanchuan Lele. Tuanchuan and Lele each carried a camera on their chests. Lele said excitedly, this time I will take a lot of beautiful photos, and then I will make a photo wall. Lele said with a smile. Hee hee, I want it too, I want it too. Tuanchuan said happily. Well, let's do it together, shall we? Lele said with a smile. Yeah, let's do it together, let's make a photo wall with many plants. Tuanchuan said excitedly. Along the way, the two little guys couldn't wait, wishing that there would be a flash function to fly into the botanical garden. Papa Mama, are you here yet? Tuanchuan asked anxiously. 10 minutes left, we'll be there soon. Suchen replied with a smile. 10 minutes left. It seems that I will be able to go to the botanical garden soon, and I seem to be taking pictures, Lele said with a smile. Ha ha ha, Tuanchuan, Lele, you are in such a hurry. Yan Bingxue laughed. Hee hee, it's my camera that is in a hurry. The camera told me that I can't wait to get to work, Tuanchuan said cutely while holding the camera. I don't know whether Tuanchuan and Lele are in a hurry, or the camera is in a hurry to work, Suchen said with a smile and glanced at Yan Bingxue. Lele looked at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue with a smile and said, hee hee. Actually there are all of them. Ha 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 ha, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue laughed happily. After repeated urgings, Tuanchuan and Lele arrived at the botanical garden that they had been longing for. Looking at the past, the botanical garden is full of lush greenery. What novel things will there be waiting for the two little guys? Suchen bought 4 tickets, and the 4 entered the park in a sightseeing car. Tuanchuan said excitedly, Papa, I can walk in. I can too, Lele said excitedly. The sightseeing bus can take us to the middle of the botanical garden, so that it will be more convenient for us to watch, Suchen said with a smile. Oh, Tuanchuan and Lele smiled and nodded. Suchen and Yan Bingxue hugged Tuanchuan and Lele respectively, and drove forward in the sightseeing bus. The scattered sunlight along the way scattered on the road through the gaps between the leaves, and the 2 sides of the road were full of tall and towering trees. Tuanchuan and Lele stared at the sky with their mouths wide open, and Tuanchuan said in surprise, Wow, such a big tree, Baba Mama, isn't this tree many, many years old? Suchen smiled and said, it should be, maybe it's older than my great grandfather. Lele said in surprise, is it a tree that is older than Grandpa? Grandpa is 70 years old now. Aren't these big trees over 70 years old? Suchen explained with a smile, well, maybe they are over 70 years old. And some of them may be over 100 years old. Wow, over 100 years old. Tuanchuan and Lei looked at the big tree, towering into the clouds, with reverence. Baba Mama, what do you think we will look like when we are over 100 years old? Tuanchuan asked, with big eyes blinking. Tuanchuan, let's save this question and ask myself when I'm over 100 years old. Because Dad doesn't know what Tuanchuan will look like. Then, Suchin said with a smile. Oh, Tuanchuan replied with a smile. Tuanchuan imagined, will Tuanchuan be as tall as a tree? Suchen and Yan Bingxue looked at this curious little doll happily. The sightseeing car stopped in the middle of the botanical garden. Tuanchuan and Lei walked forward with the tourists. Tuanchuan and Lei walked to an empty lot. There are tulips blooming everywhere here, and the tulips in the garden are very beautiful. Looking at the past one by one, it looks like a sea of flowers made by the gods. Wow, what a beautiful flower, Baba Mama, what kind of flower is this? Lei said with a smile. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, this is a tulip. Tulip, what a nice name, Tuanchuan said cutely. Yes, Mom and Dad also think it sounds good. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. I want to take a picture of tulip. Lei said with a smile. I want to take a picture of tulip too. Tuanchuan said happily. The two little guys took pictures of tulip very seriously. Later, Tuanchuan and Lei also took a photo of Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Although Tuanchuan and Lei's photography skills are not very mature, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue's outstanding appearance can withstand the death of Tuanchuan and Lei filming angle. Papa, do you think the photos I took look good? Tuanchuan asked happily. Looks good, looks good. Su Chen replied with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei walked forward, and Tuanchuan and Lei entered a sea of hydrangeas again. The clusters of hydrangea are very dreamy, and there are some butterflies and bees around the hydrangea. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember, Shukja mobile version. Reading URL. Tuanchuan looked at the clusters of hydrangeas in surprise, and said happily. Baba Mama, this hydrangea is so beautiful, the white one looks like snow, the red one looks like fire, and the pink one looks like clouds. Tuanchuan really likes it, I like it. Unexpectedly, Tuanchuan's imagination is quite rich, and the description is very vivid, Suchen said with a smile. Hehe, Tuanchuan said with a smile. Papa, why do you think this hydrangea is called hydrangea? Lei asked with a smile. Because this hydrangea looks very similar to a hydrangea, Suchen explained with a smile. What kind of ball is a hydrangea? Have you seen it? Tuanchuan said with a smile. Well, Tuanchuan and Lei haven't met each other yet, but hydrangea has a very long history, Suchen replied. The hydrangea must have a special place, right? Lei asked, blinking her big eyes. Suchen nodded and said, Lei is right. Hydrangea balls were used by people in ancient times to recruit relatives. In the past, some girls would stand on the embroidery tower and throw hydrangea balls to invite relatives when they were about to get married. Whoever wins is the bridegroom. Wow, throwing a hydrangea ball to get married, Lei and Tuanchuan said curiously. If Baba Mama lived in ancient times, wouldn't there be a hydrangea marriage? Lei said with a smile, looking at Yan Bingxue and Su Chen. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen expectantly, as if a scene like that appeared in her mind. A handsome young man in a long gown, Ling Feng, stood under the Hydrangea building, looking at himself standing above the Shoucho building with joy. Yan Bingxue looked tenderly at the hydrangea in front of her. Suchen gently put his hand on Yan Bingshue's shoulder, and said softly, "My wife also likes hydrangeas. Do you want us to plant some hydrangeas at home?" Yan Bingxue smiled and said, "Then I want my husband to plant a hydrangea for me." Suchen gently stroked Yan Bingshue's head and said, "If it's possible, I'd like to cover the sea of burning 10 miles of flowers for you." Yan Bingxue smiled and looked at the tender man in front of her. "Papa Mama, I want to take a photo for you, don't move," Tuanchuan said with a smile. "Okay, Mom and Dad don't move," Suchen said with a smile. The two little guys shot left and right, trying to find the best shooting angle. Both Yan Bingxue and Suchen were tired of posing, but the two little guys hadn't finished shooting yet. "Are you ready?" Suchen said with a hint of helplessness in his smile. "Immediately," said the little guy with a smile. The two little fellows of traditional Chinese medicine have taken a photo that they think they are satisfied with. "Do you want Dad to take a picture of you two little guys?" Suchen asked with a smile. "Yeah." Tuanchuan and Lele nodded with a smile. The two little guys are posing in various cute poses, and the cute photos are freshly released. "The filming is done, let's go." Suchen put down the camera and said with a smile. The two little guys nodded. Suchen and Yan Bingxue led the two little guys to the front. The two little guys passed a trail full of magnolias. The two little guys smelled a fresh and tangy fragrance. Lele smiled and said, "Wow, it smells so good." "That Tuan Lulu, guess what kind of flower it is, so fragrant?" Suchen asked with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele looked up at the delicate magnolia flowers on the branches and said happily, "It's this flower that smells so good." Yes, this flower is a magnolia flower," Suchen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue looked at the magnolia flowers on the branch with a smile and said, "Honey, the purple magnolia flowers are so beautiful." "Yeah, purple magnolia flowers are quite rare, and most of the magnolia flowers we see are white," Suchen said with a smile. At this time a magnolia petal suddenly floated down, and Yan Bingxue stretched out her hands to catch the magnolia petal. Ma, I want to see, I want to see," the two little guys said excitedly. "Okay, let's watch together," Yan Bingxue replied with a smile. Everyone carefully looked at the magnolia flower on Yan Bingxue's slender hand. Tuanchuan touched the magnolia petals lightly and said, "It's so beautiful, and it has a fragrance." "Yeah, Lele likes it too," Lele said with a smile. Giggle, do you think this magnolia flower looks like a small boat?" Tuanchuan said with a smile. "Yes, it seems I remember that the Thumbelina that Papa told us lived in Xiaohua, right? Could there also be a Thumbelina living in Huahua?" Lele asked with a smile. "Well, maybe there is." Yan Bingxue looked at Lele and Tuanchuan very gently and said. Lele and Tuanchuan looked at one tree blooming, and the loving and warm sunshine fell on both sides of the two little guys. Suchen and Yan Bingxue walked to the end of the magnolia flower and saw a cherry blossom forest. The cherry blossom forest was on the upper slope of a lake. There are some pear and peach blossoms planted around the lake. The sun is shining today. The calm lake reflects the reflections of peach blossoms and pear blossoms, and there are some petals floating in the water that are blown by the wind. The scene in front of you makes you unable to look away. "It's so beautiful," said the two little guys, blinking their big eyes. admiringly, looking at the flowers in front of them. Many tourists take pictures and play here. There are couples accompanying them, old people talking and laughing, and groups of lovely children. Everyone seems to meet at the same spring outing together. Looking at the scene full of spring in the garden, everyone smiled happily. It's so beautiful here, my wife, let me take a picture for you, Suchen said. With a smile, looking at Yan Bingxue. Okay. Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile. Yan Bingxue sat on a big rock, and beside the big rock, there were some scattered small petals floating around. Yan Bingxue stroked the hair beside her ear with a smile, and asked, "Is this okay?" "Yes, it looks good." Suchen looked at Yan Bingxue dotingly, and said, "Change your posture," Suchen said with a smile. Suchen continued to take a few more photos. Yan Bingxue walked to Suchen's side and asked, "How did the filming go?" "I want to watch it too, I want to watch it too," the two little guys said excitedly. The four of them looked around the camera together. Suchen said with a smile, "Our mother is beautiful, no matter how you take pictures, she looks good. Right?" Tuanchuan and Lele nodded with a smile, and Tuanchuan happily said, "Yeah, Mama is the most beautiful mama in the world." Yan Bingxue looked at Tuanchuan and Lele, gently stroked the faces of the two little guys and said, "Tuanchuan and Lele are also the cutest children in the world." Tuanchuan and Lele smiled happily. Suchen looked at the smiling Yan Bingxue in the camera, very satisfied with his masterpiece. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version. Reading URL. A family of 4 walked among the cherry blossoms. The pale pink cherry blossoms in the garden were very dreamy, as if traveling through a painting. The two little guys were also very happy. Suchen picked up a freshly fallen cherry blossom and pinned it to Yan Bingxue's ear, smiling at Yan Bingxue. Suchen smiled and said, "It's pretty, people are more beautiful than flowers." Yan Bingxue smiled happily. Tuanchuan and Lele liked cherry blossoms very much, and the two little guys run happily inside the cherry blossoms. Tuanchuan looked at Lele cheerfully and said, hee, hurry up and chase me. I'll catch up right away." Lele replied with a smile. The two little guys happily chased among the cherry blossoms, sometimes laughing heartily. Walking and walking out of the cherry blossom forest unknowingly, Su Chan and Yan Bingxue brought the two little guys to another area, where there is a long staircase beside the road. Looking at the long stairs, Tuanchuan and Lele smiled and sighed, "Wow, it's so high." "Yes," giggling, "it's so high, what do you think is on it?" Tuanchuan looked around curiously. At this time a group of children came. Tuanchuan smiled and greeted the children. Tuanchuan smiled and groaned, "Are you going up to play too?" A little boy replied, "Yes, we want to go up and see what fun things are on it." "I want to go too, heck, shall we go with them?" Tuanchuan pouted and looked at Lele pitifully, and said coquettishly, Okay, let's go together." Lele replied with a smile. Lele really has nothing to do with this cute and clingy little Tuanchuan. "Hey, my sister and I will go up and play with you, okay?" Lele said with a smile, looking at the little boy. The little boy looked at the other friends who were traveling with him, and they all acquiesced. The little boy said with a smile, "Okay then, let's have a competition, let's compete to see who can climb up first." Tuanchuan and Lele accepted the challenge with confidence. "Okay, competition." Tuanchuan and Lele readily agreed. "Baba Mama, let's go up and play," and come down later, Lei said with a smile, looking at Yan Bingxue and Su Chen. Yeah, okay, then be careful. Su Chen agreed with a smile. With Su Chen's consent, the two little guys let go and prepared for the competition. A group of children ran forward with all their might. Yan Bingxue asked worriedly, Husband, should we go up and have a look together? Su Chen smiled and took Yan Bingxue's arm and said, Honey, don't worry, they just want to play together and join in the fun. When the children come down, they will all come down too. Yan Bingxue nodded, but she still couldn't stop worrying. Her heart was always up and down. Su Chen smiled and said to Yan Bingxue, Honey, Tuanchuan and Lei will be 4 years old from today. We have to learn to let go of everything. Children have their own world. They can have an independent space. We have to believe in Tuanchuan and Lei. Su Chen's words made Yan Bingxue suddenly realize, yes, Tuanchuan and Lei are now 4 years old, and they are no longer the little ones who can't live without their mother. Yan Bingxue looked gently at the two little guys who were struggling to climb up. The two little guys finally climbed to the top. The little boy said out of breath, I never thought you would be so powerful. And you will arrive before me. Lei smiled and said, Well, maybe it's because our papa-mama let us run with them, so we can run a little faster, but giggling is also great, just a little bit more than Lei. Have fun. The little boy said in admiration, But you are still very good. The little boy looked around and said excitedly, Look, there is a pavilion over there, and there seems to be a shining thing over there. As soon as the children heard what the little boy said, they immediately rushed over together. A group of children were playing and laughing among the pavilions. When the little ones are tired from playing, everyone is ready to go back. The little boy came down first, with Tuanchuan and Lei a little behind. Yan Bingxue saw the figure of the little boy and several other children, and she was overjoyed and said, Honey, they're all down. Yan Bingxue carefully looked for the figures of Tuanchuan and Lei. Yan Bingxue looked and looked, but still did not see the figures of the two little guys. Yan Bingxue was a little anxious. At this time, Yan Bingxue was about to go up to find the two little guys. Suddenly, I saw Tuanchuan and Lei appearing on the top of the stairs. Tuanchuan and Lei held hands and walked down cautiously. Yan Bingxue's restless heart finally regained its previous calm. Yan Bingxue looked at Tuanchuan and Lei with a smile. Su Chen patted Yan Bingxue lightly and signaled, It's okay, the two little guys have come down. Baba Mama, Tuanchuan and Lei shouted loudly while standing on the stairs. Mom and Dad are here, come down quickly. Yan Bingxue said with a smile on her face. She couldn't tell that she was a strong woman in her career, she was just a gentle mother at this time. Tuanchuan and Lei walked to Yan Bingxue and Su Chen with a smile. Su Chen took out 2 small tissues and said, Look at the sweat on your face. From running, wipe it off. Tuanchuan and Lei smiled and nodded, wiping the sweat off their faces. Yan Bingxue took the water bottles of the two little guys out of the bag. Drink some water. Thank you, Mama, the two little guys said with a smile. You're welcome, Yan Bingxue replied softly. What are you playing on it for so long? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Hee, let's play games together. Lei said with a smile. Su Chen took out some candies from the bag and gave them to the little boy. Do you want to eat candy? The little boys nodded and looked at Su Chen with a smile. Su Chen gave each of the little boys a pack of candies, and the little boy said politely, Thank you, Uncle. You're welcome. Su Chen looked at the little boy with a smile. Baba Mama, our candy. The little guy Tuanchuan looked at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue and said, "Here I can only eat one now, otherwise, I won't be able to eat the delicious food at night." Yan Bingxue smiled and gave each of the two little guys a candy. "Yeah, I see. Tonight, Tuanchuan and Lele will have a lot of delicious food at the birthday party," Lele said with a smile. Hearing the word birthday, the little boy came to his senses. No wonder his uncle brought so many delicious food today. It turned out to be their birthday. The little boy looked at Tuanchuan and Lele sincerely and said, "Happy birthday." "Thank you," giggled Tuanchuan and Lele said with a smile. After a while, the little boy's parents came over. The little boy said goodbye to Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, Tuanchuan and Lele, and then left with his mother. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version. Reading URL. After the little boy left, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue also led Tuanchuan and Lele continued to walk forward. Tuanchuan and Lele came to a camellia garden. Camellia is covered with a slope full of green leaves, dotted with red, white, and pink flowers at a glance. Tuanchuan and Lele looked at the camellias all over the mountains with a smile and said, "Wow, it's so beautiful." "Yeah, this is a camellia," Su Chen said with a smile. "Camellia, wow, I really like camellia," Tuanchuan said with a smile. "I want to take pictures of camellias, red flowers, pink flowers, and white flowers," Lele said with a smile. The two little guys hurried to the front to take pictures of the flowers. "Papa, Papa, can you sing us a song? Tuanchuan wants to dance here," Tuanchuan said happily. "Okay, Baba will sing a song for Tuanchuan and Lele," Su Chen replied with a smile. What song should I sing?" "Papa will sing you those flowers," Su Chen said with a smile, looking at Tuanchuan and Lele. "Yeah, everything Papa sings is good," Lele and Tuanchuan said in unison. "That laugh reminds me of my flowers. Silently open for me in every corner of my life." Tuanchuan and Lele jumped up happily with the beautiful singing. Yan Bingxue recorded a video for the two little guys. In the video, the two little guys happily danced to the melody, watching Yan Bingxue's heart warm. At the end of the song, the two little guys still had more to say, walking happily while humming the little song. Tuanchuan and Lele climbed up the hillside and saw a big house not far away. The round roof of the house was very special, and there was a large ground in front of the house. Tuanchuan looked at the house not far away and said, "Baba Mama, there is a house over there." "Which side?" Yan Bingxue looked around. "Over there," Tuanchuan said excitedly, pointing at the house. "Oh, Dad saw it. That house seems to be quite big, like a base," Su Chen thought. "Base?" Tuanchuan used his imagination to think seriously, and Tuanchuan made a surprised expression and said, "Oh, I see, that must be a secret base, let's go and see, Baba Mama." Lele said excitedly, "Yeah, it looks so mysterious there, let's go and have a look." Now that the two little guys have said so, Yan Bingxue and Su Chen naturally agreed with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele walked in front, while Yan Bingxue and Su Chen walked behind. Walking around the house, I found that tourists coming and going came in and out from the inside, and some tourists walked out happily with some plants in their hands. Tuanchuan and Lele became more and more curious. Tuanchuan and Lele walked in and found many small green potted plants. "Wow, Papa Mama, I'm right, right? This is a base, a succulent base, right?" Tuanchuan said excitedly. Yes. Yan Bingxue nodded and said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei continued to walk forward, with a panoramic view of many kinds of succulents, and the two little guys were dazzled. Papa Mama, these succulents are so beautiful, Tuanchuan said with a smile. Each area has a different kind of succulent, and there are some numbers on the succulent. Although the two little guys can't recognize the name of the succulent, they can see the number and the pictures of banknotes on the vertical card next to the name of the succulent. The two little guys understood. Baba Mama, these succulents can be bought, right? Lei said with a smile. Yeah, Lei is very smart, these succulents can be sold. Yan Bingxue said, while looking at Lei with a smile. Lei, Tuanchuan, do you want to buy it? Suchen asked with a smile, pointing at the succulent. The two little guys nodded without thinking. Choose it yourself, and tell me which one you choose. Suchen said with a smile. The two little guys nodded happily, and each chose. Suchen looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile. Yan Bingxue seemed to be interested in succulents too. Yan Bingxue was fascinated when he saw a succulent that looked like a bunch of red grapes. Suchen took out one of the plates of succulents, and asked with a smile. Honey, do you like this variety? How about we buy one and put it on the terrace? Yan Bingxue said a little uncertainly, should I raise it myself? But I'm afraid I can't raise it well. Suchen said with a smile, it's very simple. This succulent doesn't need to be watered a lot. Watering once every half a month is enough. It only needs enough sunlight to survive. Yan Bingxue said in surprise, is succulent so easy to feed? Suchen looked at Yan Bingxue with a smile and said, of course, succulents and cacti are the easiest to feed. Yan Bingxue smiled happily and said, then let's take care of this one. Okay, my husband will hold it for you. Suchen said with a smile. The two little guys have also chosen, and the two little guys shouted, Papa. Mama, come quickly. Yan Bingxue and Suchen walked over. Tuanchuan said in confusion, Baba Mama, I think this leaf is so big and beautiful. Tuanchuan shifted his gaze to another succulent tree, and said in embarrassment, but, I think this Ye is so cute even if it is small. So Tuanchuan doesn't know which one to choose, right? Suchen patted Tuantai's shoulder lightly and said. Tuanchuan felt that what Suchen said touched his heart, so he nodded in agreement and said, Papa, you are so right. In that case, let's. Suchen looked at Yan Bingxue and continued, take both of them. Tuanchuan looked at Suchen overjoyed and said, really? Tuanchuan can bring both. Suchen nodded with a smile. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, but there is one prerequisite. What is it? Tuanchuan asked Yan Bingxue excitedly. Since Tuanchuan has chosen two succulents, he must be responsible for the two succulents and take good care of each one. Yan Bingxue said seriously. Tuanchuan smiled excitedly and nodded, yeah, Tuanchuan will definitely take good care of it. Tuanchuan happily told Lei, who had chosen the succulent in front, hey. You can buy two succulents. Lei said in surprise, oh yeah, that's great, then I don't need to worry about whether I want to buy this or this. Tuanchuan looked at Lelexuan's succulent and said, hey, you like this, it's like a small stone. Lei carefully explained, well, this is like a stone now, and it will bloom. When it grows it's like a flower blooming from the middle of the stone, I think it's very vital. So it's like this, Tuanchuan also likes succulent meat with vitality. Tuanchuan said excitedly. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember, Shukja mobile version. Reading URL. Yan Bingxue and Suchen each chose a succulent, the two little guys each chose 2 succulents, Suchen held 2, Yan Bingxue held 2, Tuanchuan and Lei each held 1, ready to pay the bill up. When paying the bill, the two little guys made a new discovery, and Lei said happily, Baba Mama, you see there are so many beautiful small bottles here. Small bottles are used to hold meat, right? Tuanchuan said happily. Yeah, it's for succulents, let's buy a few beautiful small bottles, and go home. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Yeah. The two little guys nodded happily. Everyone chose 6 beautiful ceramic bottles together. The two little guys were very satisfied now. The staff put the succulents into the 6 bottles Su Chen had chosen. Tuanchuan said excitedly, Papa, this bottle is so beautiful. It's better to take good care of it if it looks good, right? Tuanchuan said excitedly. Yeah, it's beautiful, look at the little flower painted on this bottle, and how beautiful this little peacock is, just like Tuanchuan. Suchen said with a smile, touching Tuanchuan's small face. Tuanchuan smiled happily. After shopping for succulents, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue continued to stroll around the botanical garden. It was already afternoon when Su Chen and Yan Bingxue returned home. Yan Bingxue touched the hands of the two little guys, and said softly, How is it, baby? Did you enjoy your lunch today? Lei happily touched her chubby belly, and said, Happy, the dishes for lunch are all Lei, and there is Lei, which my sister likes to eat, and my sister is super happy. Suchen smiled happily while driving the car. Wait a minute, let's go home and prepare for the banquet, and then at night Tuanchuan and Lei will be responsible for the handsome entrance, Suchen said with a smile. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the birthday party tonight, Baba Mama. Today the kindergarten children will come to celebrate the birthday of Tuanchuan and giggle, right? Tuanchuan asked with a smile. Yeah, today the kindergarten children will come to accompany Tuanchuan, and Lei celebrates her birthday, so Tuanchuan and Lei are the protagonists of this banquet, so please treat them well, the little guests who came to our house today, Su Dust said with a smile. Then Tuanchuan and Lei took out all the toys and played with the children. Lei replied after thinking about it seriously. Suchen pretended to be surprised and asked, Tuanchuan and Lei are going to take out all the toys to play with the children? It seems that Tuanchuan and Lei are very generous today. Tuanchuan replied seriously, kids in the kindergarten are all friends of Tuanchuan and Lei. If we have toys we like, we should share them with our friends, right? This is what Papa Mama taught us. Suchen and Yan Bingxue laughed at Tuanchuan's righteous words. Yes, Tuanchuan and Lei did a great job. Good toys should be shared with friends. About 20 minutes later, Suchen finally drove back home. Tuanchuan and Lei were very pleasantly surprised when they saw the decoration. Inside the house, Lei said excitedly, The house is so beautiful today. Everywhere is colorful. Hee, look quickly, there are many, many balloons, wow, there are pink balloons, Tuanchuan likes pink balloons the most. Tuanchuan said excitedly. There's another surprise, Tuanchuan and Lei will know when they walk into the yard. Suchen said with a smile. There is another surprise. Tuanchuan and Lei are so nervous and looking forward to it, Lei said excitedly and nervously. Tuanchuan and Lei rushed to the yard as fast as they could return home, and saw a small train made up of mechas. There were various animals on the train. including cute kittens, cute Mickey Mouse, and a blue baby elephant. Tuanchuan and Lei screamed excitedly, "Wow, this little train is so beautiful and special. And they are all combined in the shape of a mecha, so cool," Lei said with a smile. "Wow, but it's also the shape of the mecha that Dad made," Tuanchuan said in surprise. Seeing the satisfied looks of the two little guys, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue also smiled happily. Tuanchuan and Lei, "Do you want to sit on it and have a try?" Su Chen asked. With a smile. "Yeah." Tuanchuan and Lei nodded excitedly. The two little guys got on the train, looking happily at the little animals next to them, getting more and more excited the more they watched. "Are Tuanchuan and Lei ready? Dad is going to start the little train," Su Chen said with a smile. "Yeah." The two little guys said happily. Su Chen pressed the master button, and the little train started, and the little train was playing the happy birthday song while it was moving. Tuan Lula followed the melody of the song, clapped her little hands happily, and sang to herself. The train stopped slowly, and Su Chen got off the train holding Tuanchuan and Lei in his arms. "Wow, it's so fun, my sister, and I really like this mech train," Lei said excitedly. "Then when the children come at night, Tuanchuan and Lei will invite the children to play with you on the train, okay?" Yan Bingxue looked at Tuanchuan and Lei with a smile and asked. "Okay, the kids must really like this train," Tuanchuan said confidently. Soon it will be time for the banquet to begin. The children and their parents arrived one after another. Tuanchuan and Lei warmly invited the children to play together. The children played together on the mech train, and then went to the indoor playroom to play with Tuanchuan and Lei. They took out all the toys and played with the children. I had a great time. The children also prepared small gifts for Tuanchuan and Lei. "Tuanchuan, this is a picture I drew for you. I think Tuanchuan is very similar to a rabbit, because you are all cute, and Tuanchuan's friends have big eyes like rabbits," Lily said with a smile. "Wow, what a beautiful little rabbit, thank you Lily," Tuanchuan said happily. "This one is for Lei. This one is a Spider-Man that Mama and I picked out in the toy store. I think Lei is just as powerful as Spider-Man," Xiaohu said with a smile. Lei took a small pendant from Spider-Man and said with a smile, "Thank you, Xiaohu." The children gave all their gifts to Tuanchuan and Lei. After everyone arrived, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue rolled out a super big cake. Tuanchuan and Lei looked at Su Chen, who was walking towards him with Bingxue's face and the huge cake Bingxue was holding, and they were very happy. "Wow, Baba Mama really didn't lie, the cake prepared for us this time is so big," Lei said excitedly. "Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember, Shukja mobile version. Reading URL. When Su Chen and Yan Bingxue walked over pushing the big cake, the chandelier in the house was turned off and replaced with small warm yellow lights dotted around. The atmosphere is full. Tuanchuan and Lei looked at the oversized cake and laughed nonstop. "Wow. It's so beautiful." Su Chen started, and everyone sang the happy birthday song together. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you." Lin Xiao and Su Haqian presented the two little guys with birthday exclusive crowns. The two little guys happily touched the crown above their heads. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen walked over slowly. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen looked at Tuanchuan and Lei with a smile and said, "Happy birthday, baby." Tuanchuan and Lei thanked in unison, "Thank you, Baba Mama." Yan Bingxue said softly, "You're welcome, make a wish." Tuanchuan and Lele nodded happily, and the light of the candles hit the rosy faces of the two little guys. The two little guys clasped their hands on their chests and made a wish. Tuanchuan smiled and said to the cake, I hope that every year's birthday Baba, Mama, and everyone can accompany Tuanchuan. By the way, every year, Baba will make a beautiful cake for Tuanchuan. Lele smiled and made a wish on the cake, I hope that my sister and I can always be Papa Mama's favorite children in the future, and I will become a man who stands up to heaven and earth like Papa. The two little guys opened their eyes. Blow out the candles, Yan Bingxue said softly. The two little guys nodded with a smile. Blow it out at once, Su Chen said with a smile. The two little guys took a deep breath, and Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were also helping, and the two little guys blew it out once they pulled it out. There was warm applause at the banquet, and everyone showed a happy smile. The candles are extinguished, the headlights are turned on again, and the world returns to bright colors. Everyone said in unison, Happy birthday! Tuanchuan and Lele smiled happily. What wish did the birthday boy make? Xiaohu's father asked with a smile. Well, this is a secret, Tuanchuan said with a smile and blinked a pair of round eyes. Ha 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 ha, good, secret. Xiaohu's father said with a smile. Baba Mama, this cake has a tuan and a giggle, Tuanchuan said in surprise. Papa drew this for you. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Is this cake also made by Papa? Lele asked happily. Yeah, Dad made this cake for you too. Lin Xiao nodded and replied. Oh, Papa is so nice. Lele and Tuanchuan said in unison. Baba Mama, can we eat cake now? Tuanchuan can smell the sweet and creamy smell. On top of this cake, Tuanchuan really wants to eat it. Tuanchuan said happily. Of course, Tuanchuan and Lele will make the first cut. Su Chen handed over a cake-cutting knife. Papa Mama, help us cut together. Lele said with a smile, holding Yan Bingshue's Su Chen's hand. Lele's little hands were soft and sticky, holding Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue looked happily at Lele and agreed. The family of four made the first cut of the cake together. Everyone applauded Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, Lele, and Tuanchuan. Then everyone shared a piece of cake. The little ones especially love this cake. Xiaohu smiled and said with satisfaction, This cake is delicious. Lily said happily, Yes, this cake is delicious, even better than the cake my mother ordered for me on my birthday. Hee, this is a cake made by Wobaba, Lele said with a smile. Lily and Xiaohu nodded with a smile. Lily and Xiaohu had already seen Su Chen's superb cooking skills in a group building activity organized by kindergarten parents last time. Lily said enviously, Tuanchuan, Lele, your papa is amazing, the cake you made is so delicious. Tuanchuan held Lily's little hand and said, Lily, your papa is also very powerful. Your papa can build a big house, which is great. Lily looked at Tuanchuan with a smile, and was very happy when she heard Tuanchuan praise her papa. Xiaohu smiled and touched his little head and said, Well, my dad is a physical education teacher. Lele smiled and said, The teacher is also very good, your dad must be very good at running and playing basketball. Xiaohu smiled foolishly. Tuanchuan patted his little hands and said, It seems that everyone's papa is very powerful. Tuanchuan, Lele, I think your papa is the most powerful. Your papa can make a lot of delicious food, and then you can also be a mecha superman, you can draw, and you will do manual work with you. Every time you can win the first place with a manual job. Lily said admiringly. Tuanchuan smiled and said, "It seems that Papa will be much better." Lily told Tuanchuan quietly, "My mother said that your Papa is so handsome, and your Mama is also very beautiful, and that they are the prettiest papas in the kindergarten." Tuanchuan smiled happily when he heard Lily's praise. At this time, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue came over. The children were sitting on the small table eating cakes and chatting. Seeing that the children were chatting happily, Su Chen walked over and asked, "What are you talking about, children?" Lily looked at Su Chen with a smile and said, "Shoo shoo, Auntie, we are talking about our Papa and Mama." "You're talking about Mom and Dad, what are you talking about?" Su Chen sat on the sofa and asked, curiously. "My friends are saying that Uncle is the most powerful daddy, and Auntie is the most beautiful mommy," Lily said while eating the cake. "Uncle doesn't think so." Su Chen shook his head and said, "Why?" Lily and Xiaohu asked with a smile. "Uncle thinks that each of your fathers is the most beautiful father, and each of your mothers will be the most beautiful mothers in your eyes. The love and care they give you is the most sincere." Su Chen looked at each child with a smile and said. Lily and Xiaohu nodded with a smile. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, "Think about it, isn't your mother always making delicious food for you at home? When your mother is sick, she cares about you the most, right? To see if a person is beautiful, you can't just looking at the appearance. I think every mother is the most beautiful mother in the world, and the only mother in the eyes of her children." Lily, Xiaohu, Tuanchuan and Lele all thought carefully about what Su Chen and Yan Bingxue said, and found that what Su Chen and Yan Bingxue said made sense. Xiaoli, Xiaohu, Lele, and Tuanchuan nodded in agreement. "I see, so we all have to love our Papa, right?" Lele said, looking at Yan Bingxue and Su Chen with joy. "Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember." Shukja mobile version. Reading URL. And I think Lily and Xiaohu's parents are super good parents. Let's not always compare our own parents with other people's parents. Actually, our parents are very good, right? Yan Bingxue looked at the little guys tenderly and said, "Auntie's parents are also very good, right?" Xiaoli asked with a smile. Yan Bingxue smiled and nodded. Auntie's parents are very good, they are the best parents in the world." The little guys smiled and nodded. The two little guys saw Gu Yusen and Fang Qi walking in the yard, and Tuanchuan and Lele immediately clinged to them. Aunt Yusen, Fang Qi shoo shoo, the two little guys shouted happily. Gu Yusen hugged the two little guys who were walking towards them. Tuanchuan, "Happy birthday, Lele." "Thank you, Aunt Yusen, didn't you?" And Fang Qi Shu say prepare a very beautiful gift for Tuan Tuan and Gugu? Tuanchuan asked, curiously and expectantly. "Well, of course, Tuanchuan and Lele's 4th birthday, Aunt Yusen will of course prepare a surprise for you," Gu Yusen replied with a smile. "Really?" Tuanchuan and Lele asked happily. Tuanchuan and Lele looked around and found that the gift was not with Gu Yusen and Fang Qi, and asked, "Aunt Yusen, where is the gift?" "Well, here. Gu Yusen said with a smile. As he spoke, he sometimes stretched out his left hand, sometimes his right hand, and sometimes turned over his pockets. The two little guys were teased by Gu Yusen and couldn't find their way. "Okay, Aunt Yusen is not joking with you guys anymore. Archie, take out the gifts from the two little guys," Gu Yusen said with a smile, looking at Fang Qi. The two little guys focused their eyes on Fang Qi. Fang Qi smiled and said, "The gift is in Uncle's car." Uncle will go get it. Tuanchuan and Lei happily smiled and said, Shoo, Tuanchuan and Lei are waiting. For you. After a while, Feng Qi brought the gift, which was packaged in a very beautiful cylindrical gift box, with a beautiful bow tied on the gift box. Happy birthday! Feng Qi and Gu Yusen said in unison. Thank you, Aunt Yusen. Feng Qi, Shu, Tuanchuan, and Lei took the gift box. Tuanchuan and Lei were very curious about the gift inside. Tuan and Lei called Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, and Lei said anxiously, Baba, can you help us open this gift box? Do you open it now? Su Chen confirmed. The two little guys nodded in unison. Then Baba, open it, Su Chen said with a smile. Su Chen opened the gift box, which contained 2 blind boxes. Gu Yusen explained, Aunt Yusen specially chose this one for you. This one is out of print. Tuanchuan and Lei happily opened the blind box. Lei is a very handsome cartoon character, and Tuanchuan is a cute Molly doll. Both little guys loved it. Tuanchuan said happily, Wow. This is so cute. Auntie also thinks it's so cute, and Tuanchuan is very similar to this doll, Gu Yusen said with a smile. Really? Tuanchuan smiled and touched Molly's smiling face. Yeah, Tuanchuan shows my parents this expression. Gu Yusen said with a smile. Tuanchuan followed Mo Li's pouting mouth and blinked at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue with big watery eyes. Tuanchuan pouted and said with an expression on his face. Baba, do you want to? Yan Bingxue said with a smile, Ha ha ha, super like. Ha ha ha, then it will be a small version of Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan said excitedly. Holding Molly. Gu Yusen looked at Lei and said with a smile, Lei, this character is one of my aunt's favorite cartoons. I hope Lei can be as brave and kind as him. Lei replied seriously, Well, Lei will do it. Lei wants to be a little man. And then when he grows up, he must protect Baba Mama. Gu Yusen gave Lei a thumbs up and said, Ha ha ha, have ambition. Hee Lei smiled happily. Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, Tuanchuan, Lei, and Gu Yusen, Feng Qi walked into the living room. Gu Yusen noticed the grand piano in the living room. Gu Yusen smiled and said, Bingxue, are you interested in playing a piece of Pinguqiuyue? Yan Bingxue said with a smile, Okay. It's been a long time since we played the piano together. Mama, are you and Auntie going to play the piano together? Tuanchuan asked. Excitedly. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, will Mama perform Autumn Moon over Pingu for you? Okay. Tuanchuan and Lei replied in unison. As the chief audience of Yan Bingxue and Gu Yusen, Tuanchuan and Lei occupied an excellent position to watch. Yan Bingxue and Gu Yusen sat on the piano bench and immediately attracted the attention of the audience. How could the two beauties miss playing the piano together? Everyone gathered around to watch. Yan Bingxue sat on the right, Gu Yusen sat on the left, the two nodded to each other and began to play. As soon as the piano sound came out, the whole audience was quiet, and the beautiful melody circulated on the fingertips of the two of them. The beautiful melody made everyone feel calm. Everyone silently watched Gu Yusen and Yan Bingxue play. After the song, the audience burst into warm applause. Wow, Mama is amazing, Auntie is amazing, listen well, Tuanchuan exclaimed. I didn't expect you to have such a tacit understanding, Tang Shuyun said with a smile. Yuan Lishu said with a smile, after all, we grew up together, so naturally there is a tacit understanding. When Suchen heard this, he was a little jealous. Suchen smiled and held Yan Bingshua's hand and said with a smile, "Wife, let's play a song too." Yan Bingshua said with a smile, "Okay." Gu Yusen laughed deliberately and joked, "Let's wait and see." Suchen gave Gu Yusen a confident and polite smile. Yan Bingshua and Suchen sat on the piano bench. Suchen asked, "Wife, what do you want to play?" Yan Bingshua looked out the window and found that the moon was bright tonight, and there were a few white clouds floating around the halo of the moon. Yan Bingshua smiled and said, "Why don't we play colorful clouds chasing the moon?" Colorful clouds chasing the moon, good. Suchen smiled and nodded. Suchen and Yan Bingshua began to play, and the two played together with 4 hands, as if they were singing in harmony, echoing each other. When the theme music of Kaiyun chasing the moon came out, the joy of chasing the moon and the regret of not being able to be chased were vividly interpreted. Sure enough, it's a perfect match, watching them, listening to them play, as if I was the one who chased the moon. Yes, the sound of the piano is really beautiful. Everyone applauded. Gu Yusen also praised, "I didn't expect Bingshua and Suchen to cooperate so well, it's really seamless." First set a small goal, such as 1 second to remember, Shukja mobile version. Reading website. After Suchen and Yan Bingshua played together, the banquet continued. Everyone had a great time at the banquet. At 8 o'clock, the fireworks show started on time. I just heard a loud noise from outside, and then colorful fireworks burst out in the sky. Tuanchuan He Lele said with a smile, "Wow, what a beautiful fireworks. The most beautiful is in the back." Suchen said with a smile. "The most beautiful?" Tuanchuan and Lele asked with big questioning eyes. "Yeah, the most beautiful fireworks," Suchen said with a smile. "Baba, what are the most beautiful fireworks?" Lele asked with a smile. "Well, Baba ask you, do you know how many colors fireworks come in?" Suchen asked with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele thought carefully, red, and green, and purple, and yellow. The little guys responded positively. "Well, yes, what about today's fireworks? Dad wants to show you a new color." Suchen said with a smile. "The new color?" Tuanchuan and Lele looked up at the sky expectantly. "What color is the new color?" Baba said. Suddenly, a blue light flashed from the sky, and Tuanchuan and Lele exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, it's blue fireworks." "Blue fireworks," Tuanchuan said happily. Everyone else sitting at the banquet was amazed. "I saw blue fireworks for the first time today." "Yeah, I didn't expect fireworks to be blue." "Yeah, it's beautiful, and you find it beautiful without this firework pattern." Everyone praised. "Baba, this is the most beautiful fireworks show that Tuan Tuan has ever seen. Tuan Tuan likes it very much." Tuanchuan said excitedly. Mama, you have your initials," Lele said happily. "Yeah, Mom saw it." Yan Bingshua said with a smile. "Bingshua, today is not only Tuanchuan and Lele's birthday, but also your good Friday. Thank you for your hard work. This glass of wine, I respect you." Su Chen said with a smile. "Okay." Yan Bingshua said with a smile. Su Chen and Yan Bingshua smiled and watched each other drink a glass of red wine. The banquet ended at 10 o'clock, and Tuanchuan and Lele reluctantly sent the children home. "Goodbye, Tuanchuan, Lele, happy birthday," Lily said to Tuanchuan and Lele before getting into the car. "Next time, come to my house to play next time. We and Grandma will make a lot of new clothes for our Barbie doll." Shall we change the new clothes for Barbie together? Tuanchuan looked at Lily and said with a smile. Well, okay, next time I'll bring my Barbie doll too, let's play together. Lily said excitedly. Then let's pull the hook. This way, no one will go back on it, Tuanchuan said while holding Lily's little hand. Lily nodded with a smile and said, okay. The two people held their little hands together, the hook is hanged, and it cannot be changed for 100 years. If it changes, it will become a puppy. The two little guys said in the loudest voices. Ha ha ha, Uncle and Aunt testified to Tuan Tuan and Lily. Lily's father said. With a smile. The two little guys smiled and nodded. Welcome next time Shushu brings Lily to our house to play, Tuanchuan said enthusiastically. Yeah, yes. Goodbye Tuan Tuan, Lele goodbye. Lily's father pulled down the car window and said. Tuanchuan and Lele watched Lily leave. Everyone left one after another. Yan Bingxue gently touched the heads of the two little guys and said, okay, now the two little guys are going to sleep. Lele nodded and said, As Yan Bingxue walked, she asked with a smile, did Tuanchuan and Lele have a happy birthday today? Tuanchuan jumped out first and said excitedly, hee, happy this birthday is the happiest birthday that Tuan Tuan has ever had. Yeah, Lele is also very happy. Today, everyone is with Lele and her sister, celebrating our birthday with us. Lele is very happy. Lele said with a smile. Lele and Tuanchuan are so happy. Do Lele and Tuanchuan still want to listen to bedtime stories? Suchin took out a copy of Grimm's fairy tales and asked. The two little guys immediately pestered Suchin and said, I want to hear it. I want to hear it. Then you lie on the bed obediently, and Baba will tell you stories, okay? Su Chen said with a smile. The two little guys didn't move at all, and immediately lay on the bed. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue covered the two little guys with quilts. Baba Mama, can you tell Tuanchuan and Lele a story? Tuanchuan's little hand touched the corner of the quilt, looking at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue expectantly. Well, of course you can. Su Chen smiled and patted Tuanchuan's quilt. Well, what story should I tell today? Su Chen and Yan Bingxue looked at the catalog together. Yan Bingxue smiled and whispered, Husband, why don't you tell Tuanchuan and Lele this story today? This story is good, let's tell this story. Su Chen smiled and nodded. Su Chen whispered a story to the two little guys. The two little guys had a good time today and fell asleep after a while. Tuanchuan, Lele? Su Chen whispered. Tuanchuan and Lele slept sweetly with their eyes closed. Su Chen gently closed the book, and Yan Bingxue lightly locked the door and walked out of the room. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue's energy points were also consumed by the two little guys today. After Su Chen and Yan Bingxue finished telling the story to the two little guys, they also went back to the room to rest. Su Chen gently hugged Yan Bingxue from behind. Yan Bingxue smiled and leaned her head on Su Chen's chest. A faint scent came from Yan Bingxue's hair. Su Chen said softly, Wife, you've worked hard today. Yan Bingxue put her hands on Su Chen's and said softly, You too. The two of them cuddled like this, looking at the bright moon outside the window. Yan Bingxue looked up at the sky with a smile and said, Husband, time flies so fast. How come the two little guys are 4 years old in a blink of an eye? Su Chen touched Yan Bingxue's hair with a smile, and said with a smile, Yeah. I remember this time last year, I was just preparing for my internship. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, Then what? Su Chen smiled and said, Then I met you. Su Chen thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Wife, it's great to meet you. Meeting you must have spent all my good luck. I used to feel like an ordinary person, but until I met you, I feel like everything has changed for me. Yan Bingxue smiled and pinched Su Chen's face with her backhand and said, because my husband is already excellent. Su Chen smiled, looked at Yan Bingxue affectionately and said, wife, you have made me better, and I am very grateful to fate for letting me meet such an excellent you. Yan Bingxue also said affectionately, me too, thank you for making my life complete. First set a small goal, such as 1 second to remember, Shukja mobile version. Reading website. 1 week passed, and Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were both getting ready to leave work that day. Su Chen made a phone call to Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue hurriedly answered the phone, hey, Bingxue, I have to work overtime today, you go back first, don't wait for me for dinner. Yan Bingxue smiled and sent, okay, then I'll go back to accompany Tuanchuan and Lei first. Husband, you should go home early after get off work, don't work too hard. Understood, my wife, be careful on the way back when driving, Su Chen reminded with a smile. Yeah, okay, hubby. Yan Bingxue put down the phone with a smile. Yan Bingxue put down the phone, feeling a little lost. Yan Bingxue, who didn't go home with her husband, was a little lost. But Yan Bingxue told herself, I am not the wife of ordinary people, I am the wife of a scientist, so that my husband's scientific research work can be carried out smoothly, I have to be more magnanimous. Yan Bingxue buckled the phone on the table, sat on the seat, and looked at the tall buildings in the distance. Dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door, and Zhang Tezu walked in. President, the car is ready. Okay. Yan Bingxue replied. In Yan Bingxue's tone, Zhang Tezu couldn't hear a lot of emotional fluctuations, but, based on Zhang Tezu's understanding of the president for many years, he knew that the president should not be very emotional. This means that the next work must be more careful. Zhang Tezu wanted to drive Yan Bingxue home, but Yan Bingxue said with a smile, I'm going home by myself today, so you don't have to see me off, go home and spend time with your boyfriend. Zhang Tezu was stunned by Yan Bingxue's sudden concern. Yan Bingxue closed the car door, rolled down the window and said, let's go. Zhang Tezu smiled and waved, watching Yan Bingxue leave. Zhang Tezu thought to himself, President, what happened today? Let me spend more time with my boyfriend. The president thinks that company is the longest confession of love. Could it be that the president and President Su? When Yan Bingxue returned home, the two little guys laughed happily when they saw Yan Bingxue's car came back. Oh yeah, it's great, Mama is back, Mama is back. The two little guys jumped up and down to greet Yan Bingxue. Tuanchuan and Lei took Yan Bingxue's hand and asked, Mama, hasn't Papa come back? Dad has to work overtime tonight and will come back later, let's eat first. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Isn't Papa going to eat with us? Tuanchuan said a little disappointed. Papa has something to do at work, so we have to support Dad's work, right? Yan Bingxue comforted with a smile. All right then. Tuanchuan said with a small mouth. Okay, let's go, let's help Grandma together and choose vegetables. Su Chen said with a smile. Yeah. Lei nodded sensibly. Yan Bingxue led Tuanchuan and Lei to choose dishes together. Suddenly, a truck drove over outside the door, and the truck stopped near Su's house. Tuanchuan and Lei looked out the window and just saw the truck parked at the door. Lei said with a smile, Mama, Look, there's a truck parked outside. Hey, why did you stop in front of our house? Mama, let's go and see, shall we? Tuanchuan asked, curiously. Unable to resist the soft-heartedness of the two little guys, Yan Bingxue led Tuanchuan and Lele to the door of Su's house. At this time, Suchen got off the car. Yan Bingxue and Suchen looked at each other. Yan Bingxue was full of surprises. Yan Bingxue said in surprise, "Honey, aren't you working overtime? Why are you back?" Suchen said with a smile, "I have to work overtime, but it's not in the Dragon Science Academy." Yan Bingxue looked at Suchen with a smile. No matter what the reason was, she could see Suchen back home at this time. Yan Bingxue always had a smile that couldn't be hidden from the corners of her eyes and brows. "Papa, why did you come back in this Shushu's truck today?" Tuanchuan asked, curiously with his little head open. Shumi unloaded the goods for Papa. Suchen said with a smile. "Unloading? Husband, what did you buy?" Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Suchen smiled and told Yan Bingxue, "You'll find out later." "Hi, please open it for me," Suchen called. The driver of the truck opened the back door of the truck. After opening, Yan Bingxue found a truckload of hydrangeas. Yan Bingxue was full of surprises. "Honey, it's a hydrangea," Yan Bingxue said in surprise. "Yes, and then there are jasmine and roses, and..." Suchen introduced them one by one. Yan Bingxue said happily, "Honey, I just want to say, you really did it." Suchen supported Yan Bingxue's arm and said, "If a gentleman says something, it's hard to follow. If you promise your wife, of course you have to do what you say." "Thank you, husband," Yan Bingxue said emotionally. "Ha ha ha, wife, there is no rush to thank you when my husband plants all the flowers," Suchen said with a smile, touching a strand of hair on Yan Bingxue's forehead. "Brother, I would like to trouble you to unload these goods with me," Suchen said with a smile. "It's okay, no trouble, it should be," the driver brother said straightforwardly. "Papa, I'll help you." "I'll help you too," the two little guys said excitedly. "Okay, then give Papa a hand," Suchen said, touching the faces of the two little guys. "Yeah," the two little guys happily agreed. Suchen, Yan Bingxue, Tuan Tuan Lulu, and the driver brother moved all the hydrangeas to the yard. Suchen said with a smile, "Brother, you haven't eaten yet, why don't you eat some here?" "No need, my wife and children are waiting at home," the eldest brother politely declined. Suchen smiled and said, "Ha ha ha ha, it turns out that my sister-in-law is waiting at home, so I won't keep you anymore, thank you today." "You're welcome, let's go." The eldest brother jumped into the truck and drove away. Tang Tang and Lele happily looked at the hydrangeas in the yard and said, "There are so many hydrangeas, how many hydrangeas are there?" Lele said happily. "Tuanchuan and Lele will know after counting?" Suchen said with a smile. "Yeah, let's count," Lele said with a smile. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 98. "Papa, I counted it all," Tuanchuan said, looking at Suchen with a smile on his face. Yan Bingxue seemed to be looking forward to the results of Tuanchuan and Lele's counting more than Suchen, and looked at the two little guys with a smile. 99 plants. Tuanchuan and Lele replied in unison. 99, my wife, I hope we can last forever, until the end of our lives. Suchen smiled and held out a large bouquet of roses. Yan Bingxue was surprised and delighted for a moment. "Honey, I didn't see a Rose just now. Husband did a magic trick. Su Chen said, looking at Yan Bingxue with a smile. Yan Bingxue received the rose in great surprise. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember, Shukja mobile version. Reading URL. Yan Bingxue asked about the ruby-like rose in her hand, full of joy. Yan Bingxue suddenly remembered that she hadn't finished choosing the dishes. Just now, she turned her head and said, "Oh, husband, I forgot that the dishes I just selected haven't been finished yet. Come on, let's go into the house together," Su Chen said while holding Yan Bingxue by one hand. Yeah. Yan Bingxue nodded. As soon as the four of them entered the door, Yan Bingxue realized that the dish was no longer where it was just now. Tuanchuan asked strangely, "Hey mama, why are the dishes missing?" At this time, Lin Xiao just came out of the kitchen, seeing that you have been busy in the yard. "I have already prepared the food, let's cook and eat." "Thank you mom," Yan Bingxue said with a smile. "My family, don't be so polite, let's eat quickly, today I made your favorite sweet and sour pork tenderloin." Lin Xiao smiled and said, looking at Yan Bingxue, "Mom and Dad, please sit down and eat." Lin Xiao called Mr. Su and Mrs. Su. Mr. Su and Mrs. Su were watching TV in the living room. Mr. Su and Mrs. Su walked over slowly. The whole family sat and ate together. Lin Xiao didn't stay idle either, she kept looking at the vegetables in everyone's bowls, picking up vegetables for Tuanchuan and Lele, and for Su Chen. "And Yan Bingxue?" Su Chen said with a smile, "Mom, enough is enough, no more can be eaten. After working for a whole day, it's not easy to get off work. When I come back, I have to eat more to replenish my energy," Lin Xiao said while picking up vegetables for Su Chen. Eat 70% full, leave 30% room," Su Chen said with a smile. Okay, let's drink some soup, you and Bingxue are still young, you need to supplement more. This chicken soup contains angelica and wolfberry, it is the most nourishing for you," Lin Xiao said with a smile. Yan Bingxue was drinking soup, but what Lin Xiao said made Yan Bingxue choke. Yan Bingxue's face was half red. Lin Xiao asked with concern, "Are you all right, Bingxue?" Yan Bingxue shook her head and said with a smile, "No. It's okay, Mom, you can eat." The dining table was quiet again. After dinner, Fang Qi sent Su Chen a message. "Brother Su, there is an important matter ahead for discussion. Come quickly." Fang Qi sent 3 made Su Chen a little nervous. "What's wrong?" Su Chen sent. "I can't tell on the phone, we're chatting in detail in the coffee shop next to the community. Both you and sister-in-law are here." Fang Qi sent. Su Chen showed Yan Bingxue the text message sent by Fang Qi, "Honey, Archie told us to go out now." "Now?" Yan Bingxue asked back. Yes, he said to wait for us at the coffee shop next to the community," Su Chen said. "It seems quite urgent," Su Chen added. "Then let's go and have a look. I don't know what the big deal is. Could it be that I had a fight with Yusen?" Yan Bingxue speculated. "Let's go, we'll find out in the past." Su Chen agreed with Yan Bingxue's speculation. Yan Bingxue changed her shoes and was ready to go out. Su Chen brought Yan Bingxue a thin coat and said, "Honey, it's windy at night. Wear a coat." Yan Bingxue smiled softly, and put on her coat under Su Chen's supervision. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue walked to the coffee shop at the entrance of the community. Su Chen recognized Fang Qi, who was sitting in the inner seat, at a glance. It's there. Su Chen pointed to Fang Qi's position and said. Then let's go there. Yan Bingshuo replied with a smile. Su Chen took Yan Bingshuo's hand and walked over. Fang Qi was knocking on the cup nonstop, seeming a little anxious. Seeing Su Chen and Yan Bingshuo approaching, Fang Qi's brows finally relaxed, as if he had found a backbone. Su Chen and Yan Bingshuo sat down. Fang Qi said with a smile, Brother Su, my sister-in-law really troubled you. And even called you out at night. Sister-in-law, what would you like to drink? Brother Su? I treat you. Su Chen smiled and said, if it was normal, I would definitely give you a good meal. Let's forget it tonight. Drinking coffee at night is easy to cause insomnia. Just ask us for 2 cups of plain water. Fang Qi smiled embarrassedly and said, look at me, I was in a hurry and didn't even think about the time. Next time I will be the host and treat Brother Su and sister-in-law to a good meal. Yan Bingshuo patted Su Chen and said, husband, stop joking, Archie, you. Brother Su, are just joking. Fang Qi said seriously, no, sister-in-law, if you and Brother Su help me solve this problem today, I really want to treat you to a good meal. Su Chen asked with a smile, oh? Then I'm still curious, what is so formal? Su Chen jokingly said, could it be that you had an argument with Gu Yusen and asked me and your sister-in-law to make peace? Fang Qi shook his head strongly and said, no. I didn't quarrel with Yusen. There is no quarrel, is that a family matter? Su Chen continued to ask. Fang Qi shook his head, saying that it was not a family matter. Yan Bingshuo said with a smile, Ah Qi, what is that? Just tell me, don't be tricky. You and Su Gu will try our best to help you. Fang Qi looked at Su Chen and Yan Bingshuo seriously and said, Brother Su. Sister-in-law, I'm going to propose to you Xian. After Fang Qi finished speaking, he felt relieved. Fang Qi continued, I've thought about it for a long time. I'm absolutely serious about Yusen. Fang Qi eagerly expressed his true feelings for Gu Yusen. At this moment, when Yan Bingshuo and Su Chen heard the exciting news, their eyes and brows had already revealed their unconcealable smiles. Ah Qi, Brother Su, and I both trust you. Yan Bingshuo said confidently. Yeah, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. When the time comes, you guys will definitely not be stingy when you get married. I will definitely give you a big share of money. Su Chen said with a smile. Sister-in-law, Brother Su, thank you for your trust. I just don't know how to prepare for this marriage proposal. I want to make it more romantic, but I don't know how to arrange it. Fang Qi said distressedly. This is indeed a problem. In fact, Yusen doesn't care about her carelessness, but she definitely cares about the proposal. After all, every girl hopes to have a vigorous proposal ceremony. Yan Bingshuo thought. Yes, as a man, he must have a grand marriage proposal with his beloved woman. To live up to that girl. Su Chen also said with a smile. I want to go to a romantic place, prepare a surprise for you Xian, and then propose. But, I haven't found a suitable place yet. Fang Qi said distressedly. I know such a place. Yan Bingshuo said with a smile. What trick does my wife have? Su Chen asked happily. I once bought a piece of land. Although it's in the city center, it's a quiet place amidst the hustle and bustle. The surrounding environment is very good. Yan Bingshuo replied with a smile. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version. Reading URL. Proposal. Suchen heard Yan Bingxue say that he bought a piece of land. Suchen looked at Yan Bingxue in surprise and said, "Hey, my wife, when did you buy it?" "Well, for a few years. I originally wanted to build a resort there, but later I thought it would be better to keep its original ecology, so I didn't touch it," Yan Bingxue explained. "Archie, if you set up a proposal scene over there, I will fully support it," Yan Bingxue said with a smile. "Yeah, that's great, sister-in-law, this really solves a big problem. We have visited many places in Zhonghai together, and there is a very novel and good choice," Fang Qi replied with a smile. "Archie, have you thought about how to arrange it?" Suchen asked, curiously. "Well, I don't have an idea yet. I don't know how to make the proposal scene very romantic and unique." Fang Qi shook his head and said with a touch of melancholy, Archie, do you have an aspect that you haven't shown before Gu Yusen's eyes?" Suchen asked with a smile. Fang Qi turned his mind quickly, recalling the clips with Gu Yusen. Yusen knew my cooking skills well, and I often cooked for Yusen to eat. I can write calligraphy, and Yusen also knows. Fang Qi thought for a while, and thought of some things in college. Fang Qi said a little nervously, "Brother Su, sister-in-law, when I was in college, I formed a campus band and worked as a guitarist in it." Yan Bingxue looked at Fang Qi happily and said with a smile, "Forget it, of course forget it. If you can play a guitar piece for you Xian on that day, you Xian will be very surprised." "That's right, I remember Uncle Fang told me about it once when I went back to my hometown, but I forgot about it." "Play the guitar," Suchen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue continued to ask, "Then, let's make the scene more romantic and warm," and then the three of them chatted more and more excitedly, and finally thought of a complete proposal scene arrangement, and before they knew it, an hour and a half had passed. Suchen looked at the time, saw that it was getting late, and said, "Okay, now that all the problems have been solved, we will go back first, and then we will see your performance." "Yeah, I will definitely behave well," Fang Qi replied very seriously. "By the way, Archie, do you have time tomorrow? If you have time, we will take you to see the venue." Yan Bingxue turned around and asked with a smile. "Okay, I have time tomorrow," Fang Qi replied. "Oh, okay, then call tomorrow," Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Fang Qi nodded. Suchen suddenly remembered a very crucial question. Suchen asked, "Ah Qi, you haven't told us after talking so much, when are you going to propose?" Fang Qi replied seriously, "I've already thought about it, and it will be on the day of the Shaanxi festival." The waiter and the girl, Ichi, gave them a spoonful of medicine. "That day is our own Valentine's Day in Longhua. I want to propose on that day." Suchen nodded appreciatively and said, "This day is good, this day is very meaningful. Then let's do this, your sister-in-law and I will go back first." "Okay," Fang Qi said with a smile. Fang Qi watched Suchen and Yan Bingxue leave. Fang Qi is looking forward to watching the venue tomorrow. Next, there are some details, and Fang Qi needs to make a list of precautions. Fang Qi also prepared to pack his things, and went back to make a note. So Fang Qi paid the bill, got up and went home. The next afternoon, Yan Bingxue called Fang Qi. Beep 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 dash. The phone connects. Yan Bingxue first apologized and said, "I'm sorry, Archie, I have an urgent Meeting this morning and I need to chair it, so I don't have time. Do you have time now? If we have time, let's go there together. Okay, I have time. Fang Qi said overjoyed. Fang Qi had been waiting for this call all morning, and finally received a reply at 2:30 in the afternoon. Sister-in-law, is Brother Su with you? Fang Qi asked with a smile. Yes. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Sister-in-law, how about this? Send me your location, and I'll pick you up. You can do things for me. I should be the driver today. Fang Qi replied with a smile. Okay. Then I won't be polite to you. Su Chen said with a smile. Okay. Fang Qi happily hung up the phone. Husband, isn't it good for us to let Archie be the driver? Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen tenderly and said. Wife, Archie is a person with strong self-esteem. He must feel that it is a trouble to us, that's why he said that. Only when we promise him, can he accept our help with peace of mind. Su Chen explained. Yan Bingxue nodded and said, oh. Soon, Fang Qi drove to pick up Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Fang Qi rolled down the car window and said with a smile on his face, Sister-in-law, Brother Su, get in the car. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen got into the car and sat on the back seat. Yan Bingxue observed the accessories on Fang Qi's car. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, this is what Yusen chose for you. Fang Qi nodded and said, yes. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, Yu Xian is still the same as when she was a child. Elsa is her favorite princess. Yu Xian never liked Cinderella and Snow White since she was a child. Only Elsa is the princess she admires the most. Ha ha ha, Yusen didn't tell me, sister-in-law, can you tell me why? Fang Qi said with a smile. Yu Xian said that she always said that Cinderella and Snow White would just foolishly wait for the prince's redemption. Only Aisha is a queen. She is a princess who can redeem herself. This is the princess in her heart. Yan Bingxue explained. So that's how it is. Fang Qi said thoughtfully. Navigation is over, the destination has been reached. Sister-in-law, is this here? Fang Qi asked with a smile. It's here, that's right. Yan Bingxue replied with a smile. Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, and Fang Qi all got out of the car. Fang Qi observed the surrounding environment and said with a smile, Sister-in-law, Brother Su, the environment here is really good. I never thought that. In the city center, I can still enjoy such a natural landscape. Su Chen smiled and praised, Wife, I think it's also very good. The big hermit lives in the city, and I didn't expect my wife to have the demeanor of a hermit. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, Honey, do you think this place is suitable? Appropriate. Su Chen said with a smile. Fang Qi, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue continued to walk along the path. Fang Qi smiled and said, Sister-in-law, I will trouble you to bring Yu Xian here that day. Yan Bingxue replied with a smile, Ah Qi, don't worry, you must bring Yu Xian here. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version. Reading URL. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Hearing Yan Bingxue's words, Fang Qi smiled happily. Archie, I don't have much time for you. Do you want me to find some helpers to help with the arrangement? Su Chen asked with concern. No, I can do it. Fang Qi assured. The time will soon be the Shaanxi Festival on March 3rd, which happens to be Saturday. Finally, it was Saturday, although Gu Yusen fell asleep comfortably at home. Suddenly, the phone rang and Gu Yusen was woken up. Gu Yusen lazily stretched out a hand to answer the call. Gu Yusen put the phone to her ear and continued the call drowsily. Yusen, are you awake? I need you. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. What's the matter? Gu Yusen asked lazily. Of course I need to find you. I'm at your door. Come and open the door for me, Yan Bingxue said energetically. Bingxue, you said that it was hard for me to have a good rest on Saturdays and weekends. You are so early in the morning, you disturbed my slumber, Gu. Yusen sat up, holding the phone while opening the door for Yan Bingxue. Helplessly opening the door, she saw Yan Bingxue standing at the door. Yan Bingxue hung up the phone, shook her head and said, Miss, it's almost 10 o'clock, it's still early. Gu Yusen slumped on the sofa and said, that weekend, shouldn't you catch up on sleep? After speaking, he fell asleep on the pillow again. Yan Bingxue moved Gu Yusen's pillow away and forced Gu Yusen to wake up. Don't sleep, I'll take you somewhere today. Gu Yusen pushed, grabbed the pillow and said, you'd better go home with your Su Chen, I still want to sleep for a while. Yan Bingxue got up and said, I came here on purpose today. It's been a long time since the two of us went out to play. Look at you, cough, it seems that we are in love and have forgotten everything. Gu Yusen forcibly sat up, sobered up and said, okay, what you said is right, President Yan has already spoken, so I naturally have to obey. Yan Bingxue took Gu Yusen to the bathroom, pushed Gu Yusen in, and said, okay, go in quickly, wash up, I'll wait for you in the living room, hurry up. Yan Bingxue closed the bathroom door and came to Gu Yusen's kitchen to prepare breakfast for Gu Yusen. Yan Bingxue opened the refrigerator and saw a sandwich. Yan Bingxue took out the sandwich, made a cup of hot milk for Gu Yusen, and placed the sandwich and milk on the table. Waiting for Gu Yusen to come out at the dining table. Gu Yusen finished washing up quickly. Yan Bingxue heard the toilet door open and said with a smile, Yusen, come and have breakfast. Gu Yusen felt much more refreshed after washing up. Gu Yusen walked over in surprise and asked, the sun came out from the west today. President Tang Yan cooked for this little girl like me. Yan Bingxue smiled at Gu Yusen knowingly, don't be a good boy here, if you don't like it, I'll take it away. Gu Yusen immediately begged for mercy, and said coquettishly, eat. While eating, Gu Yusen said, look, it's been a long time since you cooked breakfast for me. Since you got married, you just don't see me as a best friend. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, no way, isn't it busy at home? Yan Bingxue continued to ask, but marriage is still very happy. As long as you meet the right person, getting married is the greatest loyalty to love. The greatest commitment, what do you think? Gu Yusen joked with a smile, I heard many people say that love is the grave of marriage. Yan Bingxue was startled, afraid that Feng Qi's marriage proposal would not go smoothly today. Yan Bingxue asked tentatively, do you think so too? Gu Yusen smiled and said, of course I'm not. Hearing what Gu Yusen said, Yan Bingxue's mind settled down. Yan Bingxue took a deep breath and smiled comfortably. Gu Yusen asked suspiciously, hey Bingxue, why did you ask me and you reacted so strongly? Yan Bingxue tried her best to conceal it, no, you are thinking too much. Gu Yusen continued to smile and said, I look at you and Su Chen, you and I. And Tuanchuan and Lele are beside you. I think marriage is actually very happy. One thing, after getting married, I can spend every day with the person I like, which is great. Yan Bingxue smiled happily, knowing Gu Yusun's attitude towards marriage in advance. Yan Bingxue wished she could share this joy with Su Chen immediately. Yan Bingxue had more confidence in the success of this marriage proposal. Okay, eat quickly, put on beautiful makeup after eating, and let's go out. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. It's so formal, and I still need to put on makeup. Can I do without makeup? Gu Yusun asked, blinking her beautiful eyes. Although our Yusun is naturally beautiful, and the hibiscus comes out of clear water, but the makeup is more delicate. Yan Bingxue was really half coaxing, half talking, asking Gu Yusun to do the makeup. Gu Yusun put on a beautiful makeup, pursed her lips, looked at herself in the mirror with a smile, looked at Yan Bingxue and asked, how is it? Beautiful. Another change of clothes will be perfect. Yan Bingxue said while looking at Gu Yusun with a smile. Then help me choose one, Bingxue. Gu Yusun said with a smile. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, okay, I'll help you. Yan Bingxue opened Gu Yusun's closet to choose clothes for Gu Yusun. I don't know if I don't look at it. I was shocked when I opened it. The clothes in this closet are really messy. Yan Bingxue finally managed to find a suitable dress. Uxin, your wardrobe is really special. Gu Yusun smiled embarrassedly. Every weekend I pack it up, but today is just too late. Yan Bingxue thought to herself, fortunately, Fang Qi is a meticulous person. Otherwise how would the two of them live together? Gu Yusun changed her clothes. Yan Bingxue looked at Gu Yusun with a smile, and the two were ready to go out. Yan Bingxue and Gu Yusun were so dazzling standing together, like two shining pearls shining brightly. Yan Bingxue's almost perfect figure, coupled with a Dior haute couture suit, high heels, and a beautiful face without friends, is simply too feminine. Mainly because of those charming eyes and damn temperament, which makes people can't bear to look away. Gu Yusun painted an exquisite makeup, which is also a proper beauty. The exquisite makeup is paired with a beautiful skirt, and she is also very beautiful, only 10% inferior to Yan Bingxue. The two put on sunglasses and Hermes bags. When they walked to the outlet, they felt that they were both carrying the wind. Let's go. Yan Bingxue looked at Gu Yusun with a smile and said. Okay, but where should we go? Gu Yusun took off her sunglasses and looked at Yan Bingxue and asked. I will know when the time comes. I will never let you down. Yan Bingxue said. With a smile. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, chapter 852, get ready to pick up, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search for The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Xinshu Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Yan Bingxue drove Gu Yusun to the agreed place. Fang Qi's side is ready for everything, and he only owes Dongfeng. Yan Bingxue sent Su Chen a message, husband, get to the battlefield. Immediately, get ready. Suchin replied, well, okay, everything is ready here. Gu Yusun looked at Yan Bingxue, who was smiling at a message Suchin sent. Gu Yusun asked with a smile, what are you looking at, you're fascinated by? Your smile. Yan Bingxue smiled, looked at Gu Yusun and said, it's nothing, let's go. Gu Yusun observed everything around him. Although this is the city center, it is indeed a rare natural scene. The winding water is flowing, and there are bursts of chirping from the pine forest. Looking out at a green lawn, the spring breeze blows slowly from a distance. Gu Yusun said with a smile, I can't believe that there is such a paradise-like place in the city center. Yan Bingxue happily replied, I didn't expect it, let's go, let's walk around. According to the original plan, Yan Bingxue led Gu Yusun to the original location. Hearing the sound of guitar playing not far away, Gu Yusun said in surprise. Hey Bingxue, did you hear the guitar? It seems that someone is playing a tune. Yan Bingxue said deliberately, no, I didn't hear it. Didn't hear it? It's clearly there. No, it seems to be from over there, I must find it out and show you. Gu Yusun said firmly with her judgment and hearing. Gu Yusun walked in front and approached Fang Qi step by step. In the distance, I saw a man standing in the wind, playing a guitar tune. At this time, Gu Yusun had forgotten about Yan Bingxue, who was walking with her. Yan Bingxue also found Su Chen and Su Chen to stand together. Yan Bingxue walked over with a smile, Su Chen smiled and hugged Yan Bingxue and watched from a distance. Wife, we can just wait here now, and we can sprinkle flowers when Gu Yusun agrees to Fang Qi. Su Chen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen with a smile. Gu Yusun walked towards Fang Qi with the beautiful melody. There is a bandit gentleman, warm and smooth like jade, and the feeling of being independent from the world flooded into Gu Yusun's heart instantly. Taking a closer look, it didn't seem like what Gu Yusun thought, it was really Fang Qi. Gu Yusun looked at Fang Qi with joy, and she looked at Fang Qi with joy and admiration. Fang Qi watched Gu Yusun come over, and kept smiling at Gu Yusun, singing while laughing. The photographer hid in the jungle next to him and recorded everything about the two of them. Just once, I'll accompany you to see the old world. Have a good laugh on a sunny day. With Fang Qi's affectionate eyes, Gu Yusun listened to the performance. At the end of the song, Fang Qi put down his guitar and walked slowly towards Gu Yusun. Gu Yusun's sixth sense told her that something big would happen. Next, as if there was a force under her feet that sealed her, preventing her from moving forward. Fang Qi smiled and held Gu Yusun's hand and said, Yusun, from the first time I saw you, I was deeply attracted by you. When you smiled at me, I knew that this girl was different. She is so bright, like a rising sun. Later, we met and fell in love with each other. I was very lucky to meet you. We did a lot of interesting things with you. You made my original boring step-by-step life full of fun. It made me realize that youth is like this again. I hope you can give me a chance. Let me hold your hand for the rest of my life, until the end of the world. Gu Yusun was moved by these words, and couldn't help but shed tears. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Qi suddenly knelt down on one knee, took out the ring that he had prepared a long time ago, unfolded it in front of Gu Yusun, and said affectionately, Yusun, marry me. In the face of a sudden marriage proposal, Gu Yusun's head suddenly went blank. Who am I? Where am I? Gu Yusun had completely forgotten where she was, but there was one thing Gu Yusen was sure of. Gu Yusen was very happy to hear Fang Qi's proposal. Fang Qi looked at Gu Yusen, who was standing in front of him nervously. Gu Yusen showed tears of joy, looked at Fang Qi with a smile and said, "I do." Gu Yusen stretched out his right hand. Fang Qi happily put the ring on Gu Yusen's hand. Gu Yusen smiled happily. At this moment, Gu Yusen had dreamed countless times in her dreams and had foreseen her expression, but when this day came, Gu Yusen was still at a loss. Fang Qi happily held Gu Yusen's hand, and happily hugged Gu Yusen in his arms. As if there were only the two of them in the world, Gu Yusen also hugged Fang Qi happily. At this time, Su Chen pressed the button, and suddenly the surrounding grass suddenly bloomed with blossoming petals. The peach blossom petals in the sky were extremely beautiful. Gu Yusen smiled in surprise. This surprise was really unexpected. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen held hands and watched Gu Yusen and Fang Qi walk out. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen with a smile, and then looked at Fang Qi and Gu Yusen with a smile. Su Chen smiled and said, "Congratulations, congratulations." "Hey, Fang Qi is here too," Gu Yusen said in surprise. "Dude, I can't miss such an important occasion," Su Chen said with a smile. Su Chen looked at Gu Yusen and Fang Qi and smiled. Fang Qi and Gu Yusen held hands and looked at Yan Bingxue and Su Chen with joy. "Okay, so you guys are asking you to enter the urn today," Gu Yusen said jokingly. "Ha ha ha, why is Yusen inviting you to enter the urn?" "It's called Heaven's Lord Making Beauty," Yan Bingxue said with a smile. "Okay, don't disturb your two worlds, you can take your time, let's go first," Su Chen said with a smile. Saying that, Yan Bingxue and Su Chen walked away. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen went in another direction. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, "Husband, I didn't expect Archie to sing so well." Su Chen suddenly became jealous, "My husband will too." Yan Bingxue laughed and said, yes, I know, I haven't finished speaking yet. Although Archie sings well, I still like her husband's singing more than her husband's singing." Su Chen smiled happily, "Wife, we really sent Buddha to the west today, it's great to see them pair up." Yan Bingxue smiled in agreement. "Then we will wait for their wedding. My best friend is getting married. I must prepare the most unique wedding gift for Yusen. Husband, please help me think about it." Yan Bingxue leaned against Su Chen, asked with a smile on his shoulder. "Well, that's to think about it," Su Chen said with a smile. Unconsciously, Su Chen took Yan Bingxue to a surprise that he had arranged. Proposal is successful, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. You can search for The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Xinshu Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Yan Bingxue looked at a cushion on the grass covered with petals and surrounded by balloons. There seemed to be something flashing in the middle of the cushion, especially under the sun. "Husband, is this?" Yan Bingxue asked Su Chen with a smile. "Just look at it," Su Chen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue walked over happily, and Yan Bingxue found a pair of crystal shoes among the flowers. "Husband, this?" Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen happily. Su Chen walked over with a smile and gave Yan Bingxue the crystal slipper. "Wife, you are so beautiful, of course you must have a pair of exquisite crystal slipper to match you." Su Chen was hugged by a princess, holding Yan Bingxue and sitting on the blanket among the flowers. Su Chen gently put Yan Bingxue down. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen with a smile. Suchen put the crystal shoes on Yan Bingshuo. Suchen looked at the crystal shoes on Yan Bingshuo's slender feet, smiled and praised, "It's so beautiful." "Wife, is it still suitable?" Suchen asked softly. "Suitable." Yan Bingshuo replied with a smile. Suchen smiled and lay on the blanket, with his hands on his neck, looking at the blue sky and smiling. Yan Bingshuo also lay together with Suchen. Suchen took Yan Bingshuo into his arms, and the breeze gently brushed his ears. Yan Bingshuo closed her eyes, smelled the fresh fragrance of flowers, and said, with a smile, "That's great." Suchen smiled and said, "Wife, work is usually too hard. Today, let's put down work and steal half a day, how about it?" Yan Bingshuo turned over, her beautiful eyes were flashing, she smiled slightly. Revealing a shallow pear nest, one hand rested on the mat, and the other hand gently stroked the strands of hair hanging down from her shoulders, smiling. He asked, "We, the scientists of the University of Su, are not busy doing scientific research today?" Suchen put Yan Bingshuo in his arms and said, "There is a beauty on the side. If that's the case, wouldn't it be too confusing?" Yan Bingshuo crouched in Suchen's arms and smiled shyly. "Husband, let's go to Kuanqing this weekend. I heard that the 4 seasons there are like spring, especially the flowers all over the mountains and fields in spring. It's beautiful." Yan Bingshuo asked with a smile. Suchen happily smiled and replied, "Okay, let's go to Kuanqing to see, take Tuanchuan, Lele also go out to meet." If the 2 little guys knew that they could go out to play this weekend, they might be very happy. Yan Bingshuo smiled, and the smiles of the 2 little guys appeared in his mind. Suchen smiled and asked, "Wife, are you happy then?" Yan Bingshuo said with a smile, "Happy." Yan Bingshuo can't help but think of 5 years ago, since the moment she made up her mind to give birth to 2 little guys, Tuanchuan and Lele. She is no longer the Yan Bingshuo she used to be, and now she has an extra piece on her shoulders. Responsibility. In the future, she has to adapt to being no longer alone, but to prepare to be a mother of 1 person or even a mother of 2. There will be no 1 person in the future. On the day when the 2 of them were born, Yan Bingshuo looked at the 2 little guys with joy for a long time. Yan Bingshuo was very surprised. From that moment on, there was also 1, not 2, a pair of sons and daughters, who were connected with her own blood. That puffy little face, a small person, didn't open his eyes at first, just kept grinning. Yan Bingshuo gently touched the little faces of the 2 little guys. Yan Bingshuo closed her eyes, and kept thinking about that time, and scenes reappeared in Yan Bingshuo's mind. Suchen took Yan Bingshuo's hand and asked softly, "Bingshuo, are you asleep?" Yan Bingshuo said with a smile, "It's nothing, I suddenly remembered when the 2 little guys were just born." Suchen smiled and said, "I saw the photos of the 2 little guys when they were young, they are very cute, the 2 little people are very endearing." Yan Bingshuo said with a smile, "Yes." Unconsciously time has passed. Yan Bingshuo squinted in the flowers for a while, and found that Suchen was not around. Yan Bingshuo looked around with a smile. Yan Bingshuo got up and looked around, and found that there was blue smoke coming from the right. Yan Bingshuo walked in the direction of the smoke. Yan Bingshuo walked over, and found that the 4 were busy working together. "Bingshuo, you woke up. I wanted you to squint for a while, so I came here, but I didn't expect you to get up first," Suchen said with a smile. "Husband, you are all busy here, how can I sleep there alone?" Yan Bingshuo washed her hands and prepared to help. Gu Yusen smiled and said, "Bingshuo, don't be too busy with your work. Your family, Su Chen, is a top performer. You've already done your job. Yan Bingxue smiled happily and said, although this is the case, since you wake up, you should help to do something together. Gu Yusen smiled and said, then come here, let's put on these strings. Together. Okay. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Su Chen and Fang Qi were grilling meat on the grill, while Yan Bingxue and Gu Yusen were grilling skewers. The four of them worked together like this. Gu Yusen found that Yan Bingxue wore a few more mutton skewers, and asked, Bingxue, why do you wear so many mutton skewers? Yan Bingxue looked at Gu Yusen with a smile and said, my husband likes to eat, so I wore a few more strings. Okay, so that's the case, then I like beef skewers, why don't you give me more skewers? Gu Yusen teased. Aren't you wearing it? I think you should wear more strings of what he likes. For your Fang Qi. Yan Bingxue looked at Gu Yusen and smiled. Gu Yusen smiled and said, it's natural. Yan Bingxue noticed the ring on Gu Yusen's hand and said, did he give it to you? Gu Yusen smiled happily. Gu Yusen said with satisfaction, this one, although it is not as good as yours, but I am also very satisfied. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, the ring is not bigger than this size. All we want is the heart and the promise. You can see that this ring was chosen with great care. Gu Yusen smiled and said, well, Archie even carved a sentence on the ring. Yan Bingxue asked curiously and excitedly, what is it? It's a secret. Gu Yusen said pretendingly. Secret? Yusen, do you still have a secret with me now? I told you everything. About my husband and I at that time. Gu Yusen replied, loyalty for a lifetime. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, this sentence is very good, this is the best. Promise. Gu Yusen smiled and looked at Yan Bingxue. When are you going to meet your parents? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. I don't know. Gu Yusen replied with a smile, to be honest, Gu Yusen hadn't thought about it that far. This is, Su Chen asked with a smile, wife, what are you talking about, so happy? You can search for the strongest daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Xinshu Hage Novel Network, in Baidu, to find the latest chapter. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, I just asked Yusen when she plans to let the two elders meet. Fang Qi walked over with a smile and replied, sister-in-law, I have already arranged this matter. I have sent a message to the parents of the two families, and it will be set for this weekend. When the time comes, my parents will come over and have a meal together. Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile, and whispered to Gu Yusen, let me tell you. Look, this matter, it seems that someone has already thought about it for you. So you don't need to worry about it, it's the right way to prepare for the wedding with peace of mind. Woolen cloth. Bingxue, when it comes to the wedding, you can't run away. You have to accompany me to try on clothes and prepare souvenirs with me, Gu Yusen gave Yan Bingxue a vaccination in advance. Okay, if you don't tell me, I will accompany you. Who told us to grow up in one place? Yan Bingxue said with a smile as she looked at Gu Yusen. Bingxue, do you remember when we were playing with paper boats when we were young? Gu Yusen said with a smile. Remember? Yan Bingxue said softly. At that time, we were thinking, it would be great if we could marry together. When we grow up, preferably two brothers, so that we can be together forever. Gu Yusen said while wearing a meat skewer. It seems that the paper boat has fulfilled our wish. Yan Bingxue laughed. Ha ha ha, alright, you two sisters, come and have a barbecue, the skewers that have just been grilled are fragrant, come and try it soon. Suchin waved loudly. Suchin put the grilled skewers beside Yan Bingxue and Gu Yusin. All right, just come. Gu Yusin clapped her hands and said. Bingxue, how about you try this mutton skewer? Suchin said with a smile. Yan Bingxue tasted it and replied with a smile, it's delicious, you should try it too. Yan Bingxue brought a skewer to Suchin, and Suchin tasted it with a smile. The four of them chatted and laughed together and ate the barbecue. After eating the barbecue, the four of them walked around again. The four high-spirited young people chatted happily together. Suchin said with a smile, it's all right now, the four of us, we can go home together for the new year this year. Let's all go back to our hometown to have a fun and lively new year. Ha ha ha, it's still early, it's not the end of the new year. Gu Yusin said with a smile as he walked. A year, it's not short or long, and it's gone in a flash. Suchin said while looking into the distance. There was a string of bell-like laughter in the breeze. When they got home at night, the two little guys fell into the arms of Suchin and Yan Bingxue. Baba Mama, I miss you so much, where have you been? I didn't see you when I got home from school today, Lele said with a small mouth. Suchin touched Lele's little head and said, Mom and Dad helped Aunt Yusin and Fangqi should do a big thing today. Oh, Tuanchuan and Lele looked at Yan Bingxue and Suchin curiously. Suchin patted Lele's face lightly and said, Aunt Yusin and Uncle Fangqi are getting married soon. Auntie Shu is getting married. Tuanchuan and Lele stared at Suchin in surprise and said. Yeah, Aunt Yusin also said that she wants Tuanchuan and Lele to let the flower girl, Yan Bingxue said while tugging at Lele's collar. Mama, what is a flower boy? Tuanchuan asked, curiously. Flower boy, the flower boy is to sprinkle flowers for Aunt Yusin and Uncle Fangqi. When the music starts, you stand in front of Aunt Yusin and sprinkle flowers for Aunt Yusin, and walk all the way to Uncle Fangqi's side. Yan Bingxue explained. The two little guys smiled and nodded, oh, I see. Okay, let's go to dinner together. Otherwise, Grandpa and Grandma should be in a hurry. Suchin said with a smile. The two little guys smiled and nodded. Tuanchuan and Lele held the hands of Yan Bingxue and Suchin, and the two little guys Tuanchuan and Lele told everyone the news in a short while. Everyone is happy for the young couple. Lin Xiao said with a smile, it's good, your Uncle Fang and Aunt Fang are going to be so happy. By the way, you won't keep them at home for dinner tonight. Suchin smiled and said, Mom, of course they are going to Yusin's house for dinner today. Lin Xiao hurriedly said, yes, it's natural to have dinner at home tonight. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the weekend. On the weekend, Suchin and Yan Bingxue took the two little guys to Kuanqing by car. Su Haoqian and Lin Xiao heard that the second elder of the Fang family was coming to prepare for their son's marriage, and they were busy meeting the second elder of the Fang family to catch up. Mrs. Su and Mr. Su also wanted to see the second elder of the Su family, so they stayed at home with Lin Xiao and Su Haoqian. Tuanchuan and Lele came to Kuanqing by plane. Here and Zhonghai are two completely different cities. Whether it is the architectural style or the people, the skin color of the people here is wheatish. Everyone had a happy smile on their face. Baba Mama, I think this place is very different from where we are, Tuanchuan said with a smile. Of course it's very different. The regional characteristics of each place are different. Baba, I found that there are many flower shops here. We just came to that street, and I counted 10 flower shops. Lele said in surprise. Suchin said with a smile, ha ha ha, Lele is really careful, flowers are indeed the biggest feature of Kuanqing. Baba Mama, can we go pick flowers by ourselves? Tuanchuan said curiously. Well, yes, there is a big garden here, where you can pick flowers. Dad is planning to take you there today, Suchin replied. That's great, you can go pick flowers. Then Baba makes a small wreath for Tuanchuan to wear on her head, okay? Tuanchuan said with a smile. Ha ha ha, of course, Baba made the most beautiful wreath on Tuanchuan's head. Suchin said with a smile. The group was very happy. The family came to the garden. The garden was colorful and full of beautiful flowers. All kinds of flowers and plants were even more spectacular than the sea of flowers in the botanical garden. Wow, it's so beautiful here, Tuanchuan He Lele said with a smile. Suchin first picked a bunch of flowers for Yan Bingxue. Suchin held the flowers and said to Yan Bingxue, flowers match beauty. Yan Bingxue smiled and accepted the flowers that Suchin handed over. Then Suchin and the two little guys made two small wreaths, and then made a big wreath for Yan Bingxue. The butterfly seemed to smell the fragrance of the flowers and fluttered its wings and flew over to surround the four people. Suchin smiled and said, Bingxue, you must be so beautiful, even butterflies fall for you. Yan Bingxue looked at Suchin. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click the favorites below. To record the reading record of this time, Chapter 855, Good News, and you can search for The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Xinshu Hage Novel Network, in Baidu, to find the latest chapter. After strolling around this flower garden, Suchin brought Yan Bingxue, Tuanchuan, and Lele to a paradise. When Tuanchuan and Lele heard that they could go to the park to play, not to mention how happy they were, they just wanted to become Neza and fly to the park on a Hot Wheel. Suchin drove Yan Bingxue and Lele to the park. The design of the park is very different from what the two little guys usually see, and the play facilities inside are very strange. A bell rang, and I saw Hao Tongtong's team walking towards Suchin and Yan Bingxue in a round and happy manner. In the middle of the line is an elephant. And on top of the elephant is a girl dressed like an exotic princess. The girl holds a bow in her hand and is looking around. Lele asked, curiously, Baba, why is this sister holding a bow and arrow in her hand? Suchin replied with a smile, Lele, don't you remember the story Baba told you? What story? Lele asked with blinking eyes. Lele has heard too many stories. Suchin has told all the wonderful stories of ancient and modern Chinese and foreign to the two little guys. Little guy, have you forgotten the story Dad just told you the other day? Yan Bingxue patted Lele and said. Oh, yes. Oh, I remembered the story of the king's daughter choosing a concubine in Journey to the West, right? Lele said in surprise. Yes, there is a story in Journey to the West. Whoever the princess shoots will be elected as the concubine. This is a simulated scene. Suchin replied. With a smile. Well, then that sister can shoot arrows? Tuanchuan asked curiously, pointing at the elephant. Well, Dad doesn't know either. Suchin replied. At this time, a local young man standing next to him replied with a smile. Are you guys coming here to play for the first time? Yan Bingxue and Suchin smiled and nodded. No wonder you don't know that this bow and arrow will be shot, and the person who hits it will be invited to sit on an elephant and march with the parade. The youth explained. Well, sounds like a fun yazzie. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Tuanchuan said expectantly, if only I were chosen, then I could sit on the elephant and play. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, Tuan Tuan wants to be a concubine, It's okay for my brother, but Tuan Tuan does not meet the conditions. Tuanchuan looked at Lei with a smile and said, hey, giggling is fine too. The girl who sat on the elephant and played the princess immediately took a fancy to Su Chen in the crowd. Su Chen's appearance was not overshadowed. Su Chen smiled and attracted the girl's attention. The girl shot an arrow at Su Chen and hit Su Chen's right shoulder. The arrow was wrapped in red cloth. Everyone looked in the direction of Su Chen, and everyone cheered for Su Chen. Ha ha ha, let's see who is the new concubine today. Wow, today's concubine is so handsome. Really, the appearance of this concubine today is amazing. Everyone praised. The staff walked towards Su Chen and invited Su Chen and the princess to share the car. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue's expression was a bit rich. Su Chen smiled and looked at Yan Bingxue, then looked at the staff and said, I'm sorry, I have found my princess. The staff looked at Yan Bingxue and instantly understood what Su Chen was referring to. Yan Bingxue was also a woman with peerless beauty, and then looked at the two little guys who were holding Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. With twinkling eyes, there is no two more cute little people than them. The staff immediately came up with a plan, the two of you can ride together. And you can also bring your child together. The staff thought, in this way, today's performance is much more interesting. After all, two people who are so well matched must be eye-catching. Shumi, what about that sister? Tuanchuan looked at the staff cutely and asked. Well, that sister can sit in the float at the back, and you can ride an elephant together, do you like it? The staff lowered their heads and asked. Tuanchuan he Lei. Tuanchuan and Lei looked at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue smiled and nodded. Tuanchuan smiled and said, okay. The staff invited Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, Tuanchuan and Lei to sit on the elephant. The four sat on the elephant. Yan Bingxue wore a small wreath made of jasmine flowers, and Su Chen put on a hat of a local ethnic group. The two were a perfect match. Yan Bingxue is like a fairy who has descended into the mortal world. Su Chen is like a handsome and unparalleled king. The two little guys are like two little angels, and the smiles of the two little guys make people feel infinite warmth. Everyone took out their mobile phones and recorded videos for Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, Tuanchuan and Lei. Tuanchuan and Lei looked at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue and kept smiling, and Tuanchuan said excitedly, Baba, I think it's very special to sit on an elephant. Yeah, I really like sitting on top of the elephant. Baba, they seem to be looking at us, Lei said with a smile. Yeah, because we Tuanchuan and Lei are so cute. Su Chen said, touching the little heads of Tuanchuan and Lei. Everyone looked at Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, Tuanchuan, and Lei as if they were coming from the painting. The number of onlookers today is more than twice as large as usual, and the streets of paradise are about to be surrounded by people. At the end of the parade, the two little guys reluctantly got down from the elephant. When the two little guys were taken down, they felt soft on the ground, as if they were floating. Tuanchuan looked up at the elephant and said, Baba, it turns out that the elephant is so tall. Yes. Su Chen said with a smile. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue led the group, and Lei continued to play in the park. After thanking the staff, Lei and Tuanchuan came to a maze. Tuanchuan and Lei followed Yan Bingxue and Su Chen into the maze. Are Tuanchuan and Lei afraid? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Don't be afraid, with Baba and Mama, Tuanchuan and Lei are not afraid of anything, Lei said with a smile. Then hold your parents' hands, and your parents will take you through the maze, Su Chen said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei firmly held the hands of Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. The four people walked into the labyrinth and kept walking forward. The passages of the labyrinth were transparent everywhere, so they had to grope their way forward. Suddenly, a mirror appeared in front of the four people. Su Chen opened the mirror and found that behind the mirror there was a cave. Behind the mirror was a room with lights of various colors hanging on the room. The upper part of the Tuanchuan and Lei said happily, "Wow, it's so beautiful." Reading record, you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. You can search for The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Xinshu Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. The two little guys looked at the glass lamp with joy, and Su Chen replied with a smile, "It looks good." Tuanchuan and Lei were immersed in joy, and Su Chen reminded, "The two little guys are going to find the exit now, otherwise we can't continue to explore. Maybe there will be more surprises waiting for us later." Tuanchuan and Lei nodded with a smile, and Tuanchuan looked at Su Chen and said, "What's more surprising? Tuanchuan likes it." Su Chen walked in the front, Tuanchuan and Lei walked in the middle, Yan Bingxue walked in the back. The four of them explored and walked forward. After walking out of the room, the private person came to a corridor with small lights on the ceiling. The corridor has 4 directions. Su Chen took the two little guys and walked down a path on the right. "Follow Dad," Su Chen said. The two little guys nodded, Then, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue came to a place like a coiled silk hole. There were trails everywhere. Where should we go? In the middle of the Ponzi cave is a sign that reads, "It's evening after drinking." Su Chen quickly got the meaning of this sentence. It's dusk after drinking. Let's go west. Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile, and Tuanchuan and Lei said, "I know that Baba is the smartest." The family walked and walked, finally got out of the maze, opened the curtain. And suddenly the sunlight came in, and Tuanchuan and Lei were still a little uncomfortable. "After going in for a long time, I really have a feeling that I don't know the geometry of the sun and the moon." "Congratulations to the 4 of you successfully breaking through," the staff said with a smile. Saying that, he sent a badge to Yan Bingxue, Su Chen, Tuanchuan, and Lei. "This is one of our commemorative medals. Welcome to visit again next time." "Thank you, sister," Tuanchuan and Lei said happily. Tuanchuan and Lei touched the cute badge, and their hearts were about to blossom. "Mama, can you put this on for me?" Lei said, pointing to the left side of the clothes. Yan Bingxue replied with a smile, "Okay." Yan Bingxue squatted down and quickly put a medal on Lei. Lei smiled and said, "Does it look good?" Yan Bingxue nodded to Lei. Mama, I want it too, I want it too." Tuanchuan clamored to wear a badge. Yan Bingxue said softly, "Okay, mother put it on for Tuanchuan too." So, Yan Bingxue also put a badge on Tuanchuan. The two little guys were very happy looking at the cute badge. Su Chen put his badge on Yan Bingxue's hand and said, "Bingxue, you have left one person behind." Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen with a smile. Got it. Yan Bingxue also put it on for Su Chen, and the 4 people wearing the badge continued to walk forward. After playing wildly in the park for a long time, the 2 little guys were so hungry that they groaned. Tuanchuan pulled the corners of Su Chen and Yan Bingshua's clothes and said, "Baba, I'm hungry, I'm hungry." "I'm hungry too," Lei said with a small mouth. "I'm hungry, then let's go eat something delicious," Su Chen said with a smile. "The 2 of you can go to eat delicious food and smile happily." Tuanchuan and Lei said excitedly, "Great, great." Su Chen and Yan Bingxue brought Tuanchuan and Lei to a famous local restaurant. Su Chen made a reservation in advance, and when he arrived, the dishes were almost ready. Tuanchuan and Lei pushed open the door of the private room and said with a smile, "Wow, this is delicious." Tuanchuan is so happy. "Well, Lei is also very happy," Lei said with a smile. The 2 little guys who watched the hot dishes were drooling. "Don't worry about being happy, just sit and taste it," Su Chen said with a smile. The little guys Tuanchuan and Lei nodded and said, The 2 little guys sat very obediently on the seats. "Well, which one should I eat first?" Tuanchuan and Lei thought seriously. Tuanchuan took a fancy to a plate of walnut buns, and said excitedly, Mama, I want to eat that." Yan Bingxue followed Tuanchuan's gaze and said, "Is this?" Tuanchuan nodded happily. Yan Bingxue brought a walnut bag to Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan stared at the wheat yellow walnut bun excitedly and said, "Wow, it looks delicious." Tuanchuan took a bite, and the thick juice overflowed. Tuanchuan licked the corner of his mouth and said in surprise, "Wow, this is too delicious, sweet and soft." In addition to the second effort, I finished eating the walnuts. After eating, Tuanchuan smiled with satisfaction. Tuan wants to eat one more," Tuanchuan said, looking at Yan Bingxue with a pair of longing eyes. "Okay," Yan Bingxue replied with a smile. Yan Bingxue put another walnut bun for Tuan, and Tuanchuan ate it very happily. Then Tuanchuan turned his attention to a hot bowl of vegetables. "This looks delicious," Tuanchuan said cutely. "This is a pig's trotter," Su Chen explained. Su Chen looked at Tuanchuan with a longing look and asked, "Do you want to try it?" Tuanchuan nodded without hesitation. Su Chen smiled and gave Tuanchuan a big pig's trotter. The pig's trotter was covered in the soup and looked very attractive. "Come on, Tuanchuan, eat a big pig's trotter." The little guy, Tuan, started to nibble on the pig's trotters in 4 directions. Yan Bingxue carefully wiped the grease off Tuan's mouth and said, "Tuan, it's so delicious, so happy to eat." Tuanchuan stopped the pace of cooking and gave Yan Bingxue a strong voice. "It's super delicious, this meat is super delicious." Yan Bingxue smiled. Su Chen shoveled the largest bowl of vegetables in the middle of the shovel, smiled and put a dish for Yan Bingxue and said, "Come on, eat an intestine. This intestine is the specialty of this place, and it is very chewy." Yan Bingxue ate it with a smile. It was really refreshing. It was a brand new experience in taste. Delicious. Su Chen smiled and said, "If you like it, I'll make it for you when I get home." Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile, thinking to herself, it would be great to have a master chef as a husband. Su Chen gave Lei some dishes for Lei to taste. The little guy always said the name of the dish while eating. "This is a fat intestine, this is a potato. This is..." Lei tasted something very strange and said with a smile, "Baba, the potatoes I just picked up from this bowl are delicious, different from what Lei usually eats. Su Chong smiled and said, ha ha ha, Lei, this is not a potato, this is a chestnut. Chestnut, Lei repeated in surprise. Lei wants to eat another. Su Chen gave Lei another chestnut. Everyone was very satisfied with this meal, and Tuanchuan and Lei said with a smile, I'm so full. What do you want to do now? Yan Bingxue said, rubbing her little hand. Tuanchuan thought about it seriously, and finally said, well, I'm full. Tuan thinks. I want to sleep. Su Chen smiled and said, ha 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 ha, what a good idea. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click the favorites below. To record this time, Chapter 857, Do as the Locals Do, A Wave of Special Dishes, the reading record, you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. You can search for The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Xinshu Hage Novel Network, in Baidu, to find the latest chapter. The two little guys had 2 days of fun in Kuanqing. They flew back on Sunday afternoon. Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, and Nan Lei made it to the airport in Zhonghe. Lin Xiao, Su Haqian, Mr. Su, and Mr. Su. The wife came out to greet him. Lei walked out of the exit of the airport and saw his car parked at the exit of the airport. Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandma, the two little guys shouted happily. Lin Xiao smiled and stretched out her arms, ready to hug Tuanchuan and Lei. Lin Xiao picked up Lei and said jokingly, Tuan Lei has not seen you for 2 days, I feel like you guys are getting heavier again. Because yesterday Tuan and Lei ate a lot of delicious food. And Tuanchuan's belly is full, Tuanchuan said cutely. Yeah, Grandma, I think my sister is a snack food, Lei said with a smile. No, Tuanchuan retorted vigorously, although the rebuttal was also invalid. The fact that Tuan was a snack food was the default of everyone. Ha ha ha, Tuan said no, let's give Tuan a face, right, Lei? Su Haoqian said while holding Lei's little hand. Okay then, Lei looked at Su Haoqian very seriously and said. Come on, let's go home for dinner. Grandma made a lot of delicious food. Today I heard that you like walnut buns. Grandma bought walnuts to make walnut buns. Lin Xiao smiled and touched Tuanchuan and Lei said the little face. Is there really a walnut bun? As soon as Tuan heard the walnut bun, his eyes glowed differently, and he looked at Lin Xiao excitedly. Lin Xiao smiled and said, of course, when did Grandma lie to you? That's great, I can eat walnut buns again, Tuanchuan said with joy. Clasping his hands on his chest and looking in front of him. Yan Bingxue smiled and took Lin Xiao's hand and said, Mom, we just talked about it yesterday, but I didn't expect Mom to care. Anyway, when I'm idle at home, I'm also idle. Occasionally studying new foods can be considered to pass the time. Lin Xiao patted Yan Bingxue with a jade bracelet on her hand. Yan Bingxue smiled, revealing a shallow pear nest, looking at Lin Xiao. Back at home, everyone sat happily and ate dinner. Mrs. Su and Mr. Su also liked walnut buns very much. Mr. Su said with a smile, the buns made of walnuts are quite novel to eat. Today, I ate 2 more. Lin Xiao said with a smile, Dad, if you like it, I'll do it next time. Old man, Su smiled with joy. A new week started again. Early in the morning, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue had a morning jog together. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue put on light sports clothes and prepared to go out for exercise. Yan Bingxue wears a high ponytail, wears a sun hat, and wears sportswear. Although it is just an ordinary piece of clothing, it looks more attractive than a dress when worn on Yan Bingxue. Su Qian and Yan Bingxue planned to run around the community. The two were exercising while saying this. Both of them exercised very well. And it was effortless to talk while running. At this time, Yan Bingxue was inattentive since she slapped her foot. Su Qian was worried that it was broken, and hurriedly helped Yan Bingxue walk down beside him to help check the injury. Su Qian breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, no bones were injured, otherwise, it would be troublesome. I feel fine, I seem to be able to walk." Yan Bingxue remembered and walked a few steps, proving to Su Qian that she was fine. Su Qian hugged Yan Bingxue and said worriedly, "I'm all injured," and said it's okay, let's go home. Yan Bingxue shyly avoided Su Qian's eyes and said, "Go home, husband, you. Let me down, I can go." No. Su Qian firmly rejected Yan Bingxue's request. Su Qian carried Yan Bingxue all the way back home. Su Qian gently put Yan Bingxue on the sofa and said, "Wife, I was sent to the company today, rest at home, and then go to the company after waiting." Yan Bingxue said with a smile, "Husband, I'm the president of the company, so I'm so hypocritical, it's all right." Yan Bingxue thought to herself, "It's not a big deal if you think about it." Su Qian took out an ice pack from the refrigerator and put it on Yan Bingxue and said, "This ankle joint is swollen," and he said it's fine. Yan Bingxue stared blankly at Su Qian and smiled. Su Qian whispered, "Does it hurt?" Yan Bingxue shook her head. Su Qian smiled and said, "Bingxue, you have to remember that you are not only the president of a company, but also my wife. I will never allow you to be hurt in the slightest. If you are injured, you just have to cultivate well." Yan Bingxue rested her chin with one hand and asked with a smile, "Otherwise?" "What?" "Otherwise, my husband will feel distressed," Su Qian said with a nod to Yan Bingxue's eyebrows. Su Qian, seeing that it was almost time to apply the ice pack, put the ice pack aside. Su Qian said with some doting in his tone, "Okay, I'm going to make breakfast now, just sit here and don't move." "Got it," Yan Bingxue replied. Yan Bingxue saw a magazine on the right side of the coffee table. Yan Bingxue held up the magazine and said, "I read magazines, and don't go anywhere." Su Qian then walked into the kitchen with confidence to prepare breakfast. Su Qian prepares breakfast for his family. Su Qian's cooking skills have reached the level of convenience. No matter what the dishes are, they are a piece of cake here. Su Qian smiled and asked, "Wife, what do you want for breakfast?" Yan Bingxue looked over with a smile and said, "As long as my husband made it, I like it." Su Qian continued to prepare breakfast. After a while, breakfast was on the table. Exquisite, superb appearance. People look very appetizing. Seeing the eggs Su Qian scrambled for himself, Tuanchuan said with joy, "Baba is awesome, this egg is so beautiful." Su Qian smiled and said, "You need to eat all the beautiful ones, one egg and a glass of milk a day, and Tuanchuan and Lei can grow very tall in the future." Tuan Tuan said with a smile, "Then I'm going to eat all the balls." Tuan Tuan should be tall, is the head of the group so tall? Lin Xiao said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, Tuanchuan, you are a girl. If you grow up as tall as your father, it would be too tall, and as tall as your mother, that would be great. In the future, Lei will grow as tall as her father." "Hi." "Oh, I know," Tuanchuan replied. After the family ate breakfast chatting and laughing, they each went about their own business. Su Qian sorted out his bow ties, brought his briefcase to go to work, and Tuanchuan and Lei also went to school. Let's go, Dad will send you to school, Suchin said with a smile. Where's Mama? Lei asked. Mom, I'm injured today, I have to rest at home, Suchin explained. Tuanchuan and Lei asked worriedly, Mama, are you alright? Yan Bingxue replied, it's alright, just take a rest, it's alright, Tuanchuan and Lei go to school. Hearing what Yan Bingxue said, Tuanchuan and Lei went to school in earnest. You can search for the strongest daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Xinshu Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. After a while, Suchin drove to the gate of the kindergarten and sent the two brothers and sisters, Tuanchuan and Lei, into the kindergarten. Tuan, Lei, Dad has gone to work. Dad will pick you up after school in the afternoon. Be good in kindergarten, Suchin instructed Tuanchuan Lei. Carefully. Okay, Baba, Tuanchuan will be obedient, Baba, bye. Tuanchuan waved her little hands towards Suchin in a milky voice to say goodbye. After talking, they took Lei's little hand and happily walked towards the gate of the kindergarten together. Suchin watched the two little guys walk into the kindergarten, then turned back to the car and drove to the company to work. After Suchin came to the company, he immediately sent a WeChat video to Yan Bingxue. Wife, are your feet any better? Has the swelling gone? Suchin asked Yan Bingxue with concern. It's much better, husband, you don't have to worry about it. Mom put an ice pack on me for a while, and Dad brought me a bruise lotion. My feet won't hurt much now. Yan Bingxue said, the camera of the mobile phone switched to his injured ankle to show Suchin. Suchin, who was on the opposite side of the video, took a closer look at Yan Bingxue's ankle, and it was much better, not as swollen as before going out. Well, it looks much better, but I still have to continue to apply ice packs once every 2 hours, and try to move as little as possible until the swelling is completely gone. Suchin still instructed Yan Bingxue a little worriedly. Okay, husband, don't worry too much, I just slapped my foot a little, and it doesn't hurt anymore. Yan Bingxue replied to Suchin gently. Well, then you have a good rest, I'll deal with the company's affairs first and talk later. Suchin saw that Yan Bingxue was in much better condition, so he felt relieved to deal with the company's affairs. Okay, husband, go get busy, bye. Yan Bingxue replied softly to Suchin. On the other side, in the kindergarten, Tuanchuan and Lei happily played with their friends. Tuan, where did you guys go to play this weekend? Lily asked, holding Tuanchuan's little hand. Let's go to Kuanqing to see the Sea of Flowers, there are a lot of flowers there, Tuanchuan said to Lily happily. Wow, Huahai, I also want to go to Kuanqing to play, what else is there to do? Lily asked Tuanchuan curiously. I also rode a super high elephant with Baba, Mama, and Goku. We also walked the maze and ate a lot of delicious food, Matter. I want to ride an elephant too. But I'm a little scared, Tuan, are you afraid when you ride it? Lily asked Tuanchuan with a worried look on her face. I'm not afraid, I have Baba to protect me. My Baba is the most powerful. In Tuanchuan's mind, Baba is omnipotent. Wow, Tuan, you are so handsome and powerful. Lily's eyes lit up, looking at Tuan with admiration. He, of course. Tuanchuan answered affirmatively without hesitation. In the Su family villa, Yan Bingxue lay leisurely on the sofa in the master bedroom. I remembered that Feng Qi had said before that the two families discussed his marriage with Gu Yusen this weekend. So, he picked up the phone on the side and sent Gu Yusen a WeChat message. Yusen, have you discussed it? Have you chosen the wedding date? Soon, Gu Yusen replied to a WeChat message. Well, our parents met together on Saturday. Speaking of which, I'm still a little nervous. After seeing the WeChat message from Gu Yusen, Yan Bingxue felt that it was necessary to communicate with her, so she directly sent a WeChat video. Soon, Yan Bingxue and Gu Yusen connected to the video. Yusen, why are you nervous about meeting your parents? You both went back to New Moon Town to celebrate the new year, and have been together for a while. Yan Bingxue comforted Gu Yusen with a smile. That's different. I used to be a girlfriend, but now I'm a prospective daughter-in-law. Correct. Why are you at home today and you didn't go to work? Gu Yusen asked. Curiously. Haha, you and Feng Qi are going to get married sooner or later. You have to get used to the change of status early, relax, don't be nervous. I had a small situation and I was resting at home. There was nothing to do at first. My husband was nervous, so he had to stay at home to rest. Yan Bingshua's tone was sweet with a hint of sweetness, and the whole person was more gentle. What small situation? You have a baby again? You are fast enough. I can't see it. Congratulations. Gu Yusen said excitedly with gossip on her face. Yusen, do you think about this all day long? It's said that women in love have zero IQ. I didn't believe it before. Seeing your appearance, I think it's right. Yan Bingxue shrugged helplessly. Road. Swear, I'm not as serious as you said, so what happened to you? Gu Yusen retorted Yan Bingxue embarrassingly. I just sprained my foot when I ran in the morning. It's a little swollen, but it's nothing serious. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Okay, I thought too much. Who told you that what you said was unclear before? Can I not misunderstand? Gu Yusen replied embarrassedly. Oh, by the way, I heard that you need to eat more pig's trotters if you have a sprained foot. As the saying goes, what you eat will make up for it. Gu Yusen added with a serious face. Haha. You can just pull it down. What absurd reasoning can only be imagined by you, a foodie, and what you say in your current state is not very credible. Yan Bingxue laughed. The topic is too far away. How do you do the wedding? Is it a Chinese-style wedding or a Western-style wedding? Yan Bingxue asked seriously. Well, after discussing it, we decided to hold a Western-style wedding in Zhonghai first, and then go back to New Moon Town for a Chinese-style wedding. Gu Yusen said with a happy face. That's very good. I will provide the Western-style wedding venue in Zhonghai. I chose the place where Feng Qi proposed to you last time. The environment there is very good, what do you think? Yan Bingxue suggested seriously. Okay, Shuer is the best, then invite Tuanchuan Lele to be me as a flower girl. Gu Yusen happily coquettishly. That's necessary. Good girlfriends are so caring. The two little guys, Tuanchu and Lele, want to be your little flower girl soon. Yan Bingxue nodded and replied with a smile. Have you chosen your wedding date yet? Yan Bingxue asked. The wedding date has not yet been selected. It is not easy to choose a good day and auspicious day, so both of our parents are choosing the date. When the wedding date is set, I will tell you as soon as possible. Gu Yusin said. Seriously? Well, this date has to be chosen carefully. You can try on wedding dresses. And dresses, while choosing the date. After all, customizing wedding dresses. And dresses takes a lot of time. Yan Bingxue carefully imparted her experience as a visitor. Yeah, I was so busy that I forgot about customizing the wedding dress and dress. Fortunately, Schwer, you reminded me in time. Gu Yusin replied with a sudden realization. You can search for the strongest daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Xinshu Hage Novel Network, in Baidu, to find the latest chapter. In the blink of an eye, the video of Yan Bingxue and Gu Yusin reached noon. There was a knock on the door outside Yan Bingxue's door. Yan Bingxue put down the phone, got up and walked slowly to the door to open the door. Bingxue, are your feet better? I made lunch, but it's inconvenient for you to walk on your feet, so I'll bring it to you. Lin Xiu asked Yan Bingxue with concern outside the door. Thank you for your concern, my feet will no longer hurt, but I can't walk hard enough. I guess it will be fine tomorrow. Yan Bingxue took the food from Lin Xiu and replied gratefully. Well, it's fine if it doesn't hurt. You should pay attention to your feet in the future. I made your favorite sweet and sour pork loin today. Eat it while it's hot. Call me if you have anything, and I'll be in the living room. Lin Xiu asked softly. Yan Bingxue. Okay, I will be careful in the future. Mom, you should also go to lunch earlier, don't make Dad and the others wait for a long time. Yan Bingxue nodded obediently. Well, I'm going down for dinner, you can rest well. Lin Xiu walked up the stairs after saying that. Long Academy of Sciences, Suchen finished his work, raised his hand and looked at his watch, remembering that his wife was still recuperating at home. And he didn't know what was going on. Suchen picked up the mobile phone on the side and sent a WeChat video to Yan Bingxue. Soon, the video was connected, and Yan Bingxue on the phone was eating lunch. Wife, are your feet okay? Can you walk down the ground? Suchen asked Yan Bingxue with a concerned face. Husband, my feet are fine, and I can walk stably for a long time. Mom just brought me lunch, don't worry, I'll be completely fine tomorrow. Yan Bingxue said softly. Okay, what do you want to eat at night? My husband will make it for you, or do you want to stew pig's feet soup for you? Suchen asked Yan Bingxue with a doting face. It seems that I can't escape the pig's feet today. That guy Yusin also told me to make up the pig's feet soup in the morning. The pig's feet soup is a little greasy, so I want to eat something lighter. Yan Bingxue said. He sighed helplessly. Haha, my husband is making fun of you. My wife is so smart and has nothing to do with Paige. Then my husband will make you steamed sea bass at night. Su Chen explained with a joking smile. Okay, husband, even you are making fun of me. Yan Bingxue put down the chopsticks in her hand and said, pretending to be angry. Bingxue, your husband is wrong, you're so cute when you're angry. Su Chen quickly apologized, but he couldn't bear to make his wife angry, and she should love her well. Haha, I'm also teasing you, I'm not so easy to get angry, now we're even. Yan Bingxue laughed mischievously. Well, it's still my wife who has a lot. Has the marriage of Miss Gu and Archie been decided? I heard that the two parents discussed the marriage together last weekend. Suchen quickly changed the topic, full of desire to survive. Yusun said that the two families are still choosing a good and auspicious date. At that time, they will hold a Western-style wedding in Zhonghai, and then return to New Moon Town for a Chinese-style wedding. Yan Bingxue said. Softly, with a smile on her face, she hid. I am happy for my best friend's wedding. Well, the wedding event can't be sloppy. It should be more snacks. Then we'll give Archie and Miss Gu a big gift. Suchin nodded and replied. Seriously? Okay, I didn't think of a gift for a while. Husband, please help me think about it. Yan Bingxue said thoughtfully. According to the order, promise to complete the task. Suchin made a salute. Gestured to Yan Bingxue, the things that his wife explained must be done properly. After eating lunch, Yan Bingxue tried to walk back and forth in the room. At first, she could only walk slowly. Her ankle would hurt when she exerted force. After walking for a while, she was pleasantly surprised to find that it didn't hurt at all when she walked faster. Yan Bingxue closed it when she saw it, and did not continue to walk. After all, she still had to rest well, so she turned around and went to the bedroom for a lunch break. In the blink of an eye, it was after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Su Chen drove from the Long Academy of Sciences to the kindergarten to pick up the two little guys. After a while, Su Chen drove the car to the parking lot near the kindergarten. When Su Chen walked to the door of the kindergarten just finished school, and when the grandchildren's grandmother outside the door saw the door open, they hurried in as if they were going to the supermarket to grab discounted food. Su Chen was not in a hurry, and when the old people entered, he strode into the kindergarten. Su Chen skillfully walked to the parents of the Xingxing class lined up. Soon, it was Su Chen. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei excitedly ran to Su Chen's side, happily holding Su Chen's big hand. Baba, let's go home quickly and see Mama's feet, okay? Tuanchuan asked Su Chen obediently. Okay, Dad will take you home to see Mama. Did you encounter anything interesting in kindergarten today? Su Chen asked in a soft voice, holding Tuanchuan and Lei Lei with both hands. Yes, we played hide-and-seek together today. It was super fun. Tuanchuan smiled happily and shared with Su Chen. Oh, then let me guess where Tuanchuan will hide. Su Chen rubbed Tuanchuan's little head and said dotingly. Hey, Baba, you can't guess, because it took a long time to find me. Tuanchuan said confidently. Well, it seems that I have to think about it. After Su Chen finished speaking, he fastened the seat belt of the child's seat. That's not it. I actually found out where Tuan Tuan is hiding. I just want to play with Tuan Tuan for a while. Lei Lei smiled and looked at Tuanchuan. Haha, Lei Lei, you are really a doting girl and a warm man. You dote on Tuanchuan so well. You are so good. You look like a big brother. Su Chen admired Lei Lei with a smile. Brother is so nice. I had a lot of fun playing hide-and-seek today. I'll play it again when I get home. You won't be able to find where I'm hiding. Tuanchuan said obediently. Okay, then I'll wait and see. I won't let the water go next time. Lei Lei replied to Tuanchuan with a smile. The two little guys chatted with each other, and it didn't take long for Su Chen to drive home. As soon as the two little guys entered the door, they hurriedly changed into home shoes and trotted upstairs. Tuanchuan Lei Lei came to the room where Yan Bingxue was, and saw his own mama sitting on the sofa resting. Mama, does your foot still hurt? Let me rub it for you. Tuanchuan walked to Yan Bingxue and asked with concern. Tuan, you don't need to rub your mother's feet anymore. Mom's feet don't hurt anymore. After saying that, Yan Bingxue stood up and took a few steps forward. Mom, you should take a good rest for a week. Although your feet don't hurt anymore, you can't walk for too long just after you recover. Otherwise, your ankles will hurt. Lei stepped forward and supported Yan Bingxue thoughtfully. What Lei said makes sense, wife, just walk for a while, don't walk for too long. Suchen on the side also agreed with what Lei said. You can search for the strongest daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Xinshu Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Then, Suchen went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, and it didn't take long for Suchen to prepare a dinner of 6 dishes and 1 soup. Wife, come over for dinner, I made the steamed perch you ordered, come and taste how it tastes. Suchen called to Yan Bingxue on the sofa in the living room. Yan Bingxue put down the building blocks in her hand and walked to the restaurant with Tuan Lei. Wow, it's so fragrant. Baba, Tuan likes to eat your dishes the most, and can eat a big bowl every time. Tuan's little greedy cat went online, took a deep breath and looked at Suchen in admiration and said, Lei also likes to eat Baba's dishes. Lei on the side also agreed. Haha, as long as you like it, now Dad has assigned 2 tasks to you, can you complete the tasks? Suchen asked the 2 little guys to Anchuan Lei with a gratified smile. Baba, you said, I will definitely be able to complete the task. Lei took the lead in raising his small hand and promised Suchen. Baba, Tuan can also complete the task. Baba, what is the task? To Anchuan asked Suchen curiously with his small head tilted. Okay, Lei, go to the next door to invite Grandpa and Grandma over for dinner, and Tuan, go and invite Grandma and Grandma over for dinner. Okay? Suchen untied his apron and bent down and said seriously to Tuan. Lei. Baba, no problem, we'll start right away. Anchuan Lei replied loudly in unison. After that, the 2 little guys split up and called their elders to eat. Soon, Su Haoqian came to the restaurant with the group, and Lin Xiu followed. Baba, my mission is completed. Anchuan said proudly to Suchen, holding Su Haoqian's neck with both hands. Well, Tuan is awesome, come down and sit down, don't get tired of Grandpa. Suchen gave Tuan a thumbs up. Grandpa, let me down, are your hands sore? Tuan will rub your hands. Anchuan said obediently to Su Haoqian, who was holding her. Okay, good granddaughter, Grandpa's hands are not sore, it's okay to hug. Anchuan. After speaking, Su Haoqian gently put Anchuan down and fondly patted Anchuan's little head. Bingxue, are your feet better? Does it still hurt? Su Haoqian asked Yan Bingxue with concern. Thank you Dad for your concern, my feet are healed and I can walk easily. Yan Bingxue gratefully replied to Su Haoqian. It's fine, you have to walk more carefully in the future. Su Haoqian instructed Yan Bingxue reassuringly. Then, Lei walked to the restaurant with Mr. Su in the left hand and Mrs. Su in the right. Baba, I invited my great-grandfather and great-grandmother over for dinner. And the task was completed perfectly. Lei happily asked Suchen for credit. Okay, Lei is great, the task is well done. Suchen gave Lei a thumbs up. Bingxue, how is your foot recovering? Does it hurt to walk? Mrs. Su asked with concern, holding Yan Bingxue's hand. Thank you Grandma for your concern, my feet are healed, and I can dance. Again. Yan Bingshui gratefully replied to Mrs. Su. Okay, it's fine. Madame Su patted Yan Bingshui's shoulder with a gratified smile. Yan Bingshui felt that it was very warm at the moment, and the whole family cared about him very much. Then, Su Chen gave Yan Bingshui a piece of fish. Wife, try this fish, whether it's fresh or not. I picked out the fish bones. For you. Thank you husband, the smell of this fish is very good. After Yan Bingshui finished speaking, she put the fish meat that Su Chen had brought into her mouth. As soon as the fish is in the mouth, it is fragrant on the lips and teeth, and the taste is very good. Husband, the perch you made today is really fresh, and the fish is so tender that you can't stop eating it. Yan Bingshui praised her husband's cooking skills from the bottom of his heart. That's right, I'm guarding the steam, and the heat is not bad. Su Chen enjoyed the praise of his daughter-in-law very much. Baba, people want to eat fish too. Tuan Tuan was coquettish at Su Chen in a milky voice. Okay, Dad will also put a piece of fish meat for you, and I'll pick out the fish bones later. Su Chen said to Tuanchuan with a doting smile. Soon, Su Chen used the chopsticks to put the fish in the bowl. Come on, Tuan Tuan, you have to eat slowly, and I'll give you some fish after eating the cake. Su Chen instructed Tuanchuan carefully. Okay, thank you Baba. Tuanchuan nodded obediently. Then, Su Chen also picked a piece of fish for Lele, and everyone was full of praise for this steamed sea bass. Haha, Bingshui, today we dipped in your light and ate such delicious perch. Lin Xiao said to Yan Bingshui with a smile. Mom, eat more if you like. This piece of fish, Ma, has no thorns. You can try it. Yan Bingshui took a piece of fish meat with a male chopstick and gave it to Lin Xiao. Okay, you also eat more, this is also a piece of Chinchin's heart. Lin Xiao replied to Yan Bingshui with a kind smile. Not long after, the family had a lively dinner. Giggle, let's play hide and seek now, okay? You won't find me this time. Tuanchuan asked, shaking Lele's little hand with anticipation. Okay, then after I close my eyes for a dozen times, can I come to you? Lele nodded and replied seriously to Tuanchuan. Ah. It's just a few dozen? It's too short. Gluck, can you change it to 20? Tuanchuan said to Lele in surprise. Okay then, 20 is only 20, then I'll start counting. 1, 2, 3. Lele closed her eyes and slowly counted from the beginning. After hearing Lele's count, Tuanchuan walked around in the living room. Suddenly, she had an idea. She pulled Su Chen aside and whispered to him in a whisper. It didn't take long for Lele to count to 20. He opened his eyes, looked around, and said as he walked, Tuan Tuan, are you hiding? I've started looking. Lele first went to the curtain in the living room to find it. There was nothing behind the curtain. Tuanchuan didn't hide behind the curtain this time. Then, Lele went to the vertical air conditioner to look for it, but couldn't find Tuanchuan. Lele rummaged back and forth in the living room, but couldn't find Tuanchuan. It seems that this time, he couldn't find Tuanchuan. Just when Lele was tired from searching and was sitting on the sofa to rest, he suddenly thought of a good way. Haha, Tuanchuan, I saw your shoes, can't you hide them? Lele shouted loudly. On purpose, keeping an eye on the movement. Suddenly Lele noticed that a large cardboard box beside the coffee table shook slightly. It seems that Tuanchuan has been fooled, and Lele happily walks to the coffee table. Haha. Tuanchuan, so you are hiding here? I didn't find it when I passed by. Here just now. Lele opened the big cardboard box and said to Tuanchuan with a smile. Ah. Brother, you are so cunning. I thought you really saw my shoes, so I moved my foot slightly. It turns out that you deliberately tricked me. Hey, it's called being a soldier who never tires of cheating. Remember not to panic in the future, and keep it hidden so that you won't be fooled. Lele replied to Tuanchuan with a knowing smile. Okay, giggle, let's go to the building blocks. I want to build a Ferris wheel. After Tuanchuan finished speaking, he took Lele to the building block table. On the other side, on the sofa, Yan Bingxue glanced at the arrangement for tomorrow's meeting sent by Special Assistant Zhang, which could be handled in one morning. Husband, will you accompany me to the mall tomorrow afternoon to choose a wedding gift for Yusen? Yan Bingxue asked Su Chen, who was beside her, in a soft voice. Okay, I'll have nothing to do tomorrow afternoon, then we'll pick up Tuan Lele after school. Let's go to the mall together. Su Chen nodded and said, it's still my husband's thoughtful thinking. The two little guys like to play with Yusen so much, let them choose a gift for Yusen. Yan Bingxue replied to Su Chen with admiration. The next afternoon, Su Chen finished his work early, and drove off work to pick up Yan Bingxue from Chaofan Company. Su Chen drove the car to the parking lot and parked the car, then called Yan Bingxue. Wife, I'm at your company's parking lot, are you done? Su Chen asked Yan Bingxue affectionately. Husband, I have everything arranged. I'm going to the elevator. Wait for me. I'll go to the underground parking lot later. Yan Bingxue said to Su Chen as she walked. Okay, I'll wait for you to come. Su Chen hung up the phone and continued to wait for Yan Bingxue. Not long after, Yan Bingxue came to the underground parking lot. Su Chen saw Yan Bingxue coming, waved at Yan Bingxue and shouted, Wife, I'm here. Soon Yan Bingxue sat in the co-pilot seat of Su Chen's car. Then, Su Chen continued to drive to the kindergarten to pick up Tuanchuan and Lele. Husband, let me down first, I'll pick up Tuanchuan and Lele them, you can go ahead and turn around, this will save time. Yan Bingxue saw that there were more cars picking up children from the kindergarten, and there was no place to park. Okay, there are really a lot of cars today, and it's starting to get stuck. Su Chen stopped the car at the entrance of the kindergarten, waited for Yan Bingxue to get off the car, and then continued to drive forward, and turned around at the next intersection. Soon, Yan Bingxue was connected to Tuanchuan and Lele kept looking behind Yan Bingxue. Mama, why are you the only one here to pick me up and giggle? Didn't Baba say to take us to the mall, to choose gifts for Aunt Yusen after school? Tuanchuan asked Yan Bingxue curiously. Yu Baba also came, but there was a bit of a traffic jam today. He had nowhere to park, so he went to the front and turned around. We'll see your Baba's car later. Yan Bingxue explained to Tuanchuan seriously. Oh, let's go, Mama, I want to go shopping quickly. Tuanchuan obediently took Yan Bingxue's hand and walked towards the door of the kindergarten. Mama, Tuanchuan was very good at noon today, I ate 2 bowls of rice. Lele said to Yan Bingxue with a smile. Wow, Tuan is so good, what delicious dishes do you have for lunch today? Yan Bingxue praised Tuan with admiration. Hee, Mama, I like to eat red bean glutinous rice at noon today. It's very delicious, so I'll eat an extra bowl. Tuanchuan Naughty replied to Yen. Bing Shue. Oh, so that's true, but eating too much glutinous rice is easy to accumulate food. Do you feel a little stretched in your stomach? Yan Bingshue asked. Tuanchuan carefully. Well, Mama, my stomach is a little uncomfortable, what should I do? I still want to go to the mall, to choose a gift for Aunt Yusin. Tuanchuan asked Yan Bingshue for help. Haha, it's okay, when we walk around the mall more, it will be digested slowly. Yan Bingshue comforted the restless Tuanchuan intimately. Haha, Tuanchuan is a snack food, and a snack food is Tuan Tuan, eat it up. Lele playfully finished the tour. Giggle, people are not foodies. When people are growing up, Grandma said that children need to eat more food to grow taller. Tuanchuan retorted to Lele with a small mouth. Haha, I'm just kidding you. I saw Baba's car coming. Let's go to Baba's car. Lele changed the topic with a smile. Giggle, where is Baba's car? Why didn't I see it? Tuanchuan looked around and stood on tiptoe to look around. Hey, isn't Dad's car behind that blue car? Look carefully, Lele said, pointing to the back of the blue car opposite. Really? Heck, I also saw Baba's car, but there is so much money here, how do we get there? Tuanchuan said happily to Lele. Tuan Tuan, Lele, we have to go to the pedestrian zebra crossing in front of us and wait for the green light to turn on, then go to the opposite side. Yen Bingshue carefully answered Tuanchuan's doubts. Soon, Yan Bingshue took Tuanchuan Lele's hand and came to the zebra crossing. Seeing that it happened to be a green light, she took the two little guys to the opposite side. After Yan Bingshue and the others got into the car, Suchin drove to the nearby shopping mall. It didn't take long for Suchin to drive to the parking lot of the shopping mall. After parking the car, they took the elevator upstairs together. This mall is the largest mall in China overseas. Yan Bingshue and the others often come here, so the family went straight to the third floor of the mall. As soon as they got out of the elevator, Tuanchuan was attracted by the doll machine on the side, and a pair of big shining eyes stared at the doll machine. Motionless. Baba, I really like that yellow little duck toy, it's super cute. Tuanchuan said to Suchin in a milky voice. Tuanchuan, what is our mission in the mall today? Do you remember? Suchin patiently asked Tuanchuan. Well, remember, I'm here to pick a gift for Aunt Yusin. I want to grab a yellow duck and give it to her. Aunt Yusin has taken me to play with dolls. But I can't catch the dolls every time. Answered to Suchin. Haha, your Aunt Yusin will definitely be very happy to receive this gift from you, then Baba teach you how to catch the doll, okay? Suchin said to Tuanchuan with a smile. Oh yeah. That's great. Baba, teach me how to catch a doll. Tuanchuan jumped up happily. Husband, these are game coins, grab them, I also want to learn to catch dolls. Yan Bingshue handed Suchin the bag of game coins she just bought. Okay, in fact, grasping the doll is skillful. You must first choose a suitable position. Generally, you need to find a doll that has no obstacles. Suchin skillfully coined, swinging the operating lever of the doll machine left and right. Look, the little yellow duck lying down in the middle is easy to grasp. The little yellow duck's head is relatively large and slippery, so we have to aim at the little yellow duck's neck to grasp it so that we can grasp it firmly. Suchin said adjust the position of the paws. The strongest daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Baba, grab it now. It's almost time. The group on the side jumped and shouted anxiously. Tuanchuan, don't be in a hurry, watch it, don't blink. After Suchin finished speaking, he pressed the button to catch the doll without hesitation. Well, Baba is amazing. I caught the little yellow duck, don't fall off it. Tuanchuan clapped his hands happily. Don't drop, don't drop. Lele also shouted excitedly. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the little yellow duck doll, for fear of falling. I saw that the claws were firmly grasping the little yellow duck, and it did not fall in the middle, but fell steadily to the exit. Suchin reached out and took out the little yellow duck doll from the exit and handed it to Tuanchuan. Come on, Tuanchuan, I'll give you a little yellow duck doll. Suchin said to Tuanchuan dotingly. 877 Chinese. Thank you, Baba. I also want to try to catch a little yellow duck doll. I'll try to catch it this time. Tuanchuan happily replied to Suchin. Okay, Baba, let's help you see that it's easier to catch that one. Suchin said while looking at the doll in the box carefully. Tuanchuan, let's catch the little yellow duck close to the exit. Not all of that position is next to the exit, so it should be able to be caught. Suchin put 2 game coins in after he finished speaking. Tuanchuan moved his claws according to Suchin's method. Then, Tuanchuan turned his head and asked Suchin, Dad, can you see if you can catch this position? Tuan is very good, just move a little closer to me and you can catch it. Suchin encouraged Tuanchuan while watching. Tuanchuan obediently moved his claws towards Suchin, and then nervously pressed the grab button. I saw that the claws really caught the little yellow duck doll. Just when Tuanchuan jumped up excitedly, suddenly the claws loosened and the little yellow duck slipped down. Ah, what a pity, come on, Tuanchuan, come again, you will definitely catch the little yellow duck baby. Lele comforted Tuanchuan intimately. Okay, then I'll try it again. Tuanchuan sighed a little depressedly. After many attempts, they managed to catch a little yellow duck doll not long after, and the little guy had a smile on his face again. Baba, we have 2 little yellow duck dolls now, but I think it's a little bit less to give gifts, why don't we catch a few more? Tuanchuan said to Suchin. Seriously? Okay, then catch 9 little yellow ducks, which means a long time, and she will definitely be very happy to give them to you, Aunt Yusin. Suchin nodded and added. Well, that's a good idea. Let's catch 7 more according to the amount Baba said, but Tuanchuan is tired, why don't Baba and Jiggle help me catch the little yellow duck baby? Tuanchuan blinked his eyes wide, looking forward to Suchin and Lele. Okay, then let Lele grab one and try it first. Suchin nodded dotingly to Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan, look at it, this one is easy to catch. Lele moved her claws back and forth carefully after speaking. After Lele adjusted the position, he tapped the grab button lightly. A magical scene appeared, Lele successfully caught a little yellow duck doll. Once. Wow. Giga, you are too good. Go ahead and help me catch it. I have to collect 9 dolls, and there are still 6 dolls to catch. Tuanchuan jumped up excitedly, and hurried to the exit to catch Lelegang, take out the little yellow duck doll that arrived. Haha, I've been watching you and Baba grabbing the dolls seriously. If you watch too much, you'll get better. Lele replied to Tuanchuan with a modest Smile. Lele is great, come on, after we help Tuanchuan choose a gift, we'll take you to choose a gift for Aunt Yusin. Yan Bingxue was full of praise for Lele. Okay, Mama. I haven't decided what gift to give. Lele replied obediently to Yan Bingxue. It's okay, you grab the doll first, you have time to think about it. Yan Bingxue said to Lele in a soft voice. I don't know if Lele's luck has run out. The owner of the doll machine set the probability, and Lele continued to catch it several times without catching a little yellow duck doll. Hey, my method is right? Why do my claws loosen every time I get to the exit? Lele sighed and muttered to himself. It doesn't matter, Lele, it's great that you can catch one the first time you catch it. Let's catch the father behind. Suchin comforted Lele carefully. After Suchin finished speaking, he took over from Lele's position to catch the dolls. Not long after, Suchin caught 6 little yellow duck dolls. Intermittently. That's great. We finally caught 9 little yellow duck dolls, thank you. Baba, thank you Jiggle for helping Tuanchuan catch so many dolls. Tuanchuan happily hugged the dolls and said to Suchin and Lele. You're welcome, as long as you like it, but so many dolls have to find a bigger gift box to look good. Suchin reminded Tuan carefully. Yeah, I can't hold so many dolls with both hands, so I must find a big, beautiful gift box to put them in. Tuanchuan nodded obediently. Tuan, put the little yellow duck doll in this shopping cart first, and then let's go shopping and find the big gift box. Yan Bingxue carefully pushed the cart in front of Tuan and said. 87 omega degrees Celsius mu. Okay, let's hurry up and find the gift box. Tuanchuan said as he carefully put the doll he caught into the shopping cart. Then, Suchin pushed the shopping cart, and Yan Bingxue led the 2 little guys Tuanchuan Lele to the mall. Suddenly, Lele saw a handmade shop with a very beautifully carved princess Elsa, and there was a white horse next to the Princess Elsa. Mama, I want to buy this Princess Aisha for Aunt Yusin. Lele said to Yan Bingxue seriously. Okay, it seems that you also know that your Aunt Yusin likes Princess Aisha. Yan Bingxue nodded and said softly to Lele. Yes, and you can see that there is a white horse next to Princess Aisha. Which means that Princess Aisha has found her Prince Charming, and Aunt Yusin will definitely like this gift from me. Lele then added. Well, Lele's idea is great, then by this, you hold this Princess Aisha figure, let's go to the cashier to pay the bill. Suchin said to Lele with admiration. Okay, Baba, I want to use my own pocket money to buy this Princess Aisha figure and give it to Aunt Yusin. It will be more sincere. Lele said, seriously looking at Suchin. Okay, no problem, I'll leave it to you to pay. Suchin patted Lele's shoulder and said to me with a smile. Soon, Lele and the others came to the cashier. Lele carefully placed the selected Princess Aisha figure on the cashier and said seriously to the cashier, hello, sister, I want to buy this Princess Aisha. Do it by hand. You can search for the strongest daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Shinshu Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Hello, kid, do you need to give this Princess Aisha figure as a gift? The lady at the cashier asked Lele politely. Yes, I want to give it to my aunt as a wedding gift. Lele nodded and replied. Seriously? Then let me pack it in a gift box for you, so it looks better when you give it. The lady at the cashier said to Lele thoughtfully. Okay, thank you sister. Lele said happily to the lady at the cashier. When the group on the side heard the gift box, they immediately thought that the 9 little yellow duck dolls they had just caught still lacked a suitable gift box. Sister, do you have bigger gift boxes for sale in your store? Tuanchuan asked the cashier lady with anticipation. Yes, kid, how old do you want? I'll recommend a suitable gift box for you. The lady at the cashier replied politely to Tuanchuan. Great! I finally found a gift box for my 9 little yellow duck dolls. Tuanchuan said while picking up a little yellow duck doll and shaking happily. Kid, did you catch all these little yellow ducks in the doll machine? It's too powerful. I caught it many times, but I didn't catch a single one. The lady at the cashier looked at the little yellow duck with envy. Both eyes shine. Hee hee, not all of them. I just caught a little yellow duck, and the rest were caught by my father and giggle. Tuanchuan happily shared the joy of catching the doll with the little sister at the cashier. It's amazing that you can catch one, little one. It seems that you need an oversized gift box. I'll take you there. After the lady at the cashier said. She brought Tuanchuan Lele and the others to choose the gift box. Soon, they came to the gift box shelf area, and saw a lot of beautiful gift boxes on it. Tuanchuan looked a little dazzled for a while. Wow, so many beautiful gift boxes. I want to pick the most beautiful little yellow duck doll in a gift box. Tuanchuan looked around excitedly. Children, if you use it as a wedding gift, it is recommended to choose a pink or red gift box, which is very suitable for the festive atmosphere of the wedding. The lady at the cashier carefully suggested to Tuanchuan. Okay, thank you sister for your suggestion, then I'll pick a pink gift box. Tuanchuan replied obediently. Lele on the side also went to choose a gift box. Soon, Tuanchuan chose a pink and tender round gift box, just enough to put down 9 little yellow duck dolls. Lele chose a red square gift box, which looked very festive. Then Lele and Tuanchuan happily took the selected gift box and went to pay the bill. After walking out of the figure shop, Yan Bingxue still didn't think of giving Gu Yusen any special gift. Husband, what do you say about gifts that are more valuable and timeless, so meaningful? Yan Bingxue asked softly, holding Su Chen's hand. Choosing a gift is really a difficult problem. Yan Bingxue wants to choose a better one for her best friend. If the gift is to preserve its value, gold or rare gemstones are definitely the first choice, but diamonds are not suitable for you to give as gifts, so choose gold ornaments. Su Chen earnestly gave advice to his wife. My husband is still smart, then let's go to the jewelry store to see the gold ornaments. Yan Bingxue praised her husband with a smile on her face. Soon, Su Chen's family came to the jewelry store. Hello, ma'am. Welcome, what kind of accessories would you like to buy? Let me introduce to you. The shopping guide received Yan Bingxue very warmly. Hello, I want to see the gold ornaments for my best friend's wedding gift. Yan Bingxue politely replied to the shopping guide. Ma'am, you are so kind to your best friend. Our store has recently launched several very festive gold ornaments. I will take you to the VIP room to see it. Shopping guide Yan Bingxue is not an ordinary person in terms of temperament or conversation. So directly invite them to the VIP room. Then, under the guidance of the shopping guide, Yan Bingxue's family came to the VIP room of the jewelry store. Ma'am, you are sitting on the sofa for a rest first, and I will bring you some festive gold ornaments right away. The shopping guide greeted Yan Bingxue warmly. Okay, thank you, I'm a little tired after shopping for a while. Yan Bingxue politely replied to the shopping guide sitting on the sofa. Ma'am, you're too kind, just a moment. After speaking, the shopping guide turned around to get the product. The two little guys in the orchestra were also tired from shopping, and the two sat next to each other on the sofa to rest. Soon another shopping guide came over with tea. Ms. Sir, hello, please have some tea. The shopping guide put the water cup on the coffee table and said politely to Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Okay, thank you. Su Chen picked up the water glass and handed it to Yan Bingxue. Baba, I want to drink water too, can you bring me a glass of water too? Tuanchuan huddled lazily on the sofa and acted coquettishly at Su Chen. Tuan wants to drink water, then Dad will bring you a glass of water. Drink it slowly, don't spill it on the sofa. Su Chen looked at Tuan dotingly and handed Tuanchuan a glass of warm water. Thank you, Baba, I will drink water carefully. Tuanchuan obediently took the warm water handed over by Su Chen. Lele, are you thirsty? Su Chen asked Lele at the side carefully. Baba, I don't want to drink water, I want to drink mango yogurt. Lele shook his head and replied to Su Chen. Okay, Baba, I'm going to buy you a cup of mango yogurt. Wife, what flavor of yogurt do you want to drink? I'll buy it back together. Su Chen nodded and said with a smile. Baba, I want strawberry yogurt, sweet and sour is the best. Tuanchuan said happily to Su Chen. Husband, buy me a cup of blueberry yogurt, I've worked hard for my husband. Yan Bingxue said softly to Su Chen beside him. Okay, no problem. After Su Chen finished speaking, he got up and went out to buy yogurt. After a while, the shopping guide who received Yan Bingxue came over with a box of gold ornaments. Ma'am, do you like these gold ornaments? I'll introduce them to you. The shopping guide said enthusiastically to Yan Bingxue. May I ask if the middle pair is a golden boy and a jade girl? Yan Bingxue asked with a slender finger pointing to the gold ornament in the middle. Yes, ma'am, you have a good eye. This is the award-winning work of our chief designer. It is designed in 3D, and every side looks lifelike, and the meaning of the golden boy and girl is also very suitable for the newlyweds. The shopping guide skillfully introduced Yan Bingxue. Well, it looks very good. Is the one next to the golden boy and jade girl a pair of mandarin ducks? Yan Bingxue also thought it was very good when she looked at the pair of mandarin ducks. Yes, ma'am, this pair of mandarin ducks is also the work of our chief designer. The craftsmanship of this pair of mandarin ducks is very special and requires careful observation. I will show you a closer look. The shopping guide nodded and replied. You can search for the strongest daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Xinshu Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Look at the eyes of this pair of mandarin ducks. Our designers used natural amethyst inlays, which will show different colors under the sunlight. The mandarin ducks are purple-red under the sunlight. The shopping guide introduced Yan Bingxue seriously. Oh, this design is very good. Yan Bingxue nodded and replied. Yes, and this mandarin duck ornament is a limited edition, because natural purple-blue crystals are very rare. The shopping guide added. Come on, yogurt. Su Chen walked in with 3 cups of yogurt. Wow, my strawberry yogurt has arrived, thank you, Baba. Tuanchuan kept staring at the yogurt in Su Chen's hands. Haha, you snack food, come here, your strawberry yogurt is ready. Su Chen smiled and handed the strawberry yogurt to Tuan Tuan. Hee, thank you Baba. Tuan Tuan smiled and carefully held the cup of strawberry yogurt. Lele, come, this is your mango yogurt. Su Chen then took out a cup of mango yogurt and handed it to Lele. Thank you Baba, don't you drink yogurt? You only have 3 cups of yogurt. Lele carefully found that Su Chen didn't buy yogurt for himself. Well, Baba likes to drink tea, yogurt is too sweet. Su Chen said to Lele. With a smile. Hee, I see, Baba must be afraid of tooth decay. Tuan Tuan said to Su Chen. With a big brain. Haha, isn't that Tuan Tuan afraid of tooth decay? Su Chen was amused by Tuan Tuan's words and asked back with a smile. Tuan Tuan is not afraid. Tuan Tuan brushes his teeth seriously every day. Tuan Tuan replied to Su Chen with a serious face. Kid, you are awesome, you have developed the good habit of brushing your teeth since childhood. The shopping guide on the side praised Tuan Tuan with a smile. Thank you sister, sister is also very good, those 2 birds are very beautiful. Tuan Tuan replied to the shopping guide sister. When Su Chen heard Tuan Tuan say that the bird was beautiful, he curiously turned his gaze to the pair of mandarin ducks in front of Yan Bingxue. Wife, the couple in front of you are very beautiful. Su Chen handed the blueberry yogurt to Yan Bingxue and said. Really? I also like this pair of mandarin ducks, so let's buy this pair of mandarin ducks for Yusin. Yan Bingxue said in agreement. Okay, the meaning of mandarin ducks is also very good. Miss Gu will definitely like this wedding gift from you. Su Chen nodded and said. Then I want this pair of mandarin ducks, please help me pack them in a gift box. Yan Bingxue said seriously to the shopping guide. Okay, ma'am, we have beautiful greeting cards when we buy gifts here. Do you think you need to write a congratulatory message to your girlfriend? The shopping guide asked Yan Bingxue enthusiastically. Okay, then write the greeting card here and pack it together. Yan Bingxue nodded and replied. Okay, ma'am, wait a moment, I'll bring you the gift box and greeting card of this mandarin duck gold ornament. The shopping guide went to get the things. Husband, look at the eyes of this pair of mandarin ducks are very beautiful. The shopping guide said that it is a rare natural amethyst. Yan Bingxue pointed at the mandarin duck's eyes and said to Su Chen. Well, it's really beautiful, my wife's eyes are really good. Su Chen said too. Yan Bingxue in agreement. Soon, the shopping guide came over with a gift box and a greeting card with the mandarin duck gold ornaments. Ma'am, our gift box is also very beautiful. It is very suitable for gift giving. This is a greeting card. You can write a greeting to your girlfriend. The shopping guide carefully handed the greeting card and pen to Yan Bingxue. Okay, thank you. After Yan Bingxue finished speaking, she picked up a pen and began to write congratulations to Gu Yusin. I wish, a happy wedding, sweet and sweet, forever united, and 100 years of harmony. Yan Bingxue's character is beautiful, and the final signature is the icing on the cake. A greeting card was written soon. Su Chen on the side saw that his wife's words were so temperamental, and couldn't help but praised, Wife, your words are beautifully written, and they look pleasing to the eye. Indeed, ma'am, you are the most temperamental person I've ever written, and it gives people a feeling of being calm in an instant. The shopping guide praised Yan Bingxue from the bottom of her heart. Haha, thank you Miao Zan, please help me pack this pair of mandarin duck gold ornaments. Yan Bingxue replied modestly to the shopping guide. Then, the shopping guide carefully put the pair of Mandarin duck gold ornaments into the gift box, and then put the greeting card that Yan Bingxue just wrote. Ma'am, the Mandarin duck gold ornament has been packaged. Do you think there is anything else you need? The shopping guide asked Yan Bingxue enthusiastically. Okay, then please take us to the cashier to pay the bill, and I will come back if necessary. Yan Bingxue politely replied to the shopping guide. Soon, the shopping guide took Yan Bingxue and the others to the cashier to pay the bill. Hello, ma'am, do you have any members of our family? The cashier asked Yan Bingxue politely. No, do you have a membership price? Or is it a gift with points? Yan Bingxue replied politely. Yes, ma'am, our Mandarin duck ornament has a membership price, and we can also give you a gold transfer bead bracelet. Can I make you a member here? The lady at the cashier introduced politely. Okay, scan the code to register as a member. Yan Bingxue carefully saw a WeChat QR code posted on the cashier counter. Yes, ma'am, you can use your mobile phone WeChat to scan the code to register. It's very convenient. The young lady at the cashier pointed to a WeChat QR code and said to Yan Bingxue. Then, Yan Bingxue took out an infrequently used mobile phone from the Hermes bag to register as a member to avoid unnecessary interruptions. Soon, Yan Bingxue registered as a member, and then reported the member's mobile phone number to the lady at the cashier. After Yan Bingxue swiped the card to buy the order, the previous shopping guide sent 2 strings of gold transfer beads bracelets to Yan Bingxue, and said politely, Ma'am, these 2 strings of gold transfer beads bracelets are very cute. A cute and smart kid, come here often when you have time. Okay, thank you. Yan Bingxue politely thanked the gold transfer beads handed over by the shopping guide. Tuan Tuan, Lei, come here, my mother will put on a small bracelet for you. It's very cute. Yan Bingxue said affectionately to Tuan Tuan Lei beside her. After putting on the gold transfer beads bracelet, Tuanchuan looked very fond of it, and said to the shopping guide, Thank you, miss, for the bracelet, I like it very much. Lei also likes it very much, thank you sister. Lei on the side also agreed. You're welcome, Tuanchuan, Lei, you guys are so good. The shopping guide bent down and replied softly to Tuanchuan Lei. After walking out of the jewelry store, Tuanchuan looked around with big eyes, as if looking for something. Tuan Tuan, what are you looking for? Mom will help you find it together. Yan Bingxue asked Tuanchuan carefully. Mama, I'm a little hungry, I want to eat hot pot. Tuanchuan said to Yan Bingxue obediently. Okay, Tuan Tuan, do you want coconut chicken hot pot or beef hot pot? Yan Bingxue asked Tuanchuan in a soft voice. Tuan Tuan wants to eat coconut chicken hot pot, the coconut is sweet. Tuanchuan danced happily, in a good mood. Okay, then let's go upstairs, to eat coconut chicken hot pot. The restaurant upstairs tastes very good. Yan Bingxue said, and went to the elevator with Tuanchuan Lei. Soon, Yan Bingxue and his family of 4 came to the coconut chicken hot pot restaurant. The business in the store was very good. Su Chen and the others chose a seat by the window and sat down. Wife, come and order, see if you like it? Su Chen carefully handed the menu to Yan Bingxue. Okay, their bamboo sun coconut chicken hot pot is delicious, and the portion is very generous, I can just order a few more side dishes, Yan Bingxue replied softly. Lei saw that there were beef balls on the next table, and quickly said to Yan. Bingxue, Mama, I want to eat beef balls, can you order more beef balls? Okay, then order 3 beef balls, does Lei like to eat beef balls? Yan. Bingxue asked Lei dotingly. Well, the beef balls are delicious, I can eat a big bowl. Lei nodded happily and replied to Yan Bingxue. Haha, if Lei likes to eat it, Baba will make you more beef balls on weekends, which can be eaten for breakfast or hot pot. Suchen said to Lei, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Okay, Baba is amazing, I can make beef balls. Lei clapped her palm happily. It didn't take long for the waiter to serve the dishes. Baba, can you give me a big drumstick? Tuanchuan loves big drumsticks. Tuanchuan asked Suchen obediently. Okay, Baba, look for it to see if there are any big drumsticks. Suchen replied dotingly to Tuanchuan. Suchen searched for a long time with a slotted spoon and couldn't find the big drumstick, but only vaguely saw a few pieces of meat that looked like drumsticks. Tuan, there are no chicken legs here. The chef should have cut the big chicken legs into small pieces. Suchen comforted Tuan. Oh, so, I thought there would be big drumsticks in the coconut chicken. Tuanchuan said a little disappointed. Tuan, here's a chicken leg. Mom will give it to you. Yan Bingxue carefully took a chicken leg and gave it to Tuan. Wow. Thank you, Mama, chicken legs are also meat, and I love them too. There was a smile on Tuanchuan's face again, looking very cute. Haha, Tuanchuan is really good. Baba will stew a chicken for you tomorrow night, and will I leave you and Lei a big chicken leg each? Suchen looked at his daughter's happy appearance, very cute. After a while, Yan Bingxue put a beef ball into his bowl, opened it smoothly with chopsticks, and then gently blew the beef ball into his mouth. Lei, the beef balls are cooked. Mom will serve you 2 beef balls. Yan Bingxue said to Lei thoughtfully. Hee, thank you, Mama, I've been craving beef balls for a long time and now I can finally eat them. Lei happily handed the bowl in front of him to Yan Bingxue. Haha, Goku also said that he is a greedy cat, isn't he a greedy cat now that he looks like a foodie? Tuanchuan on the opposite side joked with Lei mischievously. Okay, both of us are greedy cats. I'm going to start eating beef balls. Lei couldn't wait to dig out a beef ball with a spoon and put it in his mouth. Wait a minute, Lei, you will burn a whole beef ball like this. Baba will break up the beef ball for you, so that it won't burn. Suchen said and brought Lei's bowl, break the beef balls in half. Soon, Suchen broke both beef balls into pieces. Okay, Lei, now you can eat beef balls. Blow it before eating, don't burn your mouth. Suchen instructed Lei carefully. Okay, Lei understands, thank you, Baba. Lei replied to Suchen obediently. Next, Lei ate a small bite of beef balls, which were very cubous and not fishy at all. Wow, this beef ball is too delicious. It's super Q-bomb. You can also try 1. I believe you will like beef balls too. Lei strongly recommended it to Tuanchuan. Beef balls. Really, giggle, then I'll eat a beef ball too. Seeing that her family's giggle recommended so, she was also a little curious. Come on, Mom will get you a beef ball, you can eat it after you break it up. Yan Bingxue, who was sitting beside him, said to Tuanchuan thoughtfully. Okay, thank you, Mama. Tuanchuan said to Yan Bingxue obediently. Soon, the beef balls were ready, and Tuanchuan couldn't wait to dig out the beef balls with a spoon, but accidentally fell into the sauce bowl next to him. Because it didn't stabilize. Ah, the beef balls are so slippery, they almost fell outside. Tuanchuan said. Happily. This time, Tuanchuan carefully put the beef balls dipped in sauce into his mouth, and the taste was really delicious. He quickly put the remaining beef balls in the bowl and soaked them in the sauce bowl. Wow, these beef balls are so delicious with some sauce. Heck, you can try it. Too. Tuanchuan said to Lele in surprise. Lele also learned to put the beef balls in the sauce bowl, soak them in a sauce bowl, and eat them. It didn't take long for the 3 plates of beef balls to be swept away by the 2 snacks from Tuanchuan Lele. After eating the hot pot, Suchin checked the time. It was a little late, so he drove home with his family. Back home, Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu were sitting on the sofa in the living room, watching TV. Grandpa, Grandma, we're back. Tuanchuan happily ran to Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu to say hello. Where did Tuantuan go to play today? Lin Xiu touched Tuanchuan's little head and asked kindly to Tuanchuan. Grandma, we went to pick a wedding gift for Aunt Yusin today. Guess what gift I chose for Aunt Yusin? Tuanchuan said cutely. Well, is it a snack gift package? Lin Xiu said to Tuanchuan softly. No. The retail gift package was given to Aunt Yusin once during the Chinese New Year. Tuanchuan shook his head and said with a smile. What is that? Grandma can't guess it. Lin Xiu softly asked Tuanchuan. Then I'll tell Grandma, it's 9 little yellow duck dolls. We caught these 9 dolls in the doll machine. Tuanchuan replied to Lin Xiu with a serious face. Wow, our Tuan is so good. We can catch 9 little yellow duck dolls at once. Lin Xiu praised Tuan with a look of surprise. No, I only caught 1 little yellow duck doll, Giggle helped me catch 1, Baba is the best, help me catch 7 little yellow duck dolls. Tuanchuan explained to Lin Xiu happily. Oh, so that's the case, Tuanchuan is great. Lin Xiu said to Tuanchuan softly. Grandma, I bought it for Aunt Yusin too. Guess what it is? Lele also moved closer to Lin Xiu, blinking her big eyes. Lele also bought it. Then Grandma guess it well. Lin Xiu said softly with a smile, holding Lele in her arms while talking. I haven't hugged my cute little baby yet. Grandma, I want to hug you too. Tuanchuan looked at Lin Xiu jealously and said, Grandma hug. Lin Xiu said happily, and they all laughed out loud. They were really 2 cute babies, one on the left and the other on the right. Grandma, you haven't guessed what I bought for Aunt Yusin. Lele reminded aloud. He even grabbed Lin Xiu's face with his hands, as if to attract attention. Grandma, let's guess. Did she buy a beautiful dress for Aunt Yusin? Lin Xiu guessed. No. Lele said after shaking her head. Is that a toy? Lin Xiu continued to guess. Yes. Lele looked at Lin Xiu in surprise and said, but she didn't expect Grandma to guess it. Grandma, let me tell you, it's Princess Aisha's figure, Tuanchuan said loudly. It turned out to be Princess Aisha's figure. Aunt Yusin will definitely like it. Lin Xiu looked at the 2 babies lovingly and said. Yeah, it's very beautiful. Lele said, going down from Lin Xiu's arms and going to take it out of the shopping bag for everyone to see. Mom, I'll show Princess Aisha to Grandma. Lei asked while looking at Yan Bingxue, who was holding the bag in Yan Bingshue's hand. Yes. Yan Bingxue replied. Lei, who received the promise, quickly took out Princess Aisha and showed it to everyone. It's very beautiful, Lin Xiu said with a smile. Hearing Lin Xiu's compliment, Lei looked happily at Su Haqian and asked, Grandpa, do you think Princess Elsa looks good? It looks good, Su Haqian replied. I just said it looks good, Lei said happily, and then carefully put away. Princess Aisha. May I put away the presents for you guys? Then I will give the presents to Aunt Yusin. Yan Bingxue asked the two babies. Then Mom, you have to put it away, Tuanchuan urged. Ha ha ha, you mother, don't worry about it, Suchin said with a smile when he heard what Tuanchuan said. Don't worry, don't worry, Tuanchuan said loudly. It was because his father misinterpreted the meaning. Then Mom, go and put away the things, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. The two babies nodded, and then Yan Bingxue took the gift in and put it away. Suchin sat on the sofa beside him and watched TV with everyone. Baby, do you want some fruit? Lin Xiu asked the two babies. No, Tuanchuan replied in a childish voice. Mom, the two of them are full today. They definitely won't be able to eat any more, Suchin said. Hey, baby, did you eat something delicious outside today? Lin Xiu looked at the two babies and asked. Well, I ate a lot of delicious food, Lei replied. He also gestured with his hands. I didn't even bring it home for Grandma to eat. Grandma is so sad, Lin Xiu said, deliberately pretending to be sad. Grandma, we'll bring it for you next time. Tuanchuan quickly hugged Lin Xiu and comforted her. Yes, Grandma, I will bring you a lot next time, Lei also echoed. Okay, baby, you guys are going to go down and play soon. It's been too hard for Grandma to hold you. Su Haqian turned his eyes from watching the TV to the two babies. Let a family of wives hold it for so long, and get tired after waiting. Ha ha ha, Tuanchuan, Lei, come down quickly, go and play by yourself, Su Chen said with a smile. When the two babies heard this, they got down from Lin Xiu's arms and went to play by themselves. The two babies were also very happy playing by themselves, laughing from time to time. After a while, Suchin suddenly turned his head to look at the two babies who were playing happily and said, Baby, did the teacher give you any homework today? Father, we have already finished the homework assigned by the teacher today at school, Tuanchuan replied seriously. We are all good children, and our homework has already been written. Yes, Dad, we have already written it, Lei also replied. What are you talking about? Yan Bingxue came out of the room at this time, walked into the living room, and asked everyone. No, just ask about the studies of the babies, Suchin said. Okay, Tuanchuan, Lei, let's go wash Xiang, shall we? Yan Bingxue looked at the two babies and said. Yeah. The two little babies nodded in response. They looked so cute. Yan Bingxue was about to go to the bathroom, holding the hands of the two babies. Suchin said, Honey, I'll go with you. Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile, feeling very happy in her heart. Her husband is always so considerate. He was afraid that he would not be able to take care of the two children by himself, so he would do everything with her. Then Yan Bingxue and Suchin went to help the babies take a bath together. The two babies washed in separate bathrooms. After washing, Yan Bingxue helped To Antoine to apply fragrant body lotion, which smelled like milk. Mickey Mouse. Pajamas, people like it very much. After Yan Bingxue helped Tuan Tuan clean up, she went to find Su Chen and the others with Tuan Tuan in her arms. Honey, remember to apply body lotion for Lele. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen and said. At this time, Su Chen was helping Lele find pajamas. Okay, wife, I remember. You can take Tuanchuan to drink some milk first, and then you can fall asleep later. Su Chen said, and after taking a look at his beautiful wife and lovely daughter, he went into the bathroom to take care of her. Lele. Lele felt that he was already a little man, so he didn't ask Su Chen to bathe him. After taking a bath, Su Chen helped him wipe his body lotion, then put on his pajamas and came out. When Su Chen and Lele came to the living room, there were only Yan Bingxue and Tuanchuan in the living room. Su Chen went to sit next to Yan Bingxue and asked, Wife, where are the parents? Mom and Dad went in to wash up. Yan Bingxue replied. Then I'll watch the babies here, you go wash up too. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue and said softly. Husband, you go first. I'll watch them first. Wait a minute. I still have some work to do. After you take a bath, you may have to take the babies. Yan Bingxue said, looking into Su Chen's eyes. Okay, wife, then I'll go wash up first. Su Chen said with a smile. Then got up and went back to the room. Yan Bingxue took the two babies to watch their favorite cartoons in the living room. Because he was worried that Yan Bingxue would have a lot of work and had to deal with things until late, Su Chen quickly finished washing up, hoping to leave more time for Yan Bingxue to work, and then he could rest in peace. Wife, I'm all right, go do your thing. Su Chen walked to Yan Bingxue and said. Well, husband, I'll leave the two babies to you. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, then got up and went back to the room. Su Chen sat where Yan Bingxue sat, next to two little babies, who were watching the cartoon seriously. It's cute, and it's super heartwarming to see. Su Chen laughed and teased them and asked, Tuanchuan, why do you and your brother like watching this cartoon so much? Dad, look, this Superman is so powerful, he can defeat monsters. Lele said excitedly. That's it. Su Chen said. I feel that children have their own world. After watching TV for about an hour, Su Chen looked at the time on his phone and said to the two little babies, Lele, Tuanchuan, we're going to bed. But Dad, I still want to see it. Tuanchuan frowned and said reluctantly. But you have to get up early for class tomorrow. There will be children you like to play with in class. Su Chen coaxed. Well, that's fine. Tuanchuan replied after thinking about it. Then Su Chen took the two little babies back to the room to sleep. After sending the two little babies back to the room and coaxing them to sleep, Su Chen found that the light in the study was still on, and it seemed that Yan Bingxue was still dealing with it matter. He went to the kitchen, prepared some fruit and a glass of milk, and took them to Yan Bingxue. Su Chen carried something, went to the door of the study, and said softly, Wife. Then he walked in. Yan Bingxue was signing the document at this time, and when he saw Su Chen coming, the tiredness on his face was much less, and she called to Su Chen, Husband. I prepared some fruit for you, eat some when you're tired. Su Chen said thoughtfully. Facing Yan Bingxue, he was very distressed in his heart, and he didn't want his wife to work so hard, but if this was what his wife wanted to Do, he would be very supportive. Thank you, husband, I love you. Yan Bingxue said embarrassedly. When I said this, even though I had been with my husband for so long, I was still shy, and I was still moved in my heart. Ha ha ha. Then you continue to deal with things, and I will wait for you to finish. Before going to sleep, Suchin said with a smile. He reached out and touched Yan Bingshue's hair. Husband, I'll deal with it right away. Yan Bingxue replied happily. Then Suchin put down his things and left the study, while Yan Bingxue took care of the work seriously. Phew, it's finally done. Yan Bingxue exhaled and said after stretching. It looks so cute. If the subordinates in the company see it, they probably won't think that this is the president they know. Yan Bingxue tidied up her desk, then got up and went back to her room. When she got to the room, sure enough, Suchin was still waiting for her while playing with her phone. My heart was moved again. Husband, you're going to bed soon, I'll take a shower, and I'll fall asleep right away. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Okay, wife, good night then. Suchin said, then put down the phone. He was indeed a little sleepy. Good night, husband, I love you. Yan Bingxue said. Then I grabbed my pajamas and went to the bathroom to wash up. After coming out, Suchin was already asleep. Yan Bingxue did a brief nursing and went to bed. Looking at Suchin, who was sleeping, Yan Bingxue gently kissed Suchin's cheek and made up a good night kiss, and then go to sleep. 2. Early the next morning, the alarm clock woke everyone up, but Suchin got up earlier than everyone else. When everyone came to the living room after washing up, he had already made breakfast. The breakfast I prepared for you today is sandwiches, and I specially cooked porridge for everyone, which is nutritious and rich. Babies, it's time to sit down for breakfast, Suchin said, looking at the 2 little babies who were still standing in the living room in a daze. Hearing Suchin calling them, the 2 little babies reacted and walked slowly to the dining table. Yan Bingxue filled the 2 little babies with porridge and sandwiches. After taking a bite of the sandwich, Tuanchuan woke up and said happily to Su Chen, Dad, the sandwich you made is delicious. Then you eat more. Dad will make it for you. Suchin said happily, and the baby girl praised him early in the morning. What a beautiful day. Well, I want to eat a lot, Tuanchuan replied, and took a big bite of the sandwich. Lele also ate breakfast with relish. After everyone had breakfast, Suchin sent the babies to school. Today, Yan Bingxue also went to work in the company. After Suchin delivered the babies, he came back to pick up Yan Bingxue to go to work. Today's Yan Bingxue is dressed as a high-cold female president, and Suchin is also handsome and compelling. The 2 drove to the downstairs of the company. Husband, are you busy today? Yan Bingxue asked. It's okay. Not a lot, Suchin replied. Then let's ask Yusin and Archie to have a meal with them tonight. We haven't had dinner together since the last marriage proposal, Yan Bingxue said. Good. Girlfriends naturally have to play together often. Oh, wife, do you want to see Yusin? Suchin asked with a smile. There was also a hint of jealousy in his tone. Ha ha ha, husband, no. Didn't you see Archie for a long time? Yan Bingxue said embarrassedly. All right then. Wait for me to ask Archie. Let's have dinner together, tell Yusin, Suchin said. Yan Bingxue said contentedly. Then Su Chen drove to the Dragon Academy of Sciences to go to work, while Yan Bingxue watched Su Chen's car leave before going upstairs. As soon as he went upstairs and entered the office, Special Assistant Zhang came over to report today's work arrangement. There was an acquisition decision-making meeting to be held this morning. After Yan Bingxue briefly read the plan, he had an idea in his heart. Team Zhang, inform the senior management that the meeting will be rescheduled to 10 o'clock. Yan Bingxue looked at Special Assistant Zhang and said, she deliberately delayed the time by half an hour, hoping that these people could prepare more and give the best plan. Okay. Assistant Zhang replied. Go out to arrange work. Here, Su Chen is also working meticulously. Just such a morning passed. When it was time to eat lunch, Yan Bingxue made a video call to Su Chen. As soon as the call was connected, how long did Su Chen's handsome face appear on the screen? Husband, have you come to pick me up? Yan Bingxue asked the little woman. Like. Wife, I'm about to leave now, just wait a minute. Su Chen said. Okay. Waiting for you. Yan Bingxue replied. Then the two hung up the phone, and Yan Bingxue continued to deal with the affairs, waiting for Su Chen to pick her up. Soon, Su Chen's phone call came, and she was already downstairs. Yan Bingxue hurriedly took her bag and went downstairs, worried that Su Chen would wait for a long time. As soon as Yan Bingxue got downstairs, she saw Su Chen's car parked at the door, and then walked towards Su Chen quietly. At this time, Su Chen was playing with her mobile phone. Yan Bingxue wanted to scare Su Chen, but she just walked to Su Chen's. Beside him, Su Chen raised his head, but he was frightened. Su Chen looked at his wife's frightened appearance, and said with a smile. Ha ha ha, wife, are you trying to scare me? Humph, didn't I scare you? Yan Bingxue said, sitting on the co-pilot. My wife is still as naughty as before. Su Chen said happily. It's obviously you who came to scare me. Yan Bingxue said coquettishly. Ha ha ha, this is all a little boy's slapstick. Su Chen said with a smile, and then started the car. Husband, you said that time flies very fast, the babies have grown up a little bit, and Yusin is also going to marry Archie. Yan Bingxue couldn't help but sighed with emotion. Yes. We just have to live the moment. Su Chen said. Yan Bingxue replied. In this way, the two drove home, where a fragrant lunch was ready. You can eat when you go back. After lunch, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue went back to their room for a nap. After the nap, when Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were going to go out, Su Chen looked at Lin Xiao, who was watching TV in the living room, and said, Mom, we won't be back for dinner tonight, you can eat it yourself. Well, okay. Lin Xiao replied. Keep watching her TV. Then we'll go to work. Su Chen said. Then I drove to work with Yan Bingxue. In the car, Yan Bingxue asked. Husband, did you call and tell Archie? Oh, I forgot. As soon as I arrived at the Dragon Academy today, I will have a lot of work tasks. I will notify Archie immediately. Su Chen said. Me too. I was so busy today I forgot. I'll tell Yusin later. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Well, let's eat at the garden restaurant tonight. Su Chen said. Okay. Yan Bingxue replied. In this way, Su Chen sent Yan Bingxue back to the company, and Yan Bingxue reminded, Husband, please go to pick up Tuanchuan and Lele first, then pick me up, and let's go to dinner. Okay. Suchen replied. After delivering Yan Bingxue, Suchen called Fang Qi in the car. As soon as the call was made, Fang Qi's voice came, "Brother Su, what's the matter?" "Your sister-in-law said we'll have a meal at the garden restaurant tonight," Suchen said. "Is that so? Then I'll pick up Yusin, and then go to dinner together," Fang Qi said. Okay. Suchen replied. After speaking, the two hung up the phone. Here, Yan Bingxue also made a video call to Gu Yusin. "Schwer, what's wrong?" Gu Yusin asked excitedly as soon as she answered the phone. "Since the last time I was proposed, my mood has not calmed down. It is easier to get emotional, especially when you see people close to you. Let's have dinner together tonight," Yan Bingxue said with a smile. "Ha ha ha, is there something good to announce?" Gu Yusin asked, curiously. "No," Yan Bingxue said helplessly. It seemed that it was the sequelae of the proposal. "Could it be that you really have another baby this time?" Gu Yusin joked. Deliberately. "No way, you are talking nonsense here. Suchen and I have no plans to joke about the baby all day long," Yan Bingxue said with a smile. "Okay, stop making fun of you. Treat me to dinner tonight," Gu Yusin said. Happily. She also has a lot to say to Yan Bingxue. "My name is Suchen and I told Archie, so Archie will also go," Yan Bingxue said. "Why are you still calling Archie? He's here, why can't I say something?" Gu Yusin said. Just as he was talking, Fang's phone came. He called right away. Gu Yusin said. "Archie? Then if you answer the phone, I'll hang up first," Yan Bingxue said. "Don't hang up, let him wait a while, I'll call him later," Gu Yusin said. "All right then," Yan Bingxue said. Then the two continued to chat for a while about small topics between girlfriends. After Suchen made the call, he planned to pick up Tuanchuan and Lele, and then went to the company to wait for Yan Bingxue. Driving to the school, just after school, the children came out one by one. Suchen searched for the figure of his little baby. "Dad." A small figure beckoned to Suchen and shouted loudly. Suchen saw that it was Tuanchuan, and there was a smile on his face. Then Lele shouted loudly, "Dad." "Hey, Mom didn't come here?" Tuanchuan asked after seeing that there was no figure of Yan Bingxue beside Suchen. "Mom is at work, let's go pick her up together later," Suchen explained. Tuanchuan replied. Then the three got into the car and went to pick up Yan Bingxue together. After reaching the downstairs of the company, the three took the elevator directly to Yan Bingxue's office. "Baby, you are here," Yan Bingxue said happily looking at Tuanchuan and Lele. "Who came in?" "Mom, are you still doing anything?" Lele walked to Yan Bingxue and asked. Can you wait another half an hour for Mom? It'll be fine soon," Yan Bingxue said softly. The two little babies nodded, obediently, and Suchen went to the sofa beside them and waited. The two little babies wanted their mother to finish things quickly, and then they could play with them. They both played quietly by themselves, without speaking aloud. Half an hour passed, quickly. Yan Bingxue raised her head to look at Suchen and her two children from the pile of documents, and hurried to an inexplicable peace of mind and satisfaction. The family is a solid backing at any time. "Husband, let's go." Yan Bingxue stood up and said with a smile. Su Chen looked up and looked over. At this time, the sun was shining on Yan Bingxue, like a fairy who was not a human fireworks. Su Chen's heart beat faster, and said with a smile, "Well, let's go." Tuanchuan, Lele, let's go. Yan Bingxue walked towards everyone with a smile. Go eat something delicious, Tuanchuan said happily. Then the family of 4 set off for the restaurant. When they arrived at the restaurant, Gu Yusin and Fong Qi hadn't come yet, worried that the 2 babies would be hungry, so Su Chen ordered some appetizers for the 2 babies to eat. The 2 babies were very happy to eat. Aki, come here soon. Su Chen picked up the phone and sent a message to Fong Qi. On the way, I'll be there soon. Fong Qi returned immediately. But it wasn't him who replied to the message, because he was driving, and it was Gu Yusin who replied to the message. Su Chen glanced at the message and didn't reply any further. Dad, where are we going to play this weekend? Lele asked curiously, thinking that the weekend is coming soon. Upon hearing Lele's question, Tuanchuan's attention was also attracted, waiting for Su Chen's answer. Ha ha ha, babies, do you want to go to the farmhouse on the weekend? Su Chen said with a smile, these 2 little babies, now they are looking forward to where to play on the weekend. Okay. Okay. Tuanchuan said happily. Father, should we invite Aunt Yusin and the others? Lele asked. Yeah, look at your mother. Su Chen replied with a smile, turning his gaze to Yan Bingxue. Okay. Call Yusin and Archie, and then go to the farmhouse with Mom and Dad. It will be more fun if there are more people. Yan Bingxue said softly. Okay, then ask Archie if they have time this weekend. Su Chen replied. The 2 babies were very happy knowing that they could go to the farmhouse on weekends. They kept asking Su Chen what they were going to do when they went to the farmhouse. Hi. Brother Su, sister-in-law. Fong Qi appeared at the door of the box. Then Gu Yusin followed, their hands were tightly held together, their relationship was very good. Uxian, you 2 look so gluey, you envy others. Yan Bingxue joked while looking at Gu Yusin. Ha ha ha, swear, we are nothing compared to the degree of affection between you and Su Chen. Gu Yusin said with a smile. The 2 sat down while talking. Let's order, Su Chen said to the waiter. The waiter heard Su Chen's words and brought 2 menus, one for Su Chen and one for Fong Qi. Su Chen looked at the dishes on the menu and said, Honey, do you eat black pepper steak? Sure. Yan Bingxue replied. Su Chen nodded, and ordered 2 black pepper steaks. He and Yan Bingxue ate the same. Then I helped the 2 babies order their favorite food. Fong Qi and Gu Yusin also ordered meals. Archie, have you set a wedding date yet? Su Chen looked at Fong Qi and asked. As far as the parents of both parties are planning to hold a wedding next month, but the date has not been set yet, I think there may not be enough time to prepare. I want to hold a wedding next month. After all, I want to give you Xian a super grand and unforgettable one. Wedding. As soon as Fong Qi talked about the wedding, he excitedly said a lot. Ha ha ha, Yusin, you see that Archie is happy, you, a bride-to-be, don't seem to be so excited. Yan Bingxue looked at Fong Qi like this, and said to Gu Yusin jokingly. I'm also very excited. Gu Yusin said. When I got married for the first time, I already had a lot of fluctuations in my heart. Brother Su, Were you excited when you married your sister-in-law? Fang Qi asked. Yes. Very excited, Su Chen said with a smile. As if reminiscing, Su Chen continued, the most important thing is happiness. And happiness. Hey, you two are going to start feeling nauseous again, Gu Yusin said with a smile, and then turned her gaze to the two babies. I'd better take a look at the cute Tuanchuan and Lei. Then, Yusin, you like babies, and we will have more babies when we get married, Fang Qi said with a smile. Yes. Yusin, give us Tuanchuan and Lei more brothers and sisters, Su Chen echoed with a smile. Ha ha ha, this is not something I can decide, Gu Yusin said with a smile. Wife, anyway, I respect your opinion, Fang Qi said while watching Gu Yusin. Seeing Fang Qi's serious appearance, Gu Yusin said shyly, I'll listen to you. You still talk about us. Yan Bingxue joked with a smile. Father, why hasn't our food come out yet? I'm so hungry. Tuanchuan shook Su Chen's hand, blinked her big eyes, and said at Su Chen. Then Dad, go and remind me. Su Chen stroked Tuanchuan's hair and said softly. At this time, the light of fatherly love on Su Chen is very strong. So Su Chen waved, and a waiter came over and asked, Sir, what's the matter? Please help us rush the food, the kid is hungry, Su Chen said politely. Okay, please wait a moment, the waiter said. Then I went to urge everyone to eat. After a while, the dishes began to be served. Father will cut up the steak for you first. Eat something else first. Su Chen brought the two babies' dinner plates over and said. Oh, my meat fell off. Tuanchuan pointed to a piece of meat that fell on the dining table. I feel so distressed. Mom, I'll give you some. Yan Bingxue took some steak from her dinner plate and transferred it to Tuanchuan's dinner plate. Tuanchuan was so happy looking at the meat on his dinner plate, he immediately forgot about the piece of meat that fell out just now. Tuanchuan, eat vegetables, Yan Bingxue reminded Tuanchuan as she saw that Tuanchuan was only eating meat. Mom, the dishes don't taste good, don't eat them, Tuanchuan said coquettishly to Yan Bingxue. No. You can't be picky eaters, you won't grow taller later, Yan Bingxue coaxed Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan looked at the dinner plate in front of everyone. Suddenly his eyes lit up, pointed at Lei and said, but my brother doesn't eat vegetables either. Lei, you want to eat vegetables? Yan Bingxue looked at Lei and said. I don't want to eat. Lei whispered. Lei, I want something to eat, Yan Bingxue said seriously. Seeing Yan Bingxue like this, Lei began to eat the vegetables on the dinner plate. Tuanchuan, you want to eat too? Yan Bingxue looked at Tuanchuan again and said. Tuanchuan also started to eat with vegetables. Schwer, I need to ask you more about how to educate the children in the future. Gu Yusin saw that Yan Bingxue's simple words made the two babies obedient, and said. Ha ha ha, don't look at Schwer just saying a few words so simply, in fact, this is the majesty established at ordinary times, otherwise these two children would not listen at all. Su Chen said with a smile, educating children is not so simple. Honey, don't scare you Xian. Yan Bingxue patted Su Chen's hand and said. You Xian, in fact, the most important thing you need to teach a baby is patience, you have to listen to their thoughts. Yan Bingxue looked at Gu Yusin again and said. Does such a small baby have many thoughts in his heart? Gu Yusin asked. Curiously. Of course. Tuanchuan and Lele have a lot of ideas in their hearts. Yan Bingxue said seriously. When the two little babies heard their mother mentioning them, they raised their heads with a flick, and their big eyes were full of curiosity about what happened. It's okay, baby, you continue to eat. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. The two little babies lowered their heads again and continued to fight with the food. Brother Su, let's drink some red wine today. Fang Qi said, the atmosphere is pretty good tonight, so it should be fine to have a drink. Okay. Su Chen replied. Then he looked at Yan Bingxue with a questioning expression. I'm fine too. Yan Bingxue replied. Where's Yusen? Yan Bingxue asked. Yes. Gu Yusen replied generously. Hi, order a bottle of red wine here. Fang Qi said to the waiter after hearing that everyone agreed. The waiter immediately brought up the wine list and asked everyone to order. Fang Qi ordered the wine, and the waiter quickly brought it up. Brother Su, your wine. Fang Qi poured a glass for Su Chen, handed it over, and said. Su Chen took it. Then Fang Qi poured another glass for Yan Bingxue and said. Sister-in-law. Then he poured a glass for Gu Yusen and himself. Cheers. Gu Yusen picked up the wine glass and said happily to everyone. Cheers. Yan Bingxue also raised his glass and said. I want to drink too. Lele picked up her drinking cup and raised it towards everyone. Ha ha ha, okay, there's also Tuanchuan, let's toast together. Su Chen said with a smile. Everyone's glasses touched each other, and they all happily took a sip of what was in their own cups. Su Chen watched Yan Bingxue take a big sip and reminded, honey, drink slowly. You'll get drunk later. Haha, brother Su, don't worry, as long as you are by my side. Fang Qi said. Jokingly. It's uncomfortable when you're drunk. Su Chen explained. Brother Su still loves others, Fang Qi, you should learn more. Gu Yusen said. While looking at Fang Qi with a smile. You Xian, drink less, too. Fang Qi said impatiently. Ha ha ha, you are so blunt. Gu Yusen said with a smile. Then Yusen, I'll give you all my meat, you can eat more. Fang Qi said, and then exchanged all the steaks he had cut for Gu Yusen. How can I eat so much? Gu Yusen quickly refused, then looked at Fang Qi angrily and said, I think you just want to make me fat. How can I? Fang Qi said with a helpless smile. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue didn't watch the young couple's show of affection either, because they were also concerned about their own affection. Husband, eat some of this matsutake, it tastes good. Yan Bingxue said. Picked up a matsutake and fed it to Su Chen's mouth. Delicious. Su Chen said sweetly after eating. Then he picked up the glass and drank a sip of red wine with Yan Bingxue. By the way, brother Su, I think the weather is pretty good this weekend. Shall we go to the farmhouse to have fun? Fang Qi asked. I happened to think of a piece. Su Chen thought about it. Shall we go to barbecue and play basketball this week? Fang Qi said with great interest. Yeah, our family has to go. Yan Bingxue said. Of course. How could our two lovely babies be missing? Fang Qi said, looking at the two babies who were struggling with food. Tuanchuan, uncle will give you some more meat. Fang Qi said, and put another large piece of meat on Tuanchuan's dinner plate. I also picked up a lot of prawns and some meat for Lele. Aren't uncles and aunts going too? Fang Qi asked. I'll ask them when I get home. Su Chen said. Dad, are you talking about going to play on weekends? Lei asked suddenly. That's right. Aren't you looking forward to going to play on the weekend? Yan Bingxue replied. Then this time when we go to play, can we bring the ball? Lei asked. Okay. Yan Bingxue replied with a smile, wondering what her son was going to say. By the way, speaking of Qiuqiu, husband, let's take some time to buy some dog food and Qiuqiu's new clothes. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen and said. Okay. Su Chen replied. The two little babies are quite worry-free about eating. Although there will be a little trouble from time to time, they are still well behaved. A happy dinner is over like this. Archie, Yusin, wait for you to ask the driver to go back. I've been drinking today. Yan Bingxue said thoughtfully. Okay, let's call you drivers too. We were happy today, and everyone had a little drink, Gu Yusin said. Yeah. Yan Bingxue replied. Then the two called the driver respectively, and when the driver arrived, they went home. As soon as they got home, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue went to wash up, and Lin Xiu took the two babies to play. Grandma, Dad said we're going to the farmhouse on weekends. Tuanchuan said on the sofa. You can go out to play again. Isn't Tuanchuan very happy? Lin Xiu said. Kindly. Happy. Then Grandma will go with us. Tuanchuan replied in a childish voice. Haha, why do you want Grandma to go with you? Lin Xiu asked intentionally. Because Tuanchuan can't bear to have Grandma at home. Tuanchuan replied. Seriously, how could Grandma be missing when going out to play? That's right. Lin Xiu replied happily. Then he glanced at Su Haoqian again. And continued to ask Tuanchuan, then can we not let Grandpa go? Hearing Lin Xiu's question, Su Haoqian's attention also turned to Tuanchuan. He also wanted to hear what Tuanchuan would say. Grandpa is going too. Tuanchuan said loudly. Ha ha ha, it really is my good granddaughter, little padded jacket. Su Haoqian laughed loudly. Come on, Tuanchuan, Grandpa will show you your favorite cartoon. Su Haoqian said. He took the remote control and was about to play cartoons to Tuanchuan. Grandpa, I want to see the transforming robot. Lei said loudly. Let's see what Tuanchuan wants to see first. You wait a moment. Su Haoqian said. Continue to play cartoons for Tuanchuan. Lei looked at Su Haoqian, then turned to look at Lin Xiu, and found that the two of them were surrounded by Tuanchuan, and now even cartoons were only shown to Tuanchuan, so her eyes turned red with grievance, and said loudly, Grandpa bullied me. Hey, what's the matter with Lei? Lin Xiu heard a slight cry in Lei's voice, hugged Lei quickly, and asked gently. Grandpa bullied me. Lei cried in Lin Xiu's arms, with an aggrieved expression on her face. Honey, I don't. You were here just now. Su Haoqian quickly explained. Lei, can you go get some potato chips with Grandma? Lin Xiu said, trying to divert Lei's attention. Yeah. Lei nodded, and seemed to feel much better all of a sudden. Then Lin Xiu led Lei to get some snacks. When Lei came out, she brought candies to Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan, here you are. Lei shouted loudly. At this moment, Lei came out with a bunch of things in her arms, holding the snacks with both hands hard to prevent them from falling off. 7017K. Hearing the sound, Tuanchuan turned around and saw that there were so many snacks, and giggled too. Then the two little babies started watching TV while Eating. After a while, Yan Bingxue said to the two babies from downstairs, Lei. To Anchuan, I'm going to take a bath, I'm going to sleep later. Mom, I still want to watch cartoons. To Anchuan said, with an expression of not wanting to sleep. Impossible. Yan Bingxue said seriously. Okay then. Tu Anchuan immediately replied after seeing Yan Bingxue's eyes. Good. Yan Bingxue praised. Dad, Mom, let's go to rest first, you guys should go to rest early too. Yan Bingxue greeted. Go and rest, you're tired after a busy day today. Su Haqian said. Yan Bingxue smiled in response, and then took the two babies to wash and sleep. Because there were no two babies around, Su Haqian and Lin Xiao went back to their room to rest after watching TV for a while. The house was completely quiet, and everyone fell into a beautiful dreamland. Waking up early the next morning, Su Chen made breakfast for everyone, and then sent the baby to school, while Yan Bingxue went to work. As soon as she arrived at the company, Yan Bingxue was completely different from at home. She was a proper strong woman in the company. Going to work is not a meeting, but processing documents and making decisions. President, we need to inspect our partners at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Do you want to go together? Special Assistant Zhang asked a little nervously. Zhang Tezu has also experienced strong winds and waves. He has met many industry leaders by Yan Bingxue's side. He will not be particularly nervous when standing in front of others, but he will be nervous every time he faces his own president. The president's aura is too strong. Go. Yan Bingxue looked at the time and said. It's already 11 o'clock now. And Su Chen will come to pick her up later. It seems that he will call Su Chen to say that he won't be going back for lunch today. After dialing Su Chen's number, Yan Bingxue said softly, Honey, I won't be going back for lunch today. Is there something to deal with? Su Chen asked. Yes, we have to go outside for inspection at 1 o'clock noon, time is tight. Yan Bingxue replied. Then you have to remember to eat. Su Chen cared. Yeah, husband, I love you. Yan Bingxue said sweetly. Then the last two hung up the phone, and seeing Yan Bingxue hung up, Special Assistant Zhang asked, President, can I order food for you? No need. Yan Bingxue refused. Okay. Special Assistant Zhang replied, and then left the office. Yan Bingxue continued to devote herself to work, and didn't know she was hungry until noon. When she came to her senses, it was already 12 o'clock, so she took out her mobile phone to play. Suddenly someone covered her eyes from the outside, and the scent smelled by her nose was so familiar. Thinking of Su Chen, Yan Bingxue felt a burst of joy in her heart, and called happily. Husband. Ha ha ha, I guessed it so quickly. Su Chen said with a smile, still very happy that Yan Bingxue was able to guess right, and then immediately said with a straight face and pretended to be angry, I know you didn't make a good guess. Eat lunch. Yan Bingxue stuck out her tongue embarrassingly, and said, I'm too busy, so I forgot. I just took out my phone to order food. Don't order, I brought it for you. Su Chen said with a smile, pointing to the food on the table next to him. Wow, husband, you are so kind. I'm so touched. Yan Bingxue said excitedly. She couldn't help standing up and hugging Su Chen tightly, her fairy husband is too kind. Hurry up and eat. It's not good to be hungry. Su Chen said, hugging Yan Bingxue back. Husband, you probably haven't eaten yet. Yan Bingxue asked Su Chen after she released him, looking into Su Chen's eyes. Yeah, I'm here to eat with you, Su Chen replied. Then he took Yan Bingxue's hand and walked towards the table and chairs where the food was placed. Husband, Yan Bingxue said softly, even more moved. The two walked to the chairs in front of the table and sat down. Yan Bingxue opened the food, which was still full of her favorite dishes. Honey, eat more meat. Su Chen put a piece of braised pork into Yan Bingxue's bowl and said, Husband, you eat this fish. Yan Bingxue also brought food for Su Chen. The two of them ate the meal lovingly. After eating, Yan Bingxue went to inspect with Zhang Tezu, while Su Chen went back to work at Dragon Science Academy for a while, and then went to pick up the babies from school. Since today is Friday afternoon, when Su Chen went to pick up the two babies and came back from school, Tuanchuan and Lei chattered along the way, saying that the teacher praised them today, posted little red flowers for them, and talked with the children. We ate cake together. As soon as he got home, Tuanchuan looked at Lin Xiao and started to say loudly, Grandma, look, this is the little red flower that the teacher rewarded me today. Grandma, I have it too, Lei said immediately. Let Grandma take a look, Lin Xiao said happily, while walking towards the two little babies. Grandma, here you are, Lei said, took out her little red flower and handed it to Lin Xiao. Tuanchuan immediately took out his little red flower, ran to Lin Xiao, and showed it to Lin Xiao. It's so beautiful. Lei and Tuanchuan are great. Lin Xiao couldn't help but praise happily when she saw the two babies. Thank you, Grandma, Lei said politely. Thank you, Grandma, Tuanchuan also said. Go and wash your hands, Lin Xiao said. Mom, you are taking care of your grandchildren, Su Chen said jealously. Ha ha ha, son, go eat some fruit. Lin Xiao looked at Su Chen like this, walked up to Su Chen, patted Su Chen on the shoulder, and said with a smile. Okay. Su Chen said with a smile, put down the school bags of the two babies, and went to eat the fruit that Lin Xiao had cut. As soon as Yan Bingxue came home in the evening, Tuanchuan and Lei also surrounded Yan Bingxue and told what happened in the kindergarten today. The family had dinner at home, and Yan Bingxue asked, Honey, shall we go shopping for Qiuqiu tonight? Tomorrow is the weekend. Yes, Dad, let's go buy clothes for Qiuqiu, Lei also actively echoed, waiting for him to go to the farmhouse with Qiuqiu to play. Okay, Su Chen replied. Qiuqiu should be bathed this afternoon, Lin Xiao said. Yeah, but it's too late now, let's wash it when we come back from playing, Su Chen replied. Dad, Mom, do you want to go with us to pick out clothes for Uncle? Yan Bingxue looked at the two old people and asked. Let's not go, let's just go for a walk with your dad, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. All right then, Yan Bingxue replied. Lei, you and Mom go put the dog on the leash for Qiuqiu, and then we'll go out. Su Chen looked at Lei and said. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Okay. Sister, let's go together. As soon as Lei heard Su Chen said that he was going out, he immediately responded positively, holding Tuanchuan's hand. And going to find Qiuqiu. Ball ball. Ball ball. Lei shouted loudly. Su Chen got up to get the car keys, and Yan Bingxue went to get the dog leash. Qiuqiu, good boy, come quickly. Lele said, looking at Chocho, who was lying on his stomach in the kennel. Hearing Lele shout, Chocho stood up slowly, walked out of his nest, and rubbed against Lele. Lele touched Chocho's head and said, Chocho, we are going out now. Wow, woof, woof. Chocho barked a few times, as if responding to Lele. Yan Bingxue took the dog leash over. Chocho was very docile, and put the dog leash on in one go. At this moment, Suchen also came over with the car keys. Seeing that everything was ready, Yan Bingxue said to the two old people, Mom and Dad, let's go out first. Go. Lin Xiu replied. Just as he was about to change his shoes and get ready to go out, Suchen suddenly remembered that he hadn't asked Lin Xiu about their farmhouse, so he said, by the way, Mom and Dad, I forgot to tell you, we will go to the farmhouse with Fangqi this weekend. Oh. Fangqi said that you should go too. We won't join in the fun with you guys. Lin Xiu said shyly, with them around, would these young people not have so much fun? It's fun if you go. Suchen said. Mom and Dad, let's go, this is our family activity, let's go together. Yan Bingxue also echoed. Hearing Yan Bingxue's words, Lin Xiu glanced at Su Haoqian and said with a smile, okay then, we'll go too. Yeah. Suchen replied with a smile. Hurry up and go shopping. Lin Xiu said. Mom and Dad, do you have anything to buy? Suchen asked thoughtfully. We haven't. Lin Xiu replied. Then let's go out. Suchen said. Then a group of people went out. Chocho was also very excited today, running around all the time. Lele couldn't hold him anymore. Chocho, don't run away, get in the car. Lele said loudly to Chocho. Then he led Chocho into the car, where Chocho was much quieter, curled up at Lele's feet. Tuanchuan, hasn't the teacher given you homework recently? Yan Bingxue asked. There is homework, but we have finished it. Today the teacher taught us to sing. Tuanchuan said happily. When they were in school, they finished all their homework seriously. Yeah, what a good baby. Yan Bingxue praised, then looked at Lele and asked. Lele, have you finished your homework? I wrote it too. I wrote it with my sister. Lele replied. Both of you are great. Yan Bingxue said happily. Fortunately, the two babies are not under too much homework pressure now, and they are both well behaved. She and Suchen don't need to worry too much. It was almost at the pet store. Suchen asked, Honey, shall we go to the pet store we used to go to, or should we find a new one? Let's go to the store before to see if there are any good-looking clothes. Yan Bingxue replied. Then Suchen parked the car in the parking lot, and everyone walked to the pet shop. Hi, welcome. The clerk saw that everyone was about to enter the store. He immediately opened the door and said, Mr. Su, you are here. The clerk said with a smile after seeing Suchen and his party clearly. Yeah, let's take a look at the dog's clothes. Suchen replied. Has Chocho gained weight recently? The clerk said after looking at the ball that Lele was holding. I gained 2 or 3 caddies. Yan Bingxue replied. You can still wear the previous size. The clerk said with a smile, and then led everyone to the clothes where the puppy was hung, and continued, We have some new styles. They are all beautiful, you can choose more. At this moment, a customer came in at the door and shouted at the clerk. Boss. Yan Bingxue glanced at it and said, Okay, go and take care of the guests. Let's see for ourselves. Okay then, take a look for yourself first, I'll go over there to have a look. And call me if you need anything. The clerk said with a smile. Yeah. Yan Bingxue replied politely. Then the clerk went to work. Mom, buy this for Qiuqiu, this dress looks good. Tuanchuan pointed to a white dress and said. Yan Bingxue glanced at it and said, then get one for Qiuqiu. Mom, this one is also pretty. Lei said, taking a dog's clothes according to her own preference. Yeah, let's buy one. Yan Bingxue said. In this way, everyone picked several beautiful clothes for Qiuqiu. Dad, this dog chain looks good, let's buy one for Qiuqiu. Lei pointed to a dog chain hanging on the wall. Okay. Suchin replied, anyway, Qiuqiu's current dog leash has been around for a while, so it can be changed. Dad, there's still dog food. Shall we stock up some for Qiuqiu? Tuanchuan came over with a bag of dog food and said to Suchin. Tuanchuan, why did you carry such a big bag? Suchin looked at Tuanchuan and said, wondering when his daughter became so strong. Father, it's so heavy. Tuanchuan carried the dog food in front of Suchin, put it down and said. Ha ha ha. I thought when did Tuanchuan have such great strength? Suchin said. With a smile, and then took the big bag of dog food. Qiuqiu was also very happy in the pet shop. He ran in front of this dog, and then barked a few times in front of the other dog. Everyone bought a lot of things for Qiuqiu, and they went to check out when they were almost out of reach. After paying the bill, the clerk helped put the things in Suchin's car. Yan Bingxue looked at these things and asked, shall we go to other pet stores? No, it's much better to buy. Suchin replied. Yeah, I won't go. Tuanchuan said. Okay, babies. Do you want to go eat something? Yan Bingxue asked, sometimes. Everyone is allowed to eat some snacks when they come out. Mom, I want to eat candied haws. Lei said happily. I want to eat too. Tuanchuan agreed. Then let's go and see if there are candied haws. Yan Bingxue said. Then everyone went to the pedestrian street. The pedestrian street was very lively. At night, full of people coming and going. Suchin and Yan Bingxue held the two babies tightly. Dad, there are octopus balls, said the octopus balls in front of Tuanchuan. At this time, there is still the scent of small balls floating over. Do you want to eat? Suchin asked. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this. Chapter 873 is really a good baby reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Think. Tuanchuan replied loudly, his eyes were fixed on Octopus Ball, and his eyes never left. Ha ha ha, you little foodie. Suchin looked at Tuanchuan's appearance and said amusedly. Yeah, I saw the delicious food, and my eyes are bright. Yan Bingxue also said with a smile. Father, hurry up and buy it. Tuanchuan held Su Chen's hand and said eagerly, wanting to eat it right away. Okay. Buy it now. Su Chen said. Then he led Tuanchuan over to buy octopus balls. Hi. We want 2 octopus balls. Su Chen said to the boss. Okay, do you want tomato sauce or cheese? The boss asked, and at the same time, he kept filling the octopus balls in his hand, which is really skillful. I want cheese. Tuanchuan said loudly. Okay, kid. The boss replied with a smile. Then I filled 2 servings of octopus balls, both of which were full of cheese and other ingredients. When the boss was making octopus balls, Tuanchuan kept his eyes on them, and he really wanted to eat them. Here I am, kid, said the boss, and handed the octopus balls to Tuanchuan. Thank you. Tuanchuan replied politely, although he really wanted to eat it. Right away, he still had to politely say thank you to the boss first. You're welcome. The boss also said with a smile. Su Chen smiled back at the boss, and then he and Tuan Tuan walked towards Yan Bingxue and the others, and Tuanchuan happily took his own share while walking and eating. Lei, this is for you. Su Chen said, and then gave the other one to Lei. Thank you, Dad. Lei said, taking the octopus balls. Dad, you can eat one. Lei said, picked up a small octopus ball and raised her hand to give Su Chen to eat. Thank you baby, Dad, try one. Su Chen bit an octopus ball and said. After taking a bite, I thought to myself why Tuanchuan wanted to eat it so much. The taste was quite good. Mom, you can eat one too. Lei said, and took another one to feed Yan Bingxue. Thank you, Lei. Yan Bingxue said, eating the octopus balls that Lei handed over. The family continued to walk forward while eating. Tuanchuan only cared about eating delicious food, so Su Chen picked up Tuanchuan and walked forward. Mom, there are candied haws. Lei pointed to the candied haws in front of her. When Lei talked about candied haws, the first thing he looked up was Tuanchuan. He was indeed a snack foodie, and he was most interested in eating it. Father, I want to eat. Tuanchuan said happily, and pointed at the candied haws with one hand. Okay, I'll buy it for you. Su Chen replied helplessly. Su Chen saw that there were many people buying candied haws, so he put Tuanchuan down and reminded, Tuanchuan, Lei, follow Mom here. Dad will buy it for you. Then I went to buy candied haws for the 2 babies. When Su Chen came back from buying the candied haws, the 2 babies had already finished eating the octopus balls and were only staring at the candied haws on Su Chen's phone. Here, Tuanchuan's. Su Chen said, and gave a bunch to Tuanchuan. Then I gave a string to Lei, and called, Lei. Honey, you can eat a bunch too. Su Chen said, and then handed a bunch to Yan Bingxue. Thank you husband, but why didn't you buy it for yourself? Yan Bingxue asked. After taking the candied haws, looking at Su Chen's empty hands. I won't eat. Su Chen said. Then husband, let's eat together, I can't finish it alone. Yan Bingxue said. Okay. Su Chen replied. Then the 2 ate a piece of candied haws together. After eating and shopping, they drove home. After all, they had to go to the farmhouse tomorrow, and they had to go to bed early today, so everyone washed up and went to sleep when they got home. Tuanchuan, wake up. Early the next morning, Yan Bingxue called out looking at Tuanchuan, who was still sleeping soundly on the bed. Mom. Tuanchuan called softly. Baby, mommy has picked you up. Yan Bingxue called out softly close to Tuanchuan's ear. Seeing how cute Tuanchuan was, her heart softened. Hug, mother. Tuanchuan stretched out his hands and said to Yan Bingxue, but his eyes were closed, and it seemed that he still wanted to sleep. Yan Bingxue gently hugged Tuan. Tuanchuan's body was extremely warm and soft. Yan Bingxue hugged Tuan and kissed Tuan on the cheek. Tuanchuan, we are going to play at the farmhouse today. Yan Bingxue said in Tuanchuan's ear. It's time to play. Tuanchuan said, as if he had woken up a lot. Yeah, mommy will take you to wash up now, and then dress you up like a little princess, okay? You're so pretty. Yan Bingxue looked at her beautiful daughter and said, I just want to make Tuan beautiful every day. Okay. Tuanchuan replied. Then Yan Bingxue dressed up for Tuanchuan, and changed into a light green small fragrance suit. Also had braids. Honey, go down and have breakfast. Suchin walked into the room and said to Yan Bingxue. At this moment, Yan Bingxue just helped Tuanchuan tidy up, so she said, okay. Father. Tuanchuan shouted excitedly. Baby, Dad, look at our beautiful little fairy. Suchin looked at Tuanchuan and said, walking towards Tuanchuan while talking. Tuanchuan looked at Suchin, who was approaching, stretched out his hands, and said, hug, Dad. Okay, Dad, hug. Suchin said with a smile. Then hold Tuan in his arms. The three of them went down to have breakfast. After breakfast, Yan Bingxue went back to her room to dress herself up, but it was just a little bit of dressing up. After all, she was born beautiful. As long as she put on a little powder and put on makeup, she was already beautiful. At this time, everyone was tidying up their things in the living room. When Yan Bingxue appeared in front of everyone, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sighed. Our family's genes are good, the male is handsome, and the female is beautiful. Ha ha ha, Mom. There's no boasting. Suchin joked with a smile. I'm telling the truth. Lin Xiao said. Okay, let's go. Su Haqian said. Let's go. Lei said excitedly. Then the whole family took the good things and set off to the farmhouse, and then joined Fang Qi and the others when they arrived at the farmhouse. When the car was about to arrive at the farmhouse, Yan Bingxue called Gu Yusin and asked, Yusin, where have you been? We'll be there in 20 minutes, how about you? Gu Yusin said after looking at the navigation. We are about the same, we should be faster than you. Yan Bingxue replied. After the two exchanged their schedules, they hung up the phone. The time to the farmhouse is almost the same. As soon as he arrived at the farmhouse, Lei ran around with Qiuqiu. The scenery here is very good, and the air is very fresh. Vegetables are grown by themselves, and you can pick them yourself, as well as fruit picking, fishing, and so on. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to Record this, Chapter 874 Eat Delicious, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Brother Su, are we going to play ball or go fishing? Fang Qi asked with his arms around Su Chen's shoulders. Go fishing, you'll sweat all over playing ball. Su Chen thought for a while and said, It's been a long time since I played ball in school last time and I felt a little itchy in my heart, but considering that it's inconvenient to take a shower here, I gave up. Yusin, you and sister-in-law are playing here, Fang Qi said while looking at Gu Yusin. You guys go, I want to chat with Shuer here. Let's play by ourselves. Gu Yusin said with her arms around Yan Bingshua's hand. Honey, don't you want to play with us? Su Chen looked at Yan Bingshue reluctantly and asked. Compared to Fang Qi, who was going fishing by himself, Su Chen is simply a model husband. Fang Qi, I suddenly don't want to talk to you anymore. Gu Yusin pouted and looked at Fang Qi and said. Uxian, come on, do you want to play with us? Fang Qi hurried to Gu Yusin and coaxed Gu Yusin. But we are fishing, it will be boring for you to wait there. Fang Qi whispered. Humph, then you should ask me too. Gu Yusin said coquettishly. Okay, I'll know next time. Fang Qi scratched his head and replied. Then do it better next time. After all, there is Su Chen as a role model here, so you have to study hard. Gu Yusin said, letting Fang Qi go. Okay. Fang Qi said. Then do you want to go fishing together? Fang Qi looked at everyone and asked. We're not going. Yan Bingshue shook her head and replied. Others don't really want to go either. Go quickly. Let's go play by ourselves. Gu Yusin urged Fang Qi. Then let's go. Fang Qi said. Then he and Su Chen went fishing by the lake. Shuer, there is a vegetable garden over there. Let's go pick some vegetables and cook them for lunch. Gu Yusin said, looking at the vegetable garden in front of her. Okay. Mom and Dad, do you want to pick vegetables with us? Yan Bingshue looked at the two old people and asked. You two go, just in time for you to chat, I will take the two babies here for you to take a look. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Thank you, Mom. Yan Bingshue said happily. Let's go, Lele, Tuanchuan, let's go play. Lin Xiu called to the two babies. Then he walked to Tuanchuan's side, held Tuanchuan's hand and walked forward. Su Haoqian and Lele followed slowly. Today Lele has been running around happily with Qiuqiu. When only Yan Bingshue and Gu Yusin were left, they walked towards the vegetable garden. Shuer, Su's father and Su's mother are so kind. They are very considerate of you. They help you take care of the children and spare time for you. Gu Yusin said to Yan Bingshue. Although I knew that Su Chen's family was very kind to Yan Bingshue before, but seeing it with my own eyes, I was still very envious. Gu Yusin wanted to get married, and a large part of the reason was Yan Bingshue's influence. I feel that the marriage is also very beautiful. My husband and family are very good, and there is a cute baby. Yes, my parents are very kind to me. Yan Bingshue said with a happy face. Maybe I still felt uneasy before, but after getting along with the family, all I feel is happiness. Swear, I really hope I can be like you in the future. Gu Yusun looked at Yan Bingxue and said, it's definitely possible. You can be very happy too. And Feng Qi treats you very well. Yan Bingxue comforted Gu Yusun. By the way, Swear, do you think I'm premarital anxiety? I'm thinking about things. Gu Yusun looked at Yan Bingxue seriously with a small face and asked, as if eagerly hoping that Yan Bingxue could answer this question. Ha ha ha, Yusun, you are so cute. It's normal to think about these things before marriage. After all, you will live with other people in the future, and you will start a life that you have never experienced before. You will definitely be curious and go to I thought about it. Yan Bingxue comforted with a smile. The two of them went to the vegetable garden after saying this, because everyone came early. There were only a few staff members picking ingredients in the vegetable garden, and there were no other people. Are you here to play? A staff member asked the two of them. Yes, let's come and pick some vegetables. Yan Bingxue replied politely. There is a basket here, you can pick the vegetables and put them in. The worker explained. Okay. Thank you. Yan Bingxue replied. Then I went to get 2 baskets, one for myself and one for Gu Yusun. Swear, before you got married, even before you lived with Su Chen, would you think about this and that like me? Gu Yusun asked, curiously. Didn't I tell you that? Girls will be like this, but you still have to think less, or your little head will hurt later. Yan Bingxue replied with a smile. Okay, swear, if I think about it later, I'll find you right away, and then you will be responsible for helping me divert my attention. Gu Yusun said coquettishly. Okay. Anyway, you should think less. Feng Qi loves you so much, and you will be as happy as Su Chen and I. Yan Bing said with a smile. Feng Qi, who was fishing with Su Chen, sneezed several times. Several times? The fish that took the bait were scared away by sneezing. Brother Su, do you think I have a cold? Why do I sneeze so much all at once? Feng Qi rubbed his nose, then looked at Su Chen and asked. Do you have a cold, don't you know? Su Chen replied. Focus only on fishing. But I don't feel like I have a cold. I just sneezed, without any other reaction. Feng Qi said. Then it's not a cold. Su Chen said concisely. Then what's wrong with me? Feng Qi asked in confusion. Shut up, the fish are all gone. You didn't just sneeze today. Su Chen reminded. Ha 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 ha, in fact, there is another way of saying sneezing. It is said that if you sneeze twice in a row, it means that someone misses you again, maybe. It's your first love, Su Chen joked. Brother Su, what are you talking about? Uxin is my first girlfriend. And also my last girlfriend. Feng Qi said firmly. Okay, I see. Su Chen smiled. Su Chen looked at Feng Qi's resolute and tender look in front of him, and secretly smiled in his heart. The two continued fishing. Su Chen was still very good at fishing, and after a while, he caught several fish. It seems that braised fish can be eaten at noon today. Here Lin Xiao and Su Haoqian are walking around the yard with their 2 babies. The place is quite big. They have been walking for 10 minutes, and there are still some places in the distance. Grandma, there are fruits here. Lele pointed to a fruit grove in front of her and said. There were many people in the fruit grove, picking fruits with baskets. It seemed that everyone had come to pick fruits. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, chapter 875, learn from Su Chen well, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Lele, do you want to pick fruits by yourself? Lin Xiu asked with a kind smile. Think about it, Grandma, I want to pick strawberries and eat them. Lele said happily. Okay, then let's go pick some strawberries and eat them. Lin Xiu replied. Then everyone went to get the baskets and planned to go into the orchard to pick strawberries. Just when everyone was about to go in, the staff stopped Lele and said, Sorry, kid, dogs are not allowed in our orchard. But Chocho is our friend. Lele said unhappy. Lele. Su Haoqian shouted, then smiled and said to the staff, Sorry, we no. Lele, come here. After Su Haoqian finished talking to the staff, he called out to Lele again. Lele walked towards Su Haoqian step by step, as if he was a little unhappy when his grandfather called him loudly just now. After Lele walked up to Su Haoqian looked at Lele and said, Lele. Chocho is our good friend, but we have to abide by his rules. But why not let Chocho go in with us? Lele asked. Because Chocho is a dog, it may run around in the orchard when we are not watching it, and it will destroy the fruit. Su Haoqian explained carefully. That's it. Well then, let's not let Chocho in. Lele said after hearing Su Haoqian's words. But if you don't take the ball in, what if you lose it later? Lele suddenly thought of this question and asked anxiously. Su Haoqian also thought of the problem, so he said, Let's ask to see if there is any staff who can help us look at the ball. Then let's ask. Lele said. Then I went with Su Haoqian to ask the staff member just now. Hello, I don't bring my dog in. Do you have a place where your daughter can take care of the dog? Su Haoqian asked politely. Sorry, we don't have any here. The staff said shyly. Okay, thank you. Su Haoqian said. After Su Haoqian and Lele returned to Lin Xiu asked, Can someone look at the dog for us? No. Su Haoqian replied. Then let's not go. Lin Xiu said helplessly, there was no other way. Su Haoqian looked at the two babies who really wanted to pick strawberries and said, Take the kids to play. I'll watch Chocho outside and wait for you. But you will be very boring. Lin Xiu said. Go quickly. Su Haoqian said with a smile. Okay. Lin Xiu replied. Then I was about to enter the strawberry garden with the two babies. After the three of them turned around and entered the strawberry garden, Tuanchuan didn't see Grandpa anymore, and asked Lin Xiu, Grandma, where did Grandpa go? Grandpa is waiting for us outside. Lin replied with a smile. Grandpa is outside alone. Tuanchuan said with concern. It's okay. Honey, let's go pick strawberries. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Thinking that if Su Haoqian knew that Tuanchuan missed him so much, he would be very happy. Okay. Tuanchuan said with a smile, the child's mood is like this, and it suddenly changes. Be happy and sad anytime. In this way, the three of them worked hard to pick strawberries. Grandma, this strawberry is so big. Tuanchuan said after picking a strawberry. As big as her palm. Grandma, take a look. Lin Xiao walked to Tuanchuan's side and said, taking a look at the strawberry in Tuanchuan's hand. It was really big. Tuanchuan is really amazing, show it to Grandpa later. Lin said with a smile. I'm going to pick some more strawberries, and I'll take them out for Grandpa to eat later. Lei said, and she was really picking strawberries seriously. Grandpa will definitely like it. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Fortunately, my family is well educated, and the babies are very filial. The two little babies continued to pick strawberries hard. But after all, the strength is small, and it took a lot of effort to pick some. Suddenly there was a plop, Tuanchuan fell, and all the strawberries in the basket fell out. Lei saw it first, and hurriedly asked with concern, Tuanchuan, what's the matter? Brother, it hurts. Tuanchuan said aggrievedly. At this time, Lin Xiao also noticed the situation here, and hurriedly walked towards Tuanchuan, and said as she walked, Tuanchuan, oops, why did you fall? After walking over, he picked up Tuan, looked at Tuan, and patted the dirt off Tuan's body. Then the three of them picked up strawberries that fell from the ground. Suddenly, Tuanchuan burst into tears. Lin Xiao was taken aback, thinking that she just fell somewhere, and quickly asked, Baby, did you hurt from the fall? My big strawberry. Tuanchuan said sadly, pointing to a few crushed strawberries on the ground. The tears couldn't stop. Lin Xiao felt relieved when he heard that it was strawberries, not any pain in his body, and comforted him, saying, Baby, it's okay, let's pick some more. The biggest strawberry was broken by me, I gave it to Grandpa. Tuanchuan still said sadly. There was that big strawberry among the few strawberries that were crushed when she dropped it just now. Now that it's gone, it can't be given to Grandpa. Thinking about it this way, it seems even more sad. Tuanchuan continued to cry. Tuanchuan, Grandpa will not be unhappy, as long as the baby picks it for Grandpa will be very happy. And there will be other big strawberries later. Lin Xiao comforted, wiping Tuanchuan's tears with a tissue. Really? Tuanchuan asked. Yes. Let's go, let's continue picking. Lin Xiao said to Tuanchuan. Then I'm going to pick another big strawberry. Tuanchuan said happily. Grandma will help you find it together. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Brother will help you find it too. Lei also echoed. The three of them continued picking strawberries and went to find the biggest one. After picking for a while, Tuanchuan took another super big strawberry and said, Grandma, brother, come quickly, I found a big strawberry. When Lin Xiao and Lei heard Tuanchuan calling them, they all looked this way. Tuanchuan was holding a big strawberry in his hand, which seemed to be bigger than the strawberry just now. Tuanchuan is so good, I found another big strawberry. Lin Xiao praised with a smile. Encouraged by this big strawberry, Tuanchuan worked harder to pick strawberries. He couldn't hold the basket anymore. He picked a full basket before going out. In the end, it was Lin Xiao who took the strawberries out. The two babies were obedient follow behind. Please weigh it here, and we can pay the bill then, the staff member said, after watching Lin Xiao and the others come out. Okay, Lin Xiao replied. Passed all the strawberries on the phone to the staff. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, chapter 876 farmhouse play, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Page Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. The staff took the strawberries, weighed them and returned them to Lin Xiao. During this period, Tuanchuan kept staring at the strawberry, for fear that the big strawberry would be damaged. Until the basket returned to Lin Xiao's hand. She said eagerly, Grandma, I'll take out that big strawberry. Yeah, Lin Xiao said, and handed the strawberry to Tuanchuan, asking her to pick it up. Tuanchuan got the big strawberry in one go. Then he looked at Su Haoqian, who was sitting at the door waiting for them. Grandpa. Tuanchuan shouted happily, and was about to run towards Su Haoqian. Tuanchuan, slow down. Su Haoqian reminded worriedly when he saw that Tuanchuan was running so fast without paying attention to his feet. Grandpa, look, big strawberry. Tuanchuan ran to Su Haoqian, holding up a strawberry and said, Yeah, it's huge. Su Haoqian said while holding Tuanchuan. Grandpa, I'll give you this big strawberry. Tuanchuan said, putting the strawberry in Su Haoqian's hand. Tuanchuan specially picked these for you and kept them in your hand. I just broke one and cried for quite a while. Lin Xiao said to Su Haoqian with a smile. Thank you, baby. Su Haoqian took the strawberry and said while hugging Tuanchuan in his arms. Grandpa, give me the ball. Lei said. Here. Su Haoqian said with a smile. Put the rope into Lei's hands. Tuanchuan, Grandpa put you down, I'm going to help Grandma get things. Su Haoqian said to Tuanchuan in his arms. His eyes were on Lin Xiao, worried that Lin Xiao would get tired carrying the strawberries. I'll go by myself, said Tuanchuan. After Su Haoqian put Tuanchuan down, he immediately helped Lin Xiao get things. Grandma, are we looking for Mom's number now? Lei looked at Lin Xiao and asked. Okay. Lin Xiao replied. They've been playing for a while, it's time to get back to them, and it's time for lunch. So a few people went to find Yan Bingxue. When seeing Yan Bingxue and Gu Yusen, Tuanchuan first looked at the two baskets of vegetables next to Yan Bingxue and said, Mom, you picked a lot of vegetables. Because eating vegetables is good for our health, so we can't just eat meat. We should eat more vegetables. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Tuanchuan is indeed a snack foodie, always interested in what he eats. But the vegetables are not delicious, but the meat is delicious. Tuanchuan muttered in a low voice. Ha ha ha, If Tuanchuan doesn't want to eat vegetables, Aunt Yusin may not let you eat them. Will you live with Aunt Yusin in the future? Gu Yusin joked, while looking at Tuanchuan. Well, no, I want to live with my parents. Tuanchuan immediately shook her head and refused. Although she likes meat very much, she can't leave her parents. But Mom will let you eat vegetables. If you live with Auntie, Auntie can let you eat meat, and also let you eat other things you like. Gu Yusin continued to seduce Tuanchuan. No, I want my mother. Tuanchuan insisted. Although meat is very important, mother is more important. Ha ha ha. Well, Tuanchuan lives with her mother. Yan Bingxue said softly. Mom, we picked a lot of strawberries, do you want to eat? Lei pointed to the strawberry Su Haoqian was carrying. You guys picked so many strawberries. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Yeah. Lei replied. Then let's go into the house, wash and eat. Yan Bingxue said. Yeah, it's almost time to start preparing Chinese food, Shuer, you can call Su Chen so that he and Fang Qi can come over. Su Haoqian said. Okay, Dad. Yan Bingxue replied. Then everyone started walking towards the building with their things. Yan Bingxue dialed Su Chen's phone while walking. Husband, you are coming back soon. We are going to start cooking Chinese food. Yan Bingxue said. Okay, we're going back now. Su Chen said. After the two hung up the phone, Su Chen and Fang Qi packed up their things and planned to go back. When the two returned to the house, Yan Bingxue and the others were already preparing dishes. As soon as Yan Bingxue saw Su Chen coming in, she said, Husband, go eat some strawberries. They were picked by Tuanchuan and Lei. Okay, put down the things, and we'll eat. Su Chen replied. In his hand, he was still carrying a bucket with fish in it. Father, I want to see Yao Yue. Lei said excitedly, walking towards Su Chen. Father, I want to watch it too. Tuanchuan also said positively. Come and see. Su Chen said after putting the bucket in the kitchen. The two little babies leaned in front of the bucket and looked inside. Wow, so many fish. Tuanchuan said happily after stretching out his head too. Look. Dad, you are amazing. There are so many big fish. Lei looked at Su Chen adoringly and said. In the future, he will also learn to fish. He is as good as his father and knows many things. Father will make fish soup for you at noon today. Su Chen said with a smile. Dad, I want to eat braised fish. Tuanchuan said happily, and the dishes that Dad cooked were super delicious. Okay. I'll do it for you. Su Chen looked at the two babies and said. Dotingly. Honey, eat strawberries. Yan Bingxue walked up to Su Chen with the freshly washed strawberries and said. Thank you, wife. Su Chen said happily. I took a strawberry and put it in my mouth, and tasted it lightly. It's still my wife who is considerate and will think of him for everything. Dad, my sister, and I picked a lot of strawberries. Lei said loudly to Su Chen. Yeah, you guys are awesome, the strawberries are delicious. Su Chen said. Happily. Uncle Fang Qi, you eat strawberries too. Lei said looking at Fang Qi. Ha ha ha, okay. Fang Qi said. After taking a strawberry and eating it, he said, it's delicious. Why is your clothes dirty here? Gu Yusin pointed to a white mark on Fang Qi's body and said, "Where is it?" Fang Qi asked, looking towards himself. "Don't move. I'll clean it up for you," Gu Yusen said, and then carefully helped Fang Qi get rid of the white dirt bit by bit. "Yu Xian is so considerate," Yan Bingxue joked with a smile. "Yusen has always been like this," Fang Qi said with his arms around Gu Yusen. His face showed that Gu Yusen was perfect in his eyes. "Ha ha ha, okay, everyone is about to start cooking Chinese food." Lin Xiu smiled and looked at the children and said, "If we continue our chat, we will have Chinese food later. How about it? Can each of us make a few special dishes for everyone to taste?" Fang Qi suggested to everyone. "Okay, this way we can see how everyone's cooking is going," Su Haqian said with a smile, and he still approved of the children's cooking demonstration. "I think it's okay. It's a good idea." Lin Xiu looked at everyone and agreed with a smile. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, chapter 877, I want to live with mom and dad, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Then we have to prepare the side dishes now. We just washed some vegetables. And now we are going to bring over the meat. Gu Yusen said. Okay, let's take that basket and put some over there. Yan Bingxue said, pointing to a large basket next to it. Honey, there's no need to take the basket. We'll go to the front and choose it, and the staff will bring it over. Su Chen explained. Then let's go there. Yan Bingxue said. Then everyone went to get the ingredients, because everyone wanted to choose what they liked, so they all went to get it together. When we arrived, everyone chose their own ingredients for cooking. Hey, it seems that no one has grilled yet, or if I come to barbecue, everyone will eat it? Fang Qi looked at everyone and asked. Today's weather is also very good, very suitable for barbecue, so don't miss this project. Eat. Gu Yusen said cheerily. Of course, barbecue is also a dish. Let's see how you perform today. Su Chen said with a smile. Eat meat. Tuanchuan also said happily. Ha ha ha. Hearing Tuanchuan's childish voice, everyone laughed. Yes, Archie, as long as you do it, someone will definitely eat it. Yan Bingxue also echoed. Aren't uncles and aunts eating too? Fang Qi looked at Su Haqian and Lin Xiu and asked. Eat, follow the steps of you young people. Su Haqian said jokingly. Ha ha ha, then I will play well today and not let you down. Fang Qi said with a smile. Continue to choose today's barbecue ingredients. Husband, I took some cakes. Yan Bingxue said after seeing Su Chen was about to take dessert. Then I won't take it anymore. I wanted to give it to Tuanchuan and Lei Lei. Su Chen said with his hand back. Going to pick something else? Dad, look at this duck. Tuanchuan pointed to a snow-white duck. When Su Chen heard Tuan Tuan calling him, he looked in the direction Tuanchuan was pointing at. There was a little girl who led a big white duck and gave the duck a red bow. The duck was swaggering and walking behind the girl, looking very proud. Because of the appearance of this pet duck, everyone looked over, and the little girl felt that everyone was looking at her, with her head raised high, as if enjoying the gaze of others. When it was about to pass by Lei, the duck saw Cho and suddenly quacked a few times towards Cho. At this time, Cho also saw the white duck, and not to be outdone, he yelled at the duck, "Wow, woof, woof." Hearing the cry of the ball, the duck was so frightened that it immediately ran around. The little girl panicked immediately, and quickly called the duck's name, Chi. Chow. Lei held Cho tightly to prevent it from screaming or running around. Chi, don't run away. The girl continued to call the duck. But the duck kept running. The people nearby were all dodging. After the staff found out the situation here, they hurried over and tried to control the duck, and it took a while to control the duck. After the little girl hugged her duck from the staff, she gave Cho and Lei a hard look. After Yan Bingxue saw her, she looked at a little girl, and Cho, indeed, yelled loudly, so she went over to comfort the little girl and said, "Little friend, are you scared?" "I'm so sorry." Hearing Yan Bingxue asked her, the little girl suddenly cried loudly, and Yan Bingxue was startled. A woman who seemed to be the little girl's mother trotted over and asked the little girl, "Daughter, what's wrong?" "Mom, they bullied Chi." The little girl pointed at Yan Bingxue and the others, crying to her mother. "What's going on?" the woman asked, loudly. He also took a hard look at Yan Bingxue. "Ma'am, it's a matter between pets. May I tell you what happened?" The staff watched as someone came over to watch the excitement. "Hurry over and say." The lady looked at her pet duck, and then at the ball, and found that her pet duck was squatting behind her daughter and dared to move. It was completely different from usual, and the ball was still fine. Looking at Yan Bingxue again, she felt that such a young lady must have no power, so she said arrogantly, "Why don't you take care of your dog? Look at how scared my Kiki is. It's gone." Obviously, he automatically felt that this matter was completely Cho's fault. Although Yan Bingxue felt that the lady was a little impolite, she still didn't care, and continued to ask with a gentle smile, "Madam, if you think there is something wrong with your pet, we can take it to the pet hospital to have a look together." The lady looked at Yan Bingxue, who was also very talkative, further confirmed that Yan Bingxue was with Ruan Persimmon, and continued to speak loudly, "It's just something, you can't see my Chi. Are you still scared now?" The lady, "Let's take the pet to the pet hospital now." Su Chen walked over and said politely, "The hospital we Chi is going to is not something you can go to, so you can just lose the money." The lady looked at Su Chen and said, "How much should I pay?" Su Chen asked. The lady sized Su Chen up and said, 100,000. The people next to me were incredulous when they heard what this lady said. This is just an ordinary duck, not a precious pet. When Su Chen heard what a lady said, he couldn't help feeling amused, so he said, "Ma'am, I may not agree to this, because it's a bit unreasonable." "What are you talking about without money? It's really useless." The lady looked at Su Chen and laughed. What are you talking about? Fang Qi stepped forward and looked at the lady sharply after hearing what the lady said. Hearing this, Su Chen's face darkened a bit. He was always polite. Seeing the aura of Su Chen and Fang Qi, the lady was also a little scared, but she continued to say stubbornly, "You are relying on yourselves to be men, so I will call my husband over now." "Call it," Su Chen said. Although the lady was suppressed by Su Chen's aura at this time, she looked around at the people watching the excitement and called her husband. "Husband, why haven't you come here yet? Come here quickly. Someone is bullying me and my daughter," the lady said to the other end of the phone. "I'll come right over, you tell them to wait," the man said loudly. Even Su Chen heard the loud voice. Knowing that her husband was coming, the lady immediately said loudly, "Just wait, my husband is coming soon." Su Chen only glanced at the lady and didn't speak. This look frightened the lady again, and she only hugged her daughter. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, chapter 878, The Villain First Sues, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. The surrounding staff hurried over to comfort everyone. After the staff apologized, the lady became more confident and felt that she was condescending. Again. Taking a sharp look at Su Chen, he said in a low voice, "My husband will be here later." Su Chen and Yan Bingxue continued to choose the ingredients, not paying attention to this lady at all. "Lele, do you want to eat crab?" Yan Bingxue looked at a king crab and asked. "Eat." Lele replied with a smile. "Then we want this king crab," Yan Bingxue said. "Hello, please pack this king crab for us," Yan Bingxue said to the staff. Just now the lady suddenly said, "I want this one." It seemed that she wanted to compete with Yan Bingxue. "This is what I asked for first." Yan Bingxue looked at the staff and said. The staff looked troubled. At this moment, a chubby man with a big gold chain swaggered in at the door, and shouted loudly as soon as he came in, "Who doesn't want to mess around anymore, and actually bullies my wife and children?" Everyone present looked over when they heard the voice. The man was even more smug when he saw so many people looking at him. He walked up to her wife and asked, "Wife, who is it? I let him go around without food." When the lady saw her husband coming, she seemed to have a protective umbrella, and immediately said arrogantly, "It's them." After speaking, he pointed at Yan Bingxue. When Yan Bingxue saw the lady pointing at her, she gave the lady a sharp look. And the lady immediately took her hand away in fright. The man looked in the direction of the lady's value, and his legs felt weak at this sight. He found that this was the employer who had just signed a contract with the company a few days ago. The man gave his wife a hard look, then walked up to Yan Bingxue with a smile and said, "Boss Yan, what's going on?" It must be a misunderstanding. Yan Bingshui glanced at the man in front of him who was smiling, and his eyes were narrowed, but he didn't know who the person in front of him was. So he asked, "Do you know me?" "Mr. Yan, we signed a cooperation agreement with your company yesterday, and your assistant came to sign it, and he hasn't seen me. May I apologize for today's incident?" "You don't remember villains." "Fatty," the man hurriedly said. "Something nice." "Husband, what are you doing?" "It's their fault." The lady looked at her husband's appearance and said with disgust, "You woman, stop talking. If you continue talking, our family will be over." The fat man said to the lady, "No, we are reasonable people, let you say, don't say we bully you." Gu Yusin stood up and said, "It was obviously this pet duck who provoked it first." A crowd of onlookers whispered. Hearing someone say this, more and more people said, "That's right, and this family's attitude is still so bad. Everyone else is wrong, so I apologize." First, hearing what everyone said, the fat man couldn't hold back even more, and said, with a smile, "Mr. Yan, this is indeed our fault, I'm really sorry. Come here and apologize to Boss Yan's family." The fat man said to his wife. The lady walked over unwillingly, and was about to apologize to Su Chen and the others. Su Chen said first, "Forget it, you don't need to apologize, I don't want you to affect our mood. Okay, let's go now. We won't disturb the happy time of Mr. Yan's family." The fat man said with a smile. Yan Bingshui did not speak. The fat man touched his nose and said to his wife, "Let's go." Then the three of them left in despair. The onlookers also took their own ingredients. Su Chen and the others continued to choose ingredients. After the selection, everyone is going to cook. "Mom and Dad, you are responsible for eating today, and we will judge which one of us cooks the better food." Yan Bingshui looked at Su Haoqian and the others and said with a smile, "Okay. Your mother and I will take care of the babies, and we will work hard for you young people to cook." Su Haoqian said, "Yes, today we will select the most delicious dish for you." Lin Xiu said with a smile. "Then parents, go over there and play badminton, we will finish it as soon as possible." Yan Bingshui said with a smile. "Okay." Lin Xiu replied. "Then I went to play with my two babies." "Then let's start." Gu Yusin looked at the pair of ingredients in front of her and said, ready to show her skills, "Yeah, let's cook." Yan Bingshui responded. The four of them started to cook, but in the end most of the dishes were done by Su Chen, and all the barbecue was done by Feng Qi. "I'm going to ask Mom and Dad to have dinner," Yan Bingshui said with a smile, as she saw that Su Chen's last dish was about to be cooked. "Go ahead, Mom and Dad are probably exercising now," Su Chen said. Yan Bingshui went out to find Lin Xiu and the others. Sure enough, as Su Chen said, the two were playing badminton with great interest, and the two babies were playing with balloons beside them, and they were also very happy. "Mom and Dad, it's time to eat," Yan Bingshui said. "Okay, play the last ball," Lin Xiu replied. "To Anchuan, Lele, Mother will take you to wash your hands, we are going to eat." Yan Bingshui walked up to the two babies and said, "Yeah, it's time for dinner, I'm so happy." To Anchuan said happily, and immediately put down the balloon in his hand. "It's more important to eat." "Yeah, let's go," Yan Bingshui said, while holding a baby. "Lele, you took the ball very well today." Yan Bingxue praised Lei, worried that Lei would be affected by loud and unpleasant things today, so she should encourage him. Thank you, Mom, I will watch Qiu. Lei said happily. Seeing Lei smiling, Yan Bingxue felt relieved, looked at Lei and said, Daddy made you big lobsters, king crabs, and coke chicken wings today. There are many delicious ones. Really? There are so many delicious foods. Tuanchuan asked Yan Bingxue, holding his wife up and looking at Yan Bingxue with sparkling eyes. Under Tuanchuan's gaze, Yan Bingxue felt that Tuanchuan had been tempted. Yes. So you both have to eat a little more today. Then we have other fun in the afternoon. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Mom, what are we playing in the afternoon? Lei asked, curiously. It's raining, let Dad and Uncle Fangqi play games with you. Yan Bingxue replied. Okay, then I must eat more. This way I won't be hungry and can play games. Well, Lei said happily. Just as they were talking, the three of them came to the kitchen. As soon as they entered the kitchen, there was a scent wafting over them, and they were all tempted to eat. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, chapter 879 cooking show, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Dad, Mom said you made a lot of delicious food today. Tuanchuan ran to Su Chen and said, That's right, it's all what you like to eat. Su Chen said with a smile, looking at Tuanchuan's cute appearance. I wanted to touch Tuanchuan's little face, but I didn't touch it because I was afraid of getting my face dirty. Just when Tuanchuan was talking to Su Chen, Yan Bingxue was already washing hands for Lei, so she called to Tuanchuan, Tuanchuan, come here and wash your hands. Tuanchuan happily walked towards Yan Bingxue, stretched out her little hand. And Yan Bingxue poured the hand sanitizer. Then he rubbed his little hands and flushed. After washing, he put his hand under his nose and smelled it and said, It smells delicious. Lei, take your younger sister to the seat first, and mother will serve you a meal. Yan Bingxue said. Lei obediently led Tuanchuan to the dining table, then hugged Tuanchuan to sit on the seat, and sat on the seat next to her. Although Tuanchuan looked at the appetite on the table and wanted to eat very much, he was very tempted, but he still endured it, because his parents taught him that children should not eat casually even if adults have not eaten. She is a well-behaved and polite child, so she is still obedient. Mom and Dad, come over to eat after washing your hands. Su Chen came out with the last dish, just in time to see Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu coming in from outside, so he said, Okay. Come right away. Lin Xiu replied. After everyone was ready, we began to eat. Isn't there a competition? Should we try the dishes first? Lin Xiu asked. With a smile. Auntie, there's no need for it. When the last dish is eaten clean, it must be delicious. Gu Yusin replied. Ha ha ha, no one eats anything that doesn't taste good, right? Su Haqian said. With a smile. Yes. Fang Qi replied. Baby, Mom will serve you a bowl of corn rib soup. Yan Bingxue said while looking at Lele. 877 ZW. Thank you, Mom. Lele said. Yan Bingxue took the bowl and filled a large bowl of soup for Lele, and then helped Lele put some meat on the dinner plate. Tuanchuan, eat some eggs are delicious too. Yan Bingxue looked at Tuanchuan and said. Is it really delicious? Tuanchuan asked suspiciously. It's delicious. Mom will show you. It's so delicious. Yan Bingxue said after picking up some eggs and putting them in her mouth. Then I'll eat a little bit and try it. Tuanchuan said. Yan Bingxue picked up a little egg and fed it to Tuanchuan, who ate it in one bite. Is it delicious? Yan Bingxue asked. Delicious. Tuanchuan said happily. Hearing what Tuanchuan said, Yan Bingxue was also happy, and put some eggs for Tuanchuan. Honey, eat more yourself, this shrimp is delicious. Suchen looked at Yan Bingxue and said, and put a lot of vegetables in Yan Bingxue's bowl. Husband, this chicken is delicious even if you eat it. Yan Bingxue said, and also picked up a large piece of meat for Suchen. Fang Qi, eat more too, you see you are too thin. Gu Yusin also followed Yan Bingxue's example and gave Fang Qi a piece of meat. Ha ha ha, okay, Yusin, you are so skinny, eat more. Fang Qi smiled and cared about Gu Yusin. Everyone eat more. Lin Xiao looked at the group of children and said. Okay, if you come out to play, your appetite will improve, and you will definitely eat more. Fang Qi said with a smile. You young people have a good appetite, but your aunt and I don't have such a good appetite now. Su Haqian looked at Fang Qi and said. I feel better when I was young. Uncle, you are still very young, and you play sports again, so you must be in good health. Fang Qi said. It's no match for you guys. Su Haqian said. Everyone had a delicious appetite and chatted, and the lunchtime passed. 877. Chinese. Now that we've finished eating, it seems that a lobster is the most popular. Lin Xiao said, looking at the table in front of him. I think this Coca-Cola chicken wing is pretty good too. Everyone has finished eating it. Su Haqian said, usually he doesn't eat these very much, but today he ate them better. Ha ha ha, Mom and Dad, the two dishes you mentioned were made by Su Chen. Yan Bingxue said proudly. No wonder. Lin Xiao said, her son's cooking skills are very good, and everything he cooks is delicious. M.77ZW.Xiaomicron. Uncle and Aunt, then please comment on the barbecue. Fang Qi said to Su Haqian and Lin Xiao, as if he had been recognized again. The barbecue is also delicious, but maybe I'm old and I think the taste is a little salty. Lin Xiao commented objectively. I think it's delicious, not salty, that's what barbecue tastes like. Su Haqian said, actually there was still a word in his heart, but he still felt that the dishes made by his son were more delicious. Okay, next time I will continue to work hard. Next time I will let my uncle and aunt try it. Fang Qi said with a smile. It seems that cooking still needs to be strengthened, and I can learn from Brother Su in the future. Then your aunt and I have to look forward to it. Su Haqian joked with a smile. As soon as you finish practicing, tell your uncles and aunts, and invite you to come and taste it. Fang Qi said. Yeah. Su Haqian responded. Then should we go play now, or take a rest? Su Chen looked at everyone and asked. Your mother and I should go and have a rest, or we will lose energy in the afternoon. Su Haqian said. Yes. Lin Xiu also echoed, and after she finished speaking, she glanced at the two babies again and said, let's take these two little guys to rest, you guys can have a good time here first a bit. Thank you, Mom. Yan Bingxue said happily. It was still Mom who was caring and helped her take care of the children all the time. To Anchuan, Lele, how about taking a nap with Grandma today? Yan Bingxue looked at the two children and asked. Mom, where are you going to play? Lele asked. We're not going. It's here. Yan Bingxue replied. Then let's go to rest first, and then come to play with you. Lele said, feeling that he really wanted to sleep. Then Lin Xiu took the two babies to take a nap. Should we play the game PK? It's been a long time. Gu Yusen said excitedly. I agree. It will definitely be interesting for the four of us to play together. Fang Qi also said positively. Then let's play. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. So the four of them picked up their phones and started playing games in teams. What should I do if I don't know how to play this game? Yan Bingxue said. Embarrassedly after opening the game. Honey, just follow me, I will protect you. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue and said. Okay. Yan Bingxue replied, although the surface was plain at this time, but in her heart, she really felt that her husband said this so handsomely, which inexplicably made her feel overwhelmed. It started, Gu Yusen said. The four of them started playing games. Honey, I'll take you there, just follow me and pick up heads. Su Chen said. To Yan Bingxue while operating. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw away a skill. The opposite side was immediately KO'd. Wow, Brother Su is really amazing. Gu Yusen said looking at Su Chen who showed off his skills. Uxian, I'll show you one too, Fang Qi said. Then the operation in the hand didn't stop, and the opponent was KO again. Ha ha ha, Fang Qi, you are so handsome. Gu Yusen said happily. It is estimated that the people on the opposite side are wondering if today is a bit of a back, and they have met some great masters. The four continued to play. Su Chen and Fang Qi were in charge of attacking in front, Yan Bingxue and Gu Yusen were in charge of assisting. After a few rounds like this, everyone won after a while, decided it was boring and didn't want to play anymore. Fang Qi, there are cards there, should we play cards? Gu Yusen said with great interest looking at the cards on the game table in the living room. You want to play? Fang Qi asked. I kind of think about it. Gu Yusen replied. Then play. Fang Qi said dotingly. Swear, do you want to play? Gu Yusen looked at Yan Bingxue and asked. If you want to play, then let's play. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, and she wanted to have fun when she came out to play. Honey, do you want to play? Yan Bingxue took Su Chen's hand again, looked up at Su Chen and asked. Okay. Su Chen replied. Then the four of them started playing cards again. Will we be punished if we lose? Gu Yusen looked at everyone and asked. What punishment is there? Fang Qi asked. Go outside and tell the first person I meet that I'm a fool. Gu Yusin said. Funny. Well, don't, it's not good for us to play this kind of game. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. It's not a child anymore, it's better not to play like this. Then treat me to dinner, Gu Yusin said. Ha ha ha, we often eat together. Fang Qi said. That's right, shall we be punished? Gu Yusin asked. Stop it. Yan Bingxue said. Okay then, let's start playing. Gu Yusin said. Then the four of them started playing cards again. After playing for a while, Lin Xiao came out with the babies. To Anchuan and Lele, how are you taking a nap today? Yan Bingxue stopped playing cards, looked at her baby and asked. Yeah, Grandma slept with me in her arms. Tu Anchuan rubbed his eyes and said. Still a little sleepy. Does that mean you want to sleep with Grandma next time? Yan Bingxue asked. With a smile. His hands are tidying up Tu Anchuan's hair. Tu Anchuan said embarrassedly. Lele, drink some water. After Yan Bingxue arranged Tu Anchuan's hair and clothes, she went to fetch water for Lele. My Schwer is too virtuous. Gu Yusin said looking at Yan Bingxue's figure. My wife has always been virtuous. Su Chen said with a smile. I will do the same in the future, husband and son. Gu Yusin said with emotion. You'll be able to live like this soon. Fang Qi put his arms around Gu Yusin's shoulder and said with a smile. Yeah. Gu Yusin said with a smile, leaning her head lightly on Fang Qi's shoulder. Mom, where are we going to play in the afternoon? Lele asked Yan Bingxue. After drinking water. Shall we go play table tennis? Yan Bingxue asked. Thinking of doing some exercise with the little ones. Okay, last time I had a classmate who said he could play table tennis. And then I said I couldn't, and he laughed at me. Lele said excitedly. Lele, what's the matter? Yan Bingxue asked softly even though she was a little excited when she heard Lele's words. Last month. Lele replied obediently. Yeah, Lele, remember that if you have any unhappy things at school in the future, you should tell your mother. Don't worry about it by yourself. Yan Bing squatted down, hugged Lele, and said. Boys may be embarrassed to say something, it seems that she will pay more attention to the mood of the children in the future. Yeah, Mom, let's go play table tennis. Lele said happily, as if she was quite interested in table tennis. Yeah, go and call Dad and the others. Yan Bingxue stood up straight, patted Lele on the back and said. Fortunately, now that Lele is like this, he doesn't care much about his classmates making fun of him. Father, shall we go play table tennis? Lele walked up to Su Chen and asked. Holding Su Chen's hand. Okay. Su Chen said with a smile, stood up and took Lele's hand and went out. Others also came out to play together. I also brought out some chairs so I could sit and chat. Dad, can you teach me how to play? Lele looked at Su Chen and asked. Yeah, let's ask Uncle Fang Qi to stand over there and practice with us. Su Chen said softly. Okay, today I'll be our kid Lele's partner practice. Fang Qi said with a smile. He took the racket and was about to serve. Fang Qi, wait a moment, let me teach Lele first. Su Chen said. After finishing speaking, he began to explain to Lele how to hold the racket and the rules of playing. The people next to them sat aside and looked at Su Chen and the others. Tu Anchuan, how about Auntie helping you with a better hairstyle? Gu Yusin said, sitting with Tuanchuan on her lap. Mom pierced it. Tuanchuan said. Auntie, let's help you make a better one. Mom's piercing is messed up. Goo. Yusin coaxed Tuanchuan. Mom, is it okay? Tuanchuan looked at Yan Bingxue in a daze and asked. Okay. Yan Bingxue replied with a smile. Then Aunt Yusin, please tie my hair. Tuanchuan turned to look at Gu Yusin and said. Tuanchuan is so cute. Gu Yusin said, looking at the pink and tender face of Tuanchuan, it was so cute. Ha ha ha, Yusin, if you like children, it would be great to have more babies. With Fang Qi. The babies you give birth to will definitely be very beautiful. And cute. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. After giving birth to a few babies, a few children will have companionship, they can play together, and maybe even kiss more in the future. Ha ha ha, okay, Tuanchuan, do you want your aunt to give birth to a younger brother or younger sister? Gu Yusin asked. My brother is very naughty, my sister is obedient, Aunt Yusin, give birth to a younger sister. Tuanchuan replied seriously. Then what if my younger brother listens to you very much? Gu Yusin asked. Curiously, how did she know that the boy was naughty at such a young age? That's fine, but I still like my sister. Tuanchuan replied, wringing her fingers. Why? Gu Yusin asked, curiously. 7017K. Because I'm cuter and more obedient than my brother, so my sister is a girl. And she's also very obedient. Tuanchuan said shyly. Ha ha ha, so it is like this. Gu Yusin said with a smile, at such a young age. Tuanchuan can still boast. If Lele hears it later, I don't know if he will refute it. Ha ha ha, Yusin, so you give birth to a younger sister for Tuanchuan. Yan Bingxue also said with a smile. It's all right, the brothers and sisters are all fine. Gu Yusin said. Tuanchuan, then auntie will help you remove your hair first. Gu Yusin said. Yeah, auntie, take it easy. Tuanchuan said, it hurts a little when she removes her hair, but usually when my mother does it, she will gently and carefully remove it, so it won't hurt. But I still have to remind Gu Yusin. Okay, auntie won't hurt baby. Gu Yusin promised. After finishing speaking, Gu Yusin began to remove Tuanchuan's hair and rebraid it. Here, Suqian has finished teaching Lele and plans to let him practice by himself. Lele, come on. Yan Bingxue said loudly. Lele glanced this way, made a cheering gesture to Yan Bingxue, and then started playing with Fang Qi. Fang Qi served the first ball, and Lele tried hard to catch it, but the ball missed the table. Lele, come on. Yan Bingxue continued to cheer for Lele. Let Lele serve this time, and Lele succeeded in the first serve. Fang Qi took the book, but Lele still didn't catch it. After a few times, Lele didn't catch the ball, so he lost his enthusiasm for percussion and lost the enthusiasm he had at the beginning. Lele, that's how playing is like this. No one can hit it right away, it's all done slowly. Don't be discouraged. Suqian encouraged. Yeah. Lele replied. With Suqian's encouragement, Lele continued to play. This time he actually caught it. Lele was very happy. It seemed that the enthusiasm at the beginning had come back. After catching it once, the rest was very easy. In addition, Fang Qi was also very cooperative in giving the ball to Lele, so Lele was very fast. Just get started. Tuanchuan, did auntie hurt you? Gu Yusin asked Tuanchuan, who had been moving Around just now. There is a little butterfly. Tuanchuan pointed to a butterfly around her and said, "This is a colorful butterfly, like the color of the rainbow in the sun. Very beautiful. What a beautiful little butterfly. It must be because we are so cute and want to play with Tuan Tuan," Gu Yusin said with a smile. "But the butterfly can't talk. How can I be friends with it?" Tuanchuan asked. "You can talk to butterflies," Gu Yusin said. Hearing Gu Yusin's words, Tuanchuan said softly and cutely, "Beautiful butterfly, do you want to be my friend?" After waiting for a while, before Dai Dai's answer, Tuanchuan said, "Aunt Yusin, Dai Dai won't answer me." Tuanchuan, you see that the butterflies around you just like you. They want to be friends with you. Many small animals are our friends. So we must love small animals, Gu Yusin said. Okay, I see. I also want to tell my friends that small animals are our friends and we must protect them, Tuanchuan said seriously. Yes, Tuanchuan is really obedient, Gu Yusin said happily, feeling in her heart that Tuanchuan is too smart and obedient. Just saying that, Gu Yusin's hands have been braiding Tuan Tuan's hair, and a five-pointed star pattern came out after a while. It happened that Yan Bingxue gave Tuan Tuan red hair clips today, and Gu Yusin put those clips on Tuan Tuan. Again. Up. Tuanchuan, can Auntie take a picture for you? Gu Yusin said after braiding Tuanchuan's hair. Okay. Tuanchuan replied. Uxin, it's ready to be braided, Yan Bingxue said. Then I took a look at Tuanchuan, and found that Gu Yusin's skills are still very good, and the braided hair is very distinctive and beautiful, so she praised, Yusin, it's pretty, I will braid Tuanchuan's hair more in the future. As long as Tuanchuan likes it, I will braid it, Gu Yusin said with a smile. At the same time, he took out his mobile phone to take pictures of Tuanchuan. After taking several pictures of her face, Gu Yusin said happily, Tuanchuan is really photogenic, everything looks good in the photo, are you interested in letting Tuanchuan be a child model? Forget about being a child model, Su Chen, and I just want Tuanchuan and Lei Lei to grow up happily and happily. Everything else is up to them, Yan Bingxue said. Our group has completely inherited the advantages of you and Su Chen. Gu Yusin said with emotion. Then he continued to take several photos of Tuanchuan, and also took several photos of the three players who were playing. The afternoon passed quickly, and everyone went home after having dinner at the farmhouse. Son, Shuer, your father and I will go to rest first. I'm a little tired today, so I should be able to sleep soundly, Lin Xiao said, beating her arm. Mom, you and Dad, go to bed quickly, good night, Su Chen said. Good night, everyone, Lin Xiao said. Then I went to rest with Su Haoqian. Husband, let's take Tuanchuan and Lei Lei to take a bath too, Yan Bingxue said. Yeah, Su Chen replied. Then the two of them hugged each other and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After washing Xiang, everyone went to bed. Everyone who was supposed to get up for breakfast the next day stayed in bed and didn't want to wake up. It was 10 o'clock when I fell asleep. Oh, why did we get up so late today? Yan Bingxue said after waking up. Looking at the time. Maybe I had too much fun yesterday, Su Chen replied. Get up. We'll have Chinese food later, Yan Bingxue said, parting ways. Then I got up. As soon as they came to the living room, Su Haoqian and Lin Xiao were watching TV in the living room. There is still some bread on the table, you can eat some, and then you can have Chinese food. Lin Xiu looked at the few people who came out of the room and said. At this moment, Cho ran to Leilei's feet and rubbed against her. Honey, let's give Cho a bath this afternoon. I went to the farmhouse to play all day yesterday, so it's time to take a bath. Su Chen looked at Cho and said. Yeah, let's take it to a pet shop this afternoon. Yan Bingxue said. Shall we go over after dinner? Su Chen asked. Okay, I'll contact the pet store later. Yan Bingxue replied. Well, let's have breakfast. Su Chen said with a smile. Then a few people went to have breakfast, and after breakfast, they sat on the sofa again, watched TV together for a while, and then went to prepare lunch. Tuanchuan, you ate a lot of snacks today, don't eat them. Lin Xiu said while holding the hand of Tuanchuan who was going to get the snacks. Sitting here, watching TV for a while, Tuanchuan has already eaten a bag of French fries and several bags of jelly. Okay then. Tuanchuan stopped his hand to get the snacks, and said. Reluctantly. It's time to eat, you can eat meat. Lin Xiu coaxed Tuanchuan. Grandma, do you know what delicious food Dad made today? Tuanchuan asked. Curiously. Should we take a look secretly? Lin Xiu asked with a smile. Go. Tuanchuan said anxiously, really wanting to see the delicious food. As soon as he walked to the door of the kitchen, there was a scent, and Tuanchuan said, Wow, it smells so good. Father, what delicious food did you cook? With a small head, Tuanchuan was about to look at the dishes placed next to Su Chen. Wow, there are boiled fish slices and sizzling beef. Tuanchuan looked at the dishes and said excitedly. Yeah, go wash your hands, we're going to eat. Su Chen said. I'll wash my hands right away. Tuanchuan said, and he was about to wash his hands with his calf. After washing my hands and wiping them with a towel, I sat down at the table and waited. This series of operations made Lin Xiu want to laugh. Lin Xiu also washed her hands, and took out all the dishes with Yan Bingxue. Everyone, let's eat. Su Haqian said. Then everyone started to eat. Everyone is well fed. Tuanchuan, Leilei, this afternoon, we will take Cho to the pet shop for a bath, will you go together? Yan Bingxue asked while looking at the two babies. Going. Tuanchuan replied first. I'm going too. Leilei echoed. Schwer, you guys go out today, go to the supermarket and buy some ingredients. And come back. Lin Xiu urged. Okay, is there anything else you want to buy? Yan Bingxue asked. Mom, and toys, snacks. Leilei said with a feeling. These are all things to buy. Leilei, I didn't ask you. Su Chen said helplessly. Buy some fruits, too. Seeing that the ones at home are almost used up, you should add some back. Lin Xiu said she couldn't remember what to buy for a while. It seems that there are all of them. Okay, then let's see, and buy. Yan Bingxue replied. After lunch, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue simply cleaned up and went out with the two babies and Cho. Mom, do you think Cho is good? Leilei asked while touching Cho's head. Hearing Leilei's words, Cho seemed to understand it, and pricked up his ears. Good boy. Yan Bingxue replied. Wow, woof. Cho called out in a low voice. It seems to be thanking you for the compliment. Cho, I'm going to give you a fragrance wash today. Be obedient, and You'll become more beautiful after washing. Yan Bingxue stretched out her hand, patted Qiuqiu's head, and said. Qiuqiu obediently put her head closer to Yan Bingxue, as if saying, pat me. Again, Qiuqiu likes it very much. That's good. Yan Bingxue said, and touched Qiuqiu's head again. Qiuqiu, I'll hug you. Lei said, then hugged Qiuqiu onto the seat and let Qiuqiu lie on his lap. Qiuqiu also lay down obediently without moving. Suchen drove to the pet shop, and after parking the car, everyone got out of the car together. After arriving at the pet shop, Qiuqiu barked a few times, probably because he was a little excited to see a lot of dogs. Mr. Su, you are here. The clerk greeted with a smile. Bring the ball to take a shower. Suchen said. Then after taking a shower, do you want to trim Qiuqiu's hair? Asked the clerk. Suchen glanced at Qiuqiu and said, let's fix it. Okay, you guys sit here for a while, we will arrange to give Qiuqiu a bath. Right away. The clerk said with a smile. No need, we're going to do some shopping. You help Qiuqiu tidy up first, and we'll come over later. Suchen said. Okay. The clerk replied. Give me the ball, kid, the clerk said to Lei. Lei put the dog leash in the hands of the clerk, and then the clerk led Qiuqiu to take a bath. Suchen and the others went to the supermarket to buy something. Honey, let's walk there, it's not too far away. Suchen looked at Yan Bingxue and said. Let's go by car. If you buy a lot of things later, it's not easy to mention them. Yan Bingxue thought for a while and said, after all, they would buy a lot of things every time they went to the supermarket. Okay. Suchen replied. Then I went to drive. Arriving at the supermarket in a short while, Lei went to push a cart first, which can be used to put things later. When you enter a supermarket, the first thing you see are toys. Lei said excitedly, Mom, there are so many toys. Lei, you have to control yourself, you have so many toys at home. Yan Bingxue said helplessly, she has already bought a lot of toys for the two babies. Sometimes it is not the two babies who want to buy, but her. When he and Suchen saw something interesting or beautiful outside, they would buy it. For the two babies. Okay. Lei answered with her head drooping. Hey, Lei, this cup is so cute, can Mom buy you a cup for drinking water? Yan Bingxue said after looking at the cup, not far away, planning to use other things to divert Lei's attention. Mom, I want a cup too. Tuanchuan said happily. Okay, Mom will buy it for you too. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Then I want it too. Lei said after looking up at the cups. Yeah, let's go, let's pick out the cups. Yan Bingxue said. Then everyone seemed to be picking out cups, and Suchen pushed the cart behind everyone. Mom, this pink one is so cute, and it has a strap, I can carry it to school. Tuanchuan said holding a pink cartoon cup. It's so cute. Yan Bingxue said after glancing at the cup. Dad, do you think my blue one looks good? Lei also asked Suchen with a blue cup. It's pretty, it's the same type as Tuanchuan's. Suchen said after looking at the cup. My brother is the same as me. Tuanchuan said happily. Then buy this. Lei said. Then the two babies use the same style of cups with different colors. Let's go buy ingredients. Yan Bingxue said. Then everyone went to buy food. Husband, let's buy some red dates and go back to stew chicken soup. Yan Bingxue said to Suchen after looking at the red dates in front of him. Buy it, red dates are good for your health. Su Chen said. Yan Bingxue packed some red dates. Honey, do we want to eat hot pot at home today? Yan Bingxue asked while looking at some beef slices. You can buy some back. My parents also like to eat hot pot. We can cook it. Then, Su Chen said. There are also dumplings, my husband, I suddenly want to eat dumplings. Yan Bingxue looked at the dumplings again and said. Ha ha ha, if you want to eat dumplings, next time we all make them together and cook them. Su Chen said with a smile. Honey, you're so kind. Yan Bingxue said while staring at Su Chen. Why are you praising me all of a sudden? Su Chen touched his nose and said. Husband, haven't I always praised you? And I'm telling the truth. Yan Bingxue walked to Su Chen's side and said sweetly with her arms around Su Chen. Mom and Dad, you see that other people are looking at you. Lei suddenly interrupted without knowing the humor. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue followed Lei's line of sight, and Yan Bingxue felt embarrassed because someone was really watching them secretly. His face turned a little red. Su Chen looked down and saw that Yan Bingxue was blushing, then he grabbed Yan Bingxue's shoulders and brought Yan Bingxue into his arms so that no one else could see them. Then the family walked towards other dishes. Wow, this couple looks so handsome, said one of the girls who had been peeking at Su Chen and the others just now. Yeah, it's so sweet, I feel like I can hit CP. Another girl replied. When will it be my turn for sweet love? The girl who spoke just now said. Again. Then the two walked away while talking. Honey, are they gone? Yan Bingxue buried her head in Su Chen's arms and said. Let's go. Su Chen took a look, then whispered in Yan Bingxue's ear. Hearing that Su Chen said that the two girls had left, Yan Bingxue raised her head with the nerve to look back at the place just now, and sure enough, the two girls had disappeared. We seem to be showing our affection in public just now. Yan Bingxue said. Shyly. It's okay. Su Chen comforted with a smile. Hey, there's celery, let's buy some and stir-fry beef. Su Chen immediately changed the subject. I'm afraid that Yan Bingxue will continue to feel embarrassed in Su Chen's eyes. After being married for so long, Yan Bingxue is still a little girl. Father, do you want to eat beef tonight? Tuanchuan asked. That's right, we're going to eat beef today. Su Chen picked up Tuanchuan and said. Wow, it's delicious again. Tuanchuan said happily. The family just walked around like this, bought a lot of vegetables and went home, and it is estimated that there are enough ingredients for several days. Honey, let's just buy this much first, if we buy too much, we won't be able to finish it. Su Chen reminded. Okay. Yan Bingxue stopped and continued to choose food, as if she had a shopping desire. She always wanted to buy something. Then let's go and see if there is anything else we need to buy. Su Chen said, then put the ball down and pushed the cart. Mom, I want to eat this biscuit. Lei said, holding a pack of biscuits. Yes. Yan Bingxue replied. There's also jelly. Tuanchuan pointed to the jelly hanging not far away, and then he started to get it. Tuanchuan, don't run, be careful, there are people in front of you. Yan Bingxue reminded Tuanchuan. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that Tuanchuan bumped into someone else. Oh. Tuanchuan whispered, reaching out and rubbing his forehead. I'm talking about you. Yan Bingxue hurried over and pulled Tuanchuan and said. I'm so sorry I hit you. Yan Bingxue apologized to the girl who was hit. No, I didn't see it either. The girl also said with a smile. Yan Bingxue also responded with a smile. Then the girl left. Baby, didn't it hurt? After the girl left, Yan Bingxue looked at the place where the balls hit. Mom, I'm fine. There's only a little pain. Tuanchuan said bravely. Then Mom will blow it to you, it won't hurt anymore. Yan Bingxue said, squatting down and blowing on Tuanchuan's forehead. Mom, you are Xiang. Tuanchuan suddenly hugged Yan Bingxue and said, ha ha ha, the baby is also fragrant. Yan Bingxue also hugged and said, Mom will bring you jelly. Yan Bingxue said, stood up and brought a super nice jelly for Tuanchuan. Take one for brother too, said Tuanchuan. Okay, take one for Lei too. Yan Bingxue said, and took another jelly from the shelf for Lei. Let's go buy other things. Suchin said with a smile. Then everyone went shopping for other things. I went to buy some fruits and snacks, and went to catch the ball and go home. When we arrived at the pet store, Chocho was playing with other dogs. Mr. Su, come to get the ball. The clerk asked as soon as he saw Su Chen and the others coming. Yes. Has Chocho finished taking a bath? Su Chen asked. After washing, I'm playing with other dogs. I'm going to take Chocho out now. The clerk said. Excuse me. Su Chen said politely. Then the clerk went to fetch the ball. Seeing Chocho coming out, Lei said happily, Chacho has become more beautiful. After taking a shower, I trimmed the ball of hair again, and the appearance is indeed a little higher. Lei took the dog leash from the clerk. You can just debit from my card. Su Chen said. Okay. The clerk replied. Su Chen took everyone home. As soon as she heard movement outside the house, Lin Xiu came out to help with things. Because I know that everyone will buy a lot of things when they go shopping. Chocho looks better. Lin Xiu looked at Chocho who came back and said. After the hair was cut, the eyes were completely exposed and looked big and round. Ha ha ha, I guess you have to put on the new clothes you bought last time. This is just right. Su Haoqian also came over and said jokingly. Okay, new clothes are meant to be worn. Su Chen said with a smile. Hurry up and take the things in. Lin Xiu said with a smile. As soon as the items were brought in, Yan Bingxue and Su Chen put the ingredients in the refrigerator, while Tuanchuan and Lei were looking for the new water glasses they just bought in the shopping bags. Grandpa, look, this is the new water glass my mother bought for me. Lei said, holding her own blue water glass and going to show it to Su Haoqian. Grandpa, I have mine too, mine is pink. Tuanchuan also picked up his own pink cup and said. It's so beautiful. After you have the new water glasses, you should drink more water every day. Su Haoqian said with a smile, looking at the two babies. Okay, Grandpa. Tuanchuan replied obediently. Grandpa, I want to drink milk. Lei said. Okay, Grandpa will put milk in for you then. Su Haoqian said. Then I'm going to take this cup to drink in the school. Lei continued. Grandpa, I want it too. Tuanchuan also said positively. Su Haoqian replied. Chocho seems to be hungry, I'll go and pour some dog food for it. Yan Bingxue watched as Chocho walked towards her eating place as soon as she came back, still swaying in front of the plate. I'll go too, Lei said. Let's go. Yan Bingxue said, reaching out to lead Lele to prepare dog food. For Chocho. Lele, pour less. Yan Bingxue reminded after watching Lele pour a lot of newly opened dog food. I haven't finished eating the ones I opened before, but today I plan to let Chocho eat some other flavors and mix them together. It may taste better. Yeah, Mom, I'll pour some more. Lele stopped and didn't continue to pour. You pour it, put it in a different box, then we will know which dog food Chocho prefers to eat. Yan Bingxue said, so that we can buy more of the dog food he likes for Chocho. Okay. Lele happily poured dog food for Chocho. Chocho arched around, looking like he really wanted to eat. Mom, Chocho is hungry. Lele said looking at Chocho. Yes. Yan Bingxue replied. Lele poured out the dog food, and as soon as Yan Bingxue got out of the way, Chocho hurried over to eat the delicious dog food. After staring at Chocho for a while, Lele said, Chocho seems to like eating. Lele, come here first, there's no one staring at Chocho to eat. Yan Bingxue said. Lele walked to the sofa next to Yan Bingxue and sat down. Baby, class is going to start tomorrow. We all have to go to bed early tonight. Yan Bingxue said to the two babies. Although everyone does not go to bed late on weekends, they still have to go to bed earlier because they have to go to class, and going to bed early is good for growing taller. Okay. Tuanchuan replied. Father, when shall we have dinner? Tuanchuan threw himself into Su Chen's arms and asked. Hey, are we hungry? Su Chen asked, rubbing his cute little face lightly. Yeah. Dad, I want to eat some snacks. Tuanchuan said coquettishly. You little guy, you want to eat every time, but you can't eat much every time. Su Chen said with a smile. While getting up, he went to get the jelly for Tuanchuan to eat. Thank you, Dad. Tuanchuan looked at Su Chen, who brought her snacks, and said, with a sweet smile. Then he took the food and started eating. Really delicious. Tuanchuan said after eating a piece of jelly. After everyone had dinner today, they watched TV for a while and went to bed. The next morning, Su Chen got up early and made breakfast for everyone. After breakfast, send the little ones to school. Father, Mom, goodbye. The two babies said goodbye to Su Chen and Yan Bingxue at the school gate. Baby, goodbye. Su Chen waved goodbye. Lily. Tuanchuan looked at his good friend and said loudly. Tuanchuan. Lily heard someone calling her, and when she turned her head and saw it was Tuanchuan, she also shouted happily. The two hugged and went to the classroom hand in hand. After seeing off the babies, Su Chen sent Yan Bingxue to work, and then went to Dragon Science Academy himself. As soon as Lele arrived in the classroom, he also saw them. The children played together as soon as they arrived in the classroom, and the class bell rang soon after. Students, good morning everyone. The teacher said to everyone with a smile. Hello teacher, the children said loudly. Students, are you having fun at home during the holidays? The teacher asked. Happy. The students replied loudly. Then we have to start the class, and we have to be happy in class, said the teacher, and then the teacher continued, let's go to class. Stand up. The squad leader said loudly. Hello, teacher. The students all stood up and said together. Students, please sit down. The teacher said with a smile. The students sat neatly in their positions again, and obediently put their hands behind their backs. The teacher looked at the students so obediently, and said with a smile. Students, we have an extracurricular class this morning. Wow! The students shouted in unison. Seems interested in extracurriculars. Today our class will form a tug-of-war. There are 6 groups, you form your own teams, with 6 to 8 people in each pair. The teacher looked at the students in the audience and said, Teacher, are we going to choose a team leader? Lele raised her hand and stood up and asked. No, if you want to choose, you can, said the teacher. Okay, you can choose your partner now, the teacher said with a smile. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, everyone began to choose their own friends. Lele. Let's be a team. Doug looked at Lele and said. Yeah, we're in a group. Lele said happily. Good friends are of course to be together. And my sister, we are also in a group. Lele said with a smile. Going to find a team. Sister, are you in the same group as me and Dahu? Lele asked while looking at Tuanchuan. And Lily, let's go together. Tuanchuan took Lily's hand and said to Lele. Okay, then there are 4 of us. Lele said. Then the 4 went to find other children to form a team. Lele, let's be a team. A boy at the next table looked at Lele and said. Okay. Lele replied with a smile. In this way, there is 1 more person in the team. By the way, there is also Dodo, let's ask her to join us. Tuanchuan suddenly remembered a girl and said. Go and call her. Lele said. Then Tuanchuan went to call Dodo with Lily. After the 3 girls came over, Lele looked at everyone, counted the number of people and said, we have enough people, let's go tell the teacher. Okay, you go quickly, Dahu said. Then Lele walked up to the teacher and said, Teacher, our team has enough people. Lele, it's great. You formed a team so quickly. How many people are there in your team? The teacher asked with a smile. 6 people. Lele replied. Then can Lele do the teacher a favor? The teacher asked, looking into Lele's eyes. Yes. Lele said. Lele, wait a minute, can you help the teacher to select 2 students who have not formed a team to join your team? The teacher asked. Okay, teacher. Lele replied. It is right to help teachers and classmates. And Lele is also very happy to do such things. Lele went back to the team and said to everyone, I'll go and see if there are any other students who are alone, let them join us. Okay, said the other friends. Then Lele went to find another classmate to form a team. Lele looked around the classroom and sure enough, there was a classmate sitting alone in the seat without moving. Lele walked over, looked at the classmate and asked, Can you be on our team? The classmate raised his head when he heard the voice. It was a little boy, a little shy. Lele asked again, and asked, Do you want to be on our team? Me? The boy asked. Yes. Lele said with a smile. Okay. The boy said softly. Come here. Lele said to the boy, and led the boy towards Dahu and the others. Everyone, this is our new team member. Lele introduced to everyone. Hello. Tuanchuan blinked at the boy and said. Hi, said the boy. You are Kiki. Lily said looking at the boy. Yeah. The boy looked up at Lily, as if it was strange that someone still remembered his name. You play with us? Lily said with a smile. Yeah. Kiki replied. I'll go see if there are any other students. Lele said happily, as if Helping others is also a very happy thing. Lele continued to walk around the class, and found another student who was alone, and then asked that student to join his team, so that the team would be complete. Lele said happily, "I'll tell the teacher that we have formed a team." After finishing speaking, Lele immediately went to the podium and said to the teacher, "Teacher, we have already formed a team." The teacher glanced at Lele's team and said happily, "Lele is awesome." "Thank you, teacher," Lele said, and then returned to her team, chatting with her friends. The teacher waited for a while, and after seeing the students in the audience formed a team, he said, "Everyone is great today. But today, a classmate completed the teacher's secret task, so the teacher wants to praise him." "Who is it?" the students asked curiously. "Our classmate Lele," the teacher said with a smile. Today's Lele performed very well. When the children come to school to study, what they have to learn is not only learning, but also unity and kindness. Today Lele let her see the angelic side of the kid. "We all applaud for Lele," the teacher said with a smile. The students all looked at Lele and applauded for Lele. "Students, we are a class and a team, we must help each other," the teacher taught everyone. "Okay. We are now lined up for tug-of-war," the teacher said with a smile. Then the students lined up and walked to the playground one by one. "Now let's stand in line with the team we just formed," the teacher said to everyone. The students stood up obediently and waited for the teacher to arrange. "We are now starting the competition between the first group and the second group. Students who are not competing, sit on the lawn next to you and cheer for everyone." The teacher looked at everyone and said. Then the first group and the second group of students came out to prepare, and the two groups stood on one side. The teacher gave them the rope. As a result, some students started to pull the rope as soon as they held it. One side started to pull, and the other side also pulled hard. The teacher smiled and stopped after seeing it. "Students, we haven't started yet." The students just stopped. "You can only start when I say 321 starts." The teacher announced the rules. "Okay," the students replied loudly. "You have to listen to the beginning to pull," the teacher reminded again. "Yeah," the students replied. Then the teacher continued and everyone prepared. "Students, the competition is about unity. You have to cooperate with each other," said the teacher. But the current students only pay attention to the rope in front of them, and probably can't hear what the teacher is talking about. Seeing that both pairs are ready, the teacher said, 321, start." Then the two teams began to pull hard. "Come on, come on." The classmate next to him cheered loudly. Every student worked hard and wanted to win. The second group seemed to have a lot of strength, and it only took a while to win. In the first round, our students in the second group won. The teacher watched everyone and announced the results. "Now the third and fourth groups," said the teacher. "The third group is Lele and their team." As soon as Lele walked out, other students cheered for Lele. When the fourth group came out, they were all boys. "Lele, come on." Some students continued to cheer for Lele. "Lele, come on." "Students, you can only pull the rope after the teacher says 321 to start." The teacher said the rules again. "Understood," the students replied. "Okay, now get ready," said the teacher. After the two groups arranged their positions, and when they were ready, the teacher said, 3, 2, 1, let's start. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, the two teams began to pull hard. "Lele, Come on. Some students shouted loudly. Although everyone pulled very hard, the opponent's strength was stronger. Seeing that he was about to lose, Lele said suddenly, let's relax a little. Bit later, and pull back immediately before they have time to react. Good. Tiger agreed. Although he didn't understand why, he still agreed with Lele's approach. I said 321, everyone should loosen it, and then pull back hard. Lele said. 3, 2, 1, Lele said loudly. Then everyone loosened the rope, and then pulled it back immediately. Sure enough, as soon as it was loosened, the classmate on the opposite side felt slippery. A classmate behind accidentally fell down, and the others also fell down. Lele and the others took the opportunity to pull hard, and they won. Yeah, we won. Tuanchuan said happily. Yes, Tuanchuan, we won. Lily said happily, then reached out and hugged Tuanchuan. Brother, you are amazing. Tuanchuan praised Lele. Lele, you are amazing. Duhu echoed. Yes, Lele, how did you come up with it? Lily also asked, curiously. The last time we watched cartoons, I saw it. Lele said with a smile. Next time I'll watch cartoons too. Lily said, as if watching cartoons would make her as smart as Lele. Brother, I've also watched cartoons, why can't I? Tuanchuan asked innocently, blinking her big eyes. Ha ha ha, because my brother is smart. Lele said proudly. Okay, let's start the 5th group and the 6th group to start the competition, the teacher said to the students. Then the 2 groups of students went up to the competition. The tug-of-war competition ended quickly, and the teacher said, okay, our extracurricular classes are over today. Everyone already knows the results of our competition, but the teacher wants to ask you what you have learned from this competition? Teacher, today you told us to be united. After raising his hand, a male student stood up and replied. Yes, we must be united. The teacher said with a smile. Then he continued to ask, is there any more? And you have to be smart. Daha raised his hand and replied. Ha ha ha, yes. And smarter. The teacher said with a smile. So is there anything else? The teacher continued to ask. Teacher, and helping others. Lele raised her hand and said. Yes, our Lele is great. The teacher praised Lele with a smile. Students, we live in a big group, and we should help each other. The teacher educated everyone. And it also requires unity, just like today's tug-of-war. If our team is not enough or not working together, it is easy to fail. The teacher continued. Teacher, can we continue to play games in the future? Some students asked. Loudly. Yes, the teacher also hopes that you can learn some principles while playing, which will help your growth. The teacher replied with a smile. After the teacher finished educating everyone, he led the students back to the classroom, and then other teachers came to teach the students theoretical knowledge classes. For Yan Bingxue, as soon as noon arrived, Suchin came to pick her up. Then the 2 go home for lunch. Honey, shouldn't it be time for us to exercise recently? Yan Bingxue looked at Suchin and asked, feeling that she had gained weight recently. Exercise is good for your body, you can also do some exercise. Suchin replied. Honey, do you think I've gained weight recently? Yan Bingxue asked. Seriously? No. Wife, you have always been in good shape. Suchin replied seriously. After taking a look at Yan Bingxue. Really? I feel like I've eaten too much recently and I've gained weight. Yen. Bingxue said distressedly. It's really not fat, it's still very light to hold. Suchen said with a smile. That's good. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, successfully amused by Suchen. Honey, my parents probably prepared delicious food for us again today, we should eat more, we can't spoil their old people's happiness. Suchen said. Still worried that Yan Bingxue would start to lose weight by herself, so said. Deliberately. Okay, husband, I'll eat more. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Just like that, the two arrived home. Sure enough, Lin Xiao and Su Haoqian prepared foods with high nutritional value, but they were all foods that were not easy to gain weight. They all followed the recipe at home. You will feel fat. Swear, son, I'm back, so I'm going to wash my hands and prepare to eat. Lin Xiaobin was sitting on the sofa. When she heard the movement at the door, she looked up and saw that Su Chen and the others had come back, and said with a smile. Okay. Yan Bingxue replied with a smile. Then she took her bag into the room and washed her hands before coming to eat. Su Chen went into the kitchen to help bring out all the prepared dishes. When Yan Bingxue came over, everyone began to eat lunch. Swear, eat this chicken leg. Lin Xiao put a big chicken leg into Yan Bingxue's bowl and said. Thank you, Mom. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Su Chen took a concerned look at Yan Bingxue and found that there was nothing unhappy, so he continued to eat. After eating, Yan Bingxue and Su Chen went back to the room. Husband, I will continue to stand for a while. Yan Bingxue said. Yeah, you stand for a while and rest. Su Chen said with concern. Then I took a shower and lay on the bed, playing with my phone. After Yan Bingxue stood for a while, she also went to take a shower, and then planned to take a nap. Wife, look at this, it's kind of funny. Su Chen saw a funny video and shared it with Yan Bingxue. Ha ha ha, did this person do this on purpose? Yan Bingxue said with a smile. After seeing it. Yes, it's just a joke. Su Chen said with a smile. Honey, shall we go to the movies as a family tonight? Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue and asked. Okay, I heard from my colleagues in the company that there seems to be a few new movies coming out recently, which is not bad. Yan Bingxue said. Then I'll check it on my phone first. Su Chen said. Take your mobile phone and start watching today's movie. Honey, you see this is quite suitable for our family to watch. It's quite funny and it's a comedy. Su Chen said after watching it. Before waiting for Yan Bingxue's answer, Su Chen looked down and found that he had already fallen asleep. Su Chen gently put down the phone, and after kissing Yan Bingxue's forehead, he also lay down, ready to take a nap. As soon as the two woke up, they were going to pick up the two babies from school. Honey, shall we pick up Tuanchuan now? Yan Bingxue said while lying on the bed. Yes, do you still want to continue to sleep? Su Chen asked. Yes, I don't want to get up. Yan Bingxue said coquettishly. Then you go to bed, I'll pick it up. Su Chen patted Yan Bingxue's head and said dotingly. I'd better go. Tuanchuan and Lei will be happier when they see both of us picking them up. Yan Bingxue said softly. As he spoke, he rubbed his head against Su Chen's hand. I really like when my husband touches his head, it feels warm and happy. Then get up. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue, who looked like a kitten, and said, with a smile, Then before Yan Bingxue got up by herself, she hugged Princess Yan Bingxue. "Honey, you're too light," you picked her up immediately. Su Chen said with a smile. After speaking, she hugged Yan Bingxue and turned around. "Ha ha ha, husband, be careful," Yan Bingxue said happily. He wrapped his arms around Su Chen's neck tightly. "Don't worry, my wife, I won't fall," Su Chen said with a smile. Then he carried Yan Bingxue to the dressing table. After putting Yan Bingxue down, he kissed the corner of Yan Bingxue's mouth again and left the room. Yan Bingxue blushed shyly in the room alone. It seems that if the makeup is changed today, there is no need to apply blush. Yan Bingxue simply tidied up and went out. "Honey, I'm done," Yan Bingxue said as soon as she saw Su Chen. "Okay. Let's go," Su Chen said. Then the two went out to pick up the two babies. The two arrived at the school gate, just as the school was over. Many parents are waiting at the door. "Husband, let's wait here. There are too many people at the door, so we can't get in. Anyway, the teacher will call the babies when they come out," Yan Bingxue said after looking at the people around the door. "Yeah, I think so too," Su Chen replied. Then the two stood a little outside the door and waited. After waiting for a while, Tuanchuan and Lei came out after the other children had arrived. As soon as the two babies saw Su Chen and the others, they immediately shouted happily, "Dad, Mom, baby," Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Tuanchuan flew into Yan Bingxue's arms, and Yan Bingxue hugged Tuanchuan. "Mom, the teacher praised my brother today." Tuanchuan immediately told Yan Bingxue what happened today. "Really? Our Lei is great," Yan Bingxue said happily. "The son is really like Su Chen, he is so outstanding, so proud of him." You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. "Thank you, Mom," Lei replied embarrassedly. "Lei, what did you do today? Did the teacher praise you?" Su Chen also picked up Lei and said. The four of them walked towards the parking lot together. "Today the teacher asked us to have a tug-of-war competition. After we formed a team, I will tell the teacher." Lei said loudly, "What happened today?" "Then the teacher asked us to see if there were any other students who needed help, and then I found that there were students who were alone, so I asked them to join us," Lei said. "Then did the teacher praise you?" Su Chen asked. "Yes. The teacher praised me," Lei replied happily. "Lei did a great job." Su Chen also praised Lei. "Yes, Lei was great today, and I will continue to help other students in the future." Yan Bingxue also praised Lei. "Yeah," Lei replied. Just like this, everyone was talking, and they arrived at the parking place. Everyone got into the car, and Su Chen drove everyone home. "Lei, who won the tug-of-war today?" Yan Bingxue looked at Lei and asked. "We won," Lei said happily. "That's right, we won," Tuanchuan happily echoed. "It's amazing," Yan Bingxue said with a smile. "The two little guys are quite brave." "Mom, we finished drinking the water we brought today," said Tuanchuan, holding up his water glass. "Mom, I'm done drinking too." Lei also picked up her water glass and said. "Both of them are very good," Yan Bingxue praised gently. While the two little babies are talking about what happened today, Su Chen has already driven the car to the door of the house. The two little babies got out of the car by themselves and entered the house with their school bags on their backs. As soon as Lin Xiu saw her baby came back, she quickly took out the washed fruit and shouted to the two babies, Tuanchuan, Lei, go wash your hands and eat some fruit. Grandma. Tuanchuan shouted loudly. Grandma. Lei also called out loudly. Seeing that Su Haoqian also came out, he immediately continued to shout happily, Grandpa. Go and eat some fruit. Su Haoqian said with a smile. The two little babies immediately went to put down their school bags, washed their hands and ate. Every time they came back from school, they would be hungry. Then after we played for a while, we ate. After dinner, Su Chen planned to take everyone to watch a movie. Dad, Mom, you go to the movies with us. Su Chen looked at Lin Xiu and Su Haoqian and said. Your dad and I just go for a walk, you guys go and see. Lin Xiu said with a smile. It's a comedy, we can watch it now, and we'll come back after we finish it. Su Chen continued to persuade. That's right, Grandma, you and Grandpa will go see it with us. Tuanchuan said, coquettishly, holding Lin Xiu's hand. Hey, baby, go and see. Lin Xiu continued. Go and see, we won't go. Su Haoqian said. All right then. Su Chen replied. Honey, are you going to take your bag out today? Su Chen asked Yan Bingxue. Bring it. Yan Bingxue replied, and then asked, what's the matter? Remember to decorate with tissues, although it's a comedy, there may be different surprises, Su Chen said with a smile. Okay. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, the tissue is used to wipe tears. After the family packed up, they went out. Father, can we buy milk tea later? Tuanchuan said, blinking his big eyes and looking at Su Chen expectantly. Dad, I want to drink Coke. Lei also said excitedly. Okay, I'm out to play today, so I agree. Su Chen said with a smile. Thank you, Dad. Tuanchuan said happily. Dad, I still want popcorn. Lei continued. Ha ha ha, you two little fellows, this is to complete the standard equipment for watching movies. Su Chen said with a smile. Dad, is it okay? Tuanchuan asked. Okay, but we can only buy 2 servings of popcorn. Su Chen said. Okay. Lei replied happily. Anyway, they can't eat much, 2 servings are enough. When Su Chen and the others arrived downstairs in the cinema, there was still half an hour before the movie started, so everyone decided to go buy milk tea. First. Wife, which milk tea shop do you want to drink? Su Chen asked after seeing several milk tea shops in front of him. Just this one. It's newly opened. How about we go have a drink? Yan Bingxue said. Okay, let's go to this one. Su Chen said with a smile. Father, why didn't you ask us? Tuanchuan raised his head and looked at Su Chen and asked. You two little ones just listen to mother. Su Chen rubbed Tuanchuan's head and said with a smile. Humph. Tuanchuan pouted. What would you like to drink? Su Chen glanced at Yan Bingxue, and after they looked at each other, they hugged each other and asked with a smile. I want to drink this too. Tuanchuan pointed to the milk tea shop that Yan Bingxue mentioned. All right. Su Chen said. Lei, wait for your Coke. Mom will buy it for you at the movie theater. There should be no Coke in the milk tea shop. Yan Bingxue said, holding Lei's hand. Lei nodded obediently. Then the family went into the newly opened milk tea shop to buy milk tea. Tuanchuan, see what kind of milk tea you want to drink. Suchen looked at Tuanchuan and said. Tuanchuan looked in Suchen's arms, and ordered a milk tea casually. Wife, what do you want to drink? Suchen asked Yan Bingshiwe after seeing that. Tuanchuan had ordered. I want this Mo Hailon to do it. Yan Bingshiwe said. Dad, I want milk tea too. Lele said, seeing that everyone was drinking milk tea, she suddenly didn't want to drink Coke, and wanted to drink milk tea like everyone else. Well, what do you want to drink? Suchen asked. Dad, help me order. Lele said. Then Suchen ordered milk tea, and the four of them sat in their seats and waited. Fortunately, milk tea is made very quickly, and it will be ready in a while. Then Yan Bingshiwe brought the milk tea, and the four of them went to the cinema. After arriving at the movie theater, Yan Bingshiwe looked at the people waiting inside and asked, Honey, isn't today a working day? Why are there so many people watching the movie? Maybe the latest movies are better, so everyone has watched them. Suchen guessed. Husband, put Tuanchuan down and go get the tickets. Yan Bingshiwe said, looking in the direction of the ticket machine. There are quite a lot of people there. And it may take some time to line up. Hope it gets out before the movie starts. Okay. Suchen said, then put Tuanchuan down, and went to line up to get the tickets. Fortunately, ticket collection is fast, even if there are many people, tickets can be obtained in one go. When the four of them went in, the movie was just about to be screened. The Strongest Baby Daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The Strongest Baby Daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The Strongest Baby Daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The Strongest Baby Daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, chapter 888, A Family Going to the Movies Together, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Page Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Everyone took their seats, and after sitting down, Suchen opened the milk tea for everyone. Just when Suchen picked up the tickets, Yan Bingshiwe brought the two babies to buy popcorn. Now the two babies are sipping milk tea and then eating a piece of popcorn, happily waiting for the movie to start. Baby, when watching a movie, we all have to be polite and keep quiet. Su Chen reminded. Dad, we know. Tuanchuan replied, and then watched the movie quietly. The movie started off as a hilarious segment, and everyone laughed along. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. Tuanchuan said in a low voice. The two babies happily ate and watched a movie. Halfway through, Lele whispered close to Suchen's ear and said, Dad, I want to go to the bathroom. Drink too much milk tea. Suchen said with a smile. Tuan, do you want to go? Suchen looked at Tuan and asked in a low voice. Going. Tuanchuan said. Honey, I'll take Tuanchuan and Lele to the bathroom. Suchen told Yan Bingshiwe. Let's go together. Yan Bingxue said. Look here. I'll just take the babies with me. Suchen said. Then I took the two babies out of the seat and went to the bathroom. After arriving at the bathroom, Suchen looked at Tuanchuan and said, Honey. Can you go in by yourself? Dad is waiting for you here. Father, I can do it. Tuanchuan said bravely. Okay, go, Dad is waiting for you here. Suchen said. Then Tuanchuan went into the bathroom by himself. After watching Tuanchuan go in, Suchen looked at Lele and said, Lele, go to the bathroom first, Dad is waiting for you here. Dad, aren't you going? Lele asked. Father, wait here for a while. If you don't find anyone when you come out, you will be scared. Suchen explained. Lele nodded, and then went to the bathroom by herself. After Suchen waited for a while, Tuanchuan really came out soon. Father. Tuan saw Suchen waiting for her as soon as he came out, and immediately called with a smile. Baby, run slowly. Suchen said. Tuanchuan immediately rushed to Suchen. Then the two waited for Lele together. After Lele came out, Suchen said to the two babies, Tuanchuan, Lele, you two are waiting for Dad here. Then we will go back to the cinema together. Yeah. The two babies nodded. Then the two babies waited for Suchen obediently, and after a while, Suchen came out. Then the three of them returned to the theater. Husband, why have you been away for so long? There are so many wonderful things I haven't seen. Yan Bingxue asked Suchen in a low voice. Then let's see it again next time. Suchen said jokingly. Continue watching the movie. Yan Bingxue said coquettishly. Then everyone went on to watch the movie. The movie was quite funny at the beginning, but it became touching in the last half an hour. The two babies couldn't understand it, but Yan Bingxue was a little moved. Honey, here is the tissue. Suchen took out a tissue from Yan Bingxue's bag and handed it to Yan Bingxue. Thank you, husband. Yan Bingxue said with a slightly nasal voice. He took the tissue and wiped away his tears. And then continued to watch, want to cry again. When the movie was over, his eyes were all red. Honey, the movie is over. Suchen leaned close to Yan Bingxue's ear and whispered. Yeah, the movie is so moving. Yan Bingxue said. Yes, I see you are moved. Suchen rubbed Yan Bingxue's head and said. Yeah, let's go. Yan Bingxue looked around and said that everyone was leaving. Suchen nodded in response. Everyone left the theater. Honey, let's take a group photo together. Yan Bingxue said while holding Su Chen's hand. Okay. Suchen said with a smile. Tuanchuan, Lele, come on, we're taking pictures. Yan Bingxue said to the two babies. The two little babies were very happy when they heard that they were going to take pictures, and they quickly posed in cooperation. Husband, the light is good there, let's go there and take some pictures. Yan Bingxue said looking at a place with warm lights. Then everyone changed to another place to take pictures. After taking the group photo, Yan Bingxue took a few more photos for everyone individually. Father, I want to eat grilled sausage, it's delicious. Tuanchuan suddenly pointed to a girl who was eating a big sausage, not far away. Let's go see if there's anything for sale. Suchen said after taking a look. Father, there's something for sale here. Tuanchuan said, sharp-eyed, and saw that there was a grilled sausage for sale at the front desk of the cinema. You little snack, let's go and buy it. Suchen said with a smile. Su Chen looked at the crowd in front of him and said, "Honey, wait for us. Here for a while." "Yeah." Yan Bingxue responded, as if she was still immersed in the plot of the movie just now. Then the three of them went to buy sausages. "Dad, let's buy one for Mom too," Tuanchuan said thoughtfully. "Okay, we each have one," Su Chen said. Then ordered 4 sausages. The clerk quickly packed the grilled sausage and handed it to Su Chen. "Father, I want it," Tuanchuan said, reaching out to get the sausage from Su Chen's hand. "Let's eat it in the past," Su Chen said, or else he would wait for Gugu to eat, and he wouldn't be able to move his legs. "Okay," Tuanchuan replied. Yan Bingxue looked at the empty seats in front of her, and said to Su Chen, who was walking towards her, "Husband, let Tuanchuan and Lei sit here and eat." "Okay, then sit here and finish eating, let's go back," Su Chen said. Then took the 2 little babies to the seat. "1 sausage per person," Su Chen said. Then he distributed the sausage to the 2 babies. As soon as the 2 babies took the sausage, they started to eat it happily. "Wife," Su Chen said, and gave Yan Bingxue a grilled sausage. "Thank you, husband," Yan Bingxue said, taking the sausage. "Father, it's delicious," Tuanchuan said happily while eating the sausage. "Have fun, today is a reward for your good performance in school today," Su Chen said. "Thank you, Dad, shall we bring some back for Grandma?" Tuanchuan said. "Ha ha ha, I think after taking it back, if Grandma doesn't eat it, you can eat it, right?" Su Chen said with a smile. "Humph, no," Tuanchuan said aggrievedly. He said no. Lei also echoed. "It's just not," Tuanchuan argued. "You have," Lei continued. "What's the matter with you two today?" Yan Bingxue said, seeing that something was wrong, she quickly separated the 2. "Mom, my brother bullied me." Tuanchuan hugged Yan Bingxue in time and said, with an aggrieved expression, "The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning." The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, chapter 889 watching a movie, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. I didn't. Lei continued. Lei, come here. Su Chen waved to Lei. Lei obediently walked towards Su Chen. Looking at Su Chen, he said, "Father." That appearance seemed to say that he didn't bully Tuanchuan, and now he is also very wronged. "Tuanchuan, it's time to eat the sausage, look, you're about to drop it." Yan Bingxue said, pointing at the sausage in Tuanchuan's hand. At this time, the roast sausage, because Tuanchuan only bit one side, the weight on the other side was heavier, so it seemed that the other side was about to fall. Tuanchuan hurriedly bit the other side, and there was no time to get angry. "Let's go, we're going home now," Su Chen said to everyone. Go home. Yan Bingshuo echoed with a smile. Then the family went home. After returning home, Tuanchuan and Lei still did not speak. Lin Xiao could tell at a glance that there was a conflict between the two babies. But he couldn't help joking, that's it after watching a movie. That's it. Su Chen said. I'll take Tuan to take a bath first. Yan Bingshuo said. Then he took Tuanchuan's hand and went back to the room. Lei followed Su Chen, and Lin Xiao and the others were watching TV in the living room. Qiao, come here quickly. Lei called to Qiao, who was playing with the balloon. Hearing what Lei said, Qiao walked lazily in front of Lei. Lei gently touched the fur on Qiao's body. Then he got up to get Qiao's comb, planning to comb Qiao's hair. Qiao walked over behind Lei. Qiao, wait for me obediently on the sofa. Lei coaxed Qiao. Qiao continued to follow Lei, and Lei returned to the sofa after taking the comb. Just sat down and combed Qiao's hair. Lin Xiao said, Lei, go to Lei's Xiaojia to comb. After combing, the sofa will be covered with dog hair. Okay. Lei said a little unhappy. Lei, let's comb over there. Dad will go with you. Su Chen looked at Lei and said. Then the father and son went to the place where the ball was. Qiao, get down. Lei called Qiao. Qiao obediently lay at Qiao's feet. Then Lei combed Qiao's hair lightly. Dad, do we want to apply some of this hair oil to Qiao? Lei asked, holding a bottle of something she bought from the pet store last time. Do you know how to use it? Su Chen asked back. I know. Lei replied. Then you can use it. Su Chen said. Then Lei poured some hair oil out, put some on Qiao, and then combed Qiao, so that the hair that comes out will be brighter and have some fragrance. Lei, are you angry today? Su Chen asked. Although I feel that everyone will forget about the children's affairs after a night's sleep, but I still want to hear Lei's thoughts. Yeah, I'm angry with my sister. Lei pouted. Ha ha ha, you are a big brother, why are you angry with your sister? Su Chen said with a smile. I just said it, and my sister spoke loudly. Lei said angrily. But if it was my younger sister who was talking about you today, would you behave like my younger sister? Su Chen asked. I don't know. Lei said. Ha ha ha, so let's understand my sister too. Su Chen said. Okay. Lei responded. Then I felt that as an older brother, I shouldn't be angry with my younger sister. Then forget it. Here, after Yan Bingshuo took a bath for Tuanchuan's whole body smelled good, and his mood improved, and he forgot all about what happened just now. Yan Bingshuo changed Tuan into pajamas, and when she carried Tuan out, everyone happened to be eating fruit. Yan Bingshuo put a ball on the sofa. Tuanchuan took a grape from the fruit plate. After Tuanchuan ate a grape, he felt that the grape was delicious, and seeing Lei only eating strawberries, he called out, Brother, eat grapes. Lei heard what Tuanchuan said, and took a grape to eat. After eating, he said, The grapes are delicious. Hearing Lei's words, Tuanchuan was also very happy. Just at this time, Su Chen called out, Lei, let's go, I went to take a bath with my father. Lei stood up, and went back to the room with Su Chen to take a shower. Yan Bingshuo brought Tuanchuan a cup of hot milk. Tuanchuan, after eating fruit, are you ready to drink milk? Yan Bingxue said. Mom, you eat grapes. Tuanchuan also recommended grapes to Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue took a grape and ate it, thinking that grapes are quite delicious. And my snack food daughter tastes very good. After Tuan Tuan ate the fruit, Yan Bingxue made Tuan Tuan drink milk, then hugged Tuan Tuan on the sofa and watched cartoons for a while. Mom. After taking a shower, Lei walked to Yan Bingxue and called. Baby, you're done taking a shower. Mommy is going to get you some milk. Yan Bingxue said. Then he got up and went to prepare hot milk for Lei. Tuanchuan, have you drank milk? Lei looked at Tuanchuan and asked. I've already drank it all, Tuanchuan replied. Okay. Lei said. After a while, Yan Bingxue came over with a cup of hot milk. Lei, here comes the milk. Yan Bingxue brought the milk to Lei and said. Mom, I don't want to drink. Lei said. You can grow taller by drinking milk. It's nutritious. Yan Bingxue said. But I still don't want to drink. Lei refused. Mom, can I add some toffee to you? It's sweet and delicious. Yan Bingxue said. Okay. Lei agreed. Yan Bingxue went to the kitchen and took out a toffee, put it in the milk, and stirred it before Lei finished the milk. Schwer, your dad and I are going to bed first, you take the kids here too. Watch TV. Lin Xiao said to Yan Bingxue after yawning. Mom, go to sleep. Yan Bingxue said. Then Lin Xiao and Su Haoqian went back to their room to sleep. As soon as Lin Xiao and the others went in, Su Qian came out. He asked Yan Bingxue, did Mom and Dad sleep? Yeah, Mom was a little sleepy, so Dad went in with her. Yan Bingxue said. Yeah. Su Qian replied. Then he made it to Yan Bingxue's side. The family sat on the sofa and watched TV together, while Su Qian took out his mobile phone and scrolled through today's circle of friends. Honey, please send me some nice photos of those photos we took when we watched the movie. Su Qian suddenly said to Yan Bingxue. Okay, but I haven't looked carefully at how the photos were taken today. Yan Bingxue said. Then he took out his phone, opened the photo album, and planned to look at the photos taken today. Su Qian also came closer to watch. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, chapter 890 milk, before going to bed, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Husband, do you think this group photo looks good? Yan Bingxue said, and picked out a photo that she thought looked good to show Su Qian. Su Qian compared the photo Yan Bingxue picked with the other group photos taken today, and it was indeed the best one. Everyone laughed happily and said, let's just take this one, it looks good. Husband, the others look good too. Yan Bingxue said after looking at the other group photos. You send me all those. Su Chen said. Okay, husband, why do you want these photos? Yan Bingxue asked. I'm going to post to Moments. I want a group photo, and then some of our personal photos, as well as food photos. Let's post a 9-square grid. Together. Su Chen said, when he just looked at Moments, he was already thinking about waiting. When you send it yourself, how should you arrange it? Okay, husband, let's pick a few more good-looking ones, and when you post them, I'll post the other ones as well. Yan Bingxue said happily. Yeah. Su Chen replied. Husband, it seems that every photo of our baby is beautiful. Yan Bingxue continued flipping through the album. I found a few photos of the two babies. And found that the photos of the two babies are so cute. Mom, let me take a look. Tuanchuan said, grabbing Yan Bingxue's hand. Just look at the screen. Mom, I want to watch too. Lele also came over and said. Let the two of you take a look at your own photos. Yan Bingxue said. Turn the photo over to show the two little babies. Mom, look at this, sister's expression is so funny. Lele said with a happy smile, pointing to a photo of Tuan making funny faces. Honey, just send me this picture. Su Chen said, Tuan in this picture is full of innocence and liveliness. It looks great. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Yan Bingxue immediately forwarded the photo to Su Chen. This photo of brother is also very funny. Tuanchuan pointed to a photo of Lele and said. That photo is of Lele eating sausage. It seems to have been secretly photographed. Don't want this photo. Mom, don't. Lele immediately refused, which was too damaging to the image. This one looks so pretty. Yan Bingxue joked with a smile. Yes, Lele, this one looks good too, my wife, send me this one too. Susu also said jokingly. Dad, don't want this photo, it's not good looking. Lele continued to stop him. Okay, let's continue to look at other photos. Yan Bingxue said. Then continue to look at other photos. Wow, hubby, your profile is so handsome. Yan Bingxue said, looking at a photo of Su Chen's profile. Mom, why do you take such good pictures of Dad? Lele asked. Aren't you really good looking in Mom's photo? Yan Bingxue touched Lele's small head and asked. Obviously everyone took a good picture. Honey, let me send you all these photos. Yan Bingxue said happily. Okay, you can send it to me first, and then I'll just pick a few photos. They're all pretty good looking anyway. Schwer's photos are comparable too. Professional photographer Su Chen said, this is the one with good looks. Be self-willed, the photos all look like they have been edited. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen with a smile and said, my husband's photos are also very good looking. If my husband shows his skills, I think professional photographers may not be as good as you. Su Chen smiled and patted Yan Bingxue's head. Husband, please send me this picture. My picture looks better. Yan Bingxue chose a photo that she thought she looked better and sent it to Su Chen. Okay. Su Chen replied. Then I went to see the photo Yan Bingxue sent her. After picking 9 photos out of it, Su Chen edited a paragraph and posted it on Moments. As soon as it was sent, Yan Bingxue was the first to like it, and even replied with a heart below. Honey, you saw it so soon. Su Chen said with a smile. Of course. Yan Bingxue replied. Then, after changing the photos sent by Su Chen, he also edited a paragraph of text and sent it to Moments. Suchin was also the first to like and comment. Both looked at each other and smiled. Hey, aren't Mom and Dad asleep? Why did Dad like us? Suchin looked at his circle of friends and asked. Ha ha ha, maybe I have to play with my phone before going to bed. Yan Bing replied. Ha ha ha, it seems to be the possibility. Suchin said with a smile. Fangqi said that we show affection, ha ha ha. Suchin glanced at the comments in moments and said. Let them see, he and Yusun often show off too. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Ha ha ha, yesterday he also posted on moments that he and Yu Xian went out for dinner together. Suchin said. I saw it too. It seems to be a newly opened restaurant. Husband, let's eat there next time. Yan Bingxue said excitedly. Okay. Suchin replied. Then there is the notification sound of the circle of friends, and many friends like and comment. After watching TV for a while, Yan Bingxue looked at the round eyes that closed and opened again, and said to Suchin, honey, let's go to bed. Suchin also followed Yan Bingxue's gaze to look at the two babies, both of whom were dozing off, and said, okay. Then Yan Bingxue picked up a baby and went back to the room to rest. The night was quiet and quiet. Early the next morning, Suchin sent the two babies to the kindergarten. Yan Bingxue didn't have to go to work today, and Suchin didn't have to go to Dragon Science Academy either. So after Suchin delivered the two babies, he went home. Honey, do you want to eat dumplings? Yan Bingxue looked at Suchin who had just arrived home and asked. What's the matter, do you want to eat dumplings? Suchin walked up to Yan Bingxue and asked. I kind of want to eat it. Yan Bingxue said. Then I'll go out and buy it now. Suchin said, going to get the car keys again and go out to buy it. No, husband, let's make dumplings ourselves. Yan Bingxue suggested. Honey, do you remember the last time we made dumplings together during the Laba festival? Suchin looked at Yan Bingxue curiously and asked. Of course, the first time is raw, the second time is familiar, this time I am full of confidence, Yan Bingxue said confidently. Ha ha ha, looking forward to my wife's masterpiece, Suchin laughed. Is there any meat and flour at home? Suchin then asked. Let me take a look. Yan Bingxue said, before going to the kitchen to look at the ingredients. It happened that Lin Xiao was washing fruit in the kitchen at this time, and seeing Yan Bingxue come in to search for something, she asked, Shuer, what are you looking for? Mom, can we make dumplings today? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Okay, just right, I want to eat dumplings too. Lin Xiao said. I'm looking for flour. Yan Bingxue said. Isn't it enough to go out and buy ready-made dumplings? Lin Xiao said. It's better if we make our own. Yan Bingxue said. Then let's pack it ourselves, but did we run out of flour last time? Is it gone? Lin Xiao said after thinking about it. It's used up. Is there any meat left? Yan Bingxue continued to ask. There's only beef, and it's still early, so you and Suchin can go out and buy what you need. Lin Xiao said. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 891 posted in moments, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Okay. Then let's go out now. Yan Bingxue responded. Then he turned around and was about to leave the kitchen, then turned back and asked, Mom, besides buying dumplings, do you have anything else to buy? No more. Lin Xiu replied. The last time I went to the supermarket and bought so many things, I have already bought all the things I need, and there is nothing else I need. Okay. Yan Bingxue replied, and then left the kitchen. Coming to the living room, he said to Su Chen, Husband, there are no ingredients at home, let's go out and buy some. Okay, are you going out now? Su Chen got up from the sofa and asked. Yeah, it's still early, go out and buy it early, and we'll come back and start packing. Yan Bingxue said. Okay. Su Chen replied. Husband, wait for me to wear a hat. Yan Bingxue said, she decided to wear a hat herself. Go. Su Chen replied. Then Yan Bingxue went back to the room to get the hat, and after putting on the hat, the two went out. I went to the supermarket next to my home and stopped driving. After arriving at the supermarket, Su Chen first pushed a cart. The two walked directly to the fresh food area. Honey, let's buy some corn and make dumplings stuffed with corn and pork. The two babies like it. Su Chen said. Okay. Yan Bingxue replied. Then he followed Su Chen to pick corn. Honey, what do you think of this? Yan Bingxue asked while holding a piece of corn. Ha ha ha, just pick and choose, these corns are almost the same. Su Chen glanced at the corns and said. Okay. Yan Bingxue said. Then I picked the corn that I thought was pretty. Good. Husband, do you want to buy some shrimps? You can also make shrimp dumplings. Yan Bingxue said as she saw the shrimps in the seafood area. Okay. Su Chen said. Looks like today will be bountiful again. Husband, there are also shiitake mushrooms, which can also be used to make dumplings. Yan Bingxue said. Yeah, you can make a few more flavors. Su Chen replied. You can also make fish balls. Yan Bingxue looked at the fish again and said. I still have to buy coarse grains to go back. It's better to eat. Yan Bingxue looked at the purple potato again and said. Ha ha ha, wife, do we really have to cook so many dishes? Su Chen asked with a smile. It's okay, not many. Yan Bingxue said innocently. Just buy these. We won't be able to finish them, so just buy them next time. Su Chen reminded. Okay. Listen to my husband. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, holding Su Chen's hand. Yeah, let's weigh these first. Su Chen said. Then the two went to weigh in. While Su Chen was weighing, Yan Bingxue went around again, always wanting to buy something, and then brought some fruits over. Husband, there are apples. Yan Bingxue said as she put the apples into a pile of ingredients. You can squeeze the juice to drink then. Su Chen said. An apple a day is good for blood circulation, Yan Bingxue said. Yeah, you little clever ghost. Su Chen scratched Yan Bingshue's nose lightly and said. Just at this time everything was priced. Yan Bingxue continued to hold Su Chen's hand and said, okay, everything is weighed. Then let's go to pay the bill, Su Chen said. Then the two went to check out. After paying the bill, I plan to go home. Husband, this looks a lot, let me carry some together. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen carrying several large bags of things by himself, and said distrustedly, how can I ask you to mention it? Believe in your husband, Su Chen said domineeringly. Continue to carry things forward. Honey, do your hands hurt? Yan Bingxue asked emotionally, still worried that Su Chen's hands would hurt if he carried so many things. No way, Su Chen said. Then if it hurts, I'll blow it up for you, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Yeah, the wife blows on it, and the pain will go away immediately, Su Chen said jokingly. Husband, Yan Bingxue said coquettishly. Ha ha ha, I'm going home soon, Su Chen said with a smile. Then he carried his things and walked towards home. Yan Bingxue followed. After arriving home, Su Chen directly took all the things to the kitchen. Mom, I bought everything. Su Chen carried the things into the kitchen, then came to the living room and shouted to Lin Xiu's room. Come on. Lin Xiu replied. Then it came out. Where's the stuff? Lin Xiu asked after she came out, but didn't see the ingredients that Su Chen and the others had bought. They're all in the kitchen, Su Chen replied. Lin Xiu then entered the kitchen, and Yan Bingxue was taking out all the ingredients for preparation. Schwer, you bought so many things, Lin Xiu said looking at the ingredients. Yeah, you can make it richer. This way the nutritional value is higher, Yan Bingxue replied. Babies are growing their bodies, and various nutrients can be supplemented. Okay, then we are going to roll the dumpling wrappers now, Lin Xiu asked. Yeah, but Mom, I'm not very good at this, can you do it? Yan Bingxue said embarrassedly. I'll come, Lin Xiu replied. Then I rolled up my sleeves and started to pick up the flour and prepare to pour it out. After Lin Xiu's operation, the flour was reconciled. You can roll out the dumpling wrappers. Yan Bingxue was cleaning the corn, shiitake mushrooms, and other side dishes. Su Chen also came in to help beat the pork into minced meat. Hey, you guys are working here neatly today, Su Haqian said. No wonder he just looked at the living room, there was no one else in the house, and he heard some movement from the kitchen, so he came over to take a look. Dad, come and do it with us, Su Chen said. What do I do? Su Haqian asked. Dad, why don't you come to make minced meat, and I'll clean up the shrimp. Meat, Su Chen said. The relatively easy task of making minced meat was given to Su Haqian. Go, I'll come here, Su Haqian said. I went to make minced meat. In this way, everyone worked together, and quickly prepared all the ingredients needed to make dumplings. Okay, it's almost done, shall we start making dumplings? Su Chen said, looking at the ingredients that had been mixed together. Yeah, let's get started, Lin Xiu said. Then take out the gloves and put them on for everyone. After putting on the gloves, everyone started to pack. Shouldn't we wet the wrapper around the dumpling with water first? Su Haqian picked up a dumpling wrapper and asked. Yes, like me, first with the wrapper around the dumpling with water. Lin Xiu said, and demonstrated it for everyone to see. Everyone followed suit. After watching everyone make it, Lin Xiu continued to pick up some stuffing and put it in the middle of the dumpling wrapper and said, then put the same amount of meat on it. Everyone continued to follow suit. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, chapter 892 making dumplings, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Page Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. With everyone's efforts, the dumplings were almost ready soon. Mom, it seems like we made too much stuffing? Yan Bingxue looked at the unused meat stuffing and said, the dumpling wrappers were almost used up. Let's make the rest of the meat into balls. Lin Xiu suggested. It's okay, Tuanchuan and Lele also like to eat meatballs. Yan Bingxue said. In this way, everyone wrapped the dumplings. Let's put the dumplings first, and when the two little guys come back, we'll cook them tonight. Su Haqian said. Yeah. Su Chen replied. Then let's have fish for lunch. I can make boiled fish fillets. Yan Bingxue said. Okay, fish with pickled cabbage is delicious too. Su Chen suggested. Yeah, the fish I bought today is quite big, but I can make a few more flavors, clear soup, and some fish fillets. Yan Bingxue said happily. Thank you, wife. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue and said. Okay, you and your parents go out to rest. I'm going to cook Chinese food. Yan Bingxue said. Then Su Chen and the others left the kitchen. After a while, Su Chen came into the kitchen with some biscuits. Honey, come, have a small biscuit. Su Chen said while looking at Yan Bingxue, who was seriously cooking. Yan Bingxue took a look and touched the fish with both hands, not wanting to get food. Seeing this, Su Chen picked up a small biscuit and fed it to Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue took a bite, and said after eating, Thank you husband, it's delicious. Ha ha ha, I'll do it with you. Go and eat something. Su Chen pushed Yan Bingxue and said. Come on, I've already touched this fish, I'll make your hands smell fishy. Later, Yan Bingxue said. Honey, go quickly. I'll do as long as I come. Su Chen said seriously. How? Can I let my wife do this alone? Okay. Thank you husband. Yan Bingxue stopped insisting, stepped aside, and went to wash her hands. Su Chen started to take over the fish that Yan Bingxue made just now. Yan Bingxue stood aside, holding a biscuit, eating a piece for herself and feeding Su Chen a piece. Husband, this is a small biscuit in the shape of a heart. Yan Bingxue said to Su Chen while holding a biscuit. Su Chen took a look and responded with a smile. Yan Bingxue fed the biscuit into Su Chen's mouth. Honey, will it taste better if I fry this fish? Su Chen asked, discussing. Cooking skills with Yan Bingxue. Yeah, it will be more fragrant and delicious. Yan Bingxue replied. Then let's fry it. Su Chen said. Then began to put the fish into the pot. Honey, let me go out for a while. Yan Bingxue said. It seems that when I first came to make dumplings, I didn't bring my mobile phone. Yeah. Su Chen replied. Then Yan Bingxue went out to find her phone. Dad, you are watering the flowers? Yan Bingxue asked, looking at Su Haoqian, who was standing in front of those flowers and plants. That's right, I need to take care of these flowers. Su Haoqian said while looking at the flowers and plants, and occasionally stretched out his hand to pick up some leaves to have a look. Aren't these all good looking? Yan Bingxue said after taking a look. Some are just superficially good. But the color is already changing, and it will crowd out other growth nutrients, so they need to be cleaned regularly. Su Haoqian picked up a potted plant and explained to Yan Bingxue. Oh, that's it. Yan Bingxue said. Then, Dad, I'm going to find my phone, you can trim it here. Yan Bingxue said. Then I went to find my phone. Su Haoqian continued to take care of his flowers and plants. Mom, did you see my mobile phone? Yan Bingxue asked after going back to the room to find it, but she didn't see it after searching around the room. Didn't you use it before making dumplings today? Lin Xiu reminded. Before making dumplings, it was obvious that Yan Bingxue played with her mobile phone. It seems to be. Hey, where did I put it? Yan Bingxue said. Then continue to search in the living room. Here. Lin Xiu picked up a mobile phone from the sofa and said. Ha ha ha, it's on the sofa. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Then he picked up his phone and went back to the kitchen. Honey, let's take a picture together. Yan Bingxue picked up the phone and said. He pointed at Su Chen and himself with the front camera. The two in the photo are very affectionate. Yan Bingxue kissed Su Chen's left cheek. Honey, you are affecting my performance. If the cooking at noon today is not delicious, you should eat more. Su Chen said jokingly. Everything my husband cooks is delicious. And I will definitely eat a lot. Yan Bingxue said with a bright smile on her face. Ha ha ha, let's make another corn rib soup. There's still a lot of corn and meat. Su Chen looked at the ingredients in the kitchen and said. Okay. The soup is delicious. Yan Bingxue said happily. Then I'm cooking soup now. Su Chen said. The ribs are about to be chopped into pieces, and then put together with the washed corn and other ingredients. To start stewing. Honey, we can go out and wait now. Yan Bingxue said. Yeah. Su Chen said. Then he went out with his arms around Yan Bingxue's waist. Mom, haven't you watched this TV before? Su Chen said while looking at the TV series that was playing on the TV. Watch it again after watching it, and recall it. Lin Xiu replied, her eyes still staying on the TV screen. Okay, is this so good looking? Su Chen sat down and asked, curiously. Yan Bingxue also sat down together and started playing with her mobile phone. It's beautiful. You'll know it when you watch it with us. Lin Xiu said. Confidently. This TV series has a lot of positive energy, it is suitable for young people to watch, and it is very motivating. Yeah. Su Chen replied. Look at this man. Lin Xiu pointed to a young man on the TV and said. A lot of people were saved in the fire. Lin Xiu said. While Lin Xiu was talking, Su Chen was listening and responding from time to time. After a while, Yan Bingxue reminded, "Honey, are you going to see the dishes?" "I'll take a look," Su Chen said, then got up and went to the kitchen. After Su Chen entered the kitchen, he opened the lid of the pot to check how the dishes were doing. When he found that the dishes were almost ready, he came out and said to everyone, "We can eat after a while." "Yeah," Yan Bingxue responded. Then everyone continued to sit on the sofa and watch TV. After a while like this, Yan Bingxue and Su Chen went to the kitchen together and filled out the dishes. "Everyone is having lunch. Son, this dish is delicious today." Lin Xiu praised Su Chen after eating a piece of pork ribs. "Thank you, Mom. Then you should eat more," Su Chen said with a smile. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, chapter 893, Cooking Chinese Food Together. And you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. You can search Strongest Daddy, sign up to 100 million at the beginning. New Book Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Okay. I'll grab a piece for your dad and let him taste it, Lin Xiu said with a smile. Then put a piece of ribs in Su Haoqian's bowl, and another piece of corn. Why did you pack so much for me? Su Haoqian asked. I'll give you a taste of something delicious, Lin Xiu replied. Su Haoqian picked up the ribs and took a bite and said, "It's delicious." Ha ha ha. Su Chen laughed happily. The family happily finished their lunch, and then went back to their room for an afternoon nap. After Su Chen and Yan Bingxue finished their nap, they were ready to go out to pick up the two babies. Husband, I brought fruits and snacks for Tuanchuan and Lele in the car. I think they will be hungry later, and then they can eat, Yan Bingxue said caringly. Okay. Then bring some, Su Chen said. Then Yan Bingxue went to pack food for the two babies, and specially carried a big bag to hold the delicious food. Ha ha ha, my wife, will be home in no time, so why bring so many things? Su Chen said after seeing Yan Bingxue holding the big bag. Looking at those things, I thought that Tuanchuan would like it, that Lele would like it, and then pretended to be too much, Yan Bingxue said embarrassedly. Honey, you're so cute. Su Chen rubbed Yan Bingxue's hair and said, Oh. Husband, we are going out, you messed up my hair, Yan Bingxue said with a blushing face. Oh, why is my face blushing today? Su Chen said, turning the hand that was rubbing Yan Bingxue's hair into cupping his face. The weather is too hot, Yan Bingxue said. Ha ha ha, let's go. We're going to pick up the baby. Su Chen changed the subject with a smile. Holding Yan Bingxue's hand in one hand, he walked out. The two drove to the gate of the school, and they waited in the car before the school ended. When the school bell rang, the two got out of the car and waited at the school. Gate. Maybe the little ones finished class early today, and the two little ones came out as soon as the school gate opened. As soon as he saw Su Chen, he called out loudly, "Father." Su Chen also looked at the two babies and smiled. The two sides passed through the flow of people. Su Chen took the hands of the two babies and returned to Yan Bingshue's side. "Mom." Lei looked at Yan Bingshue and called, "Mom." Tuanchuan also called out in a childish voice, "Baby, let's go home." Yan Bingshue said to the two babies. Then the family of four got into the car. "Mom, we have homework today," Tuanchuan said to Yan Bingshue. The teacher left. "Too much homework today. I have done some at school, but there are still some that are not finished, and there are some difficult ones. I will always talk about them tomorrow. I will ask the parents to help with previewing today." "Do you have a lot of homework?" Yan Bingshue asked with concern. "Yeah, the teacher told us to ask the parents about the questions we don't know." Lei also echoed. "Then let Dad and I help you with your homework today," Yan Bingshue said with a smile. Okay. Lei said happily, "It's time to study with her parents the most." "Lei, Tuanchuan, Mom brought you something to eat," Yan Bingshue said with a smile, remembering the snacks she brought. "There's something to eat, I'm so hungry," Tuanchuan said. "Here, there's food in it," Yan Bingshue said after opening her backpack. "Mom, you brought a lot of food." Tuanchuan looked into the bag and said happily, "Ha ha ha, your mother brought you a lot of food," Su Chen said happily. I'll take a look," Lei said, and leaned over to take a look. Tuanchuan took his favorite food from inside, and said to Yan Bingshue, "Mom, I can't open it." Yan Bingshue took the things over and helped Tuan open the package again. Lei, what do you want to eat?" Yan Bingshue asked as she watched Lei rummaging through the bag. "Mom, we want to eat lollipops," Lei said. "Ah, Mom didn't bring this. Why do you suddenly want to eat lollipops today?" Yan Bingshue asked curiously, remembering that she didn't bring lollipops, and that Lei didn't like candy before. "I want to eat candy today," Lei said. "Then you eat biscuits." Yan Bingshue took out a biscuit and said to Lei. Lei took the biscuit over, ate one piece and stopped eating. "Brother, I want to eat your biscuit." Tuanchuan pointed to the biscuit in Lei's hand and said, "Anyway, my brother probably didn't want to eat it. Give it to you," Lei said, and gave the biscuit in her hand to Tuanchuan. Just like that, Su Chen drove the car to the door of the house. The two babies ran home after getting off the car, and greeted Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu politely as soon as they got home. "Baby, are you happy at school today?" Lin Xiu asked while holding the two babies. "Happy," Tuanchuan replied with a smile. "Grandma, we have a lot of homework today," Lei said holding her school bag. "A lot of homework? There are so many homework in the kindergarten now," Lin Xiu said with emotion when she heard Lei's words. "Mom, these are occasional times when there is a lot of homework. Today, Su Chen and I can guide the two babies to do it," Yan Bingshue said with a smile. "Yes, Mom, it's good to let Lei and Tuanchuan do their homework," Su Chen also echoed. "All right then," Lin Xiu said. "Tuanchuan, Lei, do you want to play now and do your homework after dinner, or finish your homework now, and then let's play together at night?" Yan Bingshue asked while looking at the two babies. There is still time to do homework now. And the choice is given to the children themselves. Mom, let's do our homework at night, Lele said after thinking about it. They've just come back from school and don't want to do their homework yet. Okay then, let's do our homework at night, we can't play, Yan Bingxue reminded. Okay, Lele replied. Sister, let's go play with Chocho, Lele said while holding Tuanchuan's hand. Okay, Tuanchuan replied. Then the two babies went to play with the ball. At this moment, Chocho was sleeping in his nest. Lele passed by, and Chocho woke up immediately. Then crawled towards Lele. Lele gently touched Chocho's head. Chocho, let's go play together, Lele said to Chocho. Hearing Lele's words, Chocho immediately opened his eyes. It seems to be full of vitality at once. Tuanchuan, how are your balls? Lele said as he handed the balloons to Tuanchuan. Brother, can we play with that red balloon? Tuanchuan looked at the blue ball in her hand and said she wanted to play with the red ball more because it looked better. Then go get that ball, Lele said after taking a look. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. The latest chapter address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Full text. Reading address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. TXT. Download address. The strongest baby daddy, sign up for 100 million at the beginning. Phone. Reading. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, chapter 894 homework, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. I like The Strongest Dad, 100 million signings at the beginning. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Yeah. Tuanchuan happily ran to get the red balloon. Brother, I threw this ball to you, and then you threw it to me. Tuanchuan looked at Lele and said. Lele nodded in response. Then the two started playing with the ball, and the ball kept running back and forth between them. After playing with the phone for a while, Yan Bingxue said, I'm going to cook dumplings. Then she got up and went to the kitchen. Honey, let me go with you, Suchin said. Followed into the kitchen together. Together, the two prepared everyone's dinner today. Dad, Mom, it's time to eat. Suchin came out from the kitchen with a bowl of dumplings and said. It smells so good. Tuanchuan said happily. Go and wash your hands, Suchin said. Then everyone washes their hands and prepares to eat. As soon as she arrived at the table, Lele said, Mom, I want to eat dumplings. Yan Bingxue took Lele's bowl and filled Lele with a large spoonful of dumplings. Then they filled dumplings for Tuanchuan. Dad and Grandpa made it, you two should eat more, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. As soon as they heard that the dumplings were made by Su Chen and Su Haoqian, the two of them actually ate them with pride. After dinner, Yan Bingxue looked at the two babies and said, let you two rest for another half an hour. After half an hour, we will go to the study to do our homework. Okay, Tuanchuan replied loudly. Lele also nodded in agreement. Mom, it's raining outside, Lele said, looking at the raindrops under the window. Is it raining? Yan Bingxue asked, also looking out the window. Sure enough, it began to rain. Then he got up immediately and said, I'm going to close the window. There are still clothes to be collected. Lin Xiu said, she just washed her clothes today, and they are hanging outside, so she can't get wet. Then I hurried to collect the clothes. It hasn't rained for a long time. Su Chen looked at the dripping rain outside the window and said, Dad, do you think it's raining without an umbrella? Tuanchuan suddenly asked a question. If you don't use an umbrella, you will get wet from the rain. Su Chen explained. The clothes are wet, can I just change into another one? Tuanchuan continued. You can wear wet clothes, and you'll catch a cold. Then you'll have to go to the hospital for an injection. Su Chen said. Don't get an injection. Tuanchuan said loudly. Well, so we can't get in the rain. Su Chen said. Tuanchuan nodded seriously, she didn't want the injection. The weather looked good today, and I washed a lot of clothes, but it rained. At night. Lin Xiu said after putting away the clothes, looking at the rain outside the window. Yes. But it hasn't rained for a long time and it should rain. Yan Bingxue also looked out the window and said, Dad, shall we watch the cartoon? Lei asked, while looking at Su Chen. I'm going to do my homework soon, don't read it. Su Chen said. Want to see it? Lei said. Then look at the last one. When the time is up, I will do my homework. Su Chen said. Then he played the cartoon he wanted to watch for Lei. When Tuanchuan saw that the cartoon was playing, he immediately sat down and watched it together. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. Lei pointed to a wrestler in the cartoon and said. Ha ha ha. Tuanchuan also laughed. After the two watched the cartoon for a while, Yan Bingxue looked at the two babies and said, Tuanchuan, Lei, I'm off to do my homework. Mom, can we wait a little longer? Tuanchuan whispered. Mom, I still want to watch it. Lei also echoed. It's not allowed. We just agreed. Yan Bingxue said. Okay then. Lei said helplessly, her eyes were still staring at the TV screen, and she didn't get up from the sofa. Seeing this, Su Chen picked up the remote control and turned off the TV. Looking at the two babies, he said, Let's go, I'm going to do my homework. The two little babies got up and walked to the study. Su Chen helped the two babies take their school bags. Take out your homework. Su Chen put the school bag on the table and said. Looking at the two babies. The two little babies found the homework book from their school bags, and after opening it, they started to do their homework. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue read the children's textbooks. What Yan Bingxue was reading was Tuanchuan's book, and Tuanchuan also drew ice cream and flowers on the textbook. It seemed that her mind was distracted during class, and she was thinking about eating. Mom, give me the book. Tuanchuan suddenly said to Yan Bingxue, because she just remembered the things she drew on the book. Tuanchuan, do you want to learn how to draw? Yan Bingxue looked at Tuanchuan and asked, if Tuanchuan wanted to learn, he could learn. Mom, I don't know. Tuanchuan said in a daze. Do your homework first. Yan Bingxue said. Then he returned the book to Tuanchuan. Dad, I can't write this. Lei said, pointing to a topic. Dad, take a look. Su Chen said, going to see the topic that Lei couldn't do. At a glance, Su Chen realized that this topic was really difficult for kindergarten children. So he guided Lei to answer this question, and Lei understood it quickly after listening to it once. Father, I don't know how to do this question either. Tuanchuan also pointed To the question Lele asked just now. Let my brother explain this question to you. Suchen said. Then he looked at Lele and motioned for Lele to tell his sister how to do this question. Sister, look, this is the way to do it. Lele said, and then told Tuanchuan. Bit by bit what Suchen had just told him. After talking about it again, Tuanchuan still didn't understand. Father, tell your sister. My sister can't understand me. Lele asked Suchen. For help. Keep telling your sister. I believe you can make her understand. Suchen encouraged Lele. This will also allow Lele to better grasp this knowledge. Point. Sister, let me tell you again. Lele said softly, and then told Tuanchuan. Carefully. So it's like this. Brother, I will. Tuanchuan said happily, thinking in his heart that his brother is really amazing. Yeah, keep doing the questions. Lele also said happily, as if teaching her sister to do the questions was more fun than knowing how to do it herself. Brother, I'll ask you other questions later. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Okay. Lele said generously. The two little babies continued to do their homework. If you encounter something you don't understand, you will ask Suchen and Yanbingxue. There was a preview text at the end, and Suchen took the two babies to read the whole text. But it's just a little story. After finishing homework, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and it was time for the babies to wash up and prepare for a rest. 7017K. Okay, we're done writing, let's go back to our room. Yanbingxue looked at the two babies and said softly. Mom, we want to watch cartoons. Tuanchuan said, thinking about the cartoon. Just now after finishing homework. They haven't finished watching it yet. Let's take a shower first. Watch it tomorrow. It's a little late today. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. There is no way, the babies now have to do their homework, so they can't play all the time. Okay. Tuanchuan replied with some unhappiness on his face. Then Yanbingxue took Tuanchuan's hand and entered the room. Suchen took Lele to wash up. Tuanchuan, let's watch cartoons tomorrow. Yanbingxue comforted Tuanchuan. But I want to watch it today. Tuanchuan said aggrievedly. But it's too late today. We'll see the same thing tomorrow, or else we'll write faster when we do our homework, and we can watch cartoons after we're done. Yanbingxue coaxed Tuanchuan. 87 omega degrees Celsius mu. Okay. Tuanchuan replied. Then Yanbingxue continued to help Tuanchuan take a bath. After taking a bath, I rested. Early the next day, the two babies woke up. Father, I'm awake. Lele groped to Suchen's bed, pulled Suchen's quilt and said, Baby, why did you get up so early today? Suchen asked in surprise, looking at Lele beside the bed. Usually he wakes up the two babies after he wakes up. Dad, get up. Lele continued. Yeah, wake up. Suchen said. Then I got up. Father is going to make breakfast for you. Suchen said, picked up Lele, and left the room. After the two went out, Yanbingxue also got up quickly. When he came out, Suchen was cooking noodles by himself. Yanbingxue looked at Tuanchuan sitting on the sofa in a daze. Then he walked over, hugged Tuanchuan gently, and rubbed Tuanchuan's little face. Honey, why did you get up so early today? Yanbingxue asked. Chacho called us. Tuanchuan said in a childish voice. It turned out that it was Chocho who woke up the two babies. Mom, let Cho-Cho stop disturbing our sleeping ball. Yan Bingxue coaxed. Tuanchuan, thinking that the baby who just woke up is really cute, and the most important thing is her own daughter. Mom, what are we eating this morning? Tuanchuan asked curiously, and was also very interested in today's breakfast. Dad cooked delicious noodles. Yan Bingxue said. I want to eat noodles. Tuanchuan said. When it comes to food like this, it seems that I am hungry. Okay, let's go see if Dad is done cooking. Yan Bingxue said while hugging Tuanchuan. He hugged Tuanchuan directly and went to find Su Chen. Z calm. Father. Tuanchuan looked at Su Chen and called. Lele was in the kitchen watching Su Chen cook the noodles. Lele, you watch Dad cook noodles, will you cook noodles yourself next time? Yan Bingxue said with a smile. I'll cook for my parents in the future. Lele said seriously. Okay, thank you baby in advance, Mom is so touched. Yan Bingxue said. Emotionally. Then you may have to grow up, before you can cook it for us. Su Chen said. He was also very happy to hear that Lele said that he would cook food for them. When I get older, I can make it for my parents. Lele said. Okay, Mom and Dad are waiting for you. Yan Bingxue said with a happy face. After a while, Su Chen said, okay. It's ready to eat. Then he looked at Yan Bingxue and continued, honey, go ask your parents to have breakfast together. I'll call Grandpa and Grandma. Lele said positively, and was about to run out of the kitchen to call Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu for breakfast. Walking to the door of Su Haoqian's room, Lele knocked on the door and asked. Grandpa, are you up yet? Get up. Su Haoqian's voice came from inside the door. Lele was about to speak when the door was opened from the inside. Lin Xiu walked out. Grandma, Dad cooked noodles, let's go have breakfast. Lele said obediently. Okay. Let's go have breakfast. Lin Xiu looked at Lele and said kindly. Then he said to Su Haoqian in the room, come out for breakfast. It's coming soon. Su Haoqian replied. Then Lin Xiu led Lele to the restaurant for breakfast. Tuan Tuan was already eating the tomato and egg noodles that Su Chen made today. However, the noodles were still very hot, and she kept blowing them. Watching the noodles in front of her eyes, but she couldn't eat them because they were too hot. Tuanchuan, Mom will take some out for you to cool down. Yan Bingxue said, and brought another small bowl for Tuanchuan to hold edible noodles. In this way, Tuanchuan can eat by itself. 877 Chinese. After breakfast, Yan Bingxue helped the two babies change their clothes and tidied their hair before sending the babies to school with Su Chen. Tuanchuan, Lele, Mom has filled you with delicious water today. Be sure to drink it up. Yan Bingxue said while holding their water glasses. Mom, what kind of water is it? Tuanchuan asked cutely. You'll know when you drink it. Yan Bingxue said. Then gave the water cup to the two little babies. Father, Mom, goodbye. Tuanchuan waved goodbye. After the two babies entered the school, Su Chen sent Yan Bingxue to the company, and then went to Dragon Academy by himself. As soon as Yan Bingxue arrived at the office, Gu Yusen's video call was turned on. Schwer, why haven't you called me in the past few days? Gu Yusen asked as soon as she answered the phone. I've been taking care of our two babies these days, what happened? Yan Bingxue said with a smile. No, shall we go shopping today? Gu Yusen asked. Shopping, I think you just want to buy new clothes. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Schwer, girls are like this, they always wear new clothes. Let's go, let's go. Shopping. Gu Yusen said coquettishly to Yan Bingxue. Where's your Feng Qi? Yan Bingxue asked. He doesn't know how to pick clothes. Schwer, you have a better eye, and the clothes you pick look good. Gu Yusen said with a smile. Then let's go shopping today to see if there are any new products. Yan Bingxue said. Okay, Schwer is the best. Gu Yusen said sweetly. Hearing Gu Yusen's words, Yan Bingxue also smiled happily, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Her smile was very gentle. Then my name is Feng Qi? Gu Yusen asked. Yeah, Suchin is going anyway. Yan Bingxue said. That's right, when did you and brother Su act alone? We always go out together. Gu Yusen said. Ha ha ha, it's the same when you and Feng Qi are together. It's always been a couple. Yan Bingxue said. Ha ha ha, it's delicious to go together. Gu Yusen said shyly. Really always act together. President, there is a meeting here for you to attend. Special Assistant. Zhang knocked on the door and came in, put a document on the table, and said. To Yan Bingxue. Okay. Yan Bingxue replied. Uxin, I'm going to have a meeting, let's talk tonight when we're shopping. Yan Bingxue said with a smile to the camera. Yeah, bring your two little ones with you. Gu Yusen reminded. Okay. Goodbye. Yan Bingxue said, waving her hands. Goodbye. Gu Yusen said with a smile. After the two hung up the phone, Yan Bingxue immediately changed to a cold face and went to the meeting. Suchin also threw himself into intense work as soon as he got to work, and he didn't have any time to rest during the period. Finally at noon, Suchin drove to the company to pick up Yan Bingxue and went home. In the car, Yan Bing said, Husband, Yusen asked us to go shopping together tonight. Okay, let's go and see if there are any new styles coming out recently, and go and buy some nice clothes. Suchin said, of course he wants to buy the best clothes for his wife. I think so too, buy a good-looking bag. Yan Bingxue said happily. Girls like pretty things. Yeah. Suchin replied. When Suchan and Yan Bingxue returned home, Lin Xiu was cooking the last dish. Mom, I made so many delicious food again today. Suchin said looking at the dishes on the table. Just eat more, Lin Xiu said. Mom, it's too hard for you to do this. Just cook 2 or 3 dishes, and that's all we eat. Suchin walked to Lin Xiu's side and said while helping. Lin Xiu, hold his shoulders. I don't work hard, I just cook a little. And you and Schwer will cook in the evening and in the morning. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Cooking a few more dishes won't make you tired, but it's a bit troublesome, but it can be eaten by everyone. Nutrition is balanced. Go wash your hands and eat. Lin Xiu patted Suchan and said. Then he urged. Go to the room and call your dad. He said that he has a headache today, so he should rest in the room. What's the matter, Dad? Suchan asked with concern. It's okay, just a little bit of hypoglycemia recently, and he's a little dizzy, let him rest for a while and he'll be fine. Lin Xiu said. I'll go and see Dad. Suchan said worriedly. Then he left the kitchen and went to the room to find Su Haoqian. Dad, are you still resting? Suchan walked to the door of the room, knocked on the door and asked. Get up. Su Haoqian's voice came from the room. Then I'll open the door and go in. Su Chen said. Then he opened the door and went in. After Su Chen went in, he saw Su Haoqian sitting in front of the mirror, looking at his mobile phone, so he walked over and asked, Dad, I heard from Mom, did you have a headache today? It's okay, it's much better now. I told your mother not to tell you, she will tell you immediately. Su Haoqian said, looking up at Su Chen. Is it really better? I need to see a doctor if I don't feel well. Su Chen said with concern. M.77ZW.Xiaomicron. It's okay. Don't worry. Su Haoqian said. Well, Mom has already prepared the dishes, let's go out to eat. Su Chen looked at Su Haoqian and said. Let's go. Su Haoqian stood up and replied. Then the two left the room one after the other. Husband, so you went to find Dad, I thought you went somewhere. No one was seen. Yan Bingxue saw Su Chen and Su Haoqian coming out together, and said. Just now when I went to Su Chen, I didn't see anyone. Wife, why are you looking for me? Su Chen asked. I told you to eat. Yan Bingxue said. Yeah. Su Chen replied. Gu then went to wash his hands and helped bring out the last dish, and the family began eating. Is your head not hurting now? Lin Xiu looked at Su Haoqian and asked. It's much better, let's take a rest when it rains. Su Haoqian replied. What happened to Dad? Yan Bingxue asked with concern. It's just a sudden headache today, it's nothing. Lin Xiu replied. I need to see a doctor if I feel uncomfortable. Yan Bingxue said worriedly. Okay, Shuer, I will take care of my son's father's body, just take care of yourselves. Su Haoqian said, still not wanting his family to worry about him. Then you must tell us what's going on with your mother. Su Chen said. Seriously? Yes. Let's eat a chicken drumstick, your mother specially made it for you and Shuer to replenish your health. Su Haoqian said. Yeah. Su Chen replied with a smile. In this way, the family finished their Chinese meal. Dad, Mom, let's go to rest. Su Chen looked at Lin Xiu and Su Haoqian and said. M.Z degree calm. Go. Su Haoqian replied. Then Su Chen and Yan Bingxue went to take a nap. Is your headache better? Lin Xiu asked Su Haoqian, concerned. It's much better. It's okay, you don't have to worry anymore. Su Haoqian said. Yeah, I'm going to take a nap too, are you still able to sleep? Lin Xiu asked. I can fall asleep. Su Haoqian said. Then they both went to take a nap. 877 ZW. After taking a nap, Su Chen played with his phone at home for a while, then went to pick up the two babies. Yan Bingxue put on makeup at home, and plans to do a different makeup look today. On Su Chen's side, the two babies went home. Honey, do you have any homework today? Su Chen asked. Dad, there is no more. We are all done. Tu Anchuan said happily, the days without homework are very happy. That's great, then Aunt Yusin invited us to go shopping today, so that everyone can go. Su Chen said. Wow, it's time to go shopping, Dad, buy me a beautiful dress and delicious food. Tu Anchuan said excitedly, there will definitely be a lot of fun and delicious things to go shopping. Yeah, let's go buy it. Su Chen said. Dad, I have something to buy too. Lei said. What do you want to buy? Suchin asked, curiously. I want to buy Dahu a gift for him. Lele said, today Daha shared some delicious food with me, and of course I want to give him something fun. Father, then I'll give Lily a gift too. Tuanchuan also thought of his good friend, and said. Yeah, then you two have a good gift today. Suchin said with a smile. Father, is Mom at home? Tuanchuan asked. Mom didn't come to pick them up today. Yes, Mom is waiting for you to come home. Suchin said. Wait a minute, I want my mother to make me a beautiful braid, as beautiful as a little princess. Tuanchuan said happily. Already planning to go out tonight. Okay, Mom will definitely dress us up beautifully. Suchin said with a smile. When the two babies arrived home, Yan Bingxue was still putting on makeup. Mom, you are putting on makeup. Tuanchuan walked to Yan Bingxue's side and said. Yeah, Mom will put some lipstick on for you, okay? Yan Bingxue said. Teasingly. Okay, Mom, paint me red. Tuanchuan said excitedly. Ha ha ha, our Tuanchuan will still be pretty. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Then he tapped Tuanchuan twice with lipstick, so that there were a few traces of lipstick on Tuanchuan's lips. Tuanchuan picked up the small mirror on the dressing table and looked at his own mouth. Seeing his small red mouth, he smiled with satisfaction. Mom, wait for you to make a beautiful braid. Tuanchuan said. Okay, Mom will braid your hair after putting on makeup. Yan Bingxue said. Mom, I went to play with my brother. When you finish putting on your makeup, you can call me. Tuanchuan urged. Okay, I'll call you. Yan Bingxue replied. After receiving Yan Bingxue's answer, Tuanchuan jumped out in satisfaction. Like a little rabbit. Seeing Tuanchuan like this, Yan Bingxue suddenly began to imagine what Tuanchuan would look like when she grew up. Maybe at that time, she and Tuanchuan would get along more like best friends. Yan Bingxue continued to put on her makeup, and after finishing her makeup, she went to braid Tuanchuan's hair. Tuanchuan, come braid hair with Mom. Yan Bingxue called Tuanchuan. As soon as Tuanchuan heard Yan Bingxue calling her, he immediately ran to Yan Bingxue's side, took Yan Bingxue's hand, and the two re-entered the room. As soon as Tuanchuan sat on the stool in front of the dressing table, he said. Mom, I want to be like a little princess today. Okay, leave it to Mom. Yan Bingxue said softly. Then I started to send it to Tuanchuan. If you want a princess look, you have to do French hair. So Yan Bingxue braided Tuanchuan's hair on both sides, and then tied her hair with butterfly clips. As expected, she felt like a princess. Then she picked out another tutu skirt. Originally, Yan Bingxue had already picked out a pink skirt, but Tuanchuan chose a black tutu skirt by herself. After seeing Tuanchuan's chosen skirt, Yan Bingxue immediately replaced the two white butterfly clips with black ones. M.Z Omega degree calm. Tuanchuan, Mommy should wear a black dress like you today. Yan Bingxue looked at Tuanchuan and said, it would look a bit like a parent-child outfit. Mom, go and change into a beautiful dress. Tuanchuan urged. She also wanted to see that the beautiful mommy could wear the same dress as her. Yeah. Yan Bingxue responded. Then I went to change the skirt. After Yan Bingxue returned the skirt, she dragged Tuanchuan out. Everyone looked at the two of them. Lin Xiu immediately praised, my son has really good eyesight, Shuer is so beautiful, and my precious granddaughter is also super beautiful. Mom, I think so too. Suchin said happily, keeping his eyes on Yan Bingxue. Hey, where are you going today? Su Haqian asked. Yeah, I made an appointment with Fong Qi and the others to go shopping tonight. Su Chen explained. Then you won't be home for dinner tonight? Lin Xiu asked. Well, let's go out to eat hot pot today. Su Chen replied. Then he continued. Mom, let's go out today to see if the hot pot in that shop is good. If it is delicious, we will take you and Dad to eat together the day after tomorrow. Okay, go and eat. Lin Xiu replied with a smile. While the two of Gu were talking, Yan Bingxue had already sat on the sofa with Tuan Tuan. Honey, I'll take Lele up to change into a black dress, so that our whole family will wear the same one, which is parent-child attire. Su Chen suggested. Ha ha ha, yes. Yan Bingxue replied. Then Su Chen took Lele up to change clothes. Su Chen also dressed up well. Today, the hair was combed specially. I also helped Lele get her hair done all summer. Seeing Su Chen coming out of the room, Lin Xiu smiled and said, You guys dressed up specially when you went shopping today. Others thought you were going to a show. Mom, our looks are all online, so we just dress up a little bit. Su Chen joked with a smile. Okay, when are you going out? Lin Xiu asked. Let me make a call and ask Yusin. Yan Bingxue replied. Then he dialed Gu Yusin's video call. As soon as the phone was connected, Gu Yusin's voice was schwer. Uxin, are we leaving? Yan Bingxue asked. Okay. We are ready. Gu Yusin said with a smile. Yeah, let's go then. Yan Bingxue said. Okay, but, schwer, did you dress up specially today? You made it so beautiful. Gu Yusin asked. No more. Yan Bingxue said embarrassedly. Ha ha ha, you are already so beautiful, and you even dressed up specially, you are as beautiful as a fairy. Gu Yusin praised. M.77ZW.Xiaomicron. Okay, let's go. Yan Bingxue said, her face was going to turn red. Although Yan Bingxue has also been praised since she was a child, she is still a little shy to hear her beautiful girlfriends praise her so much. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, Uxin is also very beautiful, giving people the feeling of being in spring. Gu Yusin looked at Yan Bingxue on the screen with a smile and said, Thank you for the compliment from our beauty Yan. By the way, we're off too. Then everyone set off at about the same time. To Anchuan, Lele, do you want to take the water cup together later, or put it in the car? Yan Bingxue looked at the two babies and asked. I still like to drink water and always carry it with me. Put it in the car, it's too heavy. Lele said. Then put it in the car. Yan Bingxue replied. Honey, let me play this music to see if you like it. Su Chen said, recently. He heard a new song and wanted to share it with Yan Bingxue. Then start playing music lessons. After listening to the song, Yan Bingxue said, Honey, this song is so good. It can be repeated as a single. Then let's listen to it again. Su Chen said happily. The happiest thing is to share what you like with the person you love, and it happens that she likes it too. Yeah. Yan Bingxue replied with a smile. Just listening to the song, Su Chen drove the car to the parking lot. After parking the car, the family got out of the car and walked to the restaurant. Mom, there's a cute little rabbit there. Tu Anchuan pointed to a bouncing puppet rabbit in the resting place on the square. Mom, can we go over and have a look? Tu Anchuan asked Yan Bingxue while pulling her. Yan Bingxue looked at the time, and there was still time before the meal was ordered, so she responded, okay. Then the family went to see the puppet rabbit. This rabbit is surrounded by other children, playing with it and taking pictures together. Mom, I also want to play with the little rabbit. Tuanchuan said to Yan Bingxue. Go and play with the little rabbit by yourself. You see, those children also went to play with the little rabbit by themselves. Yan Bingxue encouraged. Mom, why don't you go with me? I don't dare. Tuanchuan took Yan Bingxue's hand and said, but kept staring at the puppet rabbit. Hearing Tuanchuan's words, Yan Bingxue led Tuanchuan forward, brought Tuanchuan to the little rabbit and said, baby, go and say hello to the little rabbit yourself. Hearing Yan Bingxue's words, the little rabbit turned around and looked at Tuanchuan, waiting for Tuanchuan to greet it. Little rabbit, hello. Tuanchuan whispered softly and cutely. He also stretched out his hand and waved to the little rabbit. Hello, kid. Rabbit said, and waved to Tuanchuan as well. Can I play with you? Tuanchuan asked nervously. Okay, what do you want to play with me? Rabbit asked, his voice was also very gentle, with some cartoons. I want to touch your ears. Tuanchuan said happily. Then let you touch it. The rabbit bent down slightly, and lowered its head to let Tuanchuan touch its ears. Tuanchuan stretched out his hand and gently touched the rabbit's ears. Wow, soft rabbit ears. Tuanchuan said happily. After Tuanchuan finished touching his ears, the rabbit stood up straight again. At this time, other children also came over to play with the rabbit. Kids, let's hold hands and form a circle, shall we? Rabbit said to the children. Okay. Tuanchuan was the first to reply. Then immediately reach out to hold the rabbit's hand. The other children also held hands together. Brother, are you going to play with us? Tuanchuan suddenly said to Lele who was standing with Su Chen. Lele, come and play together. Yan Bingxue also called to Lele. Lele heard that he was called, and immediately walked to Lele's side. Lele was holding the rabbit with one hand and the other children with the other. Now, seeing Lele coming, he quickly let go of the other children's hands, held Lele, and let Lele join in. In this way, a circle is formed again. Kids, let's go around in circles, said the rabbit. Then I took the children and started to play in circles. Kids, now I say 1, let's kick the right leg, said the rabbit. 1, the little rabbit said, and then he lifted his right leg first. The children also kicked their right legs quickly. That's it, said the little rabbit, and after leading the children to play a few more times, he said, I said 2, let's raise our hands. 2, rabbit commanded. The kid raised his hand. 1, said the rabbit. The children kicked their right legs. It's really good. It seems that everyone has learned it. Now let's play. Faster. The rabbit looked at everyone and said, okay. The children said happily. 1, rabbit said loudly. While the children are making movements, the circles are also faster. 2, rabbit said. He did it wrong. One of the children let go of his finger and pointed to the other child. That's wrong. You will be eliminated, said the rabbit. Okay. The kid replied. After all, it was my own fault. However, I think we all should give this kid a chance. Because we didn't say we would be eliminated just now, so let's start the game from the next round. Shall we? Rabbit looked at the kids and said. Okay. The children replied loudly. They are all kind children. Rabbit said with a smile and directed, then. Let's hold hands again. The children joined hands again, and the game started again. 2. After turning around, the rabbit shouted. 1. Seeing that the children were doing the right move smartly, the rabbit continued to shout. Oh, I just did something wrong. A child said. Take the initiative to admit that you have done something wrong. It's okay, after we finish playing, you can still play next time. The little rabbit comforted. Yeah, thank you, little rabbit. The kid said. Then the game continued, and then several children made mistakes or forgot to do actions. In the end, only Rabbit, Tuanchuan, and Lele were left to continue. It's not bad, kid. Rabbit praised the two of them. Then the game continued, and the three played the game. The rabbit yelled the password and played a few laps, and the two children made no mistakes. Suddenly the rabbit yelled one twice, but Tuanchuan didn't react, so he was eliminated, and the winner was Lele. Our little friend won. Rabbit said, holding Lele's hand. But this kid is also very good, he has persisted for so long. Rabbit encouraged Tuanchuan. Brother is stronger. Tuanchuan said happily. Are you still brother and sister? Rabbit asked in surprise. Yes, this is my sister. Lele said looking at Tuanchuan. Both of them are very smart. The rabbit praised. Honey, are you ready to go? Suchin walked up to Yan Bingxue and asked. Just. Now Fang Qi had called to ask where they were, and Fang Qi and the others had already arrived. Yeah, I'll call Tuanchuan and the others, Yan Bingxue said. Then walked towards the two little babies. Tuanchuan, Lele, we should go. Yan Bingxue said after approaching. Okay, Mom, take a photo with the rabbit. Tuanchuan said happily. Yeah, stand still. I'll ask your father to come over and take pictures for you, he looks good in the pictures. Yan Bingxue said and then called to Su Chen, husband, come and help the babies take some good-looking pictures. Okay. Su Chen replied, then walked over, took out his phone and took pictures of the babies. I took several photos at once. Okay. Su Chen said. Little rabbit, goodbye. Lele said, looking at the little rabbit. Little rabbit, goodbye. Tuanchuan said, looking at the little rabbit. Reluctantly. Goodbye, said the little rabbit. Then the family went to the restaurant. When they entered the restaurant, they immediately saw Fang Qi and Gu Yusin. After all, the two had outstanding looks, which naturally attracted everyone's attention. Brother Su, you are finally here. Fang Qi said with a smile. We've arrived a long time ago. Yan Bingxue explained. Sit down with two little babies. As soon as she sat down, Gu Yusin pulled Yan Bingxue and said, Schwer, you've put so much effort into dressing up today, it's so beautiful, it's amazing. You are not so beautiful. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Schwer, wait for you to take a photo with me, so I can post it online. Gu Yusin said happily, already thinking about what to post today. I'm so happy, there's another theme to post today. Gu Yusin said. You can take a picture of the hot pot first. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Being a blogger is also very hard. You have to make your own scripts. This is definitely going to be filmed, Gu Yusin said. Have you ordered anything? Su Chen asked. Wait for you to come and order together. Fang Qi replied. Then let's order first. Su Chen said. Then I scanned the QR code with my mobile phone and started ordering. Let's have a Mandarin duck pot, Suchen said. Yeah, Fang Qi replied. Then I also scanned the QR code and started ordering. Shuer, let's see what you want to eat, Gu Yusen said to Yan Bingxue. Yeah. Yan Bingxue also scanned the QR code, wanting to order something that the two babies like to eat. After clicking in, Suchen had already ordered a lot of favorite dishes for them. Fang Qi, what kind of mushroom did you order? Gu Yusen looked at Fang Qi and asked. Yes, don't you like to eat? Fang Qi replied. Yeah. Gu Yusen replied sweetly. Mom, I want Coke. Lei whispered to Yan Bingxue. Don't drink Coke today. Yan Bingxue coaxed Lei. But seeing Lei wanting to drink something, he said, Mama, can I order a juice for you? Drink some fruit juice and nutrition, this is still possible. Okay. Lei replied. Although you can't drink cola, you can drink fruit juice, which is fine. Mom, I'm hungry, Tuanchuan said. Oh, you can eat it later. Yan Bingxue comforted. It seems that I ordered a pastry just now. Let the other side serve first. Let the babies eat first. Gu Yusen said, she just saw that there was some pastry to eat. Just at this time, a waiter came over with the bottom of the pot, and Gu Yusen said, can you please serve us the rice cake I ordered first? The kid is hungry. Okay. Here we go, said the waiter. Then he left. And our juice, please bring it to us first, Yan Bingxue said. Then he coaxed Tuanchuan and said, Tuanchuan, you can eat later. Yeah. Tuanchuan nodded in response. Tuanchuan, is class fun today? Gu Yusen asked. Try to divert Tuanchuan's attention so that he may not be so hungry. It's fun, Tuanchuan happily replied. Immediately shared today's events with everyone, saying, one of our classmates fell down today, and then the other classmates laughed at him. Oh, why are you laughing at that classmate? Gu Yusen asked, curiously. Because that classmate fell down, Tuanchuan replied. Then after taking a look at Lei, he continued, but my brother didn't smile, and my brother went to help that classmate. That classmate was still crying. Ah, our classmate Lei is awesome. He can take care of his classmates as well as his younger sister, Gu Yusen praised. Yes. Lei is great. Fang Qi also praised. Lei, you did a good job today, Suchen said, and gave him an appreciative look. Lei, you see everyone has praised you, keep it up next time, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Just at this time, the waiter brought the rice cakes. Tuanchuan, Mom will make one for you, Yan Bingxue said. First, help Tuanchuan grab a piece of rice cake and put it in Tuanchuan's bowl. Then I clipped Lei. Again. Tuan had a great time eating. He still said, it's delicious. Seeing that Tuanchuan was almost finished eating, Yan Bingxue put another rice cake in Tuanchuan's bowl. Honey, you can eat some by yourself, this rice cake is not bad, it's soft and delicious, Suchen said. Just now Yan Bingxue was only caring for the two babies, and she didn't eat it herself. I'll try a little, Yan Bingxue replied. Then I took a piece and ate it. After eating, he said, it really tastes good. Yeah. Delicious, Gu Yusen said. Hi, here are the side dishes for you. The waiter pushed a small trolley over and said, "First put a bottle of juice on the table, and then put some side dishes on the table." After waiting for the waiter to leave, Yan Bingxue said, "Husband, the pot is already boiling, let's order some meat." "Yeah." Suchin responded, then took a plate of beef, poured some into the pot, and put some meat in both pots. "There are also some other dishes." "Tuanchuan, here is your juice," Yan Bingxue said, pouring a glass of juice and putting it in front of Tuanchuan. Then he poured another glass and said, "This is Leilei's." After pouring the children, I poured a glass for everyone else. Everyone is waiting for the pot to open. The power is quite large, and everything is cooked at once. Fangqi looked at the dishes in the pot and said, "It's ready to eat." So everyone started to pick up vegetables and eat. Suchin first helped the two babies pick up some non-spicy dishes. Then I started eating myself. "Baby, eat some green vegetables," Yan Bingxue said, putting some green vegetables in the Tuanchuan bowl. "Mom, I don't want to eat vegetables." Tuanchuan coquettishly refused. "It's not allowed, eating vegetables is good for your health," Yan Bingxue said. While talking, she also picked some vegetables for Leilei. "Tuanchuan, the vegetables are delicious too. Look, Dad eats them too," Suchin said, and after finishing speaking, he picked up a piece of green vegetables and ate them. "The dishes are not tasty." Tuanchuan still refused. "Baby, you can't just eat meat, look at how beautiful the vegetables are, they must be delicious." Suchin picked up a small piece of cauliflower and said, continuing to coax Tuan Tuan to eat the vegetables. "Then let brother eat some," Tuanchuan said, turning his attention to Leilei. "Leilei, eat some vegetables." Suchin looked at Leilei and said, "Okay." Leilei replied. Then he picked up the vegetables and took a bite. "Look, brother ate it. Tuanchuan wants to eat too," Suchin said with a smile. "Okay then," Tuanchuan replied, although he still didn't want to eat green vegetables, but his brother ate them all, so he was willing to eat them, and he also picked up a piece of green vegetables and ate them. "Honey, eat some of this." Suchin picked up a beef ball and said, and put the ball into Yan Bingshue's bowl. Yan Bingxue took a bite with the ball between her hands and said, "It's delicious. Come on, you Xian, I'll pick a piece of meat for you too." Fangqi immediately followed Suchen's example and put a piece of meat into Gu Yusen's bowl. "Ha ha ha, Fangqi, why are you imitating brother Su?" Gu Yusen looked at Fang Qi like this and asked with a smile. "It's a bit nice to be nice to my wife after learning from brother Su, of course I have to learn." Fang Qi replied with a smile. "Then it's time for me to learn Schwer's gentleness and cuteness." Gu Yusen also said with a smile. "Ha ha ha, Yusen, what are you doing? You are who you are, and you still learn from me," Yan Bingxue said with a smile. "After learning, I hope we can get along as well as you do in the future." Gu Yusen said. "Ha ha ha, you two will definitely have a sweet life in the future," Yan Bingxue said with a smile. "Ha ha ha, I'm afraid that Fang Qi will bully me," Gu Yusen said jokingly. "You Xian, I will definitely not do this," Fang Qi said immediately. "You Xian, don't worry, Suchin treats me so well. He and Archie have played together for so many years, so they must have similar personalities." Yan Bingxue also helped explain. "Yes, you Xian, you can verify me in the future," Fang Qi said. "Okay, I believe you," Gu Yusen said with a smile. Mom, I want to drink juice. Lele said holding his empty glass. Lele, you finished your drink so quickly, you want to order something. Yen. Bingxue said softly, but still poured a glass of juice for Lele. Thank you, Mom. Lele said happily. After receiving the juice, I immediately took a big sip. Mom, I want it too. Tuanchuan also held the cup and said to Yan Bingxue. Okay, I'll pour you a glass too. Yan Bingxue said, took the round cup and poured it slowly. Mom, I want to eat meatballs. Tuanchuan pointed to the meatballs in the pot and said, Father, let's serve it for you. Suchin said, and filled a few balls for Tuan Tuan. After the adults had finished eating, Yan Bingxue fed the two babies some vermicelli, and everyone finished their dinner. Honey, the two babies will be left to me and Archie to watch tonight, and you. And you Xian will concentrate on shopping for clothes. Suchin said with a smile. Brother Su is domineering. Gu Yusen said excitedly. Yan Bingxue smiled, feeling very happy in her heart. Then Suchin went to hold the two babies. Tuanchuan, Lele, stay with Dad today. Suchin said to the two babies. Dad, shall we go shopping too? Lele asked. Go. Let's go help Mom as a reference. Suchin said with a smile. Yeah, help Mom choose a beautiful dress. Lele said happily. He also hopes that his mother can look beautiful every day, because every time his mother dresses up beautifully, she feels that her mother is very happy. Thank you, baby, you can choose for me later. Yan Bingxue said. Then everyone went to the mall. As soon as she entered the mall, Gu Yusen saw a long lavender dress and said to Yan Bingxue, Swear, that dress is definitely suitable for you, it's super fairy-like. Which one? Yan Bingxue asked. After looking at it just now, she still didn't find the purple dress that Gu Yusen was talking about. Let's go over and try it out. Gu Yusen said happily, holding Yan Bingxue's hand and going to that store. As soon as he arrived at the store, the clerk at the door asked with a smile. The two ladies are so beautiful, do you want to come and see the clothes? Gu Yusen replied. Then he directly pulled Yan Bingxue to the dress she just mentioned. The clerk also came behind, and Gu Yusen said to the clerk, you can get us this dress. Okay, said the clerk. Then he asked again, may I ask which lady wears it? This one. Gu Yusen pointed at Yan Bingxue and said. Okay, Miss has such a good figure, the size of this dress should be just right. The clerk said with a smile. Yan Bingxue took a look at the clothes and found that it was indeed her size. And replied, yeah. Okay, you guys can choose again, and we can try together then. The clerk said. Let's take a look. Gu Yusen replied. Then the two continued to choose clothes. Xian, this white dress looks elegant, why don't you try it? Yan Bingxue said, looking at a white suit-like jacket. This is suitable for you to wear when you go to work. I am not suitable. Gu Yusen said with a smile. Then let me try it. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, she also likes this type of clothes. Yeah, you look good in clothes. Gu Yusen replied. Then the two looked at the clothes. Swear, do you think this suits me? Gu Yusen asked as she picked up a light blue dress. It looks good, and it also matches your skin. Yan Bingxue said. Gu Yusen listened to Yan Bingxue's words, picked up the clothes and walked to the floor-to-ceiling mirror, gestured, and it seemed that this color really matched the skin. Then let me try this one, Gu Yusin said. Then the clerk took the clothes, waiting for everyone to try it on. Here is a parent-child outfit, Schwer, you can wear it with Tuanchuan now. Gu Yusin said, looking at the sky blue skirt in front of her. Yes, this is our latest model. It's just arrived. You can try it, the clerk immediately recommended. Let me ask if Tuanchuan likes it or not, Yan Bingxue said, then looked at the people sitting on the sofa and said, Tuanchuan, come to mom. Hearing Yan Bingshue's words, everyone looked over, got up and walked towards Yan Bingxue, asking, Mom, what's wrong? Baby, do you like this dress? Yan Bingxue asked, pointing to the little skirt inside the parent-child outfit. I like it, Tuanchuan said happily. Then let's go try on clothes with mom later, okay? Wear the same clothes as mom, Yan Bingxue said. Okay, Tuanchuan said happily. Okay, go and play with your dad, and when you want to try it on later, mom will call you, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Yeah, Tuanchuan replied obediently. Then he went to find Su Chen. Schwer, these high-heeled shoes are pretty, Gu Yusin said as she picked up a pair of high-heeled shoes with diamonds. These shoes can be used to match your purple dress, let's try them together later, Gu Yusin said. Then let's try together later, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. And this baby is also fine, Gu Yusin said, holding another bag. Uxin, you've been picking things for me, pick out more nice clothes yourself, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Okay, Gu Yusin replied. Then the two continued to pick out clothes, but they couldn't find anything they liked, so Yan Bingxue said, let's try on the ones we picked first. Are you going to try it? The clerk asked immediately. Yeah, Yan Bingxue responded. Okay, please come with me. The clerk smiled and guided. Honey, we're going to the fitting room to try on clothes, Yan Bingxue said, when passing by Su Chen and the others. Then let's go with you, Su Chen said with a smile. Is this Mrs. Husband? The clerk asked Yan Bingxue. Yes, Yan Bingxue replied politely. And these two are your babies? The clerk continued to ask.